The enigmatic jade bracelet. The sun blazed fiercely, resembling a searing inferno, while the setting sun cast a deep crimson hue across the sky. Lin Wanwan, adorned in layers of traditional attire, stood by the screen for quite some time, her head spinning from the heat, despite the presence of central air conditioning in Teach. Hall. Unable to resist, she touched the cool jade bracelet on her left wrist, relishing a moment of clarity. This cherished token was a memento from her grandmother before her passing. Since donning it, she had never removed it. Whenever she felt disheartened or unwell, she found solace in caressing the jade like a tea that moment. A melodious voice disrupted Lin Wanwan's reverie. It was her schoolmate, Chun Jinyu, with whom she took turns showcasing their charm by the screen. All right, Lin Wanwan replied, stretching her neck as she made her way toward the sales hall. This particular property event was organized through Chun Jinyu's coordination with the hosting party. The day's remuneration was 600, with Chun Jinyu taking 100 as her commission. Today marked the third and final day of the event. Such part-time engagements relied heavily on one's allure and charisma, and Lin Wanwan, naturally gifted with beauty, found herself well-suited for this line of work. However, the instability of such jobs rendered them unsuitable for full-time commitments. Yet for Lin Wanwan, who had recently lost her job and been evicted from her residence, this opportunity was a means of sustenance until she secured new employment. Dragging her weary feet, Lin Wanwan exited the sales hall, only to be confronted by two individuals whose faces bore an unmistakable synthetic quality, advancing towards her with an intimidating demeanor. Instinctively sensing their malice, Lin Wanwan swiftly turned on her heel and altered her course towards the verdant landscape of the phoenix trees. Vixen, stand right there. One of the intruders extended her vividly painted red nails, furiously pointing at Lin Wanwan. You, the homewrecker, I shall ensure your demise today. Lin Wanwan was taken aback. Me, a homewrecker? Surely there has been a mistake. However, she quickly regained her composure. Regardless of whether the accuser had misidentified her, she could not afford to engage in a conflict at the sales center. Should she disrupt this event, her wages would be jeopardized. Moreover, it could adversely affect her future collaborations with Chun Jinyu, who was her lifeline at present. With this thought, Lin Wanwan promptly grasped her skirt and dashed towards the road. The distance from the sales center to the street spanned over 100 meters, lined with sycamore trees adorned with nutrient solution bags. As Lin Wanwan sprinted along the tree-lined path, she did not attract much attention. However, the two women pursuing her were quite fierce, cursing profusely as they chased her. Lin Wanwan found it bewildering how a well-dressed woman could possess such a foul mouth, seemingly unbothered by the coarseness of her language. After running 100 meters away from the sales center, Lin Wanwan paused, waiting for the two women to catch up before she firmly exclaimed, "Silence. Accusing me of being a homewrecker. Where's your evidence? I do not even know you, yet you disrupt my workplace. I could take legal action against you." The woman faltered momentarily, only to become even more enraged, hands on her hips like a protractor. Call the police? I fear you not. Let us see whether the police will arrest me or you, the homewrecker. Lin Wanwan interrupted the other party's words with a cold smile, saying, "Silence. Where is the evidence? Do not indiscriminately accuse unfamiliar beauties of being mistresses simply because you feel inadequate in the eyes of society. Delusions are a malady that requires treatment. You shameless vixen, just because you are beautiful, does that make you superior? You think." Once again, Lin Wanwan cut them off, retorting swiftly, "Being beautiful is indeed commendable fair skin, striking features, and long legs, qualities you cannot envy. Moreover, I possess a sense of justice and reason. Unlike you, who merely wallows in self-pity, blaming the world for your unattractiveness, and oh, you ought to lament your parents for their inadequate genes, which neither bestowed upon you beauty nor instilled proper values." When it comes to arguments, Lin Wanwan fears no one. Even in physical confrontations, she remains undaunted, having joined a sparring club during her university days. Having grown up without parental guidance, she learned early on to fend for herself. The intruder was rendered speechless by Lin Wanwan's rebuttal, while another bystander remarked, "No matter how beautiful you are, you cannot be a mistress. You know Bao Junkai, don't you?" Lin Wanwan sneered again, casting a disdainful glance at the two standing at a height of 1.67 meters, and declared, "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's that scoundrel. Let me make it clear. I have no interest in him. I have blocked all his contact information. How laughable that he presumes he could exploit me with his sleazy tactics. I resign not out of fear of you, but rather to avoid being sullied by filth. After all, even a victory would come at the cost of an unbearable stench. You. Do you think you can say whatever you want? What then? I possess both education and beauty. Why would I lower myself to be interested in a lecherous man? Only individuals like you would consider him a treasure." The woman with red nails, incapable of countering or retaliating, allowed a shriek of frustration and lunged at Lin Wanwan, attempting to grasp her hair. However, Lin Wanwan swiftly seized her wrist, executing a shoulder throw that left her sprawled on the ground, groaning helplessly. The other onlookers, intimidated by Lin Wanwan's fierce demeanor, retreated a couple of steps, unable to meet her gaze. With a cold smirk, Lin Wanwan adjusted her attire and departed, concluding the farce. "I will not let this go," the woman on the ground shouted, still clinging to her threats. Lin Wanwan tilted her head slightly, retorting icily, "Perhaps you should first release yourself from this predicament. Focus less on cosmetic enhancements and more on education, rather than creating such a public spectacle over a worthless man." The woman, rendered speechless by anger, sat on the ground, watching Lin Wanwan leave with wide eyes. Despite the commotion, the sweltering heat, and the tranquility of the lush green surroundings offered her solace. The sales hall was bustling with too many people, even with air conditioning. She preferred to be elsewhere. The sorrows and joys of humanity do not resonate with one another. She found their clamor to be merely a source of annoyance. As Lin Wanwan attempted to calm her emotions, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her wrist. Looking down, she noticed that the woman with the crystal red nails had drawn blood, the bright crimson contrasting starkly against her pale skin, dripping onto her jade bracelet. Just as she prepared to pull up her wide sleeves to retrieve a tissue from the small pouch tied around her wrist, she noticed, between two sycamore trees, a door shimmering with AF. Ink green glow. Lin Wanwan's attention was instantly captivated. She glanced around, ensuring there were no surveillance cameras, and upon discovering the absence of any, she curia. Sly pushed open the luminous door. A blinding radiance surged forth, prompting her to instinctively close her eyes and raise her left hand to shield her head. At that moment, the jade bracelet adorning her wrist also emitted an enchanting green glow, shrouded in an air of mystery. Chapter 2. The Brazen Beggar. When Lin Wanwan opened her eyes once more, the brilliance faded, revealing a series of retro-styled abodes before her. At her feet, a small, ragged child, resembling a little beggar, scurried in circles, evading a bespectacled elderly woman clad in traditional attire. No, that was not an accurate description. Given the child's emaciated frame and scant clothing, it was evidently a destitute waif. "How dare you bite me, you little rascal? I shall teach you a lesson," the elderly woman exclaimed, pursuing the child with fervor. Could this possibly be a film shoot? Where had they found such a small actor? The child's appearance mirrored that of the malnourished refugees depicted in photographs, evoking a deep sense of pity. "Are you filming something?" Lin Wanwan inquired in her local dialect. The elderly woman responded in a thick accent, her words tumbling out in a flurry of local vernacular. Was this a local production? What filming? Nonsense. The woman, panting from her futile chase, erupted in frustration. Upon noticing Lin Wanwan, she abruptly fell silent, as if gripped by an unseen force. She scrutinized Lin Wanwan from head to toe and asked, "Which family do you belong to, young lady? Why are you without a maidservant? Just a moment ago." She had been at the sales center. The bewildering scene before Lin Wanwan compelled her to rub her eyes instinctively. Yet, when she lowered her hands and looked again, the bizarre tableau remained unchanged. On the cobblestone street, individuals driving donkey carts shouted as they passed by. The already warm day had caused Lin Wanwan to break into a sweat, an unusual occurrence for her, as she was not prone to perspiration. Could it be that I have traversed through time? Upon noticing Lin Wanwan's dazed expression, the old woman, with a sly glint in her eye, approached with a grin and said, "Oh dear young lady, have you come here to visit relatives? Come, I am quite familiar with this place. Follow me, and I shall guide you to the right spot." As she spoke, she extended a gnarled, yellowing hand towards Lin Wanwan. The adage "no kindness without ulterior motives" rang true, and Lin Wanwan instinctively stepped back, regarding the ancient woman with suspicion. "How dare you? Do you know who I am?" she retorted coldly. The old crone, clearly not a benign figure, was met with Lin Wanwan's resolute demeanor, as the latter was unwilling to follow a stranger in an unfamiliar land. During her university days, she had participated as an extra in numerous productions in Xiangqing alongside Chen Jinyu. Though she had never been in the limelight, she had gleaned enough experience to feign the poise of a noblewoman. This tactic appeared to give the old woman pause, who, upon observing Lin Wanwan's opulent attire, retracted her nefarious intentions and resumed her pursuit of a child. The child, whom she had picked up from the market, possessed a pair of innocent, sparkling eyes that hinted at great beauty. If sold, he could fetch a handsome sum. "You are a bad person. I do not know you," the little refugee cried out, clinging to Lin Wanwan as if she were a lifeline, effectively thwarting the old woman's attempts. At this, Lin Wanwan's indignation surged. Was this not a human trafficker? To have encountered one so soon after her arrival in this new world was intolerable. Human traffickers deserved no mercy. The little refugee was undoubtedly a destitute waif, and this wicked crone harbored malicious intentions. Indeed, just moments ago, she attempted to deceive me, as if I were a mere pawn. How infuriating. Lin Wanwan immediately seized the old woman's arm, her voice icy. Are you a kidnapper? This child does not even know you. Why are you seizing her? The old woman's mention of Yanhong House referred to a notorious brothel in the city. Although Lin Wanwan was unfamiliar with Yanhong House, the implications of the old woman's words were clear. It was a house of ill repute. She quickly glanced around and noticed several onlookers. Most of the passers-by appeared to be in dire circumstances, none adorned in brightly colored attire. Lowering her gaze to her own appearance, she noted that, despite a slight disarray and dust upon her garments, she stood out like a crane among chickens. The ensemble she wore was a costume gifted by the event organizers, identical to that of the leading lady in a popular period drama. Composed of layers of silk and sheer fabric, the craftsmanship and embroidery were exquisitely refined, complemented by a modified pair of embroidered shoes, creating a harmonious presence in the ancient streets. If one were to find fault, it could only be that her attire was somewhat ostentatious, starkly contrasting with the surrounding poverty, yet it would never be deemed outlandish. Had she opted for a casual short-sleeved t-shirt and denim shorts due to discomfort, she would have found herself in dire straits, particularly when confronted with such an audacious kidnapper. As a newcomer, Lin Wanwan, adorned in her splendid attire, lacked any identification or understanding of the local circumstances. She could not afford to escalate the situation. The old woman before her exuded a sense of menace, clearly not an easy adversary. Given her boldness in attempting to snatch a child in broad daylight, she must have some connections, whether or not she was a local. Thus, Lin Wanwan realized she must act decisively. As she contemplated this, Lin Wanwan executed a deft maneuver, swiftly sending the elderly woman tumbling onto her back, crying out in pain. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Wanwan scooped up the little beggar and dashed towards the alley ahead. Employing the wisdom of the 36 stratagems, her priority was to find a less crowded place to ascertain the current situation. The small refugee looked up at her with a pair of bright, shining eyes and said, I have no parents. My aunt brought me to the town. An orphan. In an instant, Lin Wanwan was struck by the innocence reflected in those eyes, reminiscent of her own childhood. After losing her parents, she had been shuffled between her grandparents and uncles, feeling lost and helpless. This little one had been brought to the streets by her aunt, but was now abandoned. It seemed intentional. Lin Wanwan inquired further, Where's your aunt? Shall I help you find her? The child lowered her gaze, her dark fingers fidgeting as she whispered, I don't know. My aunt said she would abandon me, that she no longer wanted me. Abandon you? Indeed. Lin Wanwan felt a surge of anger but took a deep breath to steady herself before asking, How old are you, little one? I am 4 years old. I will grow up soon. For years, even younger than I was at that age. Lin Wanwan mused silently. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wanwan continued, Since your aunt no longer wants you, would you like to come with me? The child tilted her head and asked, Will you take care of me? Lin Wanwan smiled and nodded. Yes, I will take care of you. All right. The little girl responded eagerly, grasping Lin Wanwan's skirt with anticipation. To be supported by others was a dream she had long cherished. At her uncle and aunt's home, she barely had enough to eat, often resorting to scavenging for discarded seafood to stave off hunger, and occasionally gnawing on roots, enduring beatings from time to time. Then follow me, Lin Wanwan said, rolling up her sleeves and extracting a phone charm from the small makeup bag hanging from her arm. The charm was a crystal football, worth little in modern times. Yet in ancient days, it could surely fetch a decent sum. Thus, Lin Wanwan took the little one by the hand and made her way to the pawn shop. Upon entering, the shopkeeper raised an eyebrow at such an unusual pair. Esteemed guest, what brings you here? Lin Wanwan wasted no time with pleasantries. She stepped forward and presented the crystal football she had just removed, stating plainly, I wish to pawn this. Please tell me its worth. The old shopkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the crystal football. This is a glass pendant, isn't it? How exquisite, he exclaimed. Living by the sea with a port for foreign trade, their shop occasionally acquired treasures from the West, such as this remarkable piece. The shopkeeper quickly scrutinized Lin Wanwan, feeling somewhat perplexed. Judging by her attire, she must belong to a wealthy family. Yet here she was, brazenly appearing without a maid and accompanied by a small beggar. How peculiar. Was she perhaps a runaway noblewoman? The item was indeed valuable, but he questioned, My lady, where did you acquire this? We do not accept items of uncertain provenance. What do you mean by not accepting items of uncertain provenance? I hardly believe you. Lin Wanwan inwardly scoffed. Recognizing that a pawnshop in ancient times must possess a certain awareness, she was willing to write her name in reverse, merely to negotiate a better price. Lin Wanwan inquired, What is the value of living goods? And what of the deceased? Although she had never pawned anything, living in the information-saturated 21st century, she was well acquainted with the notions of living and deceased pawns. This reflects the wisdom of a scholar who, without leaving his abode, can discern the affairs of the world. The old shopkeeper replied, "No problem, 1 gold can be exchanged for 6 strings of cash in the market. If the young lady is willing to pawn her deceased goods, I shall give you 1 gold, and the remaining gold can be exchanged for 6 strings of copper coins or silk." How does that sound? While Lin Wanwan was uncertain about the prices, she maintained her gaze fixed on the shopkeeper's eyes as he spoke. His words flowed rapidly, and his gaze did not waver, suggesting he was not trying to deceive her. Drawing on her previous readings of novels and historical texts, Lin Wanwan estimated that 1 string of cash equated to 1,000 won. However, she recalled that 1 gold should correspond to 10 strings of cash. Thus, she casually remarked, "Isn't 1 gold equal to 10 strings of cash? Are you trying to swindle me?" The old shopkeeper immediately exclaimed, "Oh dear, where did you acquire such information, young lady? We are currently in the 3rd year of the Jingguan era of the Tang Dynasty, not in the chaotic final years of the previous dynasty when copper coins held little value. Where do you think you can exchange 1 gold for 10 strings of cash?" The 3rd year of the Jingguan era. Lin Wanwan pondered silently, realizing it was during the reign of Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang Dynasty. Thankfully, it was not an era of rigid moral codes as seen in the Ming and Qing dynasties. "Very well then. Ensure that the 6 strings of cash you provide me are of good quality," she concluded. Knowing that it was the 3rd year of the Jingguan era, Lin Wanwan felt a surge of confidence. After all, she bore the legacy of 1,000 years of civilization, standing on the shoulders of giants. With the ability to concoct alkali for soap making, she could secure her livelihood and even produce coal balls and stoves. In summary, solutions would always outnumber difficulties. Despite the inexplicable circumstance of being transported back a millennium, she firmly believed that her skills would enable her to survive. Next came the signing of the contract. A transaction of money for goods. Upon seeing the 6 guan of silver coins contained within a small sack, Lin Wanwan was momentarily taken aback. How was she to carry this? Should she shoulder it? Yet, as she lifted it with both hands, she was surprised to find it remarkably light. Glancing at her hands, she said nothing, but took the opportunity to fetch a small garment left behind in the shop to clothe the little one who was scantily clad. Although merely 4 years old, the sight of the child's bare bottom made Lin Wanwan quite uncomfortable. Upon receiving the clothing, the little one's eyes sparkled with delight. She finally had something to wear. Unlike her cousins at home who were still without garments, it was always a matter of whoever went out got to wear clothes. While she had none, it was only when her aunt intended to abandon her today that she was given a tattered piece of cloth to cover herself. With money in hand, Lin Wanwan felt a sense of calm. She concealed the gold ingot, grasped the small sack with one hand, and held the child's hand with the other as they exited the store, her nerves taut with tension. Throughout history, visible wealth has often attracted misfortune. This held true not only in the Tang Dynasty 1,000 years ago, but also in any future society. Fortunately, Lin Wanwan was not defenseless. Having been an orphan blessed with beauty, she had diligently practiced martial arts for many years to ensure her own safety. The old shopkeeper stared in astonishment as the noblewoman effortlessly carried a small burlap sack out the door, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Before long, Lin Wanwan, accompanied by her little companion, found an unpretentious inn. The reputable establishments required her to provide identification, and without such documentation, they were unwilling to offer her a room. After securing a room, Lin Wanwan meticulously bathed the little one from head to toe several times, the water transforming from murky to clear, filling her with a profound sense of accomplishment. Ultimately, the freshly washed child, perhaps weary from the day's exertions, curled up on the bed and fell asleep. At this moment, glancing outside, it seemed to be around noon. At merely 4 years of age, the child was indeed at that stage where slumber could overcome her at any moment. Just then, a servant from the inn delivered the pastries she had ordered for lunch. Lin Wanwan cast a casual glance, feeling little interest, however. She assumed the little one would delight in them upon awakening. She called out to the servant, offering a few copper coins, and after a moment's contemplation, spoke in as antiquated a tone as she could muster, "To speak candidly, I have lived in the mountains with my master until recently, when he passed away, prompting my descent to seek kin. Time escapes one in the mountains. I hope you will not mock my ignorance. Might I inquire as to where I am and what year it is?" The servant's eyes widened in surprise. "Ah, so you are a hermit from the mountains. No wonder you ventured forth without a maid. It is now the 3rd year of the Jingguan era, and you find yourself in Wahai town. The county office is not located here. As a recluse of your stature, you should seek out Magistrate Xiao at the county office. Not long ago, a renowned hermit from the west of the town was personally escorted by Magistrate Xiao, receiving great honor. It is said that upon departure, one may attain official status and even meet the emperor himself. The shop assistant spoke with envy in his eyes, remarking that the old pawnbroker had not deceived him. Indeed, this year was truly the third year of the Jingguan era. Chapter 4. I can traverse time and space. Lin Wanwan claimed to be a recluse dwelling in the mountains, and there was a reason for it. During the tumultuous transition from the Sui to the Tang Dynasty, with ceaseless warfare and societal chaos, many ancient clans chose to retreat into the mountains, seeking refuge in the wilderness. Eventually, when peace reigned, the imperial court eagerly sought out talented individuals. Li Shimin placed great emphasis on recluses, often extending generous invitations to showcase his respect and desire for esteemed scholars and sages. He even commissioned local officials to personally visit the mountains, bestowing them with ample rewards. Moreover, Lin Wanwan, having graduated from a prestigious 985 university, could have pursued further studies had she not been orphaned and eager to escape the ivory tower to make a living independently. In fact, by the end of her senior year, she had received an offer from a foreign enterprise, but she resigned in anger due to her supervisor's unwelcome advances. Now, having traversed to the Tang Dynasty and masquerading as a hermit, she found herself more than capable of adapting. Not to mention, her exquisite attire, far surpassing the technological standards of her current society, further substantiated her claims. Being a recluse would undoubtedly afford her numerous advantages. Among the four social classes, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, the scholar class held the highest esteem. After pondering for a moment, Lin Wanwan inquired, "Wanghai, is it the Wanghai area in Muxian of Jiangnan?" The shop assistant nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the county seat of Muxian is located in Xiaoxi town, and it would take about 2 hours by carriage to get there. It turned out that she was still in Yongqing. The location had not changed, only the passage of a millennium in time. Lin Wanwan gazed out the window, lost in thought, overwhelmed by emotion. Who could have imagined that such a desolate little town would bloom into a vibrant paradise 1,000 years later? This statement is not without purpose. Since Lin Wanwan was abandoned by her grandparents and subsequently raised by her maternal grandparents, she adopted her mother's surname, Lin. The Lin family has resided in Yongqing for generations, with a recorded genealogy that can be traced back to the Ming Dynasty. It remains uncertain whether there were ancestors during the Tang Dynasty. Since she is here, why not seek the truth? The shop assistant curiously inquired. "May I ask from which family you hail, esteemed guest? I have lived in Wahai for generations, and there is scarcely a place I am unfamiliar with. Perhaps I can provide you with some information. My ancestors bear the surname Lin, from the Hodao Lin clan. Have you heard of it?" "Ah," the shop assistant exclaimed, slapping his thigh. "The Hodao Lin clan. It seems I have found the right person. I am indeed of the Hodao Lin clan. My name is Lin Mingli, the second son in my family, 23 years of age. And may I ask how old the young lady is and what name she goes by?" It turned out that the young gentleman and she belonged to the same lineage, which was quite a coincidence. "I am Lin Wanwan, the only daughter in my family. Age 22. Lin Mingli remarked, "So you are my esteemed elder sister. My respects to you." Lin Wanwan replied, "I find the titles from the Tang Dynasty rather jarring. Being called elder sister makes me feel aged. My master refers to me as Wanxiang, so you may call me Wanxiang as well." "Very well, Wanxiang. By the way, I perceive that someone of your beauty and grace must be of the legitimate line. Am I correct? Your legitimate branch migrated from the ancestral home during the turmoil of the preceding dynasty. I wonder how the others fared." Lin Wanwan sighed with melancholy, saying, "I only know that I am a descendant of the Hodao Lin clan, but I am unaware of which branch I belong to, and I have no knowledge of other relatives. My master has never mentioned it." Alas, after Lin Mingli's departure, Lin Wanwan leaned against the window, resting her chin on her hand, gazing out as she contemplated her future life in the Tang Dynasty. Was she truly destined to remain in this era? For someone from a millennium ahead, Lin Wanwan felt no nostalgia. Her grandparents had long passed, and there were neither relatives nor a place to call home. Even her acquaintances were few, with the only one she considered somewhat familiar being Qin Jinyu. However, their friendship had always been as insipid as water. Nevertheless, modern society undoubtedly offered a far more comfortable existence than the ancient one. As she pondered, Lin Wanwan suddenly felt a chill on her left wrist. Intrigued, she lifted her wide sleeve, and under the sunlight, the jade bracelet emitted a faint glow. Lin Wanwan's mouth fell slightly open as she stared in awe for a moment. Then, as if struck by a thought, she closed her eyes and silently counted to 3. Upon reopening her eyes, a shimmering green wooden door indeed materialized in the room. After a prolonged contemplation, Lin Wanwan set down a small figurine and placed a gold coin along with 6 cash beside it. She then rose and once again pushed against the wooden door. This time, it swung open, revealing a fantastical modern scene before her. The sales office sparkled with bright lights, and through the foliage, shadowy figures flickered in the hall. Lin Wanwan's heart raced violently. Taking a deep breath to regain her composure, she closed her eyes once more, meditating on the wooden door. The next moment, upon opening her eyes, the door reappeared before her. Lin Wanwan pushed it open, and once again, she found herself in an ancient room from 1,000 years ago. After living for 22 years, Lin Wanwan experienced a profound sense of elation for the very first time. As if her entire soul had been ignited. She could finally purchase her grandparents' quaint villa. She could possess her own home. Prosperity was within her grasp. Lin Wanwan made her way directly to the grains and cereals section, where she could acquire the coveted peppercorns, an exquisite commodity that, in modern times, costs merely a few dozen yuan per jean, yet in the Tang Dynasty, was as precious as gold. She vividly recalled from her research that the most frequently plundered item from the homes of corrupt officials during the Tang era was indeed pepper. Pepper, whether in the Tang Dynasty or ancient Europe, was considered black gold. Time-traveling merchants knew that acquiring wealth could be this straightforward. Chapter 5. I want to buy antiques with an area of 25 square meters, comprising a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom, devoid of a kitchen. This space was, for her, a splendid place to settle. Lin Wanwan first packed her toiletries into a travel bag, meticulously removing all packaging and transferring oils, salts, and spices into glass jars, while squeezing the toothpaste into a newly acquired exquisite ceramic container. To conceal her facial cleanser, she retrieved a brand new Hachi honey facial soap from the drawer, placing it in the ceramic box as well. Ultimately, these personal care items found their way into her pristine white canvas bag, while the larger items were wrapped in a newly purchased tablecloth. Having prepared everything, Lin Wanwan settled onto the sofa, accessed a shopping website, placed several orders for traditional attire, then sought out a baby goods store to purchase some infant necessities, before browsing another platform to order various crop seeds. With a flurry of activity, Lin Wanwan swiftly washed up and dried her hair in the bathroom, while simultaneously laundering the ancient attire she had previously worn. An hour later, she glanced at her phone, placed it on the small tea table, picked up her canvas bag, and clasped the jade bracelet adorning her left wrist, silently reciting the words of the wooden door in her mind. A chilling sensation swept over her, and upon opening her eyes, she was indeed met with a green-hued wooden door that had materialized before the tea table. This confirmed that the temporal portal was indeed linked to the jade bracelet she wore. Concealing her canvas bag beneath the bedding, she cast a glance at the peacefully sleeping little one, then picked up a cloth pouch filled with pepper, along with a coin. Before stepping out of the room and descending the stairs, she sought out Lin Mingli, requesting him to arrange for someone to look after the child, and then boarded the ox cart provided by the inn, specifically requesting Lin Mingli's company. Brimming with enthusiasm, Lin Wanwan declared, "Brother Mingli, take me to the largest market in town to select the most fair and honest establishment." Although Wanghai Town was not particularly large, the market was even smaller. However, the treasure pavilion that Lin Mingli selected was quite substantial. It featured a layout of 3 floors above and 2 below, with the upper 3 levels serving as reception rooms for esteemed guests, while the lower 2 were accessible to the public. Before arriving at the treasure pavilion, Lin Wanwan made a brief stop at a fabric shop to purchase a hooded cloak, essential for noblewomen of the Tang Dynasty. Throughout the journey in the ox cart, she garnered many curious glances, a tad too ostentatious for her liking. However, donning the cloak significantly alleviated the attention. Upon reaching the treasure pavilion, Lin Wanwan instructed Lin Mingli to wait for her in the parking area outside, while she entered the establishment, clutching the cloth bag. Although the hall within the treasure pavilion is quite spacious, it pales in comparison to the grand department stores of later generations. Lin Wanwan, accustomed to such opulence, approached the stately counters crafted from precious woods without a hint of surprise. Her demeanor captivated the attendant in the azure robe, who, without inquiring about her desires, led her upstairs instead. "Esteemed guest, our imported treasures are located on the upper floor. I assure you, they will leave you thoroughly satisfied." Lin Wanwan replied softly from behind the curtain, "Oh, that would be splendid. I have a penchant for celadone, Please take me to view your exquisite celadon pieces." Upon hearing this, the azure-robed attendant felt a twinge of disappointment, for while exquisite celadon is indeed a fine commodity, it yields lesser profits compared to women's adornments. Assuming Lin Wanwan's imposing presence indicated a preference for garments or accessories, she escorted her to the VIP room on the third floor, where she presented a traditional tea infused with oil and spices from the Tang Dynasty. Lin Wanwan expressed her gratitude, but showed no interest in the concoction. With a gentle clap of her hands, the azure-robed attendant summoned 6 maidens, each gracefully carrying a tray, who entered in a line to showcase the exquisite celadon. After a thorough introduction of each piece, the attendant concluded, "Esteemed guest, all of these are products from the renowned kilns of Weishou, part of the same batch offered to the imperial court." Lin Wanwan nodded casually, stepping closer to examine each piece with great care. Prior to her visit, she had conducted extensive research online in 2022, discovering that among the early Tang porcelain, Weishou celadon is held in the highest regard. The most illustrious and masterfully crafted celadon, known as secret color porcelain, emerged during the late Tang period and was later designated for exclusive use by the imperial family during the 5 Dynasties era. However, it is now the 3rd year of the Jingguan era, and the art of secret-colored porcelain has yet to emerge. It is a pity. Had it been secret-colored porcelain, it would undoubtedly hold greater value. Records indicate that the quantity of Tang Dynasty celadon still in existence is quite substantial. Thus, it does not possess the exorbitant worth that Lin Wanwan had previously imagined. Furthermore, celadon bowls and dishes are comparatively less valuable than vases and tea sets, and Lin Wanwan naturally aims to purchase items of the highest worth in the modern market. The highest auction price for kiln porcelain reached 105 million yuan. But that pertains to secret-colored porcelain, not ordinary celadon. To amass the 6 million needed to buy her grandparents' villa, she must acquire several pieces, relying on quantity for success. The rationale behind reselling antiques is quite simple. They are small in size and quick to transact. Should she attempt to introduce gold, jade, wood, or stone valued in the millions into the market, she would undoubtedly attract immediate attention. As for jade, its immediate sale is uncertain. The market for jade can be quite unpredictable. What is even more challenging to sell, and given her urgency to amass wealth swiftly, she prefers to focus on these celadon pieces, which were not inexpensive even during the Tang Dynasty. Fortunately, she exchanged them for black pepper, at 26 yuan per pound. She feels no remorse for the trade. Thus, Lin Wanwan leisurely retrieves a beautifully crafted wooden box from her cloth bag. She understands the adage that people adorn themselves and Buddhas are embellished, although the black pepper cost her 26 yuan per pound. The wooden box itself was over 200 yuan. This box, a product of modern mechanization, lacks the soulful intricacy of handcrafted designs. Yet it excels in its fine lacquer and unique style, representing a crystallization of wisdom that has traversed millennia. As soon as it was unveiled, the erudite blue-clad maid of the treasure pavilion was utterly astonished. Lin Wanwan gestured for her to approach, and the maid stepped forward without hesitation, opening the wooden box to reveal it filled with plump black peppercorns. Good heavens! How much black gold could this possibly be? The blue-clad maid gasped in awe, excitedly carrying the wooden box to the sunniest spot by the window, turning it over and over to inspect its contents. Chapter 6. The simple matter of earning money in the Tang Dynasty, due to the cumbersome nature of copper coins and the rarity of gold artifacts. It was entirely customary to use silk, fabric, and pepper as currency. Particularly, black pepper was considered a precious commodity, universally esteemed wherever one ventured. The nobility of the Tang cherished meat to display their status, yet lamented the lack of seasoning to mask its gaminess. Pepper served this purpose admirably, thus becoming highly sought after. Moreover, as all pepper was imported from distant lands, its scarcity rendered it exceedingly valuable. Was the esteemed guest intending to purchase with black pepper? After having thoroughly admired it, the blue-clad maid reluctantly set down the wooden box, finding herself enamored with it. Lin Wanwan remarked, "Indeed, my elders have bestowed upon me an abundance of black pepper, far more than we can consume. Once we settle the payment for the celadon, please convert the remainder into gold." "Certainly. Please wait a moment while I fetch the proprietor," the maid replied. When Lin Wanwan entered, she had merely a box of black pepper worth a few dozen coins, but upon her exit, she held a box of small gold ingots, along with 6 pieces of celadon worth at least 10 million in today's market. What a delightful turn of events! Upon returning to the inn, Lin Wanwan upgraded her room to a more luxurious suite, recognizing that with her newfound wealth, enhanced security was an absolute necessity. The suite is located in the backyard, where the entire inn features only 2 suites with one remaining vacant. Lin Wanwan resides in the east-facing one. The daily rate is 1,500 coins, equivalent to 1.5 guan, which represents the monthly household expenditure of an ordinary Tang family. However, for Lin Wanwan in her current circumstances, it is but a trifling sum. When she prepared to transfer the little one, the child, still in a state of drowsiness, opened her eyes to see Lin Wanwan. Though not fully awake, she greeted her with a sweet smile, revealing 2 adorable dimples. Lin Wanwan found this rare and delightful, unable to resist pressing her cheek against the child's. The little one, in her innocent confusion, accepted everything Lin Wanwan said as truth. Holding her tiny body, Lin Wanwan discovered an unexpected sense of fulfillment in the emptiness she had previously felt, as if she were embracing her younger self. Qingyu possessed a pair of eyes strikingly similar to her own, adorned in the silk garment Lin Wanwan had recently purchased. Little Qingyu felt as if she had stepped into a celestial palace. When Lin Wanwan encouraged her to call her mother, she complied eagerly. The child had long dreamed of having a soft and fragrant mother to embrace her, just like other children did, and now, astonishingly, her dream had come true. As for Lin Wanwan, she had always cherished children, yet held an aversion to marriage and childbirth. She often imagined the pain of giving birth, whether through natural means or a cesarean, both of which seemed daunting. At times, she fantasized about waking up to find a divinely bestowed child by her side. The 2 of them together seemed a perfect match. As they exchanged tender glances, a sudden gurgling sound interrupted the serene atmosphere. Xiao Qingyu clasped her belly and promptly exclaimed, "Xiao Yuer is not hungry." This recollection was spurred by the memory of how, each time her stomach grumbled, she would be met with scorn from her cousins and aunts. Not only would there be no food forthcoming, but she might also find herself banished from the house. For a long time, she had lived like a stray dog, subsisting on discarded seafood, seldom able to enjoy a proper meal. Lin Wanwan tenderly ruffled her hair and said, "Mother has delicious food for you. From now on, stay with Mother, and you shall be well-fed and warmly clothed, and you will also learn to read and write." How does that sound? Good, good. Xiao Yuer is obedient. The little one beamed, her cherubic dimples gracing her face. Lin Wanwan presented her with a glass jar of yogurt drops, purchased from a modern supermarket, saying, "Here, eat this to stave off your hunger." Xiao Qingyu held the exquisite glass jar, inhaled its delightful aroma deeply, and then cautiously extracted a piece. Upon tasting it, her eyes sparkled with happiness. "Mother, it's so delicious. You must try it too." "Mother does not fancy it. This is meant especially for children." As night fell, enveloping the world in silence, Xiao Qingyu, freshly bathed in a new children's bath, lay soundly asleep in her bed. Lin Wanwan lit a mosquito-repellent scented candle and placed it nearby. The mosquitoes from a millennium ago were not like the evolved ones of later generations, which had developed resistance. Presently, they could scarcely withstand the lethal effects of the repellent candle, swiftly meeting their demise, likely ensuring the little one would remain undisturbed. In the Tang Dynasty, nighttime settled around 7 or 8 o'clock, yet in the modern world, it was already 5 in the morning. Selling Tang Dynasty Yukiln porcelain is no simple task, for such items possess value only when there is a willing buyer. However, Lin Wanwan finds herself in urgent need of liquidity, prompting her to approach a prominent antique shop in Yangcity, known as Buzuzhai. Her familiarity with the establishment stems from her university days, where she worked as an auction etiquette assistant under Chen Jinyu. Otherwise, her social circle would scarcely grant her access to such venues. It must be said that the part-time work in etiquette and modeling, though unstable, has significantly broadened her horizons. Various events, from grand openings to celebrity appearances, all require the presence of etiquette professionals. Without further ado, Lin Wanwan arrived at the shop, a suitcase in hand containing the precious porcelain. Just as the doors were opening for business, she approached the counter where a young woman in traditional attire awaited and conveyed her purpose. The young woman replied, "Tang Dynasty porcelain? Please place your collection on this table. I shall take photos and videos to consult with our appraisal expert before providing you with an answer." Lin Wanwan readily agreed, opening her suitcase to carefully display the porcelain pieces. The young woman documented the items and then added, "Allow me to explain that we charge a fee of 200 yuan for the appraisal of each item. However, should you decide to sell the collection to us, the appraisal fee will be waived." "Very well, proceed with the appraisal," Lin Wanwan responded. She had already researched the matter. Determining the age of porcelain is notoriously challenging, and even carbon dating offers little assistance in this regard. Furthermore, the experts would be able to ascertain whether the items were unearthed from the ground, which would be subject to state ownership, while her collection was not. If necessary, she could simply claim it as a family heirloom. After all, which family does not have a few noble ancestors? The most likely to be privy to the news was her uncle. It was merely a matter of settling a score. For now, financial issues were hardly regarded as significant. Before she could finish her sentence, her phone rang, prompting her to display an apologetic smile. "Excuse me. I must take this call." After concluding the conversation, the young woman in traditional attire appeared even more enthusiastic, stating, "As it happens, both our gem appraisal expert and the owner are present today. We invite our esteemed guest to our tea room on the second floor for a more in-depth discussion." Lin Wanwan was eager for the encounter to be as brief as possible and readily agreed. Chapter 7. A successful transaction. The tea room was adorned with a complete set of wooden furnishings, exuding an antique charm that perfectly resonated with the essence of the antique shop. Upon entering, Lin Wanwan beheld an elderly gentleman dressed in a modified tank suit, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, alongside a young man in a t-shirt, seemingly in his mid-20s. Both greeted her with smiles, their faces unobscured by masks. Lin Wanwan, noticing her own mask, removed it as well. Instantly, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in the young man's eyes. The young woman in traditional dress proceeded to introduce Lin Wanwan. The elder was Professor Chao Yong, a distinguished member of the history department at Yongqing University and a contracted expert at the Yongqing Museum, renowned throughout Huagua as a gem appraisal specialist. The youthful gentleman, identified as Lu Shuyue, the proprietor of the antique shop, had studied archaeology and anthropology at Harvard University, returning to serve as a visiting professor in both the history and archaeology departments at Yongqing University. In summary, both were exceptionally accomplished individuals, given their academic stature. Lin Wanwan addressed them as teacher. Professor Chao Yong, with a kind demeanor and an air of scholarly elegance, politely remarked, "Please place those 6 pieces of Tang Dynasty celadon on the table. I will examine the video. They appear to be authentic, yet a physical appraisal is necessary." Naturally, Lin Wanwan felt confident in her ability to authenticate the items. Although these artifacts had traversed through the passage of time, undergoing some transformations, they were indisputably genuine. With a flourish, Lin Wanwan proudly extracted them from her suitcase and arranged them neatly on the tea table. In the realm of antiques, the customary practice dictates that items should not be handed directly from one person to another. They are placed on the table for the next individual to retrieve. After both had scrutinized the 6 celadon pieces, their eyes met, and they exchanged a subtle nod of agreement. It was Lu Shuyue who spoke next. "These genuine pieces from the kiln of the Tang Dynasty exhibit a rustic elegance, with remarkably thin walls that exude a sense of lightness, an accomplishment not easily achieved by ordinary craftsmen. Authentic pieces are fired in a dragon kiln, revealing the true marks of wood ash and naturally accumulated glaze. The vibrant green hue reflects a jade-like quality, reminiscent of the verse, 'In the autumn winds and dew.' The kiln opens, capturing the verdant hues of 1,000 peaks. Based on these observations, I can affirm that these items are indeed authentic." Professor Chao Yong smiled in agreement, stating, "Young Lu is correct. I too believe these are genuine pieces, and remarkably well-preserved ones at that." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan exhaled with relief. Her only concern had been that the 6 celadon pieces appeared somewhat too new. However, the changes they had undergone through the passage of time were negligible compared to a millennium. After placing the porcelain back down, Lu Shuyue casually inquired, "The items are authentic and in good condition. Shall I propose a price for them to be sold in our shop?" Lin Wanwan, yearning for this opportunity, promptly responded, "Wonderful. To appraise a treasure while acquiring knowledge brings me great joy. As long as your esteemed establishment offers a sincere price, I am certainly willing to proceed, and we can finalize the transaction today." Lu Shuyue chuckled at her words, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. In her heart, Lin Wanwan quietly assessed that his smile was remarkably pure, reminiscent of a child nurtured by love. As for Tang Chuqing porcelain, due to its limited availability and craftsmanship, its value is not exceedingly high. However, this pair of slender-necked vases adorned with intertwined peony patterns does possess a higher worth as a set. Thus, our store is prepared to offer 6.5 million to acquire these 6 pieces. Of course, if Miss Lin wishes to directly approach our auction house, we can facilitate that, though it would require a longer time frame. What are your thoughts, Miss Lin? The offer of 6.5 million fell short of Lin Wanwan's expectations, but remained within an acceptable range. After paying personal income tax, It would suffice to purchase the small villa left by her grandparents. Moreover, the information she found online was not necessarily reliable. Auction prices are inherently difficult to gauge. Value arises only when there are interested buyers, such as the nature of antiques. If time permitted, she could certainly explore several antique shops for comparisons or, as Lu Shouyue suggested, resort to auctions for liquidity. However, organizing an auction necessitates creating a buzz and disseminating information, which cannot be accomplished in a short span. For Lin Wanwan at this moment, time was exceedingly precious. After pondering, she lifted her gaze to meet his, offering a gentle smile. "All right, Mr. Lu. Let us finalize the deal." Lu Shouyue beamed in return. "Miss Lin, your decisiveness is commendable. I look forward to a pleasant collaboration." Subsequently, both parties signed the contract and affixed their fingerprints. Lin Wanwan also inscribed her name on a commitment letter affirming the legitimacy of the item's origins. The exchange was executed seamlessly. Payment was rendered while the goods were delivered. Lu Shouyue instructed a member of the traditional attire staff to procure the necessary financial procedures, leaving Lin Wanwan to await in the tea room above. With nothing pressing to occupy her time, she opted to glean knowledge about antiques from the two esteemed archaeologists present. As their conversation unfolded, Lin Wanwan discovered that the modest tea room, merely intended for hosting guests, was adorned with furniture that was, astonishingly, antiques from the Tang Dynasty. Each chair was valued at hundreds of thousands. The 6 Tang Dynasty celadon pieces that Lu Shouyue had acquired from Lin Wanwan were casually placed on a display shelf, among which was a pair of slender-necked, entwined peony-patterned vases. Curiosity piqued, Lin Wanwan inquired, "Teacher Lu, are all the porcelain pieces on this display shelf antiques?" Lu Shouyue replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, most of them are from my collection. Miss Lin is welcome to examine them at her leisure." Lin Wanwan smiled faintly and stepped closer to appreciate the pieces, yet maintained a prudent distance. The thought of damaging any of these antiques was quite daunting. Although she possessed the ability to traverse time, the embarrassment of such a mishap and the potential waste of time were of greater concern. Noticing her interest, Lu Shouyue picked up a piece from the shelf and began to elucidate its history, broadening Lin Wanwan's horizons and imparting a wealth of knowledge. Before long, the payment procedure was finalized. Lin Wanwan felt her phone vibrate and, upon seeing the bank's notification of the transaction, smiled subtly. With the exchange complete, she prepared to take her leave. "Miss Lin, may I have your contact information? Should any remarkable items come into our possession, I hope you might consider our establishment again," Lu Shouyue suggested, proposing to add her as a friend on WeChat. Lin Wanwan readily accepted the invitation. She undoubtedly possesses an abundance of valuable items in the future and will certainly need to engage with the proprietor of the antique shop. Moreover, Lu Shouyue's eyes are bright, his conversation witty, and his tall, handsome stature makes Lin Wanwan eager to conduct transactions with him. If given the choice, who wouldn't he prefer a pleasing partner in collaboration? Upon donning her mask, Lin Wanwan promptly retrieved her phone to call her uncle, only to find that the call could not be connected. Could it be that she had been blocked? She then contacted the real estate agent, only to be informed that the property had already been sold. Sold? Lin Wanwan felt a rush of blood to her head. How could it have transpired so swiftly? Within a mere couple of months? This is unacceptable. Resolute, Lin Wanwan tucked her phone away and headed straight to the Oriental Real Estate Agency, where the property was listed. Chapter 8. Seizing the property within the modest reception area of the Oriental Real Estate Transaction Center. A transaction concerning a suburban villa was underway. The parties involved were finalizing the last terms under the witness of the agent, preparing to pay the deposit and sign the contract. At that moment, with a resounding bang, the door was forcefully pushed open. Wait. The individuals inside turned their displeased gazes towards the entrance, where a young girl clad in a white t-shirt and denim shorts stood breathlessly, exclaiming, "Do not sell it to him." Her startling declaration momentarily stunned the group before their faces contorted with anger, glaring at the girl. Despite her undeniable beauty, obstructing their interests was an unforgivable sin. "Wanwan, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Lin Wanwan's aunt, Xie Yuanying, furrowed her brow, regarding Lin Wanwan with disdain through her chestnut-colored eyes. The real estate agent stood up, preparing to push Lin Wanwan aside. "Miss, please refrain from causing a disturbance." Lin Wanwan brushed him off and turned to her uncle, Lin Zhantian, who was seated nearby. She quickly explained the situation. "Uncle, do not sell the house to outsiders. Sell it to me. I wish to purchase it." "You wish to buy? Do you have the funds?" Lin Zhantian regarded her with displeasure, recalling how she had not caused a scene when moving out. Yet now she was creating a fuss at the signing of the contract. Are you sincere? Taking a gentle breath, Lin Wanwan closed the door behind her and replied calmly. Uncle, I am not here to cause trouble. I genuinely wish to buy. I have prepared 5,600,000, and I can pay in full at once. Xie Yuanying and Lin Zhantian were taken aback, exclaiming in unison, pay in full? Where did you acquire such a sum? Did the old man leave you money? This is money I have gathered myself. Have you not already accounted for the inheritance and savings from my grandparents? Lin Wanwan furrowed her brow slightly under their scrutinizing gaze, which felt akin to that of a thief. Despite their familial ties, she would not allow them to tarnish her character. Then where did you obtain such a large sum? Lin Zhantian rose, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Lin Wanwan. She responded with composure, that is my concern, uncle. You are selling the house, and I wish to buy it. Meanwhile, a buyer who had been a silent observer erupted in anger. What does this mean? We agreed on 5,580,000. Your family is attempting to raise the price at the last moment, and now causes this uproar? The property was listed by the agent at 560,000. But a reduction of 20,000 had been negotiated, leading to an agreement of 558,000. As Lin Wanwan observed that they were indeed neglecting him and proceeding to sign the contract, she stepped forward and placed a bank card on the table. With a piercing gaze directed at Lin Zhantian, she articulated each word with precision. Uncle, Aunt. My household registration remains within that property. If you refuse to sell it to me, I shall not cooperate with your request to transfer my residency. Perhaps you might win in court eventually. But consider how much time you are willing to squander in domestic legal battles with me. Moreover, during the initial relocation, my name was also included in the household registration. I merely refrained from contesting it back, then due to my youth. Do not compel me to pursue legal action. Xie Yuanying hesitantly inquired once more. Are you truly able to afford it? Lin Wanwan nodded emphatically. I neither steal nor rob. This is undoubtedly true. 58 million, correct? I will pay in full. Xie Yuanying and Lin Zhantian exchanged glances, and the former sighed. Very well. If you possess the funds, we shall sell it to you. The buyers joined forces with the agent, exclaiming, exactly. After all, we have hardly carved out time to witness your familial drama. Lin Wanwan firmly grasped the wrist of the agent who had pushed forward, coldly stating, business is business. You do not intend to resort to violence, do you? My hand. It feels as though it may break. The agent, caught in her grip, felt his face flush crimson in an instant. How could this seemingly delicate and helpless beauty possess such strength? What a peculiar force of nature. Lin Wanwan released his wrist and addressed him. You may assist us with the transfer of ownership. I assure you that I will compensate you handsomely for your services. What choice did the agent have? He too is quite innocent. What was once a plump duck within reach has transformed into roasted duck wings. However, it is certainly preferable to the futility of drawing water with a bamboo basket, and thus one must accept the situation. As for the buyers, they are the more unfortunate party, cursing vehemently before storming off. There was no formal contract in place. The transaction was merely a verbal agreement. So how could one expect the seller not to have a change of heart? Moreover, today was merely the day to pay the deposit. Who could weigh the fact that the seller is both a relative and making a full payment, alongside the complications of relocation disputes? Any arrangement not inscribed upon paper holds no validity. Upon exiting the Eastern Real Estate Office, Lin Wanwan clutched the contract and exhaled deeply, relieved to have preserved the legacy left by her grandparents, safeguarding the warmth of her past. Shortly thereafter, Lin Zhantian and Xie Yuanying emerged, smiling as they inquired, shall we go out for dinner together? Lin Wanwan glanced at them, shook her head, and replied with a smile, I'm sorry, but I have other plans. With that, she waved her hand and strode purposefully ahead. Old Lin, tell me, how does a young woman, fresh out of university, amass such a substantial sum of money? Surely, she hasn't engaged in any illicit activities? Your niece is undeniably striking. Xie Yuanying speculated with a hint of malice, watching Lin Wanwan's retreating figure. Lin Zhantian pondered for a moment, not entertaining thoughts of Lin Wanwan's potential misdeeds. To be frank, even if she were to pursue a wealthy man as a mistress, he would be indifferent. Life in America is far from easy. He barely keeps in touch with his parents over the phone, let alone concern himself with the daughter of a deceased sister. He was merely pondering whether the elderly couple had left behind any valuable treasures that he was unaware of, treasures that Lin Wanwan had inadvertently discovered. After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss. In his childhood, before the demolition of their home, they were a family of modest means, and it was through relentless study that he altered his fate. following the demolition. The compensation received was used to repay the loans he had incurred for studying abroad. How could there possibly be any hidden valuables left behind? Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan, having secured the housing contract, sat in the ride-hailing vehicle, tears streaming down her face. Chapter 9. As if separated by time, reflecting on the recent past. She recalled that just a month and a half ago, her grandfather's funeral had concluded, only for her to be cast out by her uncle and aunt upon their return to the country. It all felt like a distant memory. The scenes from that day remained vividly etched in her mind. Her thoughts began to drift back to that low point in her life, a time when despair enveloped her. Lin Wanwan lowered her head, her heart tumultuous as if tumultuous waves were crashing within her. Yet, what could she do? This was not her house. She had no authority to decide. They argued that this was the simplest solution. Otherwise, when the elderly passed, transferring ownership would incur significant losses. Her grandparents had 3 children, 2 daughters and 1 son, with the younger daughter having tragically passed away, while the elder daughter was enjoying a comfortable life at that time. According to rural customs, it was the son who was responsible for the care of the elderly. Ultimately, the elderly couple allocated a portion of the demolition funds to their elder daughter, but the remaining money and property could not be contested against the son. The funds were used to repay the loans he had taken out during his studies, and the property deed was registered in his name. Besides the funeral, they also needed to dispose of the 2-story villa, a place where Lin Wanwan had spent her childhood. Although her uncle and aunt had only met Lin Wanwan a few times, they were nonetheless her grandparents' son and daughter-in-law. Lin Wanwan, for the sake of her grandparents, reluctantly maintained a semblance of dignity, not wishing for her grandfather's remains to witness a dispute among their relatives. However, it was apparent that the others were unwilling to engage in such familial discord. After all, as an orphan, Lin Wanwan was someone they feared might cling to them. There is no need for that. Your diligent work is the best form of gratitude you can offer us, Lin had said coldly. While Lin Uncle was engrossed in an animated conversation with prospective buyers and real estate agents, hardly sparing her a glance. Lin Wanwan murmured in response. As for gratitude? She yearned to express her appreciation, but those deserving of it had already departed this world. What right did her aunt, whom she had scarcely seen more than twice throughout her life, have to demand such gratitude from her? With her head bowed, Lin Wanwan hoisted a bag over her shoulder while carrying 2 others in her hands, hastily exiting the community, her pace quickening. She wiped away a tear and sniffled, assuring herself it's all right. Indeed, everything was in the past. Soon, this little villa would truly belong to her. It housed her childhood and youth, encapsulating the majority of her formative years. Upon returning to her rental apartment, Lin Wanwan cheerfully summoned a moving service. Having resided there for less than 2 months, she possessed hardly any belongings, making the relocation remarkably swift. As she unlocked the door to the villa once more, a wave of emotion washed over her. She retrieved her grandparents' portraits from her bag and hung them side by side on the living room wall, gazing at them for an extended period. Grandfather, grandmother. If you are watching from above, rest assured, I will strive to live increasingly well. Lin Wanwan gently caressed the jade bracelet on her left wrist. Perhaps this was the legacy her grandmother had bequeathed to her, a symbol of hope for the future. Subsequently, she glanced at the items she had purchased online, which were to be delivered to her apartment. They should arrive by afternoon, and she could collect them later at her convenience. There was no rush. After organizing her belongings, Lin Wanwan performed a brief tidying of the villa, which had been uninhabited for the past 2 months, leaving a layer of dust settled upon everything. The surroundings were eerily quiet. The nightlife in Tang Dynasty town was virtually non-existent. Lin Wanwan, carrying a large parcel wrapped in a tablecloth, made her way toward the inn. Within the inn, only a candle flickered at the bar, where Lin Mingli lay asleep. It was the unseemly hour of approximately 1 to 2 a.m. She had departed around 7 or 8 in the evening, and it appeared that the flow of time in both realms was identical, merely reversed between day and night, with a difference of about 10 hours. Lin Wanwan smiled and remarked, "It's all right. I am accustomed to it. Having lived among mountain beasts, I fear not. So why should I fear humans?" Lin Mingli replied, "Humans can be far more dangerous than beasts. Wild animals devour for sustenance, whereas humans may harm without reason." Changing the subject, Lin Wanwan inquired, "By the way, the little one hasn't awoken, has she?" By this time, they had reached the entrance of the suite on the 3rd floor. Lin Mingli set down the parcel and assured her, "No, she is not. You need not worry." After expressing her gratitude to Lin Mingli, Lin Wanwan closed the door and secured the latch, retiring to bed. perhaps due to her exhaustion and excitement. She quickly fell into a deep slumber. The following day, not long into her sleep, a soft, sweet voice reached her ears. "Mother, I need to pee." Lin Wanwan's mind barely registered the words before she instinctively replied, "Go ahead." Feeling as though someone was crawling over her, Lin Wanwan suddenly awakened. "Do I have a child?" Upon opening her eyes, she saw Xiao Qingyu, half squinting, climbing down from the bed. The little one reached the edge of the toilet and, with a sense of self-awareness, relieved herself, still with her eyes half closed. After finishing, she scampered back to bed, turned over Lin Wanwan's body, nestled her head against hers, and wrapped her little arms around her neck. It is difficult to articulate Lin Wanwan's feelings at that moment. An overwhelming surge of maternal love washed over her. She turned her head and gazed at the little one for a while. Initially, Xiao Qingyu's eyes were half closed, but upon sensing Lin Wanwan's gaze, she instantly opened her eyes wide and beamed a bright smile, revealing two sweet dimples. "Mother." "Yes, my little Yuer is truly well behaved." Lin Wanwan gently stroked Xiao Qingyu's cheek, noting her delicate chin devoid of flesh, vowing to nurture her well so she could be pleasantly plump for a good squeeze. Chapter 10. Acts of Valor on the Streets of Tang Dynasty. The mother and daughter changed into matching puff-sleeved palace-style nightgowns. Lin Wanwan continued to wear her ancient attire, while Xiao Qingyu donned the ready-made clothes purchased just the day before. The modern garments had been simplified for ease of wear, whereas the traditional attire was more intricate, laden with ties and fastenings. Lin Wanwan took half a day to successfully dress Xiao Qingyu. The little girl cherished her new outfit, radiating joy that was contagious to Lin Wanwan. "Come, my dear, let mother take you out for delicious food." In her quest to raise her child well, Lin Wanwan had even specially ordered a parenting encyclopedia and secured a treasure chest with a lock. The treasure chest appeared wooden from the outside, yet within it lay iron, a material which, given the technological capabilities of the Tang Dynasty, would be exceedingly difficult to breach, perhaps even requiring a considerable amount of force. Inside were items distinctly modern in nature, ones that the people of the Tang Dynasty would surely find perplexing. Among these were containers of milk powder, vitamins, probiotics, DK Encyclopedia of Nature, and Parenting Encyclopedia, among others. Xiao Qingyu held a glass cup filled with milk powder, her eyes misting with emotion. Feeling grateful for her mother's love, Lin Wanwan, having finished her morning routine, approached her and noticed the milk powder in her hands, asking, "What is the matter? Don't you like it?" Xiao Qingyu quickly shook her head and, raising her little arm towards Lin Wanwan, insisted, "Mother should drink first." Lin Wanwan paused for a moment before smiling and explaining, "This is specially for little Yuer. Mother is a grown-up now and doesn't he drink it?" Xiao Qingyu, in her innocent mind, could not comprehend. She simply believed that the best things should be given to her mother first. Yet, seeing that Lin Wanwan truly did not wish to partake, she cautiously sipped it, taking small, careful mouthfuls. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. "Come in." The shop assistant entered, placing the breakfast items on the table one by one. Intrigued, Lin Wanwan picked up a flatbread and took a bite, only to find its taste rather ordinary, almost unpleasant, being both somewhat hard and slightly sour. She set the bread down, observing Xiao Qingyu as she ate delicately, her expression suggesting it was a delightful treat, which stirred a pang of sadness within Lin Wanwan. Such food, in modern times, would hardly be palatable to any child. Although she was an orphan, her grandparents had never let her go wanting for food or clothing. After feeding the little one in their suite, Lin Wanwan finally took Xiao Qingyu by the hand, and they stepped out together. Once again, Lin Mingli harnessed the ox cart, bringing along two companions, one large and one small, as they set off to explore the grandeur of the Tang Dynasty. Today was fortuitously a market day, and upon their arrival at the bustling bazaar, the sounds of cattle, horses, and donkeys filled the air incessantly. Lin Wanwan, holding the wrist of little Qingyu, disembarked from the cart, eager to discover what treasures this Tang market had to offer. This was history come to life. The weight of time enveloped her. Lin Wanwan sampled a few street snacks and concluded that the dough-based delicacies of the Tang era were somewhat lacking. The fermentation was incomplete, resulting in a majority of them being tough and sour. Initially, she had thought it was merely the incompetence of the inn's kitchen staff. While she leisurely observed the myriad facets of life around her, a piercing rural cry suddenly reached her ears. "Daya! Daya! What has happened to you? Help! Someone! Please help my Daya!" In an instant, a crowd gathered around the source of the commotion. Although Lin Wanwan was not one to indulge in the spectacle of crowds, The desperate call for help compelled her to ponder for a moment before pulling little Qingyu's wrist and approaching to uncover the truth. Before her stood a small girl, no older than 6, clad in ancient hemp garments, her complexion a ghastly shade of purple, mouth agape, showing only the faintest signs of responsiveness. Nearby, a woman in similar attire, her expression frantic, clutched the girl in her arms, eyes red-rimmed, collapsed on the ground, desperately patting the child's back, while 2 flopping fish and an overturned bamboo basket lay beside them. Was she choking? Lin Wanwan instinctively inquired. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lin Wanwan wasted no time. She stepped forward, gently saying, "Allow me to try." The distraught woman, seeing this noble lady's willingness to assist her Daya, immediately moved aside, her voice trembling with gratitude. "Thank you, thank you." The woman expressed her gratitude repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. Suddenly, after several convulsive heaves, a mass of crimson matter erupted from the little girl's open mouth. Though the foreign object had been expelled, the child remained unresponsive. Lin Wanwan, sensing the absence of a heartbeat, promptly commenced cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Her actions, though shocking, were perhaps less startling when it came to chest compressions. However, the mouth-to-mouth resuscitation was undeniably audacious. Had she not been clad in exquisite garments befitting nobility, she might have been branded a scoundrel by onlookers. Moments later, the little girl opened her eyes, coughed a few times, and, upon locating her mother, erupted into heart-wrenching sobs. "My child, my dear." The woman, overwhelmed with relief, embraced her daughter, weeping uncontrollably. Xiao Qingyu gazed at Lin Wanwan with admiration, her heart racing with thoughts. Mother is so incredible. Mother is so beautiful. Mother is simply the best. The crowd, captivated by the spectacle, erupted into enthusiastic applause, expressing their profound respect for the noblewoman who had performed this miraculous act. Gradually, as the excitement waned, the throng began to disperse, though a few men continued to steal glances at Lin Wanwan. Amidst the sea of tattered garments and patched fabrics, Lin Wanwan, adorned in her silk, wide-sleeved finery, was a striking figure, a celestial being amidst the ordinary. In such gatherings, it was customary for noble women to send their maids to procure goods. They would never deign to visit the marketplace themselves. "She lives. She has come back to life," an elder exclaimed, almost collapsing from fright, having narrowly avoided inadvertently causing harm despite her good intentions. The elderly woman, who had been anxiously observing from the side, wiped the sweat from her forehead and finally exhaled in relief, hastily departing with her basket of vegetables. She had come to the vendor's stall to purchase fish and, charmed by the adorable little girl, had offered her a red date from her bag. To her dismay, the child began to choke, nearly gasping for breath, causing the woman to break into a cold sweat. In her attempt to perform a good deed, she inadvertently found herself embroiled in a potential calamity, leaving her questioning whom she could turn to for solace. From that day forward, she resolved never to be so naively kind again. After rescuing the child, Lin Wanwan swiftly turned her attention to the little girl, who clutched her wide sleeves tightly, her large eyes sparkling like stars as she gazed up at her. Unable to resist, Lin Wanwan affectionately tousled the girl's hair, recalling how the child's locks had previously been sparse and dull, infested with lice. She had taken it upon herself to cut the girl's hair to shoulder length and braid it into 2 whimsical plaits. The texture felt delightful to her fingers, far more manageable than the traditional double buns of antiquity. Chapter 11. A Pleasant Life. The woman, holding her daughter, rose to her feet, her eyes glistening with tears as she implored the little girl to kneel before Lin Wanwan in gratitude. "My dear, you must bow to your benefactor for saving you." "No. No, no. Please don't," Lin Wanwan exclaimed, hastily reaching out to support them, for the modern principle of equality resonated deeply within her soul. She could not bear the weight of another's kneeling. Nevertheless, the woman and the now calm little girl bowed deeply before Lin Wanwan, offering their heartfelt thanks before standing upright. Having undergone such a harrowing experience, the woman had lost all desire to continue selling fish. Yet, as she began to pack up her stall, she discovered that one of the 2 remaining fish had been trampled to death. Her heart ached at the loss. That was 4-1. Lin Wanwan watched with sympathy as the woman mournfully gathered the ruined fish into a nearby bamboo basket, her heart heavy with compassion. The individuals here appear to endure considerable hardship. As I survey the surroundings, there is not a single brightly colored garment in sight, with many adorned with patches. A woman hastily inquired, "Might I ask where the esteemed benefactor resides? Allow me to invite you to my humble abode, where I can present some seafood as a token of gratitude. The fisherfolk possess little of value, so I hope you do not find it lacking." Lin Wanwan smiled gently, responding, It is but a trifling effort, hardly worthy of mention. At that moment, Lin Mingli's voice unexpectedly broke through from the Mengbo family. My dear girl, what has transpired? Lin Mingli had hurried over, drawn by the commotion, although he had not witnessed the scene of Lin Wanwan's heroic act. The sight of the distressed woman and the sobbing girl indicated that something was amiss. The woman, referred to as belonging to the Mengbo family, gazed up at Lin Mingli in astonishment and recounted the recent events, repeatedly emphasizing, thanks to this noble lady, otherwise our dear girl, it was truly perilous. Had anything happened to her under my very nose, I could not have borne it. He then added, addressing the Mengbo family. This Lady Wan is also of the Ho Tao Lin clan. What a remarkable coincidence, as if ordained by fate. After exchanging introductions, Lin Wanwan learned that the woman was named Lin Qinshi. The previously sobbing girl, now calmed, looked at the sugar figurine held by the young Qingtong and suddenly exclaimed, Naughty girl? Upon hearing this name, Qingtong flinched, instinctively burying her head in Lin Wanwan's skirts, akin to an ostrich seeking refuge in the sand. Lin Wanwan felt a sense of peculiarity in her heart, yet she did not push the little one away. Instead, she addressed Lin Qinshi, saying, You carry on with your affairs. I shall take my leave for now. We shall convene with the clan at the end of the month. Once she had led the little one to a secluded spot, Lin Wanwan gently inquired, Little Yue, do you recognize that young lady from earlier? Xiao Qingyu lowered her head. Remaining silent, Lin Wanwan then affectionately ruffled her little head, saying, It's all right. If you do not wish to speak, we shall not discuss it. Whenever you feel ready to share, you may tell mother. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qingyu lifted her head and spoke uneasily. All right, I think I've seen her before. She lives in front of Annie S. house. They all call me Stinky Girl, but I'm not stinky. I'm not a stinky girl. I am Little Yue. Lin Wanwan reassured her. Of course, you are not a stinky girl. You are Mother S. Little Yue. What a remarkable coincidence it was that the child she found in the Tang Dynasty turned out to be from the Lin family as well. Such a serendipitous connection is truly extraordinary. In the days that followed, Lin Wanwan frequently took Qingyu to the market, observing the myriad of life in the small town of the Tang Dynasty. Soon, the townsfolk became aware of a reclusive guest from the mountains who had descended into the world, exuding an air of grandeur, likely possessing immense wealth. Lin Wanwan even hired a carriage for a visit to the county seat in Xiaoxi town, seeking to broaden her historical knowledge. At a livestock market in Xiaoxi town, she selected 2 horses and personally designed a custom improved carriage, along with a palanquin. She was quite taken aback to discover that the local men did not wear undergarments, bathing in the river clad only in a loincloth. That evening, while dining at an inn, she inadvertently caught sight of this, which startled her greatly. Her little Qingyu must not be without undergarments. It was essential to procure a full cotton version for children. Every day, adorning herself and nurturing the small green jade became an indispensable part of Lin Wanwan's life in the Tang Dynasty. Beyond clothing and sustenance, she procured numerous exceptional seeds from the modern world. The common folk of the Tang were truly suffering. Despite it being the prosperous Jingguan era, with grain prices remaining low, famine still lurked in the shadows. Take, for instance, the townsfolk who could only afford 2 meals a day. Were they not hungry? Certainly not. It was merely a consequence of insufficient food supplies. It is no wonder that in the Tang Dynasty, being plump was considered beautiful, as it indirectly attested to one's affluence. Who does not covet wealth and comfort? This has always been the case. During her time in the modern world, Lin Wanwan had diligently researched the events of the 3rd year of the Jingguan era at the city library, uncovering not only droughts and the accompanying locust plagues, but also floods that arrived in autumn, revealing a landscape rife with calamity. Li Shimon's ability to vanquish the Turks and establish a golden age amidst such adversity speaks to his unparalleled prowess. Lin Wanwan felt quite content to be a subject under his reign. Had her time-traveling jade bracelet transported her to the tumultuous era of the Qing dynasty, she would undoubtedly have been engulfed in despair, since fate had granted her the opportunity to traverse time and space to the heart of the universe, the Tang Dynasty. She was determined to contribute something meaningful so as not to squander this extraordinary journey. In addition to her extensive purchases, the transfer of ownership for her small villa had been completed. The villa now wholly belonged to Lin Wanwan, with her name alone inscribed on the title deed, ensuring that no one could ever claim it from her again. Lin Zhantian and Xie Yuanying were perpetually curious about Lin Wanwan's decision to pay off the house and tax in one lump sum. They subtly inquired several times, even restoring previously blocked phone numbers, and surprisingly wished to engage in a charade of familial affection with Lin Wanwan. However, Lin Wanwan, now accompanied by the soft and tender Xiao Qingyu, was entirely indifferent to their insincere overtures. The renowned author Fyodor Dostoevsky once stated, "Being with children can redeem your soul." This sentiment resonated deeply with Lin Wanwan. Indeed, her time with Xiao Qingyu had brought her a profound sense of spiritual salvation. At times, she felt it was not Xiao Qingyu who was dependent on her, but rather she who could not bear to be apart from Xiao Qingyu. Despite having lived together for merely over half a month, Xiao Qingyu had already become an indispensable part of her life. Chapter 12. The family of 1,000 years ago. Early in the morning, Lin Wanwan and Xiao Qingyu donned matching traditional costumes and adorned themselves with familial headpieces. They summoned 2 sedan chairs, carrying along 2 large trunks, and set off from the town, embarking on the official road to the countryside. Lin Wanwan had taken measures to lighten her sun-kissed skin through milk baths, children's sunscreen, and moisturizing lotion, rendering her complexion significantly fairer. It could be said that even Xiao Qingyu's biological mother might not recognize her now. As for the uncle, aunt, and grandmother who had once treated her harshly, they would be utterly unaware of her presence. After approximately half an hour's journey, the sedan chairs could no longer proceed, as the path narrowed into a small trail. Lin Wanwan and her companions disembarked from the sedan chairs, each shouldering a trunk, fortunate that the village was not far off. As they strolled along the path to the seaside, the rhythmic sound of the waves gently caressed their ears, effortlessly easing their minds. "Is your village by the sea?" Lin Wanwan remarked casually, her childhood memories flickering to life as she recalled her past visit. Indeed, the ancestral home of the Ho Tao Lin family is located in this vicinity. As a member of the Lin clan, it is only natural for you to have been here for ancestral worship. It is perfectly normal to have some recollection, Lin Mingli explained, guiding her further. Just a little further ahead lies our Lin family village, an entire community composed solely of our family, with no outsiders. Lin Wanwan nodded softly, choosing to remain silent to avoid revealing too much. As they gazed ahead, the village nestled against the mountains gradually came into view. Xiao Qingyu grew increasingly fearful, suddenly halting in her tracks, motionless. At her age, it was indeed quite a distance for a child to traverse. In modern times, children of her age often ventured out with small carts, taking breaks when weary. However, Lin Wanwan had misjudged the situation. Xiao Qingyu's pause was not due to fatigue, but rather fear. Noticing the change in her demeanor, Lin Wanwan set down her bag, crouched down, and gently grasped her arms, soothingly asking, "What troubles you? My dear Yuer? Please, tell your mother." Upon hearing Lin Wanwan's tender voice, Xiao Qingyu could no longer contain her emotions and suddenly leapt into her embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Had Lin Wanwan not practiced her stances for several years, she might have been toppled by the force of the little one. "Mother, please don't abandon me. I promise I'll be good." The little one was, in fact, frightened by this very notion. Lin Wanwan hastily embraced the young girl Qingyu, speaking softly. "How could mother ever abandon you, my dear? I will love you forever and will never leave your side." Qingyu lifted her head, tears glistening on her lashes, and looked up at Lin Wanwan, seeking confirmation. "Mother will always love me?" Lin Wanwan affirmed, "Of course. Now tell me, my little one, what are you to mother?" With a tilted head and a quivering voice, Qingyu replied, "The sweetest treasure of my heart." Lin Wanwan smiled, "Indeed, you are mother's precious sweetheart." After comforting the little one, the trio continued their journey deeper into the village. Lin Mingli chuckled, "Wanwan, you certainly dote on the child." Lin Wanwan merely smiled in response. Upon reaching the village entrance, she spotted a modest dock with 2 weathered wooden sailboats moored. At that moment, the individuals aboard were disembarking and, upon seeing Lin Wanwan and Qingyu, they were left speechless. Where did this fairy come from? One of them, Lin Mingjin, a robust man with thick brows and bright eyes, though not particularly tall at about 5'5", exclaimed. He then trailed after Lin Wanwan and the others. "The fairy in splendid attire must be worth more than our annual rations. Could she truly be a member of the Lin family? Is she of a direct lineage?" "Certainly. Yet, what could be the purpose of her visit today?" wondered the 2 young men following Lin Mingjin, whispering among themselves. Hearing their murmurs, Lin Wanwan merely smiled faintly, choosing not to engage. The group soon arrived in the village, where figures of men and women busily moved about in the fields alongside the village path, bustling with vibrant activity. On the ridges and village paths, numerous barefoot children frolic about, exuding boundless vitality. What a vibrant scene of rural life. Even a millennium later, such sights endure. In a moment of reverie, Lin Wanwan felt as if time had traversed once more. The village, being secluded, had seen few outsiders. Thus, the sudden appearance of the striking Lin Wanwan, alongside Lin Qingyu, who clutched her sleeve tightly, astonished all. Who is this young lady? Meng Li, Meng Jin. Who could she be? In the fields, inquiries arose incessantly, and the curious children trailed behind, mimicking the sounds of galloping horses. Having experienced many such scrutinizing gazes as the campus belle, Lin Wanwan felt no discomfort. Rather, the lively rural atmosphere of 1,000 years past captivated her. The descendants of the Ho Tao Lin family had long since migrated. Yet, this coastal pastoral scene appeared so vivid. Lin Mengjin and Lin Mengli strode confidently at the forefront, guiding the way. They soon traversed the village path and turned left into a yard enclosed by a fence. Within the yard, an elderly man rolled up his sleeves and pant legs, drying sea shrimp. Uncle Clan Leader, are you drying shrimp? Have you cooked them already? Lin Mengjin called out. The old man raised his head, his gaze instantly honing in on Lin Wanwan and Lin Qingyu. Who is this? At that moment, Lin Wanwan had removed her veil, gazing intently at the old man. Before me stood a visage, dark and lined with wrinkles, clad in a coarse, earth-toned garment adorned with two patches. The age of the individual was difficult to discern. The face suggested one in their 60s or 70s. Yet it seemed improbable that a destitute fisherman from the Tang Dynasty would reach such an advanced age, for 70 has always been a rarity. Thus, it was more likely that this person was in their 40s or 50s. Chapter 13. Your identity is arranged. The patriarch of the Lin family scrutinized Lin Wanwan for a moment before suddenly becoming animated. You. Is your father named Lin Yusi? Is your mother a daughter of the Shao family from the southern Liang? Lin Mengjin expressed his astonishment. Is she truly a member of the Lin family? Is she the daughter of Uncle Yusi? What could Lin Wanwan say? Naturally, she resorted to weaving a tale of seclusion and forgotten pasts. You mean, you became separated from your family and have since lived in seclusion with your master in the mountains? Which mountain? What is your master's name? The patriarch inquired repeatedly. Lin Wanwan took a step back and replied slowly, I do not know my master's name. He often says that once one becomes a recluse, there is no need to leave a name. As for my parents, I remember little, for I was very young at the time. However, I possess a bracelet inscribed with characters. I wonder if it could be considered a token. With that, she removed a golden bracelet from her right wrist and offered it to the patriarch. Although he was not particularly literate, he recognized his own surname and quickly identified the character Lin, thus confidently declaring, Indeed, this is the Lin character. You are undoubtedly a daughter of the Lin family. Your father must be the brother of Yusi, and your mother, without a doubt, is of the Shao lineage. You are the very spitting image of her. Since you have sought refuge with the clan, it would be prudent for you to settle in the Lin family village for the time being. The words of clan leader Lin resonated deeply with Lin Wanwan, who, having traversed a millennium back in time, felt a sense of belonging within the Lin clan. She promptly expressed her gratitude and consent. The clan leader returned the bracelet to Lin Wanwan, his unwavering conviction stemming from a memory. During the first year of the marriage of the legitimate heir, Lin Yusi, when he brought his bride from the Shao family to pay homage at the ancestral hall, the clan leader and others had been captivated by the Shao matron, who appeared ethereal. Though they had not discerned her features clearly, they were entranced by her graceful demeanor and the resplendent attire that adorned her. Lin Wanwan, adorned similarly, would undoubtedly evoke the same impression. This preconceived notion led the clan leader to firmly believe that Lin Wanwan was indeed their daughter. Furthermore, given the humble and remote nature of their village, it was implausible that a lady of such exquisite elegance would come merely to misidentify her kin. It was evident that she must be a daughter of the Lin family. The legitimate branch had become lost amid the chaos of the previous dynasty's turmoil, their whereabouts now a mystery. Upon encountering the poised Lin Wanwan and her devoted companion, the delicate Qingyu, the clan leader could not help but feel a profound sense of nostalgia. In truth, following the ancestral rites conducted by Lin Yusi, the legitimate and collateral branches of the clan had diverged entirely, each establishing their own leader. The legitimate branch was of noble lineage, while their collateral branch comprised simple farmers and fishermen. Yet, as circumstances shifted, who could have foreseen that the legitimate branch would vanish, while their humble offshoot, enduring the trials of war in their secluded territory, would carry on into the new era? Knowing that Lin Wanwan would arrive at the end of the month, Lin Mingbua and his family brought their 2 children to the patriarch's home to keep her company. One of the children was the young girl whom Lin Wanwan had revived using the Heimlich maneuver. Wan Yang, we don't have much to offer, but here is a bag of jellyfish essence that we dried ourselves. It makes a decent broth and is favored by the nobility outside. Please, do try it. Lin Mingbua said as he hoisted a large bamboo basket filled with the jellyfish essence. Lin Wanwan recognized that the jellyfish essence, also known as jellyfish skin, was quite valuable. In modern times, such a product could fetch up to 2,000 per pound. This basket likely contained 4 to 5 pounds. However, in comparison to another item in the basket, the jellyfish skin was of little significance. These large yellow croakers were caught during our recent fishing trip. I thought you might enjoy a taste, Lin Mingbua remarked. He had sacrificed the month's other catches to acquire this fish. As the family's catch was typically divided based on contribution, Lin Wanwan glanced at the basket filled with large yellow croakers, estimating that it must weigh over 100 pounds. Such wild yellow croakers would undoubtedly be worth over $1 million in modern times. Feeling embarrassed to accept such a generous gift, she replied, I feel quite uncomfortable taking such fine goods. You should sell them and buy something nice for the children instead. Lin Mingbua quickly countered, Wanyang, you saved my Dia's life. If you refuse such a trivial gift, I would be utterly ashamed. Trivial? Lin Wanwan gasped slightly, realizing just how vast the price difference was over a millennium. Indeed, the yellow croaker, even in the Tang Dynasty a millennium ago, held little value. It was not until the modern era of the late 20th century that its worth began to be recognized. The exorbitant price of wild yellow croaker in 2022 can be attributed solely to overfishing, which has rendered it scarce. Truly, rarity begets value. Lin Wanwan, with a smile, arranged the kitchen utensils and meticulously introduced each item, explaining their purpose and usage. There were 4 containers for condiments, brimming with salt, brown sugar, chicken essence, and pepper. Alongside them stood 4 bottles, containing olive oil, fermented black bean sauce, aged vinegar, and cooking wine. Glass, too, was present during the Tang Dynasty, as the techniques for glass making had been acquired from the western regions. Thus, Lin Wanwan felt no trepidation in displaying these items. As for the condiments, their significance was minimal, for they would remain indoors and soon be consumed. Lin Mingbua, Lin Qinsher, and the entire Lin family were taken aback by the items Lin Wanwan presented. Lin Qinsher hastily declined, exclaiming, Oh, Wanmei, we cannot possibly accept such generosity. Please, put it away. The group was astonished by Lin Wanwan's refusal to accept any benefit. Yet they remained reluctant to decline the offerings entirely. Lin Qinsher quickly waved her hands, insisting, No, this is simply unacceptable. You are the savior of our esteemed daughter. I have yet to repay you. How could I accept such precious gifts? After much insistence, the 6 families present each accepted 1 item. Yet the containers of pepper and olive oil, which evidently bore considerable value, were returned to Lin Wanwan. Lin Qinsher marveled. You truly live a life akin to that of celestial beings. What exquisite glass bottles. They resemble gemstones. I have never encountered such beautiful objects in my lifetime. There is still oil and chicken essence, my goodness. I have never heard of such things. How can the salt be so white and fine? And there is even brown sugar and pepper. Such delicacies are reserved for noble families. Chapter 14. A warm dinner was served in the open courtyard of the Patriarch's home, divided into 2 tables for men and women, featuring an abundance of seafood. Enjoyed while feeling the sea breeze. Crabs, shrimp, and mussels were plentiful, a lavish seafood feast that is highly valued in later generations, yet here it was commonplace. The seafood was freshly caught by the clan, while the meat and eggs were contributed by the families present, with the Patriarch's household providing firewood and rice. This warmth, imbued with familial bonds, was just right and not at all off-putting, unlike the modern era where intentions can be laced with ulterior motives. During the meal, the clan leader openly announced his intention to allocate a plot of land for Lin Wanwan to build a house, asserting that since she had returned to the family, she should certainly have her own homestead, to which no one objected. After all, in this remote coastal valley, arable land was scarce, with rocky terrain being the most abundant. Wanyang, eat meat, urged Madame Lin Yo, the clan leader's wife, as she enthusiastically served Lin Wanwan a large piece of fatty meat. Lin Wanwan quickly shielded her bowl, resolutely declaring, "And I do not like fatty meat. Truly, it is not mere politeness. I prefer seafood. It is delicious. Who could possibly dislike fatty meat?" Ha ha ha, how could that be? Laughter erupted among the crowd, and Lin Wanwan joined in with a gentle smile. The clan leader's wife was so kind to Lin Wanwan, undoubtedly due to the kitchen glass jar filled with brown sugar that Lin Wanwan had gifted her. In contemporary times, A mere set of kitchen utensils priced at 129 yuan could be regarded as a family heirloom during the Tang Dynasty. Wan Yang. Tonight you and Xiao Yue shall stay at my home. I have already prepared the bedding and room. Lin Qin spoke. Chen from the Lin Mingjin family chimed in. Indeed. Indeed. In anticipation of your arrival, the Mengbo family has thoroughly cleaned their home, and the bedding has just been aired out. You need not worry. Lin Wanwan expressed her gratitude. Sister-in-law, you are truly thoughtful. Lin Qin hastily replied. Oh, it is nothing. It is our duty. You are a great benefactor to our family. This dinner was the most delightful meal Lin Wanwan had experienced since arriving in the Tang Dynasty, featuring an array of exquisite seafood. In modern times, such a feast would easily cost several thousand yuan. Unlike meat and vegetable dishes, seafood, being of the ocean, possesses a natural brininess, even if one refrains from adding salt. The flavor remains delectable when simply steamed in water. The table was laden with wild seafood from the sea. During this season, modern regulations prohibit fishing, making it impossible to procure such large catches. When the rice, mixed with what appeared to be husks, was served, Lin Wanwan took a bite and nearly choked. It was quite difficult to swallow. She quickly reminded herself that she was in a small fishing village of the Tang Dynasty, where even a bowl of plain rice was a luxury. Nonetheless, this rice, albeit mixed with unknown substances, was regarded as a fine dish worthy of serving guests. It was likely too precious for everyday consumption. However, she worried about the children, having recently adjusted Xiao Qingyu's digestive health with probiotics and millet. She feared this meal might cause issues. She retrieved a small jade-green ceramic bowl from the box and poured hot water onto the stovetop. After adjusting the temperature, she swiftly prepared rice noodles infused with shredded meat and dried vegetables. In truth, given Lin Qingyu's tender age of 4, rice noodles were rather unnecessary. However, Lin Wanwan discovered that the little one had a rather fragile digestive system, often suffering from either constipation or diarrhea. Thus, she procured a considerable amount of modern nutritious rice noodles, neatly stored in a ceramic jar, to ensure little Qingyu's well-being. Upon witnessing Lin Wanwan preparing dinner for Qingyu, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. The two grandchildren of the clan leader were drooling, incessantly inquiring, "Little Yue, what is this? Is it delicious? Does it smell good?" Lin Wanwan had prepared a plethora of ingredients, and as the inquisitive children posed their questions, she had already scooped generous servings into their bowls, saying, "Try it for yourselves. This is the instant rice noodles made by your aunt. Oh dear, how could we waste such a delightful dish on them? Save it for little Yue." Though they spoke these words, the corners of their mouths betrayed their true sentiments. Even the men at the nearby table couldn't help but turn their heads to glance over. Traditionally, these strong laborers consumed the best and most abundant food at home to sustain their strength for the sea. Yet now, it seemed the children were the first to indulge. "Delicious. Mother, this is truly delightful. It has a meaty aroma," exclaimed the children, their eyes gleaming with joy as they eagerly offered their bowls to their parents for a taste. Lin Wanwan observed this scene with a deep sense of nostalgia. Although there was no white rice and the conditions were harsh, the warmth of familial love shone brightly, making it all the more precious. Upon reflecting on this, Lin Wanwan quietly calculated in her heart and remarked, "During my recent visit to the clan, I brought along a whole box of grain seeds, including a hybrid rice variety that yields an astonishing 18 or 19 shur per mu. In the Tang Dynasty, 1 shur equated to 53 kilograms, under optimal conditions. Modern hybrid rice can produce approximately 1,200 kilograms per mu, which translates to about 18 or 19 shur. Clatter. The chopsticks fell to the ground in unison, and all eyes suddenly fixated on her, echoing in disbelief. How much? 18 or 19 shur. Lin Wanwan reaffirmed her statement. Lin Mengbua exclaimed in utter astonishment. How is that even possible? Our rice barely yields over 2 shur per mu, and that is considered exceptional. Lin Wanwan gently elucidated. The reason lies in my master's fondness for rice. He desires to enjoy white rice daily, but is too impatient to toil in the fields. Thus, he pioneered the hybrid rice, which boasts a significantly high yield, ensuring we can enjoy rice at every meal. Although hybrid rice may not match the taste of japonica rice, in these times when merely having enough to eat is a struggle, who can afford to be particular about flavor? Regardless, it is certainly preferable to rice mixed with bran and other undesirable substances. This was precisely why Lin Wanwan opted for hybrid rice seeds. Since she was already here, it was only fitting to secure some benefits for the Lin family from a millennium ago. After all, they were her ancestors. Besides, with her time portal, She could procure seeds from the modern era each year, rendering the need to save seeds entirely unnecessary. The crowd remained silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Utterly skeptical, they mused among themselves, how can this lady, who enjoys a life of comfort alongside the old immortal on the mountain, possibly discern the realities of farming? 18 or 19, sure. Indeed, how could farming be a mere pastime? A venerable elder, who has cultivated the land for a lifetime, can responsibly assert that even in the most favorable years, free from calamities or droughts, the yield of rice would scarcely exceed 2 stones. 18 or 19 stones. Such notions emerge from the lips of a Navi, sheltered maiden, who remains oblivious to the hardships of the world. In Chapter 15, the reluctant barefoot doctor is compelled to step into the limelight. Observing the skeptical expressions of the crowd, faces that seem to imply, your words may hold truth, but I choose to disregard them, Lin Wanwan felt a sense of resignation. Her attire, too extravagant and disconnected from the earth, led others to doubt her understanding of agricultural matters. However, the truth is that Lin Wanwan herself possessed little knowledge of farming. In modern times, her grandparents' home had long been subject to redevelopment, leaving no land to cultivate. They had merely transformed small sections of their villa's front and backyards into tiny gardens for growing a few vegetables. Nonetheless, she had purchased seeds, and the seller had graciously provided planting instructions. Imitating the guidance given, Lin Wanwan believed she could manage. After all, the agricultural practices of the Tang Dynasty farmers were not necessarily superior to her own. They engaged in extensive farming methods, lacking the finesse of meticulous cultivation, resulting in alarmingly low yields. Despite the vast tracts of land allocated to them, they still faced hunger. The seeds she acquired were well packaged, encompassing a variety of flora. From ornamental plants to leafy greens, cucumbers, tomatoes, sweet potatoes, and much more, all rooted in over a millennium of civilization. Surely, they must surpass the capabilities of the Tang farmers. Many of these vegetables had yet to be introduced to the Tang Dynasty. Presently, the primary vegetables cultivated in the Tang Dynasty consist of 5 major categories: sunflower, leek, celery, scallion, and garlic. Varieties such as tomatoes and sweet potatoes, which Lin Wanwan particularly relished, originated from the Americas and would not appear until the late Ming Dynasty, with sweet potatoes famously smuggled into China by Chun Jinlong from Fuzhou. Lin Wanwan offered no further explanations. Once she cultivated these crops and demonstrated the tangible yields to her clansmen, they would naturally rush to exchange seeds and learn the art of planting from her. Many matters are better manifested through action than mere words. Time is an undeniable witness. That night, Lin Wanwan took refuge in the home of Lin Mengbo. With their elders long departed, a room conveniently lay vacant. Grateful for Lin Wanwan's rescue of Dia, the family held deep appreciation for her. As she lay within the walls constructed of oyster shells and large stones, the sound of the distant waves lulled her. Yet sleep eluded her. Nestled beside her, the small Qingyu slept soundly. Turning her head, Lin Wanwan observed the child in the faint glow of a mosquito-repelling candle, and her heart found a measure of tranquility. However, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. She recalled reading in a parenting guide that it was best not to use night lights for children, as it could impede their growth and development. This candle was perhaps a tad too bright. It seemed prudent to procure some incense instead. Perhaps having gazed too long, the little one stirred, her eyelashes fluttering as if she might awaken. Lin Wanwan quickly averted her gaze, not wishing to disturb her. Children, after all, need ample sleep to grow. With the inability to continue watching the child and feeling restless, Lin Wanwan decided to rise, gently pushing open the door and stepping into the yard. Making her way to the bamboo grove in the back, the sea breeze rustled her garments as she walked quietly among the bamboo. Gathering her thoughts under the luminous moonlight reflecting on the distant sea, she contemplated the Lin lineage from the Tang Dynasty. Realizing that all present here were indeed her ancient ancestors, her connection to the Tang Dynasty deepened once more. As soon as she lay down, her arm brushed against the little one's, and she sensed something was amiss. Quickly, she lowered her head, pressing her forehead to his, and indeed, he was burning with fever. There was no thermometer at hand, but judging by her touch, it likely exceeded 39 degrees. How peculiar it was that little Qingyu, at merely 4 years old, had endured abuse from her uncle and aunt, as well as her grandparents, without falling ill. She had survived on grass and seafood shells, drank untreated water, and neglected hygiene without suffering any ailments. Yet now, After finally having her digestive health nurtured with rice porridge and millet every day, a proper shelter, a comfortable bed, and the love of Lin Wanwan, she suddenly fell ill. Where could one seek justice for this? At this moment, it was already the latter half of the night. Based on the moon's position outside, Lin Wanwan estimated it to be around 1 or 2 in the morning. In modern times, it was 4 in the afternoon. And although the pharmacy was still open, antipyretics were a highly regulated medication in 2022. Nevertheless, no matter how sensitive the matter, she had to procure some. Lin Wanwan rummaged through her parenting encyclopedia and found the page detailing how to manage a fever in a 4-year-old. It stated that if the child was in good spirits, one should first observe for 3 days, as recurrent fevers typically lasted that long. A lukewarm bath could be given, and a damp, warm cloth could be used to wipe the child's palms, soles, armpits, and neck, areas rich in major blood vessels, to achieve a cooling effect through repeated wiping. If the temperature exceeded 38.5 degrees, it would be necessary to administer antipyretics, usually opting for ibuprofen or acetaminophen, as these 2 ingredients are relatively safe for children. If one's mood is poor and accompanied by excessive drowsiness, it signifies a more serious condition, warranting a visit to the hospital for a thorough examination. After the checkup, Lin Wanwan donned a mask and took her mobile phone and identification card, venturing to the pharmacy outside her residential complex to procure some medication. Although fever-reducing medicine was under regulation, as long as the reason was legitimate and registered under her real name, she could still obtain it from the pharmacy. As for the ear thermometer, that was even simpler to acquire. Having the means was sufficient. The entire process of purchasing these items required little effort, and Lin Wanwan cleverly employed the excuse of needing them as family stock, which raised no suspicions among the pharmacy staff. Besides fever medicine, she also gathered a few other common medications. With a small child at home, it was essential that the medicine cabinet remained well-stocked. The barefoot doctor, Lin Wanwan, was ready for action. At that moment, little Qingyu's face was flushed with fever, her tiny hands restlessly exploring her small pillow, seemingly searching for Lin Wanwan's presence. Softly whimpering with a hint of sorrow, "Don't lose me, don't lose me. I won't lose you, I won't lose you." Lin Wanwan quickly soothed her, gently enveloping the little one's hand in her own. Perhaps sensing her warmth, Qingyu gradually quieted down. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Wanwan hastily retrieved the ear thermometer to check her temperature, which astonishingly registered at 39 degrees. Following this, she administered medicine and prepared lukewarm water to help cool the little one physically. During this time, Qingyu drowsily opened her eyes a few times to glance at Lin Wanwan. But Lin Wanwan sensed that she was likely unaware, still lost in slumber. This thought filled Lin Wanwan with compassion for the little one, who, at such a tender age, for so much. "Rest assured, my dear, I will ensure that you live sweetly and joyfully, as if in a pot of honey." Chapter 16. A sweet burden of faint light began to emerge from the sky outside. Lin Wanwan, exhausted from a night of vigil, fell into slumber as soon as her head touched the pillow. Raising a child is truly a taxing endeavor, particularly when they are unwell. In the fleeting moment before sleep enveloped her, Lin Wanwan mused to herself that this must indeed be the essence of a sweet burden. The following morning, she awoke to the cheerful laughter of children in the courtyard. The little one had also awakened, peacefully resting on a small pillow, wide-eyed and gazing at Lin Wanwan. The child's spirits appeared remarkably high, showing no signs of the fever that had plagued her the previous night. Lin Wanwan reached out to feel the forehead of the little jade, which had returned to a normal temperature. However, having perused parenting literature, she understood that a child who had experienced a high fever would not recover after just 1 day. It was highly likely that the fever would return that night. Nevertheless, witnessing the little jade's cheerful demeanor and general well-being reassured her, indicating that the situation was not severe enough to warrant a hospital visit. She felt unable to transport the little jade through the time portal, and she had little faith in the physicians of the Tang Dynasty. It would be far better to rely on her own reading to tend to the child. Indeed, it seemed prudent to acquire a copy of the Barefoot Doctor's Manual, a quintessential tome for those who traverse time. Lin Wanwan rolled out of bed, swapping her short-sleeved nightgown for a long-sleeved traditional robe. Although it was somewhat warm, she found it bearable. Her constitution was peculiar. She was not particularly sensitive to the cold in winter nor to the heat in summer. The silk RU skirt was also quite refreshing. Fortunately, her journey through time had brought her to the Tang Dynasty, a period known for its liberal fashion. In the imperial court, short-sleeved garments were prevalent, and revealing attire was not uncommon, with many donning sheer fabrics that exposed their shoulders. If one were to find themselves transported to the era of foot binding during the Ming and Qing dynasties, it would truly be a tragic affair, suffocating under the oppressive heat. Today, with her constitution weakened, Xiao Qingyu need not don overly heavy garments. To risk heat stroke would be a grave loss. A short-sleeved blouse paired with a calf-length RU skirt would suffice. Lin Wanwan has observed that in the Tang Dynasty, it was quite common for children of Xiao Qingyu's age to be seen unclothed. No matter how she dresses Xiao Qingyu, it would not be deemed inappropriate. As she cradled Xiao Qingyu and opened the door, Daya was the first to notice the commotion, quickly lifting her head. "Andy, you're awake?" "Last night." After recognizing her lineage, Lin Wanwan discovered that she was indeed the cousin of Lin Minbua, making Daya her niece. In the courtyard, 2 children, one older and one younger, were present. After Daya addressed Lin Wanwan, a boy with bright, curious eyes gazed at her for a moment, appearing somewhat shy and refraining from greeting her. Lin Mingbua and Lin Qinshi have raised a son and a daughter. In addition to the 5-year-old Daya, they have a 7-year-old son named Xiapengxi. Recently, Lin Qinshi had gone to the market to sell fish that Xiapengxi had caught while playing in a stream near the village. The people of the Tang Dynasty had a particular fondness for fish, especially for raw fish dishes, making fish the primary source of income for fishermen. Shrimp, crabs, and shellfish, however, were less favored and not as valuable. Presently, the crab that commands a higher price is the freshwater variety, rather than the saltwater kind. Xiao Qingyu held a glass jar filled with colorful fruit-flavored melt-in-your-mouth candies, her large eyes sparkling as she looked at Daya and Xiapengxi. Lin Wanwan placed her gently on the mat in the main room and said, "Little Ewer, mother will wash up first. You can play with your older brother and sister for a while and share some candies with them, all right? Melt-in-your-mouth candies?" 2 little ones trailed closely behind Lin Wanwan, their eyes gleaming at the sight of the glass jar held by the small Qingyu, seated cross-legged on the mat in Lin Mengbua's living room. She resembled a miniature adult as she commanded, "Your little hands are dirty. You cannot eat the melt-in-your-mouth snacks." Mother said, "Only after washing your hands thoroughly can you eat, lest you fall ill." Upon hearing this, Daya and Xiapengxi hesitated momentarily, yet the allure proved irresistible. They turned and hurried to the courtyard, eagerly scooping water from the tub to wash their hands. After 2 washes, their hands were clean except for the grime lodged beneath their fingernails. Qingyu meticulously counted the melt-in-your-mouth snacks, placing them in the palms of the other 2 little ones. With satisfaction, they popped a pink dragon fruit yogurt snack into their mouths, savoring the sweet and tangy flavor that left them feeling ecstatic, almost faint from delight. In the past, during the new year, they might not even have had the chance to taste a single malt candy, let alone these beautifully presented, fragrant treats. The simplicity of a child's happiness is indeed profound. Lin Wanwan approached the water tub, using a ladle to fetch water for a quick wash. The 2 little ones were filled with curiosity at the sight of the toothpaste and toothbrush that Lin Wanwan produced for her morning routine. Their youthful innocence allowed them to embrace this wonderment without any envy, merely filled with admiration. "Daya, Xiapengxi, where are your parents?" Lin Wanwan inquired while preparing nutritious rice flour for Qingyu's breakfast with hot water from the stove. Xiapengxi, still somewhat shy, followed Lin Wanwan closely but remained silent. Nutritional rice porridge. Lin Wanwan prepared 3 bowls, allowing each of the 3 little ones to enjoy one as they gathered around the dining table. She also fed little Qingyu with the first defense solution she had brought from the modern world, poured into a delicate porcelain bottle. As for the much-needed vitamin C, it was most conveniently sourced from fruits. Swiftly, she washed 2 oranges and a pear, slicing them open and arranging them on a plate, which she then presented to the 3 children. Daya and little Crab looked on enviously at little Qingyu, whispering, "Your mother truly dotes on you. Do you eat such delicious food every day?" Little Qingyu proudly puffed out her small belly, replying, "Indeed, mother loves me the most." Chapter 17. A homestead of one's own. At that moment, Lin Qin arrived in the courtyard, carrying farming tools. Upon seeing Lin Wanwan, who was preparing a portable stove for her breakfast, she exclaimed, "Sister Wan, don't trouble yourself. Let me take over." "Sister, you even brought a portable stove? Such a contraption must have cost quite a sum. I hear that young ladies in the city adore these. They serve as miniature kitchens during spring and autumn outings." Lin Qin curiously circled around the portable stove for a while, remarking, I find this portable stove quite convenient." This stove was purchased by Lin Wanwan at the market in Wahai town. The history of the portable stove is long. As it is referenced in the tale of Sun Bin, it is one of the most practical and easily transportable cooking tools. Of course, The Tang Dynasty's portable stove underwent improvements, making it even more user-friendly. The Most Down-to-Earth Poet, by Zhu, once wrote a poem describing the portable stove. At the bow of the boat, a portable stove is set, cooking rice and red carp. Sated, we rise to dance, washing our hands in the autumn river's water. Lin Wanwan gazed enviously at the portable stove for a moment, realizing that such an item would cost no less than 4 guan. Their family would need to forego food and drink for 6 months to afford it. Lin Wanwan, having put away the stove, then recounted the incident of Xia Qingjiu falling ill the previous night. Upon hearing that Xia Qingjiu had a fever, Lin Wanwan hurriedly fetched an egg, intending to prepare a sweet egg soup for her. However, Lin Wanwan interjected, "Sister-in-law, there's no need to rush. The little one is quite delicate when unwell and does not fancy eggs. I have already prepared some fruit for her. A bit of sweetness will suffice." Lin Wanwan could not help but exclaim, "Oh dear, is there truly a child who won't eat eggs? They sell for but a 1 each. And if it weren't for Lin Wanwan's timely assistance with Dia, I would be reluctant to part with it." Typically, they themselves would refrain from consuming such luxuries, saving them for the market instead. Lin Wanwan had diligently studied how to care for sick children the night before and understood that when a child has a fever, it is best to limit egg consumption due to the high protein and caloric content. Thus, she graciously declined Lin Wanwan's kind offer. Upon noticing the fruits displayed on the dining table, Lin Wanwan immediately acquiesced, saying, "Very well, if she won't eat eggs, I'll go borrow a large rooster from Uncle Zhuzhong for Xiaoyu to hold. It is said to ward off illness." With that, she hurried off, leaving Lin Wanwan to extend her hand in a gesture of exasperation, unable to suppress a wry smile. The notion of holding a chicken to ward off maladies was truly a revelation in the realm of Tang Dynasty medicine. It was no surprise that children were not included in the family register until the age of 7, as they were deemed challenging to rear. With such rudimentary medical practices, how could one expect them to thrive? Human infants are, after all, among the most fragile of creatures in nature, and yet they are raised in such a haphazard manner. Those who do survive are undoubtedly the resilient champions of their kind. Lin Wanwan prepared a breakfast consisting of a somewhat tough crust of scorched rice, accompanied by a soup made from bok choy, which is essentially the modern variety of Chinese cabbage. The scorched rice was not merely the product of boiled white rice. It seemed to contain husks or some other unidentifiable substance, rendering it rather unpalatable. Lin Wanwan took but a single bite before abandoning her portion entirely. During the era of Tang's early Jingguan reign, rice prices were artificially suppressed by the government. However, the scarcity of supply and the impoverished state of the populace remained an undeniable reality, with provisions primarily allocated to urban residents. Lin Wanwan discerned her cousin's aristocratic demeanor. Although she claimed to lead a reclusive life under the tutelage of a wise elder, in truth, she was living a life of luxury akin to that of immortals. Just look at her attire, adorned with fine silks and satins, and it is likely she dined on exquisite delicacies, far beyond the reach of ordinary folk. It seems she shall not linger long in the impoverished confines of Lin family village. The clan patriarch mentioned allocating land for her residence, but that endeavor may prove futile. "Ah, Wanmei, is that a fragrant pear?" she inquired. "Shall the children eat it raw, or would you prefer I cook it first?" As Lin Wanwan savored her scorched rice, her gaze fell upon the dish of fruit, finally noticing the fragrant pears. In the Tang Dynasty, fragrant pears were typically enjoyed cooked. Those who dared to consume them raw would likely be met with scornful remarks from the nobility, branding them as rustic peasants. Cooked, Lin Wanwan expressed mild surprise, as it was her first encounter with such a notion, yet she maintained a composed demeanor, replying with a smile, "Raw consumption is perfectly acceptable. My master delights in biting into fragrant pears, so I have grown accustomed to it." "Oh, I see," Lin Wanwan nodded, though she still found the practice somewhat peculiar. Choosing not to elaborate further, they hailed from a fishing family, after all, and such culinary considerations were beyond their usual concerns. Since the old sage relishes in raw fragrant pears, she decided against cooking. Chopping firewood from the mountains was quite exhausting, so she resolved to conserve it. After a simple breakfast, Lin Wanwan carried a bamboo basket filled with a few pears, retracing her steps to the home of the clan leader, where she stood at the entrance and called out, "Uncle Clan Leader, are you busy?" Though the Lin family primarily made their living from fishing, paying sea rents and taxes to the court, they also cultivated a patch of land on the hillside to grow rice and vegetables for their own consumption. However, the soil was rather barren, yielding modest harvests. Lin Wanwan remarked, "It's wonderful. I feel a sense of belonging to my family." The clan leader chuckled in response. Indeed. One must always seek their roots. You've come early today regarding the land for your dwelling. Haven to you? Lin Wanwan nodded. Nothing escapes your notice, uncle. The clan leader, donning wooden clogs, replied cheerfully, let us go. I'll take you to see it right away. There happens to be a vacant piece of rocky land east of Mengbo's house that is of little use. You can build your home right beside theirs. So you have someone to look after you. Lin Wanwan had no objections and left the fragrant pears, along with the bamboo basket, as a token of her appreciation. What are you doing? Such a fine gift. Keep it for yourself. No, Uncle Clan Leader, I am delighted to give it to you. After visiting her designated plot of land with the clan leader, Lin Wanwan pondered for a moment before broaching the subject of Xiao Qingyu. The clan leader was taken aback. What did you say? Xiao Yuer is not your biological child. You found her? You claim she is from our Lin family? The clan leader Lin sighed and remarked. No wonder I find Xiao Wei somewhat familiar. She must be from the Guofu family. A fortnight ago, Guofu's daughter-in-law came to town for supplies and mentioned taking her child to see a spectacle, only to lose the child in the process. Chapter 18. Adopting Xiao Qingyu. The clan leader lamented. This child has endured much suffering. At the tender age of 2, her father perished while fishing, bitten by a shark, and her mother followed suit in despair. Alas, she now survives on the meager scraps provided by her grandparents and uncles. However, it was evident that her relatives did not treat her well. When Lin Wanwan first encountered her, the child was stark naked. Draped only in a rag that was too filthy to behold, her frame emaciated to the point of resembling mere skin over bones. The flesh she now possesses is a result of her nourishment over the past fortnight. Though Di Ya and Xiao Pengxia were also thin, they at least maintained cleanliness. In stark contrast, Xiao Qingyu was dirty from head to toe, reminiscent of the destitute children depicted in the television shows of later generations. In truth, had it not been for the clan leader's decree against the selling of children within Lin's village, she would have long been sold by her uncles. Regrettably, she ultimately could not escape the fate of being abandoned by her aunt. The clan leader knew all too well that this child had indeed been discarded. Following this incident, he punished Guofu's youngest son by making him kneel in the ancestral hall for an entire night and warned them that should it be discovered in the future that a child had been sold into an unsavory situation, they would be expelled from the clan. Guofu's daughter-in-law, Lin's son, fervently swore that she would never sell her child, invoking curses upon herself if she did. Now, it is indeed a twist of fate that the child was found and adopted by Lin Wanwan, a member of their own clan. It appears that this child belongs to Lin's village. No matter where she is cast aside, she cannot be lost to them. Lin Wanwan looked towards the clan leader and asked, Uncle, may I keep her? The clan leader, upon hearing Lin Wanwan's words, hesitated and replied, 1. Having a child may affect you. After all, you are not so young anymore. His sentence remained unfinished, yet Lin Wanwan swiftly grasped the implication. At the age of 22, in the Tang Dynasty, she should have already been married and bearing children. Without dwelling too long on the thought, Lin Wanwan fabricated a tale. My master once arranged a marriage for me, but due to the chaos of war, my fiancé perished in battle. I have resolved never to marry again. I initially intended to become a nun, but now that I have found my clan, I wish to remain here forever. The Tang Dynasty was a place where concubinage was accepted. She had never contemplated marriage and motherhood in this life. In fact, as of 2022, she identified as a staunch anti-marriage advocate. The clan leader, taken aback by her declaration, was silent for a considerable time. The Tang Dynasty was far from the later Ming and Qing eras. During the early years of the Jingguan reign, the population crisis was dire. Following the turmoil of the previous dynasty, the population had plummeted from over 10 million households to fewer than 3 million. Naturally, not all of these losses were due to warfare. Many had fled to the mountains to live as hermits, while others had sought refuge in places like Turkestan, remaining unregistered. In the third year of Jingguan, Emperor Taizong issued an edict. Anyone who had a male child since the beginning of the year would be rewarded with a stone of millet. The matter of remaining a widow was not one easily entertained. Officials would urge one to remarry, as it impacted their political achievements. However, given that Lin Wanwan was a newcomer, having descended from the mountains as a recluse, the clan leader felt reluctant to press the issue further. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. If that is the case, then it is no problem. Come, allow me to guide you to the home of Guofu, where we shall convey our intentions. If you are willing to nurture this child, they would be more than delighted. Please, esteemed chief, grant me a moment to fetch the little one, so we may traverse the path ahead. Indeed, Lin Wanwan accompanied the chief to the residence of Lin Guofu. located deep within the village near the foothills. Upon expressing her purpose, the family immediately consented to the adoption. The child, not yet 7 years old, had not even been inscribed in the family lineage, making the transition remarkably simple. As Lin Wanwan surveyed the environment of the Lin Guofu household, she noted the dilapidated seaweed and stone structures, with the courtyard marred by numerous depressions. Several young girls peered from behind the door, observing Lin Wanwan and the little jade she cradled. A cursory glance revealed that the 3 girls were utterly unclothed, the eldest appearing to be nearly 10 years of age. In contrast, 2 boys squatting in the yard were engaged in play with dirt, dressed in well-kept garments devoid of any patches. Lin Wanwan furrowed her brow. This family evidently favored sons over daughters, explaining the maltreatment endured by the little jade, reduced to mere skin and bones. From her sleeve, she produced a small gold ingot and addressed the clan chief. "Esteemed chief, I kindly request your assistance in organizing a clan feast, marking the formal adoption of the little jade into my family. The remaining funds from the banquet shall be given to Uncle Guofu as compensation for the years of care provided to the little jade." In these times, selling a young girl to such establishments would yield merely 3 or 4 cash, and if employed as a maid, at most 1 or 2. However, the small gold ingot Lin Wanwan presented could be exchanged for 6 cash. Upon hearing her proposal, the eyes of the Lin Guofu family gleamed with excitement. The young daughter-in-law Lin's son, who discarded the small jade, could not help but laugh, liberally dispensing sweet words as if they cost nothing. "Oh, little jade must have a connection with you, Wanyang. Having wandered off, she has come to you instead. Look at this celestial life now, wearing silk skirts and dining on white rice. In the future, little jade shall be a blessing incarnate. Truly, it is like a little mouse falling into a rice jar, engulfed in boundless happiness." "Silence. You lost your child, and yet you speak as if you have merit?" Lin clan leader admonished sternly, harboring deep dissatisfaction with Lin's Sunday. However, their clan was impoverished, and they had not celebrated a marriage in 3 consecutive years, a source of shame and self-reproach for him as the leader. Naturally, he could not force anyone to dismiss their wife, so he bore it in silence. Furiously, the clan leader declared, "Little jade is inherently the responsibility of your family. Why should there be any maintenance fees? It is you who should be providing for us. Our clan survives through fishing, the sea is perilous, and every family has its share of misfortune. Who does not struggle to provide for their wives and children? Even if all were to perish, the clan would take care of them. It is a disgrace that your family has broken the rules, yet they have not been expelled from the clan. That is already a mercy." Lin Wanwan pondered and realized the truth in his words. Why should she be compelled to pay them? Her indignation swelled. She was determined to contribute to the clan. This was something the clan leader could not obstruct. Once prosperous, one must think of the family. This is a tradition passed down through generations, and one must not forget their roots. The fate of the family and the individual is intertwined. They rise and fall together. Chapter 19. I will establish a clan school. The Lin Guofu family felt as though a duck they had nearly grasped had suddenly taken flight, leaving their hearts as troubled as if they had been fried in oil. Lin Guofu's elderly wife even threw a fit, exclaiming, "Oh, dear patriarch, why have we not raised her? Ever since my second son was tragically taken by a shark, this little girl has been nurtured by me through thick and thin. She was barely the size of a chopstick back then. If I hadn't cared for her, would she have grown up on her own? Oh, dear patriarch, you have wronged us gravely. Just look at the girls in our household. Who among them has proper clothing? My eldest granddaughter is already 10 years old, and we are so impoverished that she cannot even step outside without proper attire. Yet, my youngest daughter-in-law dares to take this little girl to town for leisure." Upon hearing her grandmother's shrill voice, Xiao Qingyu clutched Lin Wanwan's neck tightly, burying her face into the crook of it, finding solace in her only refuge. Lin Wanwan felt a bittersweet pang in her heart at Xiao Qingyu's reliance, gently nudging Lin the Patriarch. Lin the Patriarch, his face a stormy shade of blue, glared at Lin Guofu and sternly interrupted, "Are you implying that my words are erroneous? Do you defy my authority?" Startled, Lin Guofu felt a shiver run through him. He quickly grasped his wife, bowing and nodding fervently, I wouldn't dare. Whatever the elder brother says is law. Please, enough of this, my dear wife." Lin the Patriarch turned to Lin Wanwan, stating, "Adopting a girl is a trivial matter, not deserving of a grand clan feast. However, once you build your house, you must host a beam-raising ceremony, and the 2 events can be combined." Lin Wanwan smiled and replied, "Very well, I shall heed the Patriarch's counsel." At this, Xiao Qingyu revealed a charming smile, her tiny white teeth sparkling and delightful dimples playing upon her cheeks. At this moment, within the confines of Lin Guofu's home, the three girls who were stealthily peering from behind the door let out a collective sigh only after the figures they had been watching vanished from sight. The eldest among them, affectionately dubbed Big Girl, gazed enviously and spoke, "Stinky girl. No, it's little Yuer. Did you see that? Her new mother is as beautiful as a fairy, adorning her like a little sprite. Goodness, she is wearing such a splendid silk dress. It must be so smooth and comfortable. Indeed, indeed. Moreover, her mother speaks so gently, and she even brought out a piece of gold so resplendent," another chimed in. "Little Yuer is truly fortunate. I wish I could have a lovely mother to adopt me." The three of them were clad in the most ordinary hemp garments, unable to afford anything finer. In their household, only Big Girl possessed a summer outfit, which the trio took turns wearing, only donning it when they ventured outside. The two boys at home were cherished, whereas the three girls were deemed worthless burdens. They often fantasized about being abandoned, only to be discovered by a wealthy family. With little Qingyu as a tether, it was certain that she would spend a considerable amount of time in the Grand Tang Dynasty. Although she could easily count her riches with the help of peppercorns, lacking sufficient means for self-preservation would render her wealth a harbinger of doom. How could she ensure her safety? Aligning herself with a family was certainly one option, yet it was far from sufficient. Currently, Lin Wanwan had become quite transparent regarding her finances. During her time in town, after relocating from an inn to her rented courtyard, she had already encountered two would-be thieves attempting to scale the wall under the cover of darkness. Fortunately, Lin Wanwan had been prepared with a stun baton, incapacitating the intruders and discarding them onto the street, having done so on 2 separate occasions. The townsfolk, upon witnessing the formidable presence of this adept woman from the mountains, swiftly comprehended her prowess as a skilled heroine of the martial world, which quelled the avarice of some. Realizing the necessity for long-term planning, Lin Wanwan resolved to establish a clan school. It takes 10 years to grow trees, but 100 years to cultivate people. The foundation must begin with the young. She determined to nurture all the children of her clan, molding them into her own students and establishing her authority. Without delay, she arranged for the children of Xiao Qingyu and Lin Minbo to play together, donning her veil once again to seek out the clan leader, Lin. At this time, the Lin clan leader's household was preparing for a midday rest. It is customary for the people of the Tang Dynasty not to partake in lunch during this sweltering summer noon. Instead, they prefer to sleep, as tranquility brings natural coolness, and minimizing exertion staves off hunger. Upon Lin Wanwan's entrance, the clan leader's daughter-in-law, Lin Qianshi, hurriedly awakened her father-in-law and cheerfully tidied the seating area, inviting Lin Wanwan to take her place. That afternoon, they had all enjoyed the large pears Lin Wanwan had delivered earlier, each pear divided into 8 slices, boiled in water, and savored along with the sweet pear broth, a delightful treat. Furthermore, Lin Qianshi had heard of Lin Wanwan's acquisition of a gold ingot and her intention to host a clan feast, recognizing her as a veritable deity of wealth, deserving of reverence. Lin Wanwan candidly broached the topic of establishing the clan school to the clan leader, who nearly leaped 3 feet in excitement, eagerly guiding her to his modest study. Education is of paramount importance. You can read? You are willing to teach the children of our clan to read at no charge? Lin Wanwan nodded, reciting effortlessly. The journey is long and arduous. I shall seek knowledge both above and below. The clan leader, Lin, was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "Oh my, how wonderful! Indeed, you are a disciple of the old sage. Surely you possess the ability to read and write." Lin Wanwan was taken aback by the clan leader's fervent reaction, her mouth agape, uncertain of how to respond. Knowledge is, without a doubt, an invaluable treasure for the people of the Tang Dynasty. In Chapter 20, Special Circumstances for Special Arrangements, Lin Wanwan expressed her gratitude for the diligence she had shown in her youth, having enrolled in a free calligraphy class during her school days. Although her brushwork was not exceptional, it was sufficient to be legible, and she had learned a considerable amount of traditional characters through practice. Even without formal education, she found no difficulty in reading classical texts. Thus, she felt more than capable of teaching the children in this secluded coastal village. Without hesitation, Lin Wanwan suggested, "Let the clan school be established right next to my home. Once the foundation is laid, I will have my own house constructed alongside it. As my gift to the clan leader waved his hand in protest, saying, "That cannot be. It cannot all fall upon you. Your willingness to teach the village children to read, without expecting any payment, is already a great kindness. We still have some public funds from the fish catch in the first half of the year that have yet to be distributed. Lin Wanwan smiled and replied, Uncle Clan Leader, please allow me to contribute wholeheartedly. Do not contest me on this matter. Educating the children is of utmost importance, and I find joy in contributing to it. Oh, and by the way, I will accept all children, regardless of gender, who wish to attend school. Additionally, I will provide them with lunch. The clan leader stuttered in disbelief, but, the girls will eventually marry. Are you really going to teach them as well? And provide meals? Lin Wanwan remarked, my master left me a considerable sum of wealth. After all, one cannot take material possessions with them upon death. Investing in the children of our clan is indeed worthwhile. When my master took me in and educated me, he never discriminated against me for being a girl, and naturally, I treat both boys and girls equally. Furthermore, regardless of gender, they are all the future of the Lin family. The clan leader, with a sigh, stood and then squatted down again, finally stating, you are absolutely correct. Boys and girls are the same. They are all our children. For families without sons, educating daughters can lead to the possibility of marrying a suitable son-in-law. Once this matter was mentioned, the clan leader found himself unable to nap after lunch. Once Lin Wanwan had departed, he promptly instructed his eldest son, Lin Mingwen, to notify several clan elders and peers from the clan to discuss the establishment of a clan school. This single conversation dispelled any thoughts the clan leader had of persuading Lin Wanwan to remarry in the future. If she wished to remain a widow, so be it. As the head of the household overseeing 3 villages and 103 families, the clan leader bore the responsibility of matchmaking for widows and widowers. However, these obligations paled in comparison to the advantages that Lin Wanwan's establishment within the clan would bring. His foremost duty was to lead the Lin family towards prosperity. Regarding Lin Wanwan's household registration, the clan leader resolved to personally handle the matter, ensuring that she would be retained within the lineage. In the Tang Dynasty, population statistics were conducted annually after the autumn harvest, which facilitated household registrations. Lin Wanwan, having no parents, no young children, and no direct siblings, led the clan leader to decide that she would be registered as a female head of household. Yet, this matter could not be delayed. He intended to request special arrangements from Elder He, for the sooner the household registration was completed, the sooner he could find peace of mind. With the clan leader present, the Lin family will forever safeguard Lin Wanwan, as long as she wholeheartedly teaches the children of the clan. Upon seeing Xiao Qingyu preparing to depart, Daya and Xiao Pongging felt an immense reluctance. Not only did Xiao Qingyu possess delightful treats to share with them, but she also brought along enchanting wooden toys, purchased by Lin Wanwan from the modern world, with which they could play together. In the brief span of half a day, the 3 little ones had already formed an inseparable bond. However, compared to Daya and Xiao Pongging, Lin Wanwan was the most significant to Xiao Qingyu. When her mother announced her intention to leave, she promptly decided to follow without hesitation. The thought of being abandoned here filled her with dread, for she believed it would lead her to tears. Upon hearing the news, the 3 little ones rejoiced, their spirits lifted, no longer shedding tears over the impending brief separation. Lin Mingbua emerged with a cart, loading a large yellow fish and one of Lin Wanwan's trunks onto it, preparing to take them to the nearby Lu family village to borrow an ox cart from clan leader Lu. Lu family village was not far from Lin family village. Akin to Lin family village, it was modest in size, comprising merely around 40 households. On average, each household, spanning from the elderly to the young, contained about 11 or 12 members, scattered throughout the surrounding hills. The entire Lu family village boasted fewer than 500 permanent residents, a number far surpassed by the community where Lin Wanwan resided in modern times. Her contemporary neighborhood featured both villa and high-rise districts, totaling 780 households. In the Tang Dynasty, a village typically consisted of 4 households as neighbors, 5 neighbors forming a protection unit, and 100 households comprising a li, with 1 appointed leader overseeing each li, while 5 lis constituted a township, overseen by an elder. Given that Lu family village had fewer than 40 households, with each family having fewer than 6 males, it was understandable that no village leader was appointed. In matters great and small, governance fell to the esteemed patriarch of the Lu clan, or, alternatively, to the concurrently serving village head, Lin. Lin village, alongside the preceding Lu village and the even earlier mixed settlement of Dafeng village, comprised a total of 103 households, collectively referred to as a li, under the stewardship of the village head, Lin, the patriarch of Lu village. Though disabled from the leg due to his past as a veteran, shared a strong camaraderie with Lin, having been comrades in arms. In this locale, the Lu clan primarily consisted of farmers, enjoying relative prosperity, followed by the Lin clan, who, despite their livelihood as fishermen, remained united under a common ancestry, ensuring none among them faced starvation. In stark contrast, the situation in the mixed community of Dafeng village was considerably dire. As they made their way to Lu village, Lin Mengbua and Lin Mengli engaged in a lively exchange, relaying information to Lin Wanwan. Soon, the trio arrived at the residence of the Lu patriarch. Lin Wanwan paid the fare, hiring their ox-drawn cart to journey to the town. Upon their return to the courtyard they rented in town, Lin Wanwan bid farewell to Lin Mengli. The young child, however, did not sleep deeply and awoke in less than half an hour. Observing that dawn was still early, Lin Wanwan decided to take her out to procure bricks and craftsmen for their future home. Although the clan head had suggested that the men of the clan could undertake the construction, Lin Wanwan deemed it prudent to engage a professional to oversee the work. After all, Yong City was notorious for its annual typhoons, particularly as they resided by the sea. While the mountains might shield them from a significant portion of the winds, the risks remained. She was determined that their home would be built sturdily, allowing her peace of mind. Chapter 21. Visiting the dental office. Having resided in Wanhai town for over half a month, Lin Wanwan had become quite familiar with the surrounding environment. She first rented a sedan share from a nearby alley, located 500 meters away, and then proceeded directly to the dental office. This establishment had been recommended to her by Lin Mengli, and they had collaborated on several occasions regarding rental matters. Xiao Qingyu was delighted to accompany Lin Wanwan on her excursions, showing no signs of the feverish state she had experienced the night before. Typically, when children suffer from common ailments, their spirits remain relatively intact. A lack of vitality often indicates a more serious condition. Upon seeing Lin Wanwan arrive with a child, the proprietor of the dental office promptly instructed a maid to take the child to the backyard to play, while he welcomed Lin Wanwan into the VIP lounge. Over the past month, Lin Wanwan had attended to their business numerous times. The proprietor regarded her as a valuable client, recognizing that she had yet to purchase a servant, and families of her standing would certainly require assistance. Indeed, there was new business at hand. In Xiaoxi City, the trend for Kunlun slaves and Silla maidens had surged, both of which were exceedingly sought-after commodities, particularly popular in Chang'an. The three main luxuries among the nobility were Kunlun slaves, Silla maidens, and the exquisite Pusa man. The proprietor believed that someone like Lin Wanwan, a recluse noble emerging from the mountains, was deserving of such indulgences. After presenting her with a cup of milk, Mr. Wang, with a beaming expression, inquired, "Madam Lin, have you come to purchase a servant? I have a channel to procure well-trained Silla maidens. Would you be interested?" "No. I have other matters to discuss with you. We can discuss the maidservant later." Lin Wanwan indeed wished to acquire one. Given that the little one is merely 4 years old, an age where he cannot be separated from an adult's sight, it is impractical for Lin Wanwan to take him everywhere, as it would not only hinder her affairs, but also tire the child. Thus, she decided to hire someone to care for him. However, the selection of this individual must be done with great care. While it is challenging to find a good modern nanny, it is not difficult to procure a maid from ancient times. One merely needs to consult a brokerage. In addition to the nanny for little Qingyu, Lin Wanwan required a maid to accompany her when she went out, as per the customs of the Tang Dynasty, where noble women were not to venture out alone. Lin Wanwan intended to adhere to these traditions. Nonetheless, these matters could wait. The priority was to finalize the construction of a residence. It was not merely a matter of hiring a maid. One must wonder what business Lin Yangzi has that requires the services of this old man. Just give your orders, and I shall see to it. Manager Wang lowered his stance, for this lady before him was known for her generosity. A patron who offers compensation is indeed a treasure. Who wouldn't appreciate that? Lin Wanwan stated plainly, "I wish to build a villa by the seaside. Could you recommend some skilled masons?" Manager Wang replied with a smile, "That is a simple task. We have several capable craftsmen on hand. Among them, Wang Duliang is particularly talented. He designed and oversaw the construction of the newly built temple at Hodao Mountain. The architectural techniques of the Tang Dynasty were quite advanced, with dedicated designers available to provide services for house designs, collectively referred to as Duliang." Lin Wanwan nodded slightly. So it seems this Wang Duliang is quite a figure. When might we be able to invite him for a face-to-face discussion?" The shopkeeper Wang remarked. Wang Du does not usually reside in Wanhai town, but rather in Shaoxi town. If you are anxious, Madam Lin, I shall send someone to invite him tomorrow. Lin Wanwan replied, I appreciate your kindness. After taking a sip of the milk beverage, she found its flavor rather pleasant. While she could not savor the tea brewed in the Tang Dynasty, other dairy drinks and fermented milk were quite enjoyable. Having hosted Lin Wanwan several times, the shopkeeper Wang was well aware of her aversion to brewed tea and had since replaced it with beverages favored by children. After a couple of sips, Lin Wanwan curiously inquired, what did you mean by the new Scylla maid? Regarding maidservants, Lin Wanwan had not delved into the research, but vaguely recalled that historically, it was said that the people of Chang'an favored keeping Kunlun slaves. Kunlun slaves, in fact, referred to black slaves. Thus, what exactly was a new Scylla maid? Scylla, the modern-day Korea, perhaps? Was a new Scylla maid merely a slave from Korea? The notion of employing one's own kin as servants made Lin Wanwan feel somewhat uncomfortable. However, if they were from a foreign land, she would bear no such qualms. In the early Tang Dynasty, the Korean peninsula was divided into 3 kingdoms, Silla, Goguryeo, and Beach. Due to the population scarcity in the early Tang, there was a considerable exchange of people between Tang and Silla. Some Silla individuals, displaced by warfare, found their way to Tang lands, ultimately becoming servants. The shopkeeper Wang explained with a smile. Currently, the 3 most sought-after treasures in Chang'an are Kunlun slaves, new Silla maids, and Bodhisattva barbarians. Kunlun slaves are unattractive yet strong and simple-minded. New Silla maids are gentle, obedient, and industrious, while Bodhisattva barbarians are strikingly beautiful, skilled in song and dance. Holding the highest status and commanding the greatest price among the 3, Lin Wanwan commented, in simple terms, both the Kunlun servant and the Silla maid serve their masters, while the Bodhisattva man is merely a companion of beauty, a status that, no matter how elevated, remains hollow. Very well. Do keep an eye on the Kunlun servant and the Silla maid for me. Manager Wang gently clapped his hands, and a young servant entered, carrying a stack of drawing paper, which he placed on the table in front of Lin Wanwan for her selection. Lin Wanwan examined the portraits one by one. Truth be told, these images bore little resemblance to reality and were hardly worth viewing. Relying on her instinct, she selected 3 and inquired, can this Kunlun servant drive a carriage? Manager Wang glanced at them and smiled, offering, Miss Lin truly possesses an eye for talent. This Kunlun servant is the tallest among them and is indeed skilled at driving a carriage, having received proper training. He is worth 10 strings of cash. The 2 Silla maids are the most gentle and diligent of the group, each valued at 8 strings. Lin Wanwan smiled lightly. I suspect that no matter whom I choose, you would say the same. Manager Wang protested, and then proceeded to draft the contract and accept the deposit. Once everything was settled, a maid brought Xiao Qingyu from the backyard. The little one had crumbs of pastry at the corners of her mouth, with one hand clutching a half-eaten peach crisp. Have you washed your hands? Xiao Qingyu nodded eagerly. I washed them clean before eating. As night fell, Xiao Qingyu indeed developed a fever again. Lin Wanwan retrieved a thermometer from a locked chest and measured her temperature, 38.3 degrees, which did not yet warrant medication. She tore off a fever-reducing patch and affixed it to the little one's forehead. The child, seemingly uncomfortable, persistently attempted to remove it. Lin Wanwan held the child's hand, preventing any movement. After a while, the little one became accustomed to it and resumed sleeping. Lin Wanwan glanced at the time. It was 8 in the evening in the Tang Dynasty, which meant it was 6 in the morning in the modern world. The early morning is the most opportune time for undertaking tasks. Chapter 22. Handling seafood. Lin Wanwan opened the time portal and transported the large yellow croaker and jellyfish to the modern era. At that moment, her WeChat chimed, and upon checking, she found a message from Lu Shoyue inquiring whether she had acquired any treasures recently. She pondered the fact that someone who was both a wealthy heir and a scholar likely had extensive connections. Thus, she snapped a photo of the large yellow croaker and sent it to him, asking, does a wild yellow croaker gifted by someone else count as a treasure? I'm unsure how to handle it. Do you have any channels, Professor Lu? The next moment, Lu Shoyue's call came through, and Lin Wanwan answered, Hello, Professor Lu. His cheerful voice resonated. Hello, Miss Lin. However, could we refrain from being so formal? May I call you Wanwan? Lin Wanwan smiled, of course. Now, let us get down to business, Professor Lu. Do you have any channels for selling large yellow croakers? She had almost forgotten about this matter, fortunately refraining from posting it on her social media. Her decision to contact Lu Shoyue stemmed from the good impression he made initially. He resembled a scholar rather than a mere businessman. Although one should not judge by appearances, it is undeniable that attractive individuals often evoke positive sentiments, granting them a certain inherent advantage. Certainly, I shall entrust this matter to Teacher Lu. Rest assured that the items are genuine. Where are you currently located? I will bring them to you. After receiving an address from Lu Shouyue, Lin Wanwan promptly opened her phone to book a ride, then descended the stairs while carrying the wooden crate containing the large yellow croaker. Lately, it seems my strength has increased significantly, Lin Wanwan mused inwardly. Upon reaching the entrance, she retrieved a weighing scale from the gap beneath the shoe cabinet, then weighed the fish, which registered at 59 kilograms. Nearly 120 gene. I can actually lift it. Could traversing time and space somehow alter my physique? Lin Wanwan flexed her arm, examining her somewhat subtle biceps with a hint of confusion. Nevertheless, it is ultimately a positive change. Upon arriving at the designated location agreed upon with Lu Shouyue, Lin Wanwan had just opened the car door to alight when a dapper security guard in a suit approached her with white gloves, eagerly offering assistance with her luggage. However, when he opened the trunk, he found himself unable to lift the crate, leading to an awkward moment. With a chuckle, he remarked, "This item is a bit heavier than I expected." He then signaled for another security guard to assist, and together they managed to unload it, prompting Lin Wanwan to express her gratitude with a smile. "You must be Miss Lin," the initial security guard inquired. "Indeed," she replied. The guard promptly took the lead with a small cart, guiding her. "This way, please." "All right," Lin Wanwan said, clutching a bag containing jellyfish attire as she followed the guard into a charming tea restaurant, which was bustling with patrons. Lu Shouyue was seated by the window, enjoying his breakfast when he spotted Lin Wanwan entering. He greeted her with a warm smile, revealing a perfect set of 8 white teeth. "Let's have breakfast together and chat while we eat. I've already placed the order," he invited. Although Lin Wanwan was not particularly hungry, having dined 3 hours prior at Tang Dynasty, she understood the subtleties of Chinese business etiquette, which typically shies away from bluntness. Dining and sipping tea are customary practices. Therefore, she took a seat opposite Lu Shouyue and casually selected a portion of fruit salad to avoid merely sitting idle. Curiously, Lu Shouyue glanced at her and, after swallowing his food, inquired, "Are you on a diet?" Lin Wanwan replied nonchalantly, "I had something before I left home." Lu Shouyue gently suggested, "You should try a bowl of porridge. The fare here is quite exceptional, and you'll understand once you taste it." Lin Wanwan thought to herself that a bowl of porridge couldn't be that remarkable, yet she lifted the black rice porridge that had just been served. Upon her first sip, her eyes widened slightly, as if every sense from her tongue to her taste buds had been awakened. Lin Wanwan swore she had never tasted such exquisite porridge in her life. In comparison, what she had consumed before felt akin to swill. What she had anticipated as a business discussion over breakfast evolved into a serene silence as they both savored their meals. After finishing her bowl of porridge, Lin Wanwan found herself still yearning for more. "Could I have another bowl?" she asked. Lu Shouyue chuckled and shook his head. "I would gladly oblige. But the chef is rather eccentric and only serves 1 portion per person. The bowl you just enjoyed was actually mine." Lin Wanwan gasped, feeling as though she had entered an extraordinary realm. Indeed, the affluent have their unique ways of conducting affairs. Even the dining etiquette is remarkably distinctive. Lu Shouyue chuckled and offered further explanations, but unexpectedly caught sight of the jellyfish blood within the plastic bag, his chin slightly nodding. "Is that jellyfish blood? No need to examine it yet." I found myself only partially understanding, yet today, an expert was present. Once breakfast concluded, Lu Shouyue led Lin Wanwan directly to the kitchen, where a man in his 30s, donned in chef attire, was just removing his gloves to exit. This individual was evidently a master chef, his prominent brows and large eyes, coupled with striking features and an air of distinction, made it clear that a chef's uniform seemed tailored specifically for him. The watch peeking from his sleeve appeared to be quite valuable. Earlier during breakfast, Lu Shouyue had introduced him to Lin Wanwan as the head chef and owner of the private dining establishment, known as cherished. A man of considerable wealth and culinary prowess, widely regarded in the industry as Asia's most creative culinary genius. To savor his personally prepared dishes, one must reserve 3 months in advance. Lin Wanwan's opportunity to indulge in a bowl of congee today was indeed due to Lu Shouyue's influence. Cherished was forthright in his inquiry. "Have you brought the wild yellow croaker?" Lin Wanwan wheeled out a cart. "Yes, boss, yeah. Please take a look." A young chef, also attired in kitchen garb, stepped forward to remove the bindings from the cart and open the wooden box, revealing the large yellow croaker inside. Cherished merely glanced at it, then smiled. Quite good. It is indeed wild. He approached the large yellow croaker as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, crouching down to examine it closely. However, he refrained from touching it immediately, instead stroking his chin while scrutinizing it with great care. Chapter 23. Windfall and Acquiring People. After a moment of contemplation, Jie Yuding stood up and remarked, "These wild yellow croakers are quite impressive, totaling approximately 60 kilograms. I offer 3 million. Will you sell?" Lin Wanwan had weighed them herself before leaving, and they registered at 59.9 kilograms. It was remarkable that he could estimate so accurately just by sight. He resembled a modern-day oil seller or a master chef. Lin Wanwan nodded in acknowledgement. "Ah, I see. Your discerning eye is indeed remarkable, Boss Jie. I agree. The deal is struck at that price." Jie Yuding, evidently confident in his judgment, accepted the compliment from the beautiful woman with an unaltered demeanor, responding nonchalantly, "Very well, let us proceed with the formalities." Meanwhile, Lu Shouyue gently explained to Lin Wanwan, "Our esteemed boss Jie has won a gold medal in the World Culinary Ingredient Recognition Competition. He can ascertain the weight and origin of ingredients solely through sight, smell, and touch. Impressive." Lin Wanwan mused inwardly, regarding him as a formidable individual, albeit very straightforward. "By the way, Boss Jie, I also have some jellyfish blood. Would you be interested in purchasing it?" Jie Yuding replied, "I noticed that long ago. You brought it here to sell to me, did you not?" Lin Wanwan raised an eyebrow, smiling. This man is quite intriguing. As if on cue, Jie Yuding extended his hand, and the nearby chef promptly understood and offered him a fresh pair of white gloves. Jie Yuding donned a pair of pristine white gloves before taking the jellyfish blood from Lin Wanwan's hands for a closer inspection. He spoke little. For his discerning eye spoke volumes about the quality of the ingredients. Holding the jellyfish blood, he approached the window, where the sunlight illuminated his scrutiny. After a moment of careful examination, his expression shifted, and he inquired, "Where did you acquire this jellyfish blood?" Lin Wanwan felt a twinge of anxiety and asked, "Is there a problem?" Jie Yuding shook his head. "Not a problem, but rather that this is an exceptional product. I haven't encountered jellyfish blood of such quality in many years. It is truly exquisite. I would offer you 2,500 per pound. Would you sell?" With the matter settled, Lin Wanwan readily agreed. She had researched the average market price for jellyfish blood, which ranged between 1,005 to 2,000. So Jie Yuding's offer was quite satisfactory. To avoid being misled, she had indeed done her homework. Jie Yuding was quite intriguing, while he possessed a remarkable talent for cooking. His aptitude for business was evidently not as formidable. After finalizing the agreement, Lin Wanwan transferred a referral fee to Lu Shouyue and took her leave. While waiting for her ride, Lu Shouyue drove by in a luxurious phaeton and rolled down the window, asking, "Wanwan, may I give you a lift?" Lin Wanwan waved her phone in response. "No need. Teacher Lu. Thank you. I've called for a car, and it will arrive shortly." As she spoke, a new energy vehicle arrived. Lin Wanwan waved goodbye to Lu Shouyue, who, seated in the driver's seat, watched her depart, a flicker of interest dancing in his eyes. The enchanting lady possesses an air of mystery, adorned not only with antiques but also with wild seafood, often finding her mobile device devoid of service. After meticulously processing the large yellow croaker and jellyfish, Lin Wanwan stumbled upon a stroke of fortune. She spent some time perusing historical materials in her villa before placing an order for the barefoot doctor's manual on Dang Dang. By this hour, it was the deep of night during the Tang Dynasty, and the little one was sound asleep. Lin Wanwan checked her temperature, relieved to find it stable, and replaced her fever-reducing patch. She gently bathed the child with warm water before settling down beside her to rest. The following afternoon, the proprietor of the dental shop arrived, accompanied by 2 exquisite Silla maidens, a Kunlun slave, and a skilled craftsman from the capital. The Silla maidens were strikingly beautiful and astonishingly conversant in the local dialect, evidence of their meticulous training. As for the sturdy Kunlun slave, though Lin Wanwan could not comprehend his speech, it was of little concern. Her primary intention in acquiring him was for the protection of her household, as long as he understood body language. To the 2 Silla maidens, Lin Wanwan recited, "Clouds resemble garments, flowers embody beauty, as spring breezes caress the threshold with a dewy splendor." She bestowed upon them the names Yunshang and Huanong. The maidens humbly acknowledged, "Yunshang, Huanong, we thank you, my lady, for the names." The craftsman, upon hearing the couplet, was struck with admiration for Lin Wanwan's talent. How effortlessly she conjured such exquisite verse. Truly, her reputation as a recluse was well-deserved. As for the Kunlun slave, she simply named him Kunlun. Subsequently, Lin Wanwan instructed Yunxiang and Huanong to take the little jade to play in the courtyard, while Kunlun stood guard at the entrance. Wang, the shopkeeper, delivered the goods, and the transaction was settled in full. After bidding farewell, only Lin Wanwan and Wang Duliu remained in the hall. Following some pleasantries, they proceeded directly to the matter at hand. Lin Wanwan expressed her desire to construct a sturdy manor, primarily using brick and stone, with a roof adorned with glazed tiles and larger windows designed to accommodate embedded glass. Upon hearing her requirements, Wang Duliu immediately recognized her wealth. After all, who else would consider using glass for windows? Such opulence was unheard of. Only a family of considerable means could afford such extravagant imports, as glass was notoriously expensive. Before his arrival, he had heard tales of a remarkable recluse who had come down from the mountains to Wanghai town, and upon meeting her today, he found the rumors to be true. After a brief contemplation, Wang Duliu replied, "Madam, what you propose is certainly feasible, but I will need to conduct a site survey before presenting a final plan." Lin Wanwan responded, "Very well. If you have the time, let us visit the site tomorrow." Yunchang appeared quite affable, with a more graceful appearance, and she was notably attentive, her eyes fixed on the playful young jade, anxious to prevent any mishaps. In contrast, Huanong seemed rather simple-hearted, somewhat clumsy with words and lacking in child-rearing skills. Yet it was evident that she was earnestly trying to win the favor of the young mistress. Overall, these two newly appointed maids were exceptionally cautious, their movements gentle, and their temperaments docile, reminiscent of those accustomed to enduring hardships. Indeed, the Tang Dynasty was a realm where social hierarchies were distinctly drawn. The bond of servitude held by the master left no room for insolence from the maidens, a stark contrast to the nannies of later generations. In modern times, nannies serve out of their own volition, primarily to provide for their families, rendering any notions of superiority irrelevant. Some nannies may even experience a profound psychological imbalance, perceiving themselves as equal yet engaging in the service of others, leading to the mistreatment of vulnerable elders and children. In Chapter 24 of Teaching Agriculture in the Great Tang, the playful little Qing Shui quickly sensed Lin Wanwan's gaze. She discarded her building blocks and rushed towards Lin Wanwan, exclaiming, "Mother, hug me." Lin Wanwan scooped up the little one and inquired, "Which of them do you prefer to accompany you?" Little Qi Shui nestled her head against Lin Wanwan's neck and whispered, "Mother, I like you the most." With a smile, Lin Wanwan replied, "I know, dear. However, I would like to find someone to keep you company while I am busy. You may choose." Little Qing Shui pointed to the more elegant Yun Sang and said, "Mother, I want her to play with me." The matter of appearance is indeed an advantage. Lin Wanwan immediately consented, addressing them, "From now on, Yun Sang, you shall specifically attend to little Qing Shui, managing her daily affairs. Huanong, you will look after the household chores and accompany me when I go out." Thus, one was assigned to meticulous tasks, while the other was designated for more robust duties. With the new maid arrangements settled, Lin Wanwan instructed little Qing Shui and Yun Sang to stay at home while she took Kunlun and Huanong to rent a carriage, heading straight to Xiaoxi town. Fortunately, the servants possess their own contracts, which imposes far greater constraints than modern-day housekeepers, as the crime of escaping servitude is no trivial matter. Lacking a carriage, traversing this era of slow transportation proves to be quite inconvenient. Although the carriage is not open-topped, the curtains have been drawn back, allowing a gentle breeze to waft in, offering some respite from the heat. With an abundance of peppercorns, Lin Wanwan has no reason to feel aggrieved. It is said that it is difficult to transition from luxury to frugality, yet far too easy to shift from frugality to luxury. Wang Dilia and his young apprentice are seated in another carriage belonging to Lin Wanwan, trailing closely behind, their thoughts in a state of complexity. The young lady before them is truly extraordinary. Instead of residing in a convenient town, they are bound for the countryside to construct a dwelling. Lin Wanwan chuckled softly. "Then I shall trouble you." Kunlun was left behind to tend to the horses and watch the carriage, while Lin Wanwan, cradling her little jade, led Wang Dulia and his apprentice towards the village. The clansmen of the Lin family, upon spotting the group from afar, waved their hands in greeting. The idle children, wielding sticks, pretended to ride horses, following closely behind. Little Jade, having slipped from Lin Wanwan's embrace, clutched a glass jar filled with sweet treats. Assuming the role of their leader, the children incessantly chanted her name, Little Jade, as if she were their sovereign, while Wang Dulia and his apprentice measured the land. Many villagers, having heard the news, gathered to witness the spectacle. Clan leader Lin approached, repeatedly exclaiming, "Why bother hiring anyone? It is a waste of copper coins. Let the men of the clan assist, and we shall construct it ourselves. Lin Wanwan merely smiled and remained silent. Certain matters require specialized expertise, and necessary expenditures must be made. After conducting a thorough survey of the land, Wang Doliao and his young apprentice took their leave. Lin Wanwan returned to the home of Lin Wanwan to rest as usual. However, today, her intentions extended beyond mere repose. She aimed to persuade Lin Wanwan to cultivate the seeds she had brought along. The box containing the seeds had been resting in Lin Wanwan's home since she brought it over 2 days ago. The Lin family estate was enveloped by farmland, which, though not vast, consisted of numerous small plots. Unfortunately, most of these plots were barren and yielded little produce. On the hillside, many families had already tilled their share of land, and Lin Wanwan had also received a plot adjacent to Lin Wanwan's sloped field. Thus, she sought to convince Lin Wanwan to cultivate the same crops as she intended. While rice could not be grown on the hillside, sweet potatoes could flourish. Lin Wanwan had procured a substantial number of seedlings. By the end of July, there remained a narrow window to plant a batch of autumn sweet potatoes. The clan leader was skeptical of her agricultural endeavors, leaving her no choice but to seek Lin Wanwan's assistance. Although Lin Wanwan harbored his own doubts, he remained grateful for Lin Wanwan's role in saving Dia, and thus he reluctantly agreed to accompany her in this venture. If they were to yield no harvest, they could simply indulge in a few more seafood meals. As long as he could venture out to sea, his family would not face starvation. The seeds Lin Wanwan purchased were semi-finished products, known for their high survival rate. She left the young Qingyu in Lin Wanwan's care to play with a group of children, while Lin Qinshi wove fabric, keeping a watchful eye on them. When it came to farming, they could not afford to squander the capabilities of a strong figure like Kunlun. Lin Wanwan herself lacked experience in agriculture. Although she had read numerous books on planting this month, they were merely theoretical knowledge. However, she possessed unwavering confidence in the superior lineage from a millennium hence. Thus her commands were delivered with a certain eloquence. Lin Wanwan shook his head at her performance. After all, who farms merely by relying on books? The words that spilled from her lips were an incomprehensible jumble of literary jargon. Having tilled the land since the tender age of 12, he had never encountered anyone who directed laborers based solely on theoretical knowledge. This was indeed a most extraordinary occurrence. Nevertheless, the fields had already been cleared. And faced with the situation, he had no choice but to muster his resolve and proceed. As for Kunlun, he harbored no other thoughts. The master provided him with meat and ample rice, so any labor assigned was simply part of his duty. Originally, the Kunlun slaves primarily engaged in strenuous physical labor, and farming was certainly within their capabilities. Regardless, if the master instructed him to head east, he would unfailingly comply, never veering west. This large fellow, with his simple demeanor, adhered to whatever the master dictated. As evening approached, Lin Wanwan managed to direct the laborers, alongside her own efforts, to clumsily plant the sweet potatoes. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she was grateful for the thick sunscreen she had applied and the wide-brimmed hat she wore. Otherwise, she would likely have suffered sunburn. Chapter 25. Dividing the land and becoming a small landlord. Regarding Lin Wanwan's decision to toil in the fields while adorned in her elegant male attire, her kin regarded it as a mere jest. A young lady raised in the lap of nobility simply could not fathom the realities of farming. Surely, she was only here for amusement? Only Lin Wanwan, that foolish lad, truly followed her into this absurdity. The crop they were planting, sweet potatoes, was something none had ever heard of. Their edibility and preparation were entirely unknown. The emergence of any novel phenomenon is invariably met with resistance. Yet, no one dared to voice their laughter. They all kept their mirth confined within. Due to the transmission of information from person to person, the clan members have all heard of Lin Wanwan's intention to establish a clan school, a venture that would benefit the entire community. As long as Lin Wanwan is willing to remain in this remote and impoverished area to educate the children and sow the seeds of knowledge for the Lin family village, they have no objections to her methods or endeavors. Following this day, both construction and farming activities commenced simultaneously. Through hands-on experience, Lin Wanwan acquired numerous agricultural skills. By integrating theory with practice, her farming techniques saw significant advancement. Thus, the village welcomed its first horse-drawn carriage, allowing the children not only to play with horses, but also to enjoy daily treats of sweetened beans or fruits, bringing them immense joy. During this period, the clan leader also took the time to assist Lin Wanwan in obtaining the necessary documentation for a female agricultural household, a feat accomplished through both her financial acumen and the clan leader's local connections. As a farmer, Lin Wanwan was allocated 20 acres of permanent farmland and 10 acres of mouth share land outside the village. Under the equal land distribution mandate of the early Tang Dynasty, males over 18 received 80 acres of mouth share land and 20 acres of permanent farmland. Elderly men and the disabled received 40 acres of mouth share land, while widows and concubines received 30 acres. If such individuals were heads of households, each received 20 acres of permanent farmland and 30 acres of mouth share land. Households of mixed status received land equivalent to that of commoners. Industrial and commercial households received half the land allotted to commoners. Taoists and monks were granted 30 acres, while nuns and female Taoists received 20 acres. Furthermore, general women, dependents, and slaves were not entitled to land. However, in practice, there were distinctions between wide and narrow regions. In the sparsely populated expanse of Guangxiang, one can acquire ample farmland, yet the region where Lin Wanwan resides, known as Wanhai, is characterized by its narrowness, rendering such abundance unattainable. Clan leader Lin guided Lin Wanwan to inspect the Yongye fields allocated to her, which were predominantly barren lands, categorized as reclaimed saline alkali plains. Given the agricultural practices of the Tang Dynasty, the high salinity of these saline alkali soils, compounded by their compacted structure, would severely hinder the absorption of nutrients by crops and could even induce physiological drought in plants, rendering agricultural production virtually impossible. Consequently, these Yongye fields were essentially worthless, which is precisely why they fell into Lin Wanwan's possession. Observing the vast expanse of saline wasteland, clan leader Lin expressed his concerns. In truth, if you were to pursue a fishing venture, our clan could pool resources to cover your taxes each year. However, with your current choice of farming, the saline alkali land will yield little, perhaps only a modest return from 10 mu of land. The annual tax burden is not insignificant, and our clan cannot provide much assistance. If nothing grows, you will find yourself in dire straits. Lin Wanwan replied confidently, Uncle clan leader, rest assured, my master has imparted a wealth of agricultural knowledge to me. While others may struggle, I shall prevail. Clan leader Lin's lips twitched as he regarded the self-assured young noblewoman. He found it difficult to comprehend her unwavering confidence in agriculture. This young lady seemed to approach farming as if it were akin to studying. Sighing, he thought that once she faced the bitter reality of a barren harvest, she would come to understand. Clearly, her master, an enigmatic figure, had indulged her too well, shielding her from the harshness of the world. However, it was fortunate that she possessed the audacity to persist in her folly for a while longer. He decided to let her be. Lin Wanwan indeed has nothing to worry about. Even if her agricultural skills are lacking, she can always resort to modern methods for assistance. What is there to fear? Moreover, she can effortlessly acquire countless peppercorns to exchange for money. In the Tang Dynasty, she stands on solid ground. During the early Tang period, the governance was relatively clear and the land tax was light, amounting to 1/40th of the produce. Each peasant was required to pay an annual rent of 2 stones of millet to the court for their allotted land, roughly translating to about 200 caddies of grain. Although Lin Wanwan has not received her full share of land, the rent must still be paid in full. This amount of grain is but a trifling matter for her. As for the corvée, it refers to the obligatory labor that citizens owe to the state, calculated to be approximately 20 days each year. In leap years, this is increased by 2 days. Because Lin Wanwan is classified as a female household, she can opt out of labor service, converting it into a monetary equivalent. She is required to pay 3 feet of silk or 3.5 feet of fabric each day, fulfilling the obligation over 20 days. This practice is historically known as substituting labor with silk. For Lin Wanwan, who can traverse through time, it is a minor concern. There is also a tax wherein each household's women must submit a portion of the cloth they weave. The land allocated by the state mandates that certain areas must be devoted to growing mulberry and hemp, as each year they must yield 2 zhang of silk, 3 taels of cotton, or 2 zhang and 5 feet of fabric, along with 3 caddies of hemp. Failure to cultivate these crops necessitates purchasing them, which can be a heavy burden for farmers. Naturally, they must grow them themselves. However, for Lin Wanwan, this is not an issue at all. She has no fondness for hemp and wishes to cultivate cotton instead. In the early Tang period, cotton was not yet mainstream. Cotton fabric and silk were luxuries reserved for the nobility, and the cultivation techniques for cotton had yet to be widely disseminated. However, Lin Wanwan understood that cotton would be the trend of the future. Currently, the quilts of ordinary families in the Tang Dynasty are not filled with cotton, but rather stuffed with ramie, reed, willow fluff, and thatch. Only those who have slept under such bedding can truly appreciate its discomfort. In contrast, the nobility of the Tang Dynasty slumber on quilts woven from silk and filled with silk floss. Lin Wanwan brought silk quilts from the modern era to use as bedding, and a light, soft woolen blanket could easily suffice. Yet, while she could afford silk quilts, her family could not. Hence, she aspired to cultivate cotton to improve the living conditions for everyone. Lin Wanwan was utterly captivated by the life of the Tang Dynasty. If she had to rely on farming for survival, it would certainly not be a joyful affair. However, at present, farming had become a delightful pastime during her leisurely days of counting wealth, adding a layer of amusement to her existence. Envisioning the future, she imagined a time when she could ensure that her family would be well-fed and warmly clothed, leading them to prosperity, which would undoubtedly be even more fascinating. This sensation resembled participating in a real-life game of farming and cultivation, as she yearned to create her own idyllic paradise reminiscent of the peach blossom spring. Chapter 26. Look at this fool, throwing money into the fields for fun. Currently, Lin Wanwan's household comprises 2 masters and 3 servants. During her free time, she personally nurtures the little jade, only entrusting her to Yunshang when busy. Both Yunshang and Huanong are diligent and capable, each possessing unique skills. Yunshang excels in embroidery and tailoring, greatly inspired by the improved ancient garments Lin Wanwan had brought from modern times, while Huanong is a culinary expert, crafting exquisite and delicious pastries. It must be said that the presence of these 2 new servants has significantly elevated Lin Wanwan's quality of life, making her investment in them truly worthwhile. Given their remarkable skills, it is evident that they were merely born in the wrong era. Had they existed in contemporary times, they would undoubtedly be masters in their respective fields. As for Kunlun, his utility is even more pronounced. He undertakes all the arduous tasks of farming and labor. Lin Wanwan often takes Huanong out, primarily to blend in with local customs and serve as a mere accompaniment, while only Kunlun is truly indispensable. Despite the language barrier, it does not hinder Kunlun from executing the tasks assigned by Lin Wanwan with utmost efficiency. As a robust laborer, Lin Wanwan spares no effort in ensuring his dietary needs are met. She prepares extra meat for him daily. Should others become aware of the quantity of food Kunlun consumes each day, they would undoubtedly be astounded. Lu Shouyue, as a wealthy heir and a professor, possesses vast knowledge and connections, particularly in agricultural matters. Through his influence, Lin Wanwan managed to reach out to an agricultural expert. With the expert's recommendations, she procured seeds suitable for cultivation in saline alkali soil, along with a plethora of information. Saline alkali fields require ample basal fertilization, including manure with a strong odor, which she sourced directly from the Tang Dynasty, while she brought back phosphorus, zinc, nitrogen fertilizers, and industrial-grade concentrated sulfuric acid from modern times. Although manure can be utilized, the modern fertilizers require application in small, frequent doses. Initially, in order to remain inconspicuous, Lin Wanwan planned to secretly apply the fertilizers herself. However, she soon realized that managing 20 acres alone was far beyond her capabilities. Consequently, she opted to hire laborers for the fertilization process. The workers she employed were primarily local farmers, whose limited experience posed no concern regarding any potential gossip. Occasionally, members of the Lin clan would lend a hand. This group of rustic men, however, did not comprehend Lin Wanwan's insistence on deep plowing and fertilization. The agricultural practices in the Tang Dynasty are still rather rudimentary. While manure is indeed available, it is far from the meticulous cultivation that one might expect. Lin Wanwan, clearly unskilled in the art of farming, directs the laborers on how to fertilize and till the land, prompting skepticism and dissent among them. However, as the saying goes, the one who pays is the master. Thus, despite their reluctance, the laborers must endure. The noblewoman indulges in her whims, and regardless of the nature of the resources she employs, her commands to scatter or plow are followed without question. What else could they do but comply? Eventually, the members of the Lin clan ceased to work, unwilling to earn wages from Lin Wanwan, feeling it was a matter of conscience. They had come to believe that her haphazard methods and the money spent would yield no fruitful results. A person utterly unfamiliar with farming insists on teaching others how to cultivate the land, demanding adherence to her vision. Could any good come from this? The consensus was one of disbelief. Nevertheless, in her whimsical pursuit of agriculture, Lin Wanwan managed to purchase 3 oxen for plowing, evoking envy among the onlookers. Wealth breeds caprice. While the cultivation of 20 acres of saline alkali land continued, Another 10 acres of slightly better soil did not fall behind in planting efforts. Once regarded as ethereal by the farming folk, Lin Wanwan has become the subject of ridicule throughout the region due to her series of misguided agricultural endeavors. The villagers often remark, that Lin lady is not cut out for labor. She merely tosses coins into the fields for amusement. With my newfound wealth, I shall sip porridge and pour a bowl into the soil. With a touch of elegance, she would often remark, she is truly ethereal, untouched by the mundane. The patriarch of the Lin clan found himself in a quandary regarding Lin Wanwan's antics. However, she remained a cherished member of his clan, and thus, he felt compelled to uphold her reputation. Regardless of the opinions of others, the patriarch consistently affirmed, our Wanwan is a sage, a learned one, destined to establish a scholarly legacy for our clan. What could others possibly say? They could only harbor feelings of envy and resentment, no matter the turmoil. She adorned herself in resplendent silks and gold, leading a life of wealth that seemed inexhaustible, indulging in extravagance as she pleased. The establishment of the clan's academy progressed daily, a source of delight for all who beheld it. After nearly 2 months of diligent effort, the house was completed, the fields cultivated, and even the flower beds in the courtyard had been meticulously arranged. A glass conservatory, reminiscent of the fabled Crystal Palace, stood proudly, leaving even the well-traveled nobles in awe. Indeed, Lin Wanwan was the descendant of an ancient celestial being, with a fortune that knew no bounds, and her every endeavor was met with admiration. As the construction of the house reached its pivotal phase, Lin Wanwan's lavish expenditures ensured the use of only the finest materials. The main beams were crafted from agarwood, renowned for its unparalleled durability and resistance to decay, as well as its insect-repelling properties. In the Tang Dynasty, her ability to procure agarwood for construction was remarkable. In modern times, such a feat would be exceedingly rare. The opulence of the affluent class during the Tang Dynasty was astonishing, leaving the ordinary populace in sheer disbelief. Pavilions of agarwood and pepper houses were in abundance, and while the Jingguan era was somewhat restrained, the extravagance reached new heights during the Kaiyuan period. The small building, crafted in the rich style of the Tang Dynasty by Lin Wanwan, would undoubtedly stand out even in the capital, let alone in the rustic surroundings of Wanhai. The residence features a 2-courtyard layout, with the front courtyard housing a study for the children, consisting of a side room and a main hall. The rear courtyard contains a small building and 2 side rooms. The western side room serves as a kitchen and storage area, while the eastern side accommodates the servants. Currently housing only Kunlun. In the village, the majority of structures are humble thatched cottages and earthen dwellings, with a few better ones made of oyster shells and stones. Lin Wanwan's modest estate, sprawling across nearly 2 acres, stands out like a crane among chickens, even more magnificent than the ancestral hall of the Lin family. Furthermore, due to Lin Wanwan's use of brick and stone construction, materials typically reserved for temples during the Tang Dynasty, her abode possesses a distinct uniqueness. For the people of the Tang Dynasty, the most opulent feature is undoubtedly the glass flower house hidden within the courtyard. According to Tang law, the construction of such a small building is technically prohibited. Aside from temples and royal palaces, common citizens, including officials, are not allowed to erect residential towers. However, in practice, this regulation applies primarily within the city of Chang'an. Outside its walls, affluent families often disregard such restrictions. In remote coastal areas like that of Lin Wanwan, few would venture to meddle in others' affairs. Chapter 27. The Beam-Raising Feast. On the day of the Beam-Raising Feast, deemed an auspicious occasion, the weather was splendid. Lin Wanwan and her maid, Qingyu, rose early to witness the clan leader preparing offerings to the deities, following the traditional rituals. Across the sea from Maoxian, there lies an island with a Nanhai Guanyin temple, where the local populace, naturally inclined towards Buddhism, finds solace under its auspices. However, Lin Family Village is distinct. It embraces both Buddhism and Taoism, reverently honoring whichever deities grace their lives. They worship the Dragon King when venturing to sea, seek the god of wealth for business, pay homage to the kitchen god during the new year, and invite bodhisattvas into their homes. The clan leader, utilizing the small golden ingot gifted by Lin Wanwan, arranged for a sheep, 10 chickens, ducks, and geese, along with an assortment of vegetables. The staple food was pure, white rice, supplemented by seafood, leaving everyone feasting with delight. Lin Wanwan treated the entire clan to lamb and wine, an act of generosity that filled everyone with joy. Simultaneously, there was much envy directed towards Xiao Qingyu's newfound fortune. Once the most unfortunate child in the clan, she had been elevated in status by Lin Wanwan, becoming her treasured jewel, a true testament to the capriciousness of fate. When the Lin Guofu family attended the feast, they could not help but feel a pang of jealousy at Xiao Qingyu's lavish attire. Today, Xiao Qingyu adorned herself with an exquisite wig, complemented by a jade hairpin styled like a lotus flower, and a delicate gold chain with pearls gracing her forehead. Her brows were embellished with floral designs, and she wore a half-sleeve dress in a vibrant pink reminiscent of plum blossoms. Embroidered with peach blossoms and accented with pearls as flower centers, striking a balance between elegance and comfort. Lin Wanwan and Xiao Qingyu donned matching traditional costumes, their only distinction being that Lin Wanwan wore long sleeves, with her now plump wrist. Xiao Qingyu sported a gold bracelet purchased by Lin Wanwan from the modern jeweler Chow Tai Fuk, identical in style to her own, inscribed with the characters for Lin Qingyu. The air of opulence and grace surrounding her was undeniably enviable, particularly to the three little girls from the Lin Guofu family. Originally, Xiao Qingyu was the most unfortunate child in her family. She had neither beautiful silk garments nor even tattered clothes, save for a single piece to wear in winter. Yet now, she is cradled in the embrace of her mother, who possesses a beauty akin to that of a fairy, resembling a miniature celestial being herself, her laughter blooming like flowers. In the future, she shall reside in this splendid mansion, enjoying abundant feasts and fine delicacies. As for the three of them, their opportunity to step out was solely due to Lin's son's family borrowing summer clothing from her maternal home, allowing them to venture outside for a meager meal. Lin's son's eldest daughter, San Nyo, merely 6 years of age, was consumed by jealousy towards Xiao Qingyu. At home, she was known for being the most tormenting towards Xiao Qingyu. Suddenly, she dashed from the table to the main table, where Lin Wanwan and Xiao Qingyu sat, raising her head with eyes fierce as a hungry wolf, glaring at Xiao Qingyu before turning to Lin Wanwan with a pout. "Aunt Wan, can I be your child? I will be more obedient than that stinky girl. I want to insist on being carried every day. I can walk on my own." Lin Wanwan was taken aback by the child's words. It seemed the girl had been spoiled to the point of losing her sense of reality. Upon seeing San Nyo approach to vie for her mother's affection, Xiao Qingyu immediately leaped into Lin Wanwan's arms, wrapping her tiny arms around her neck and looking down at San Nyo with defiance, proclaiming, "You're naughty. My mother doesn't want you as her child. She is my mother." Lin Wanwan chuckled, addressing San Nyo, "And one already has her own child, but you can be my student in the future. Lin's son, though blessed with 2 sons, must not neglect her daughter. Look at you. Your daughter has openly expressed her desire for others to care for her, even wishing to acknowledge someone as her mother. Is this appropriate? It is fortunate that Wan Yang is also a member of our Ho Tao Lin clan. Otherwise, it would be quite the embarrassment. What kind of mother are you being?" The clan banquet boasts over a dozen tables, bustling in the courtyard. Yet Lin's son's focus remains solely on her 2 precious sons, neglecting her daughter entirely. Upon hearing the matriarch's words, Lin's son's face flushed with shame, and she struck San Nyo with a flurry of slaps. "You worthless wretch, a debt collector, wanting to call someone else mother? Go ahead, I no longer want you. Go be someone else's daughter and enjoy the finer things in life." San Nyo cried out in distress, yet it was the bystanders who intervened on her behalf. Such a joyous occasion, and yet here she was, sobbing. Couldn't she enjoy the feast? Aside from this little farce of wanting to acknowledge a mother, the overall atmosphere of the Liang wine ceremony was splendid. Observing the mother-daughter duo, Lin Wanwan and Lin Qingyu, everyone believed wholeheartedly that they were indeed related. Their resemblance was striking, particularly in those enchanting peach blossom eyes, which were nearly identical. This resemblance was no accident. Lin Wanwan had deliberately coordinated their attire and accessories to make their relationship unmistakable. Coupled with their shared lineage, the familial bond was undeniable, especially with such similar features. Henceforth, little Qingyu would find her place within the clan. Those with discerning minds began to speculate, recognizing that Lin Wanwan, a widow, cared for her adopted child with such affection. After the repairs to the Lin family's residence were completed, Lin Wanwan decided to relinquish the courtyard in Wanghu Town and seek a new rental in Xiaoxi Town. Wanghu Town is rather small. Over the past 3 months, everyone has become acquainted with her. Under the scrutiny of the townsfolk, it becomes increasingly challenging for her to transport items from the modern world. In contrast, Xiaoxi Town is a bustling settlement, accommodating nearly 200,000 residents. Although it has yet to erect city walls, it bears little difference from a large city. Lin Wanwan has rented a modest Sihiyuan in Shaoxi town, a choice that ensures she remains inconspicuous. The concept of hiding in plain sight is aptly exemplified here. Wang Duli and the masons gazed in astonishment at the glass doors and wooden windows that Lin Wanwan had transported, their eyes wide with disbelief. This lady truly possesses remarkable wealth and influence. It is no wonder she makes repeated trips to the dock, perhaps having secured all the glass imported from the western regions. Once the glass doors and windows are installed, this quaint estate nestled at the foot of the mountains will be ready for habitation. In the Tang Dynasty, the rare Wangwali wood has not yet diminished in abundance in Hainan. However, transportation remains cumbersome, even in the Tang era. The costs of transporting goods from Hainan to Wanghai are considerable. At times, as Lin Wanwan gazes upon her furnishings, she feels as though she is seated upon mountains of gold and silver. Were these treasures to be transported to the modern world? Even Lu Shouyue would surely find himself envious. Chapter 28. The first class of the new semester this day marks the third since Lin Wanwan moved into the new residence at Lin Family Village. At dawn, as the first light began to illuminate the eastern coastline, the roosters in the village commenced their morning crowing. Xiao Qingyu fluttered her eyelashes awake, excited for the day ahead, which not only celebrates the Mid-Autumn Festival on the 16th day of the 8th month, but also heralds the commencement of the clan school. The little one, eager to attend school, was brimming with enthusiasm. As customary, she softly reported to Lin Wanwan, "Mother, I need to use the bathroom." Once the sounds from their room echoed, the night attendants, Huanong and Yunxiang, would bring in hot water to attend to them. As Lin Wanwan was a woman of modernity, she managed her own dressing and washing, with little Qingyu often following her lead. The two new servants from Silla primarily handled the tasks of boiling water and emptying the spittoons. Lin Wanwan personally styled the little one's hair. Although she was not particularly skilled at hairstyling, she possessed a modern advantage. An all-in-one wig was remarkably convenient and entirely natural in appearance. Each day, Lin Wanwan would comb her hair and that of little Qingyu, both to invigorate the blood flow and to prevent lice infestation. The residents of Lin Family Village were rather lax about hygiene, considering it a matter of great pride to avoid drinking unboiled water. Daily washing of hair, bathing, and laundering clothes were, of course, out of the question. The men fared better, as they could simply leap into the sea, while the women faced greater challenges. Additionally, frequent washing could wear out garments, laundering was costly, and wood ash was not abundant. Thus the state of hygiene was quite predictable, even if Lin Wanwan managed to keep little Qingyu spotless. Playing with the village children inevitably led to the transmission of lice, a concern she had to constantly guard against. Today, as they were headed to school, there was no need for extravagant attire. Lin Wanwan simply dressed the little one in a Hu clothing outfit, styled two playful tufts, and secured them with a hairband. "Madam, the ingredients for today's Hu pancakes are ready. Should we truly take all that pristine white flour outside?" Huanong inquired while mopping the floor. She was not particularly skilled at styling her hair, thus her coiffure resembled that of the chivalrous heroines from ancient dramas, half down, adorned with a seamless wig atop her head. A combination that was both swift and simple, yet exuded a rustic charm. For the commencement of the school year, Lin Wanwan had deliberately procured blank notebooks from a bookstore, painstakingly transcribing the 3-character classic and the 1,000-character classic. These two texts were ideal for enlightenment. In the 3-character classic, she had excised the historical segments pertaining to the period after the Tang Dynasty, leaving no significant issues. Shortly after finishing breakfast, members of her clan began to arrive, bringing their children to the schoolhouse. Although Lin Wanwan had mentioned that she would not accept any tuition fees, the relatives brought along various offerings nonetheless. The less affluent contributed dried fish, fish maw, and shrimp, while the more prosperous presented eggs and vegetables. With a smile, Lin Wanwan graciously accepted these tokens of goodwill, as she had no reason to decline. The first to arrive were the two children from Lin Minggua's family, the eldest sister and the youngest, affectionately called Little Crab. Following closely were the offspring of Lin Minggua's cousin, Lin Mingjin, a robust 7-year-old son named Taizhu and his 5-year-old sister, Taohua. True to his name, Taizhu was remarkably sturdy, almost as if he were a genetic anomaly. Despite Lin Mingjin's modest height, his son towered over his peers and was unmistakably a natural leader. After half an hour, no further children appeared at the door, and Lin Wanwan realized that these were the only attendees for the day. Among the group, there were predominantly boys, 20 in total, while the girls numbered merely 3. Aside from those from the Mengbua and Mengjin families, only the 5-year-old granddaughter of the clan leader, sane, remained. It seemed evident that the preference for sons over daughters persisted, along with a prevailing lack of trust in her capabilities. However, Lin Wanwan remained unhurried, for in due time, they would undoubtedly come, weeping and beseeching her to take their children in. Just as the late rice fields she cultivated would yield a bountiful harvest, they would soon be clamoring for her to provide them with seeds. Before the formal commencement of the school year, a ceremonial homage to the teacher was to be performed. As the status of educators in ancient times was exceedingly revered, the phrase heaven, earth, sovereign, parents, and teacher encapsulates this respect. Although the children were quite mischievous, they had been thoroughly admonished prior to their arrival, and a long ruler lay prominently on Lin Wanwan's desk. Thus, as the homage ceremony commenced, the little ones quieted down, refraining from further mischief. In the first lesson, Lin Wanwan taught the three-character classic, reciting a line while the students echoed in unison, nodding their heads. They sat in a spacious and well-lit classroom, with large glass windows, a newly crafted desk, freshly laid flooring, and newly woven mats. Everything was simply delightful. Yet, it wasn't long before some revealed their true natures. The fisherfolk, accustomed to making their living from the sea, fought against the elements and the great fish. Thus they were inherently bold and fierce, a trait inherited by their offspring. Among them, Taiju was the most unruly, incessantly fidgeting and provoking those seated nearby, which soon led to discord and uproar. Seeing this, Lin Wanwan realized she must intervene. With a firm smack of her ruler, she admonished, "No noise. Those who behave well shall have an extra piece of meat at noon." No sooner had she spoken than Lin Taiju was the first to cease his ruckus. Obediently sitting up straight, hands resting on his knees, and raising his head to inquire, "Auntie, should I call you master?" "Oh, master, will there really be meat?" Lin Wanwan replied. "Of course, how could a master speak falsely? Oh, meat. There's meat to eat." A group of children, quiet for barely 3 seconds, erupted into shouts once more. Lin Wanwan's expression darkened. "I said only those who behave well shall be rewarded with food." Little Qingyu was the most cooperative, immediately raising her small hand in a soft, endearing manner. "Mother, teacher, I will be obedient." Lin Wanwan had reminded her several times that within the classroom, there were no distinctions of mother and child, only that of teacher and student. Though merely 4 years old, the little one had a commendable memory. "I will be obedient. I will be obedient," the small ones chimed in unison. The allure of meat was simply irresistible to the children, who seldom indulged in it, having perhaps only 2 opportunities throughout the year. The last occasion had been during the celebration of Lin Wanwan's housewarming. Ding ding ding. Yunshang, fixated on the ewer, pulled the copper bell as soon as she noticed the signal. This bell had been purchased by Lin Wanwan from the modern world, adorned with a string, serving as the most primitive bell for signaling the beginning and end of classes. "All right, class is dismissed." The children surged to their feet like fledglings released from their cages. Chapter 29. The clean ones have some food to eat. Kneeling and sitting was tremendously taxing, even with the small kneeling benches that Lin Wanwan had specially ordered from a local carpenter, crafted from models she had acquired from the modern era. Yet, the strain remained. Lin Wanwan herself felt quite fatigued, let alone the children. Little Qingyu, at her tender age, could hardly maintain her composure, already swaying precariously. Lin Wanwan turned a blind eye, not wanting to be overly strict. The classroom was divided into sections. Children under 7 occupied the eastern zone, while those aged 7 to 8 were in the western zone. The eastern zone comprised preschool-aged children, and thus, she could not demand too much from them. However, she maintained a stricter approach in the western zone, where classroom discipline was her primary focus. The rise of kneeling and sitting can largely be attributed to the fact that, prior to the Han Dynasty, scholars often did not wear trousers, while warriors, who needed to ride horses, did. During the Han era, it was even fashionable to wear open-crotch pants. Thus, such attire made it easy for one to inadvertently expose themselves if not kneeling or sitting. However, the impoverished, such as farmers, servants, or soldiers, would don a type of undergarment known as du ni ku, akin to modern-day underwear, for convenience while working. Consequently, the choice of whether to wear du ni ku became a subtle indication of social class. Those with a modest amount of wealth naturally sought to follow the trends, opting not to wear the undergarments favored by the rural folk. Yet, the Lin family was almost uniformly impoverished, hardly matching even the status of the rural peasants, as they were fishermen. Given this reality, why would they endure the discomfort of mimicking scholars in their kneeling and sitting? After Lin Wanwan elucidated her reasoning, She led the children in a line to the kitchen to wash their hands. A new well had been dug in the courtyard, making water access quite convenient. The children, seeing the pristine white children's soap for the first time, were filled with curiosity, and little Qingyu proudly demonstrated how to wash their hands properly, emphasizing that clean hands were essential before eating to avoid falling ill. Her crisp voice rang out among the group of young ones. Lin Wanwan had prepared a modern version of ice-skin mooncake mix, which could be consumed directly once ready. This choice was made to set the scene, and she had specially ordered wooden molds for the occasion. Huanong and Yunshang brought up boiling water, and the children, brimming with excitement, followed Lin Wanwan step by step in making hubing, as mooncakes were not yet referred to as such in the Tang Dynasty. An untraceable poem mentions inviting toads with hubing, which refers to what would later become known as mooncakes. It is said that the name mooncake was coined by Yang Yuhuan. After completing the mooncakes, it was time for lunch, and Wano had prepared a large pot of rice. Apart from Wano, a rather idle fellow named Lin Jintian had come to join the gathering. Known for his thunderous snoring, which had earned him his nickname, few remembered his real name unless they consulted the family genealogy, which most were unable to read. This idle man was not truly lazy. Rather, he had suffered a grievous shark bite during his youth at sea, which had severely weakened him. Consequently, he was unable to perform strenuous labor, and his attempts at farming proved futile. After the death of his parents, he was left to fend for himself with only minimal support from the clan, and he occasionally took on menial jobs in town, which were scarce due to his limitations. Wano was a rather simple and submissive woman, accustomed to enduring whatever came her way. When Lin Jintian insisted on helping, she found it difficult to muster the courage to send him away. Upon seeing Lin Wanwan, Lin Jintian approached her with exaggerated deference, claiming he had only come to assist with the children's meal and was about to leave. Lin Wanwan halted him, stating that since Wano was overwhelmed with preparing meals for so many children, his assistance would be welcome, but he must adhere to the rules. Immediately, Lin Jintian stood at attention, fervently assuring her, "I will certainly follow the rules. Take not an extra morsel, utter not an additional word. Just allow me a portion of food." Lin Wanwan waved her hand, saying, "Go ahead and eat. Join Kunlun." For lunch, they enjoyed a dish reminiscent of the Tang Dynasty, cold noodles made from the juice of locust leaves, which were cooked into noodles and then naturally cooled in a well. The dish was refreshingly sweet, perfect for quenching thirst and alleviating the summer heat, making it particularly delightful to consume on a sweltering day, topped with slices of lamb. The children savored the meal so much that they nearly bit their tongues in delight. What is lunch? Having grown up, this is their first experience with it. In truth, they feel hungry every noon, but what can be done about it? It is unheard of for anyone to have a meal at midday. Only the most extravagant would indulge in such a luxury. Consuming all the provisions leaves one to face the winter winds, does it not? Many households are already facing shortages, relying primarily on seafood for sustenance, yet it hardly fills the belly, leaving them perpetually pallid. Children occasionally venture to the hills to forage for wild vegetables, but the meager supply has been nearly exhausted by the residents of the 3 neighboring villages. As for the deep mountains, they are inhabited by wild beasts, deterring anyone from venturing there. As the clock strikes the hour of Shin, the school bell rings, and the children, clutching their oil paper-wrapped mooncakes, dash homeward. These delectable treats, crafted by their own hands, are intended to be shared with family during the moon-gazing festivities in the evening, and they must also bathe and wash their hair. Master Lin has declared that he will inspect for lice every day. Those who are clean may receive a snack at the end of the school day. Today, due to their cleanliness, Little Crab and Big Yi each earned a piece of date paste cake. 11-year-old Lin Mingwu, the eldest among the children in the classroom, is the youngest son of the clan leader, holding a higher status than all the other little ones present. However, due to being infested with lice, he was unable to receive the date paste cake as a reward from Master Lin, leaving him profoundly disheartened. Upon returning home, he wasted no time in boiling water to wash himself vigorously. Tomorrow, he is determined to earn that reward. It is not merely for a piece of snack. He cannot afford to lose face. He is a man of his stature, equal to Master Lin. Aside from him, the 2 younger ones from the eldest brother's family, the 8-year-old Duck Egg and the 5-year-old Sai-Nan, clamored for a bath and a wash. The household was in a state of chaos, and upon inquiring about their ruckus, it became apparent that those who cleaned themselves would receive a sweet treat, a piece of sugary delight indeed. This was an irresistible motivation. Baths were essential. The entire family must wash. Besides the confection, News of the cold dish of locust leaves topped with sliced meat consumed at noon spread like wildfire among the children of the village, causing a stir throughout Lin family village. That evening, many households neglected to prepare dinner for their children, reasoning that since they had already feasted at noon, they could save on the evening meal. Chapter 30. Celebrating mid-autumn in the Tang Dynasty after a day at school. The little Qingyu could already chant a few lines of At the beginning of man, nature is inherently good. Lin Wanwan, delighted, embraced her and showered her with affectionate kisses, praising, "My little Yuer is truly remarkable." Little Yu beamed with pride, her face aglow with happiness. It was her first encounter with the cold melon, and she was utterly thrilled. This was a special treat that Lin Wanwan had deliberately purchased from the modern world yesterday, an exceptional specimen indeed. In the grand city of Chang'an during the Tang Dynasty, it was a treasure worthy of being offered to the emperor himself. The secondary gate connecting to the school had already been closed, yet the west side gate of Lin Wanwan's courtyard remained open, allowing family members to visit freely. The moonlight was just right when Lin Mingbo arrived at Lin Wanwan's home, carrying a net full of swimming crabs and large shrimp. Through their days of interaction, Lin Mingbo discovered that Lin Wanwan genuinely relished seafood, rather than merely being polite. The bounty in his hands was something he had personally gathered from the tidal flats. Specifically for Lin Wanwan, for fish do not fetch a good price when sold. Yet, as Lin Wanwan held a fondness for him, he naturally felt compelled to show his affection. Lin Wanwan and Xiao Qingyu had just lit some incense and were enjoying the moonlight while savoring melons on the open balcony of the second floor. Upon seeing Lin Mingbo enter, they eagerly waved him over and offered him half of a cold melon. Lin Mingbo repeatedly declined. Yet he could not resist the insistence of the tall and sturdy Kunlun. In this remote and impoverished region of Wahai, the villagers had never encountered cold melons and were oblivious to their preciousness. Were it to be in Wanghai town or Xiaoxi town, where people possessed a modicum of knowledge, they would surely be astounded by Lin Wanwan's casual gift of a cold melon. Besides the adults, the arrival of a small child surprised Lin Wanwan. His name was Lin Goshen, one of Lin Wanwan's pupils, aged 8. Due to malnutrition, he appeared emaciated and of diminutive stature. "Teacher, I brought a little pet for Sister Yu," Lin Goshen exclaimed, presenting his newly acquired treasure, a charming little sea turtle. Xiaoyue craned her neck, illuminated by the bright moonlight, to glance at the little sea turtle in Lin Goshen's hands. She exhibited a flicker of interest. However, her hands were occupied with the cold melon, rendering it inconvenient to take it. "Did you catch this from the sea, Brother Goshen?" she inquired. Lin Goshen shook his head. "I found it by the shore." Lin Wanwan also cast a curious glance. Since the little one was fond of it, they might as well keep it, especially with a newly dug pond in the yard. As Yunshang distributed the cold melon to everyone, her heart ached even more than her masteress. Before being sold to Lin Wanwan, she had undergone 2 years of training at the hands of a cruel master and had lived in Chang'an for half a year. Thus, she understood the value of the cold melon. In the Tang Dynasty, cold melons were exclusively imported from the western regions, and their value was immeasurable once associated with imports. Lin Wanwan casually offered one to Yunshang, Huanong, and Kunlun, moving the 3 servants to tears. Such a precious cold melon. And their master was generous enough to share it with them. Its worth exceeded their very own. Lin Wanwan quickly urged, "On this beautiful moonlit night, please wipe away your tears." The servants were treated to cold melons, and naturally, Lin Wanwan and her daughter, Xiao Qingyu, were not neglected. The mother and daughter shared one melon, using long-handled spoons to savor the delicacy. If one has never experienced eating cold melon with a spoon, they have yet to discover its true essence. Watching Xiao Qingyu devour the melon messily, Lin Wanwan felt no annoyance. Instead, her heart swelled with tenderness. The little one frequently looked up with a sweet smile that made Lin Wanwan's heart feel even sweeter and more refreshing than the melon itself. How wonderful it was to have such a companion on this night of reunion, a little one who depended entirely on her. Lin Wanwan believed that regardless of her fortune, whether in poverty or wealth, the little one would always love her. The term mother held profound significance for a child, surpassing all else. After recovering from her illness, Xiao Qingyu had forgotten some of the unhappy memories. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan continued to dote on her, repetitively asking the little one, "What are you to your mother?" The next day, as soon as the schoolyard gate opened, several children were already waiting. Besides the group from the day before, others from the clan, having heard of the school's offerings of pastries and meat, overcame all obstacles to send their children today. It was none other than the Lin family who, under the cover of night, repurposed old garments into 2 sets of skirts for their daughters. The following day, they brought their 4 children, both big and small, to the house. Although this meant fewer hands to tend to household chores, the prospect of sharing a meal was of paramount importance. As Lin Wanwan surveyed the classroom brimming with nearly 100 children, she promptly decided to organize them into several groups based on age. Fortunately, the main room was spacious enough to accommodate them all without the need to disperse into different rooms. It felt akin to attending a grand lecture. With the increase in numbers, the inevitable cacophony ensued, resembling a chorus of quacking ducks that caused Lin Wanwan a throbbing headache. Realizing this approach was unsustainable, she feared her voice would soon give way under the strain of constant shouting. Thus, she appointed the older children as leaders within each group, allowing them to manage their peers. To incentivize these young captains, she promised an additional piece of cake as a reward for their leadership. The selected children were overjoyed, their rambunctiousness quelled as they focused earnestly on their newfound responsibilities. Moreover, Lin Wanwan introduced a reward system involving sweet beans. Those who remained quiet and orderly would earn a treat. This strategy swiftly silenced the little ones, each of them pressing their lips together and craning their necks to catch her gaze. As the day's lessons came to a close, Lin Wanwan gathered the tidy children and rewarded each with a piece of date paste cake. The relatives beamed with smiles, remarking that this one daughter must surely be nurtured by a divine being, for her fastidiousness mirrored that of the affluent in the city. Such refinement was a rarity among families in their rural community. Yet, turning around, she had her own child stripped of 3 layers of skin, and she thoroughly cleaned her own courtyard inside and out, determined to prevent any lice from jeopardizing the children's prosperous endeavors. Chapter 31. A real-life disguise and secret visit. On a certain day in early November, Lin Wanwan, cradling little Qingyu, sat in a pavilion constructed by the edge of the fields, observing the industrious farmers laboring in the farmland, embodying the essence of a wealthy landowner. This day held great significance for Lin Wanwan. She was eager to witness firsthand the bounty yielded from the seeds she had sown in the Tang Dynasty. As time progressed, the harvested rice gradually accumulated. Barefoot and with sleeves rolled up, the workers wielded their sickles with great vigor, not solely due to the generous wages provided by Lin Wanwan, but primarily because they were all members of the Lin clan. Watching the heavy rice stalks filled their hearts with fervor, although they had yet to weigh the yield. A mere visual estimate already exceeded their expectations. It turned out that a scholar could indeed command others to cultivate such fruitful land using nothing but words. Kunlun leaned against the edge of the pavilion, dozing off, while little Qingyu, after an initial burst of excitement, also succumbed to sleep. Lin Wanwan gently placed her aside and covered her small belly with a tiny blanket. The autumn afternoon breeze lulled her into a state of drowsiness. With one foot resting on the wooden planks of the pavilion and the other swinging gently, revealing a delicate, fair calf, everything felt immensely comfortable. Xiaocheng, panting as he climbed the slope, gazed down to behold a bustling scene of harvest, which stood in stark contrast to the sight of the beauty in the pavilion. Leisurely swinging her legs, beside the enchanting beauty lay a small child. "My lord, why do you linger?" inquired the curious attendant, Shu Qi, as he followed the gaze of his master towards the rice fields, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh my, how can such splendid rice paddies exist here?" After observing the lush crops along the way, it was indeed a rare sight. Naturally, Xiaocheng was equally intrigued. He steadied his breath and approached directly. As he neared the shaded pavilion, the seemingly slumbering Kunlun abruptly opened his eyes, sprang to his feet, and regarded Xiaocheng and his attendant with a fierce, wary glare, as if ready to pounce should they take another step forward. Shu Qi exclaimed, "Oh, there's even a Kunlun slave here." Attracted by the commotion, Lin Wanwan turned her head and was immediately captivated by Xiaocheng's appearance. It was not mere infatuation with beauty. The man standing before her was simply too striking. In her lifetime, she had never encountered a male celebrity possessing such extraordinary handsomeness. Perhaps the combination of Han clothing and long hair contributed to his allure? Even the male actors from ancient costume fantasy dramas, enhanced by filters and photo editing, could not compare to his striking visage. The illustrious Su Shi penned a poem that expressed, "A gentleman should only be seen in paintings. Within this realm, I alone know his grace." When he wrote about the waters reaching the horizon, he surely meant one knot of this mundane world. Previously, Lin Wanwan had read this poem without a vivid image in her mind, but at this moment, it became tangible. This was certainly not a figure one would expect to encounter in such a remote and impoverished region. Even clad in simple attire, his dignity could not be obscured. Lin Wanwan was taken aback by Xiao Chong's presence, just as he was equally surprised by her. Such a captivating and enchanting woman unexpectedly graces this rural locale, which is indeed a surprise. Xiao Chong stepped forward, positioning himself to the left front of Lin Wanwan, crossing his arms over his chest in a gesture of greeting, and inquired with a smile, "I am Xiao Chong, merely passing through this area. Might I ask if you are the owner of this expanse of fields?" "Passing through? Beyond this point lies the seaside, the very end of the road. Where could one possibly pass through here?" Truly, such fabrications are made without a moment's thought. Xiao Chong turned to gaze at the rice fields before him and softly remarked, "I have never witnessed rice paddies flourishing to such an extent. I am eager to behold it." Lin Wanwan shrugged and replied, "If you wish to see, then see you shall." Harvesting 20 acres of rice is no trivial task, and with the sun nearing its descent, the workers in the field remained fervently occupied. Observing the bundles of rice stalks, tears welled in the eyes of many. There was no need for threshing or weighing. A mere glance revealed that the yield far exceeded previous years. Shu Qi was utterly astonished by the sight before him. Surely, this yield was excessively high. Am I not dreaming? Though he had followed the young master since childhood and had never toiled in the fields, he still possessed a modicum of common knowledge. Xiao Chong's expression revealed a flicker of emotion, yet he maintained his usual composure, simply inquiring, "I have heard that an acre of rice field can yield at most 2 stones of grain, yet what I see here is far more. Might I ask, who cultivated this land, and from whence did the seeds originate?" Lin Wanwan casually responded, "The seeds I use are hybrid varieties, bequeathed by my master. They require meticulous selection and cultivation, yielding exceptionally high returns, 17 to 18 stones per acre, resistant to disease, of superior quality, and easy to grow." 17 or 18 stones. The heart of Shu Qi raced with anticipation as he gazed at Lin Wanwan, his eyes brimming with excitement. What was this? It was the remarkable achievement of their household's esteemed gentleman. Having arrived in Miao County just a few months prior, they were already graced with such fortuitous events. The heavens favored the Xiao family. How splendid it was. Even Xiao Chong felt a surge of exhilaration, though he maintained a composed exterior. His motivations were not solely driven by accolades. Rather, as one in a position of authority, he felt a duty to ensure the well-being of the citizens under his governance. The implications of such a bountiful rice yield for the farmers were self-evident. It would not be an exaggeration to say that had the emperor himself witnessed such a scene of abundant harvest, he would undoubtedly be taken aback. For the impact it bore was unparalleled. Xiao Chong ceased his words and leaped directly into the fields, approaching the mounds of rice to inspect them personally. His attendant, Shu Qi, eagerly followed suit, exclaiming with fervor, my lord, look at how plump the rice is. How delightful. Good heavens. How can such a high-yielding rice exist in this world? If everyone were to plant this seed, Miao County would know no hunger." Xiao Chong pinched a few grains of rice, his face reflecting his delight. Observing the two of them, particularly the burly man's exuberance, Lin Wanwan pondered thoughtfully. It appeared as though they were officials in disguise, inspecting their domain. Both men were indeed tall, yet one was slender while the other was robust, resembling a refined gentleman accompanied by his bodyguard on a territorial inspection. The surname Xiao. Were there any notable figures with the surname Xiao during the Tang Dynasty Shengguan era? Lin Wanwan was only aware of a significant figure from the southern Liang Dynasty, Prince Xiao Tong, who authored the esteemed Zhaoming literary collection. He was noble yet unpretentious, a true white lotus emerging unsullied from the mire, a gentleman among men. However, she could not ascertain any connection to this individual, yet she felt inexplicably that he was no ordinary person. Chapter 32. Descendant of the great Xiao Tong, Xiao Chong and his companions approached the fields, attempting to engage in conversation with the industrious members of the Lin clan, only to be met with disdain. They then ascended the ridge, positioning themselves before Lin Wanwan, and once more performed a gesture of respect, saying, "Esteemed lady, might I inquire if these rice seeds are for sale?" Lin Wanwan, with a glint in her eye, countered with a question, "Might I ask, does your esteemed name bear the surname Xiao? From the renowned Xiao family of Jiangnan's Lanling?" Xiao Chong rubbed his nose and replied with a smile, "Indeed, that is correct. I presume you are the illustrious matron of the Lin family from Wanghai Town?" Ah, he had done his homework. Lin Wanwan promptly descended from the pavilion and respectfully performed a gesture of greeting, reminiscent of ancient etiquette she had recently learned from videos. With sparkling eyes, she gazed at Xiao Chong and remarked, "Selling them directly would be of little use. I must cultivate them first to provide you with new seeds, though it is not a difficult task. Besides rice, my family also cultivates equally high-yielding sweet potatoes. Would you care to see them? Xiao Chong stood tall, gazing intently at her for a moment before breaking into a radiant smile. Have you discerned my identity? Lin Wanwan chuckled, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. What identity does the gentleman hold? I only know that someone of your caliber could never be ordinary. Xiao Chong responded, I am but a humble servant. The newly appointed magistrate of Mao County, Xiao Chong, courtesy name Zifang. In the eyes of the common folk, a county magistrate holds considerable authority. Lin Wanwan immediately performed a respectful greeting, stating, It is an honor to have Lord Xiao grace us with his presence. I regret not welcoming you properly. At that moment, Shu Qi, standing nearby, couldn't suppress a chuckle. Xiao Chong turned to cast a glance at him, causing Shu Qi to quickly cover his mouth, stifling his laughter. However, Lin Wanwan observed that not only was Shu Qi amused, but a subtle smile also graced Xiao Chong's handsome features. What had she said that was so amusing? It was merely a standard exchange of pleasantries. Lin Wanwan felt a twinge of self-consciousness. As a native of the great Tang Dynasty, she found it challenging to grasp the humor of the locals, an age-old cultural divide of over 1,000 years. She had endeavored to articulate her words with an air of antiquity, with a twinkle of mirth in his eyes. Xiao Chong revisited the topic Lin Wanwan had previously mentioned. You spoke of the high-yield sweet potatoes. I am unfamiliar with them and wonder if I might have the privilege of seeing them? Disregarding their laughter, Lin Wanwan insisted that such splendid produce was meant for the magistrate. She promptly bent down to lift the drowsy little Qingyu and declared, Please, Lord Xiao, follow me. These are grown on the hillside of our Lin family estate. Very well, she affirmed. Lin Wanwan, cradling little Qingyu, led the way, while Kunlun followed closely behind with a blanket, and both Xiao Chong and Shu Qi trailed after them. Lin Mingjin raised his chin and inquired, Wan Yang, who are they? Lin Wanwan introduced them, and upon realizing that the striking man before him was none other than the county magistrate, Lin Mingjin nearly stumbled in shock, hurriedly performing a respectful bow and exclaiming, Long live Magistrate Xiao. Xiao Chong, maintaining his composure, replied, There is no need for such formalities. Please rise. Upon rising, Lin Mingjin promptly declared, There is work to be done in the fields. Wan Yang, I must attend to it. Lin Wanwan watched him flee with the swiftness of a mouse evading a cat, even faster than when he had arrived. She then observed Lin Mingjin exchanging a few words with the villagers in the fields, which instantly stirred a commotion among them. In a moment of bewilderment, Lin Wanwan realized that she was in ancient times, an era where officials held the power to determine the life and death of common folk. The county magistrate could ruin households, and the regional governor could annihilate clans. How could the common people not be terrified upon encountering a magistrate? This was not a modern world where the law was firmly established. It was all too easy for an official to crush a commoner. Though it is said that appearances can be deceiving, it was undeniable that Xiao Chong possessed an inherently amiable visage, which involuntarily relaxed her guard. It was no wonder that Lin Wanwan, who typically adhered to the law and feared not the officials, found herself so. After all, even the emperor sought out those of striking appearance for his appointments. Curiosity gnawed at Lin Wanwan's mind, and after a brief walk, she could not restrain herself from inquiring. Might I ask if Master Xiao is acquainted with the Crown Prince Xiaotong of the Southern Dynasty? Impudent! Shikiki interjected with a sharp reprimand, but was silenced by a mere glance from Xiao Chong. With a smile, Xiao Chong replied, Indeed, he is my 6th great-grandfather. How disrespectful of me! Lin Wanwan gasped, astonished. To meet a direct descendant of the illustrious Xiaotong was no small matter. The Zhuming Wenxuan has had a profound influence on later generations of literati, a refreshing breeze in the tumultuous times of fleeting life. Xiaotong himself was a gentleman of remarkable grace, upright in conduct, devoid of any taint. From Xiao Chong's appearance, Lin Wanwan surmised even greater things about Xiaotong. How astonishing that her casual conjecture turned out to be so accurate. Her intuition was indeed remarkable. As the group entered the village, they captured the attention of the villagers. Lin Wanwan and Xiao Chong made their way directly to the hillside, where the sweet potatoes were cultivated. 20 sure, exclaimed Shu Qi in astonishment. Xiao Chong remarked, Your senior brother, despite traversing the world, still harbors concern for the common folk of the Tang Dynasty, which is truly commendable. I wonder when these sweet potatoes will be ready for harvest? At that moment, the clan leader of the Lin family, who had hurried over upon receiving news, overheard Lin Wanwan boastfully conversing with Xiao Chong and felt his heart nearly stop. He quickly interjected, Please do not take offense, Sir Xiao. I am the clan leader of the Lin family and the local magistrate here. The young lady has grown up under the tutelage of an old sage in the mountains and is unfamiliar with agricultural matters. She speaks without consideration. Do not heed her words. When it comes to farming, how can one speak so recklessly? It may be acceptable among the villagers, but this gentleman before us is the magistrate of Maoxian. It is better to remain silent than to speak incorrectly. The clan leader was utterly astonished by Lin Wanwan's audacity. Fortunately, he had received the message in time and rushed over. Otherwise, he feared what Lin Wanwan might divulge to Sir Xiao. Now, Lin Wanwan was the treasured gem of the Lin family, the hope of the entire clan, and must not be allowed to cause any trouble. Understanding the clan leader's protective intentions, Lin Wanwan merely smiled and refrained from saying more. However, Xiao Chong continued, Madam Lin, I kindly request that you inform me when the sweet potatoes are ready for harvest. I wish to witness their yield with mine own eyes. The clan leader stammered, This. But Lin Wanwan replied directly, Certainly. This batch of sweet potatoes was planted at the end of July, and the harvest is expected around the beginning of winter. Xiao Chong then instructed Shu Qi to present a visiting card, assuring that Lin Wanwan could send someone to the county office with this card when the time came. Chapter 33. The enlightening book is discovered. Xiao Chong, in a pleasant mood, casually inquired, Is Aunt Lin still teaching? How considerate. Xiao Chong remarked with a subtle nod of approval. In the recesses of her mind, Shu Qi silently scoffed. While one might be literate, understanding etiquette is another matter entirely. Aunt Lin persistently referred to her husband as my lord, which was genuinely amusing. In the Tang Dynasty, only one's parents were addressed as my lord, while officials were typically referred to by their surname followed by their title. Lin Wanwan, having fallen prey to the tropes of later historical dramas, remained blissfully unaware of her faux pas. Xiao Chong had already taken note of the imposing wall to the east of the village and lifted his chin to inquire, Is that not the location of the clan school? Indeed, that is the place. At that moment, the little Qingyu stirred awake, her tiny head gently resting on Lin Wanwan's shoulder, gazing curiously at the handsome young lord beside her. Xiao Chong offered a faint smile to the child, but to his surprise, the young one, unfazed by his charm, promptly turned her head away, presenting him with a round, vacant view of her crown. This was the first time Xiao Chong had experienced such indifference, prompting him to awkwardly rub his nose. As he ascended the steps and crossed the threshold, the entirety of the courtyard unfolded before him. Shu Qi was once again astonished. The school was adorned with glass, and how remarkably translucent it appeared. Goodness, what a fortune that must have cost. The clan leader was undoubtedly proud. This was their Lin family school. In the Tang Dynasty, glass was referred to as liuli, a term that would not be altered to glass until the Jin and Yuan dynasties. Lin Wanwan occasionally paid heed to the proper terminology, but would at times simply call it glass. Thus, the villagers, who were encountering glass for the first time, naturally followed suit and referred to it as glass as well. The insights of the attendants from the Xiao family evidently surpassed those of everyone in the Lin family village, as they immediately recognized the glazed glass at first glance. This is hardly surprising, for the Xiao lineage boasts a heritage that includes emperors and crown princes. Such esteemed families possess profound backgrounds, and it is only natural that their close attendants would possess a measure of skill. The window panes chosen by Lin Wanwan were not entirely transparent. Instead, they shimmered with a hint of blue light. Inside, one could see the outside clearly, while from the outside, the interior appeared as if viewed through a mirror, the effect becoming more pronounced with the intensity of light. The members of the clan have taken to visiting the school to enjoy the free reflection, as copper mirrors are quite costly, and few women in the entire family can afford them. Shu Qi was momentarily awestruck by the glass panes of the school, which caused her to reconsider her previous disdain for Lin Wanwan. Surely, this individual must also hail from a prestigious family, hidden away here. Otherwise, how could she have acquired such exquisite items? Yet Xiao Chong seemed indifferent to these external possessions, his gaze not straying even a moment to the glass. However, when he picked up the 3-character classic placed on the children's desk, he could not help but be moved, softly reciting, At the beginning, man is naturally good. His nature is similar, but habits diverge. What an excellent primer. After perusing it briefly, Xiao Chong remarked, Madam Lin, may I inquire who authored this work? Lin Wanwan felt particularly unaccustomed to being addressed as Madam Lin, and, after several moments of hesitation, finally said, Lord Xiao, you may call me Wan Yang, or Lin Fuzi if you prefer. That is how my clan refers to me. Xiao Chong replied, Very well. Lin Wanwan continued, "This book, like the 1,000-character classic, was taught to me by my esteemed mentor. However, I am unaware of its author, as I did not inquire." Xiao Chong remarked, "This book is truly remarkable. It seamlessly integrates various disciplines, including classical texts, historical records, and philosophical treatises, while encompassing astronomy, geography, and the wisdom of ancient sages. Its language is accessible and engaging, making it easy to memorize, a perfect tool for enlightenment, indeed worthy of promotion." Lin Wanwan responded, "This book is indeed suitable for enlightening readers. I wonder if Master Lin would be inclined to have it published through the private presses of the Tang Dynasty, which operate independently of the government." With a smile, Lin Wanwan continued, "I would be eager to do so. However, I am unsure whom to approach for the publication. I would greatly appreciate your assistance, esteemed sir." Xiao Chong thoughtfully rubbed his nose and replied, "The Xiao family possesses a bookstore. I shall dispatch someone to inform the manager to discuss the subsequent arrangements with you. Since Master Lin has both high-quality seeds and an excellent enlightening book, I shall certainly commend you to the court for your contributions." Xiao Chong chuckled heartily. "Would you mind if I were to transcribe this enlightening book in advance?" Lin Wanwan waved her hand graciously. "Feel free to copy it. Consider it a gift." As she spoke, she reached for the 3-character classic on her desk to hand it to Xiao Chong, who calmly said, "There is no need. Books are precious and should be preserved for the children. I have committed it to memory. Remarkable retention, my friend. No wonder you are the descendant of the esteemed Xiao Tong." Lin Wanwan maintained her composure outwardly, yet internally, she was greatly astonished. In her scholarly pursuits, she often found it disheartening to compete for scholarships against prodigies. Some individuals possessed greater innate talent and matched her diligence. Was it not exhausting to consider them rivals? Now, the fish caught by her family were indeed set aside for Lin Wanwan to select first. Lin Wanwan offered a reasonable price, unlike the unscrupulous vendors in the outside restaurants. And there was no need for her family to expend time and effort delivering it, making it the most favorable choice. Indeed, there exists a historical figure. Yet he is not the one she is acquainted with. She searched for descendants of Xiao Tong, but found no trace of him either. How could such a remarkable individual remain unrecognized by history? Lin Wanwan sent a WeChat message to Lu Shouyue, requesting his assistance in researching a person. Lu Shouyue, being an expert in archaeology and history, surely possesses more detailed information on the Xiao family's descendants. Genuine and valuable resources are typically guarded, residing within the libraries of various universities. Today, encountering the first official of the Tang Dynasty, who also hailed from a prestigious lineage, filled Lin Wanwan with excitement. As if she were witnessing history itself, the distinguished appearance of this noble descendant was undoubtedly another reason for her exhilaration. Chapter 34. The joy of a bountiful harvest. After returning to the Tang Dynasty, Lin Wanwan tossed and turned for a long while before finally succumbing to sleep. Little Qingyu had already sprawled across the bed, occupying most of it despite her small stature. Yunshang had suggested that little Qingyu could have her own room, with her keeping watch at night, allowing Lin Wanwan to rest more comfortably. However, Lin Wanwan declined this proposal. Childhood is a fleeting and innocent time that spans only a few years. If they did not share the bed now, there would be no opportunity in the future. Squeezing together was a small price to pay, and Lin Wanwan embraced it willingly. A beautiful day commenced with little Qingyu's urgent morning report. Today, Lin Wanwan intended to take Kunlun to the Sihiyuan in Xiaoxi town to collect the school uniforms. In reality, this trip to Xiaoxi town was merely a guise to divert attention. The Hanfu school uniforms were currently stored in the small villa, and she could simply open the time portal to retrieve them. Kunlun had grown accustomed to following Lin Wanwan to the Sihiyuan in Xiaoxi town to move things. He was a robust individual with a simple mind, having been indoctrinated for an extensive period before being sold, firmly believing that loyalty was the finest virtue of a slave. Thus, he never uttered a word of protest regarding the tasks assigned to him by his master, Lin Wanwan. Moreover, Lin Wanwan treated him exceedingly well, providing him with meat daily, seasoned with pepper to mask any unpleasant odor, along with vegetables and fruits. What other slave could boast such privileges? Even if Lin Wanwan commanded him to kill, he would comply without hesitation. Her kindness towards him surpassed that of his own parents. The reason he came to the Great Tang was that he had been sold by his family in his youth. Lin Wanwan also placed great trust in Kunlun, partly because of his simplicity, which rendered him incapable of learning the local dialect, thus ensuring that he would not inadvertently divulge any secrets. While Lin Wanwan would typically adorn herself with Wano attire when going out, She would only take Kunlun along for discrete tasks involving the transportation of items from the modern world. After all, fewer people meant a reduced risk of exposure. They transported school uniforms from the rented Sihiyuan and loaded them into the carriage. Lin Wanwan then visited a bookstore in Xiaoxi town to purchase some ink, paper, and inkstone for her training. Although she largely procured supplies from the modern world, she felt it necessary to acquire some local Tang items to maintain the facade. On her return journey, Lin Wanwan rented another carriage specifically for transporting goods. She always carried her large wooden box, allowing her to conveniently retrieve items at her discretion, as only she determined what lay within. The coachman of the carriage, upon discovering such a manor hidden in the remote countryside, was taken aback, though he did not dwell on it for long. Throughout the entire era of the Tang Dynasty, reclusive hermits were far from uncommon, and someone like Lin Wanwan was not particularly out of place. With a smile, Lin Wanwan addressed the clan leader, saying, "Uncle, I told you my rice seeds yield abundantly, yet you were skeptical and refused to plant them. Now, do you see I was not deceiving you?" Lin Mengbo, standing nearby, also smiled, recalling how his family had been persuaded to cultivate sweet potatoes together, and he eagerly anticipated the harvest. What a bountiful time. Shall I host a clan banquet to celebrate? Lin Wanwan felt slightly embarrassed by the praise, so she casually suggested a change of topic. "All right, I shall heed your counsel," she replied. Having heard much about the principle of kindness and giving and resentment in withholding, Lin Wanwan understood that her assistance to the clan was ultimately for the children. It pained her to see the little ones, gaunt and ragged, their clothes tattered and their faces hollow. One must strive for the greater good, she thought, especially for those of the same bloodline. Although life was challenging for everyone, she knew that she could not bear the burden of supporting the entire clan alone. This might lead to some greedy adults murmuring in private, yet they dared not defy her openly. As for the children, they felt a profound shame about any petty theft, holding Lin Wanwan in a reverent regard. Whatever she proclaimed was accepted as truth. They would likely believe even her most trivial remarks were worthy of admiration. Throughout history, the relationship between children and their teachers has remained largely unchanged. This is also the reason why Lin Wanwan enjoys being with the children. Witnessing their vibrant exuberance akin to the morning sun makes it difficult for her to feel disheartened. Lin Wanwan intends to assign the task of gathering sheep grass to the children, which also provides her an opportunity to reward them with some fruits and snacks. Moreover, her 3 cows will be tended by the children as well. While offering rewards without effort breeds laziness, allowing the children to exchange their labor for sustenance seems far more reasonable. Once these 5 sheep grow, they can be slaughtered to provide the children with additional meals, thus serving multiple purposes simultaneously. As for the choice of sheep over pigs, it primarily stems from the disdain the people of the Tang Dynasty held for pork, viewing it as a source of illness, while favoring beef and mutton instead. Naturally, the significance of cattle in agricultural endeavors is unquestionable, and their meat is not casually consumed, leaving lamb as the only viable option. In this regard, Lin Wanwan does not wish to diverge from the preferences of her era. In truth, she rarely indulges in stir-fried dishes, striving to adapt to the lifestyle of the Tang Dynasty. Although steamed and boiled vegetables may lack exquisite flavor, they are at least nutritious. Chapter 35. A typhoon approaches. Lin Wanwan's clan school does not solely focus on core subjects throughout the day, typically. They engage in literary studies in the morning and physical labor classes in the afternoon. She has specifically learned military gymnastics from modern times to teach the children. Although more often, she encourages them to contribute to the clan through labor. Tasks such as cleaning, weeding, and pest control serve to strengthen their bodies. Children in the rural Tang Dynasty, of course, cannot afford the luxury of idleness or ignorance of agriculture as modern children might. Lin Wanwan aspires to create a utopia, not to cultivate a haven for the indolent. As the weather gradually turned cooler, Lin Wanwan gazed at the sky, apprehensive that rain would soon descend. Yet, a deeper concern lingered in her heart. She feared the impending arrival of a typhoon. The recent days had exhibited an unusually enchanting sky, reminiscent of the celestial phenomena preceding a storm. In her modern pursuit of knowledge, Lin Wanwan discovered that during the autumn of the 3rd year of the Jingguan era, many regions of the Tang Dynasty experienced devastating floods. However, she realized there was little she could alter. Managing her own small plot of land was already commendable. Fortunately, historical records indicated that the flood zones did not encompass the vicinity of Miao County, which provided her with some solace. That night, Xiao Qingyu nestled against Lin Wanwan's neck, eagerly listening to her bedtime fairy tales. This ritual had become an essential part of their nightly routine, with Xiao Qingyu's curiosity about the princes, princesses, and distant lands overflowing with a multitude of questions. It seemed that Xiao Qingyu was gradually forgetting the past. Previously, she had been entirely focused on pleasing Lin Wanwan. Yet now she occasionally expressed dissent towards her mother's words. According to parenting books, this behavior signified a healthy phase of rebellion, a normal aspect of growth. Rather than feeling angered, Lin Wanwan found joy in it. Perhaps, in the little one's memory, she had already become a true mother. After all, at merely 4 years old, memories are ever-evolving, and it is not uncommon for individuals to embellish their recollections, allowing them to forget past hardships. Children often drift into slumber with astonishing swiftness and unpredictability. As Lin Wanwan lay in bed, the howling wind outside her window confirmed her suspicion. Indeed, the winds had begun to rise. She descended from her bed and approached the window, casting a glance outside. The small bamboo grove, transplanted into the yard, swayed precariously in the wind. While the window rattled ominously, the rain had commenced. Having lived in Yongqing since childhood and accustomed to typhoons, Lin Wanwan felt an overwhelming certainty that a tempest was upon them. Tomorrow promised to be a day fraught with wind and rain. A message had arrived on WeChat from Lu Shoyue, containing information regarding the descendants of Xiao Tong. After expressing her gratitude to Lu Shoyue, Lin Wanwan settled in her study, quietly perusing the materials. Soon, she stumbled upon the name Xiao Chong, but the accompanying notes sent a jolt through her. Xiao Chong, date of birth unknown, afflicted by cold evil, perished in the 3rd year of the Jingguan era. The 3rd year of Jingguan? Was that not this very year? Lin Wanwan furrowed her brow, momentarily setting aside the family tree of Xiao Chong, and opened the barefoot doctor's manual, seeking remedies for the cold affliction. She had simulated injections numerous times using a human-like doll and pig skin. Even if medications proved ineffective, injections could serve as a viable alternative. She believed that ailments once deemed incurable in antiquity might still hold hope in modernity. If she could rescue Xiao Chong and alter the course of history, she would gain an official patronage in the Tang Dynasty. Furthermore, there lingered an unspoken desire within Lin Wanwan to prevent such a handsome and noble man from meeting an untimely demise. After all, who could resist feeling a twinge of compassion for such beauty? Lin Wanwan had devoted considerable time in the modern era researching this illness, and upon glancing at the clock, she realized that over 2 hours had elapsed unnoticed. Just as she touched down from her reverie, the sounds of weeping and contention reached her from outside the door. Lin Wanwan pulled open the door, aware that she and the delicate Qingyu were in the inner chamber, while Hua Nong kept vigil in the outer room. Upon encountering Lin Mingli's wife, Lin Chun, in a disheveled state, held by Hua Nong, Lin Wanwan inquired, "Sister-in-law, what has transpired? Why do you appear in such a condition?" Lin Chun, breaking free from Hua Nong's grasp, rushed towards Lin Wanwan, attempting to seize her arm, but hesitated, her voice laced with anxiety and a tremor of tears. "Wamei, I should not disturb you at this late hour, but my son is gravely ill. He is experiencing severe vomiting and diarrhea, suffers from a high fever, and has even convulsed. I am frantic. I recall that a few months ago, when Xiaoqinjia had a fever, you were the one who treated him. Wanmei, you possess medical knowledge. Do you not? Please, save my son. I implore you. At this hour, even if I were to go to the town, no physician would be available for consultation. I am utterly at my wit's end." Huanong interjected, offering an explanation. "My dear, you instructed me that you sleep soundly, and that no one should be allowed to disturb you while you rest. Hence, I prevented her from entering. I did not anticipate this would awaken you." Lin Wanwan gently nodded in approval towards Huanong. Had Lin Shun managed to force the door open only to discover her absent from the room at such an hour, it would have been a dire situation. The symptoms described by Lin Shun closely resembled those of a child suffering from febrile convulsions, coupled with the possibility of autumnal diarrhea, which indeed posed a significant danger. The medical expertise in the Tang Dynasty likely paled in comparison to her rudimentary knowledge as a barefoot doctor. Without delay, Lin Wanwan declared, "Sister-in-law, please wait while I fetch my medical kit. I shall accompany you to assess the situation." With that, she turned and entered the room, closing the door behind her. She retrieved her medical kit, which contained spare anti-diarrheal medications, probiotics, oral rehydration salts, antipyretics, and more. She could only hope that it was merely a common ailment. Should the situation prove more severe, she would be at a loss. Carrying a medicine box, Lin Wanwan instructed Yunxiang to keep a close watch on the young Qingyu. She donned the raincoat brought by Huanong and nodded at Kunlun, who had been summoned from the front courtyard, advising him to guard the entrance diligently. Today, due to the temporary storage of a considerable amount of new grain in the storeroom, Kunlun had been assigned to keep watch in the front courtyard. This allowed Lin Shen to directly knock on the western gate of the courtyard and enter. Had Kunlun been on duty, even the clan leader Lin would have found it challenging to gain entry at midnight. Such was Kunlun's nature. His mind seldom wandered beyond the straightforward. Upon recognizing Lin Shen, Yunshang opened the door after hearing her mention the urgent illness of the child. Outside, the tempest raged fiercely, with Huanong trailing behind Lin Wanwan, carrying a warm water kettle custom designed from the modern era. The kettle featured a standard glass inner compartment encased in wood, reminiscent of the earliest warm water urns that only appeared during the Tang Dynasty. In Chapter 36, Midnight Healing, Lin Mengli, due to his position as a servant in the town's tavern, was considered one of the better-off families within the clan, though the clan leader held a rather dismissive view of his endeavors, deeming them unworthy. The houses in the courtyard were constructed from oyster shells and stones, resilient against the wind. Lin Wanwan removed her raincoat under the eaves of the entrance, her shoes already soaked by the relentless rain. Unfortunately, the raincoat's ability to repel water was limited. In such tempestuous weather, unless one donned modern raincoats, trousers, and boots, one would remain equally drenched. Once inside, Lin Wanwan retrieved a handkerchief to wipe her head and face, preventing excessive moisture from entering the inner room. Within, a dim oil lamp flickered as Lin Mengli's mother, Shun, sat at the bedside tending to the child. The air in the room was pungently sour and unbearable, filled with the unmistakable signs of illness. Lin Wanwan approached the small child, feigning concern as she gently placed her hand on his wrist to check his pulse. Though her true intent was merely to observe his condition, Lin Mengli's son, a frail and timid 5-year-old, had yet to receive a formal name. Often referred to by an unflattering nickname, Dog Egg. At that moment, he lay in bed, drenched in sweat, swathed in thick blankets, his lips cracked and parched. An utterly pitiful sight. Shin and her mother-in-law, Shin, watched Lin Wanwan with mounting anxiety. Lin Wanwan reached to touch Dog Egg's forehead, which felt feverishly hot, likely surpassing 39 degrees Celsius. Swiftly avoiding the gaze of others, she discreetly opened the medical kit in the shadows and retrieved a digital thermometer, using her wide sleeves to shield the child's temperature check from prying eyes. Indeed, the thermometer confirmed a fever of 39.7 degrees. After placing the thermometer back, Lin Wanwan took out a small cup of ibuprofen suspension she had previously prepared. She gently pulled back the covers and cradled the child's head, bringing the cup to his lips, softly murmuring, "Dog Egg, open your mouth. I'll give you your medicine. It will help ease your discomfort. Be a good boy." In his dazed state, Lin Gosheng blinked at Lin Wanwan and opened his mouth to swallow the medicine. The children's fever-reducing syrup had a hint of sweetness from sucrose, and the little one showed no resistance. Once the medicine was administered, Lin Wanwan directed Shun to tidy up the room and instructed Huanong to bring in a basin of warm water prepared with the hot water they had brought. She then asked Chun to remove Dog Egg's clothing, allowing for a sponge bath to help cool his fever. Upon hearing the words, the Shin family and the Chun family were filled with hesitation. Shun, clutching a broom, inquired, "Wan Yang, the child has fallen ill due to a chill. Why is he not bundled up warmly and instead has removed his clothes?" In a state of alarm, Shin quickly exclaimed, trust me, child. Swiftly assist me in wiping down my grandson. Do as Wan Yang says." After Chun had diligently wiped down Ling Go Dan several times, Lin Wanwan retrieved some oral rehydration salts, poured them into a small porcelain cup from her medical kit, mixed it with warm water, and gently assisted the little one in taking the mixture. After a brief interval, she administered the prepared montmorillonite powder as well. Once all the medications were given, Lin Wanwan felt her role had momentarily come to an end and turned to Chun, saying, "Having administered the medicine, the effect should manifest soon, and the fever should subside. However, it may recur, so please keep a vigilant watch. If he experiences severe diarrhea or vomiting, call for me in the morning, and I shall provide another dose. I shall not leave any medication with you, as it seems you are unsure of the proper dosages." Lin Wanwan, lacking absolute confidence herself, added, "Let us first observe. If by tomorrow morning the fever persists, it may indicate a more serious condition. You should fetch Meng Li from the town and also consult with a local physician." Upon hearing this, both Shun and Chun were overtaken by anxiety, yet felt utterly powerless, watching as Lin Wanwan donned her raincoat, grasped her medicine box, and departed with her maid, Huano. Oh, may the Dragon King bless my grandson with safety. Shen prayed fervently to the storm outside. That night, Lin Munli's wife, mother, and younger brother had restless slumbers. And as for the barefoot Dr. Lin Wanwan, her own sleep was hardly any better. The medical conditions of ancient times were exceedingly poor, and she was genuinely concerned about the situation with Dogdan. She feared that if the antipyretics she had brought from the modern era could not reduce Dogdan's temperature, the circumstances must be dire. She held little faith that the local physicians of the Tang Dynasty could offer any more effective remedies. Having traversed into the Tang era, Lin Wanwan had diligently studied an extensive array of historical knowledge regarding that period. In the realm of medicine, even the imperial physicians of the court medical bureau and the pharmacy of imperial herbs were not necessarily distinguished. At least, practices such as drawing talismans to ward off evil, using chickens to cure ailments, and performing shamanistic rituals to exorcise spirits were all openly acknowledged within the medical community of the Tang Dynasty. Perhaps renowned figures like Sun Simu possessed genuine skills and true medical expertise, but it was likely that ordinary folk doctors lacked substantial proficiency. She instructed Chun to summon the town's physician, merely hoping that the latter would treat Dogdan with earnestness, even if it was akin to attempting to revive a dead horse. At the very least, it would alleviate any potential suffering or regret. Unable to sleep, Lin Wanwan rummaged through a locked cabinet and unearthed the barefoot doctor's manual and encyclopedia of childcare, flipping through the pages. She resembled a community doctor from America, consulting medical texts before diagnosing a patient. It was not until the break of dawn that Lin Wanwan finally set aside her books and lay down for a brief rest. Fortunately, the following morning, good news arrived from Lin Mingli's younger brother, 15-year-old Lin Mengzhou. Dogdan's high fever had subsided, and the diarrhea had ceased. The medicine from a millennium later proved remarkably effective for individuals from 1,000 years past, as their bodies were not yet burdened with significant drug resistance. With this news, Lin Wanwan felt a sense of relief. She returned with a medical kit to check on Lin Gooden once more, administering montmorillonite powder and rehydration salts, along with a selection of fruits. She advised Chin to ensure that his diet remained light over the next few days, emphasizing the importance of consuming more fruits and vegetables. If he experiences another high fever, do not hesitate to call for me. However, if he is free from fever, vomiting, and diarrhea, there should be no grave concerns. Thank you, Wanyang. We are truly fortunate to have you. Last night was terrifying. It was your presence that saved us. Chun and Shin expressed their heartfelt gratitude, their emotions difficult to articulate. Lin Wanwan's medical skills were nothing short of miraculous in their eyes, yielding immediate results. Chapter 37. Joy for some. Worry for others. In the past, when illness struck, even if the family was willing to summon a doctor from the town, the effects of bitter herbal remedies were seldom so swift. More often than not, they could only watch helplessly as children succumbed and adults languished. Yet, the medicine administered by Lin Wanwan required no brewing, proving to be remarkably effective. Its origins were a mystery, akin to a divine remedy. Having a healer of such caliber in the clan was truly a blessing. This day, aside from Lin Gooden's diarrhea and fever, there were no significant troubles. However, the clan members were genuinely concerned for Lin Wanwan, as 2 acres of her fields remained unharvested. With the tempest raging, the potential losses were incalculable. The clan leader sighed repeatedly, lamenting, "Had I known, I should have gathered the men earlier to assist you in harvesting your fields. Now, with this dreadful weather, we cannot predict how many more days of rain and wind we shall endure." Lin Wanwan expressed her frustration. It was her first time cultivating the land, and the thought of it being ravaged by the tempest was truly disheartening. Yet, given the current situation, what could be done? Farmers, reliant on the whims of nature, often find themselves in such helpless predicaments. Moreover, the Tang Dynasty lacked weather forecasts. By the way, clan leader uncle, I hope no family suffered from last night's fierce winds and rain. Having inquired about her own fields, Lin Wanwan turned her thoughts to the welfare of her kin. Clan leader Lin pondered for a moment before replying, "I have come to discuss this very matter with you. A few families, living in dilapidated thatched huts, have had their homes blown down by the storm, leaving them homeless for the time being. Perhaps we could allow them to take refuge in the school's annex for a few days. Once the tempest has passed, they can commence the construction of new dwellings." Lin Wanwan readily agreed, saying, "Very well, clan leader uncle, please make the arrangements." She then instructed, "Kunlun, assist clan leader uncle with this task." Clan leader Lin responded, "I appreciate your help. It is particularly unfortunate for your third uncle's family and the Meng family, who have borne the brunt of the disaster. I had previously suggested they construct stone houses, but they have delayed. This time, I shall speak to them earnestly. Living by the sea, thatched and earthen homes are simply not sturdy enough to withstand the tempests. Lin Wanwan held no differing opinions, quietly listening as clan leader Lin chastised them for a while. Afterward, he donned his raincoat and took his leave. With the recent storms, classes at the school were inevitably suspended, casting a pall over the Lin clan. After all, the children had been able to enjoy a warm meal at school at the start of the term, alleviating some of the culinary burdens at home. Outside, a torrential downpour is falling, while inside, a gentle drizzle persists. Work has come to a standstill, and the fields risk being inundated, with a household full of mouths waiting to be fed, rendering one's spirits quite difficult to uplift. However, compared to Lin Family Village, Lu Family Village, and Dafeng Village, the atmosphere is even more dismal. Particularly in Dafeng Village, where the majority reside in thatched cottages, this tempest could wreak havoc upon them. Yet, they live in abject poverty. Even if the winds were to strip their roofs or collapse their homes, it would not incur any grievous loss, for they are already destitute. Further deprivation would be inconsequential. After all, an abundance of lice does not cause itchiness. They endure as best they can. Should they fail to persevere, they might be reborn into a more fortunate existence in the next life. Amidst the deluge, Lin Wanwan naturally extended her support to the kinfolk seeking refuge in the courtyard school, providing them with cooking implements and provisions to at least satiate their hunger. For 2 days, Uncle San's family, along with Mingxi's family and a few other relatives, took shelter in the west wing of the school. When the rain subsided slightly, they ventured to the backyard to express their gratitude to Lin Wanwan. At that moment, Lin Wanwan was seated on a low bed, entertaining little Qingyu with playful doodling. While 2 small guests, Dai and Little Crab, whom Lin Wanwan had specially requested Kunlun to bring, were also present. The Lin Mingbua family resided right next to Lin Wanwan's home. With just a few steps through the western gate, they could easily visit. Little Qingyu was at an age where companionship was essential, and Dai and Little Crab were perfectly suited playmates. Moreover, Lin Wanwan shared a particularly close bond with Lin Mingbua and the Lin Qinsher family among her relatives, fostering a natural affinity and closeness. Lin Mingbua was indeed the first to assist her without hesitation during her toil in the fields. Upon their meeting, he presented her with a magnificent yellow croaker worth 3 million and nearly 20,000 for sea jellyfish garments. The tempest outside bore no semblance of disruption for the merry company within. The room was aglow with warm light, impervious to even the slightest whisper of rain or wind, creating an atmosphere of utmost comfort. Before the arrival of the elder uncle and his companions, the melodic laughter of little Qingyu echoed through the stormy air. The elder uncle sighed, remarking, "This girl is truly fortunate to have encountered Wan Yang as her mother." Mengshi concurred. Indeed, she has fallen into a nest of blessings. Lin Jintian's thatched cottage had also succumbed to the elements, and he too mingled in the school during these days. He chuckled, "Little Yu is a bearer of fortune. Master Lin cherishes her, as if she were his own eye." Mengshi's 2 children were undeniably envious of little Yu. Erlang exclaimed, "I really admire Master Lin, and I adore little Yu. She once treated me to 6 melt-in-your-mouth candies, which were absolutely delightful." As they conversed, they approached the front of the hall, where Kunlun halted them to notify Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan emerged, cradling little Qingyu, to welcome them. The elder uncle and his companions merely exchanged pleasantries and expressions of gratitude. On the following day, with the winds calmed and the rain ceased, the elder uncle and others busied themselves searching for stones and timber to reconstruct their homes. Lin Jintian was conveniently assigned by Lin Wanwan to the eastern wing of the school as a guardian. The school officially resumed its lessons. After 3 days of tempestuous weather, the adults appeared somewhat weary, yet the children remained buoyant and spirited. The heavy downpour outside and the gentle drizzle within their abode had done little to dampen their optimism. In a delightful gathering, laughter echoed freely among everyone, unburdened by the woes of life. Even the unfortunate Delang and Erlang, whose home had collapsed, exhibited no trace of despondency. Instead, they proudly boasted to their classmates about the comforts of residing in the school, which was far superior to their thatched cottage. Being impervious to rain and wind, witnessing this spirited scene filled Lin Wanwan with immense joy. No matter how harsh life may be, it cannot extinguish the innocent and whimsical nature of children. Chapter 38. The Children's Joyous Occasion after a morning filled with lessons on the 3-character classic, arithmetic. and a session on the 1,000-character classic, The Time for Lunch, arrived. The midday meal consisted of delectable 8-treasure rice, generously prepared with ample ingredients and sweetened with sugar, bringing unparalleled joy to the children, surpassing even that of the new year. This 8-treasure rice was simply exquisite, rivaling the taste of meat. However, the day held further surprises beyond the delightful meal. Following an afternoon of labor that involved gathering sheepgrass, tending to the cattle, and cleaning the village path, Lin Wanwan instructed the children to wash up thoroughly. They lined up neatly in the playground, and she beckoned them. Form an orderly line to receive your scholar's attire. Scholar's attire? The children appeared utterly bewildered. What could this attire be? Most of them had never ventured beyond their village, let alone had any knowledge of scholars' clothing. Lin Wanwan then took a small bundle from Huanong, unwrapping it to reveal a deep blue tunic. She explained, "This scholar's attire was generously provided by the elder brother of our esteemed teacher, upon hearing that I had established a school. It consists of a uniform deep blue tunic paired with black boots, with 2 sets for each of you. Henceforth, you will don this scholar's attire when attending school, specifically designed for wear within the classroom." As soon as the words were uttered, the crowd erupted in excitement. New clothes and new shoes. 2 sets for each person. Is this a gift from Teacher Lin? Is it true? Am I dreaming? Does Teacher Lin have senior students? I've heard that some are holding prominent positions outside. Oh, Teacher Lin is so wonderful, even distributing clothes to us. Last year during the new year, I had no new clothes to wear, only my brother's old garments. The children whispered among themselves, some even bursting into tears. For instance, the daughters of the Lin family, Denyo, Ernyo, and Sannyo, were overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down their faces. They had never worn a new garment in their lives, and now, Aunt Wan and Teacher Lin were going to provide them with new outfits. Moreover, 2 sets each. Lin Jintian, who was watching the commotion from the side, could not help but wipe away his tears. He wore a robe patched with patches. Why had he never encountered such good fortune in his childhood? He longed to be a child again, to be a student of Lin Wanwan. Listen carefully. If I discover anyone with lice, their clothes will be confiscated immediately. Only those who are clean are worthy of wearing the student attire, understood? In unison, the children shouted, "Understood." Their voices echoed like thunder, startling the relatives laboring in the fields outside the courtyard. Who could not help but speculate? Who knows what delicious food they are distributing at the school to cause such a commotion among the children? Aunt One is truly wonderful. Ever since her arrival, the children of the clan have been living in abundance. Indeed, the child enjoys a hearty meal every noon, and occasionally, a delightful snack after school, which certainly alleviates the burden of our household's provisions. The scholar's attire is a refined version of a traditional hanfu, crafted from cotton and linen, complemented by a pair of white cotton trousers. Lin Wanwan has thoughtfully replaced the original elastic waistband with a fabric cord, and the entire ensemble was procured for a mere 80 yuan, along with 2 pairs of petite boots, totaling just 100 yuan. Due to the bulk purchase, the vendor graciously offered Lin Wanwan a discount of 5%. Yet, such fashionable and exquisite garments brought to the rural landscapes of Tang's Jingguan era seem utterly remarkable. The vibrant deep blue and the immaculate robes are far superior to what the adults in the clan possess. Astonishingly, each child now possesses 2 sets. The children who received the scholar's attire stood in awe, holding the garments and examining them from every angle, momentarily speechless, their faces aglow with joy. Upon receiving the attire, they all sought out private spaces to try them on, eager to see if they fit, and those that did not were exchanged amongst one another. For the little ones under 5, Huanong, you shall accompany me to assist them in trying on the outfits. Look, Huanong was also swept up in the children's exuberance, her face illuminated by a sincere smile. Initially hesitant to part with such fine fabric, she found that witnessing the radiant smiles on the children's faces rendered her reluctance insignificant. Each time a child received a garment from her hands, they joyously called her auntie, warming her heart with their affection. Had Lin Wanwan been privy to Huanong's heartfelt sentiments at that moment, she would likely have remarked, to give a rose to others is to leave a lingering fragrance in one's own hands. The children of the clan are generally underprivileged, emaciated, and small in stature. When they donned their scholarly garments, they appeared somewhat loose-fitting, yet their spirits remained buoyant. Behold, the children collectively performed a gesture of salutation, mimicking the formality with great sincerity. Then, with a wave of Lin Wanwan's hand, they dispersed like birds and beasts. Upon learning that Lin Wanwan had distributed 2 sets of scholarly attire along with 2 pairs of boots, a fervor erupted in the fields, igniting a flurry of discussion. Goodness. Distributing clothing. In an academic setting, it is the master who provides garments and shoes to the students. What could one possibly be thinking? This is undoubtedly a privilege bestowed upon us by Master Lin, a cherished member of our clan. Indeed, such is the case. The clan's folk raised their thumbs in commendation, incessantly praising Lin Wanwan. That evening, Lin Wanwan received a steady stream of offerings from her fellow clanspeople, eggs, both chicken and duck, as well as various seafood delicacies. The eggs here are far superior in taste compared to those of later generations. The chickens and ducks roam freely along the beach and in the forests, foraging naturally, resulting in eggs of exquisite flavor. As night fell, the families with children among the clan meticulously examined the so-called scholarly attire under the lamp's glow. Utterly captivated by the astonishingly fine stitching and the soft, comfortable texture. Such splendid garments, could they truly belong to the children of fishermen? It felt like a dream. Lin Mangjin could not help but express to his partner, "I wish to be a child again, to study and learn alongside Wan Yang. Why did I not encounter such fortune in my youth?" Countless others shared this sentiment. The gloom brought by the typhoon vanished in an instant. The Lin family village is fortunate to have the esteemed Lin Wanwan supporting them. Thanks to her shelter and assistance, there have been no tragic fatalities. In contrast, both Lu family village and Dafeng village have suffered the loss of impoverished lives due to the recent typhoon. In comparison, their days in the Lin family village are indeed much more bearable. Chapter 39. Experiencing the lives of farmers differently. Several farmers from Dafeng village, whose fields were ravaged by the flood, along with some mountain dwellers, were compelled to descend due to the storm's wrath. Hearing of Lin Wanwan's reputation, they sought her out, hoping to become her tenants, those who have lost their land and now work for others to sustain themselves. Lin Wanwan, in need of assistance, welcomed them and enlisted Lin Jintian to help manage their work. With Lin Wanwan's support, the homes of her great-uncle and the Meng family were rebuilt. Lin Godin's health also improved significantly. His diarrhea diminished, and Lin Wanwan visited him daily for checkups. Since she did not charge for her medical services, the Lin Mingli family slaughtered a rooster to present her as a token of gratitude and brought her 32 eggs they had saved. Lin Wanwan graciously accepted their offerings, understanding that it was the thought that counted. In no time, the entire Lin family village was aware of Lin Wanwan's exceptional medical skills. Despite her earnest attempts to downplay her abilities, claiming she only possessed rudimentary knowledge, no one believed her, considering her humility excessive. When residents from Lu family village and Dafeng village arrived at the Lin family village to report on the damages from the typhoon, they too heard of Lin Wanwan's miraculous healing. Before long, the reputation of the divine healer spread throughout the three villages. Those who came from outside the village, upon seeing the children of the Lin family clad in exquisite robes made of fine fabric, remarked that these were scholars' garments, their eyes filled with envy, lamenting their fate of not being from Lin family village. This privilege was granted by the clan leader, as it had been a long time since the clan had celebrated the joyous occasion of marrying off a new bride. It was hoped that increased social interaction would lead to the prospect of finding a young lady to wed. The matrimonial market in the Tang Dynasty was indeed a harsh landscape. The wealthy and influential had numerous concubines, while those without wealth or status struggled even to find a primary wife. Following the typhoon, Lin Wanwan resumed her rice harvesting efforts, experiencing some losses. Yet they were not particularly severe. During this period, an amusing yet exasperating incident occurred. Before the rice was fully harvested, a group of elderly onlookers, having caught wind of the activity, gathered at the edge of the fields to collect leftover grains. The Lin family members and villagers assisting in the harvest were incensed, nearly coming to blows, until Lin Wanwan tossed a handful of coins onto the roadside to quell the dispute. Having lived in modern times, Lin Wanwan had never witnessed such brazen thievery firsthand, only having seen it reported in the news. Stories of overturned trucks being looted or unrelated villagers harvesting from contracted orchards. It is true that rural farmers possess a certain simplicity, yet when it comes to petty misdeeds, their actions can be quite disconcerting. Lin Mingbua informed Lin Wanwan that such acts of gathering leftover rice were merely trivial during unfavorable years. Conflicts over water and land between villages and clans often escalated to violent confrontations. During the most tumultuous moments, even the officials of the court dared not approach. Such brawls were typically resolved by the local chieftains or village heads. However, the inhabitants of Lin family village, primarily fishermen who battled the sea for their livelihoods, possessed a fierce disposition, making them unassailable. Should one provoke their ire, they might find themselves unceremoniously cast into the ocean, their remains forever lost, officially deemed missing. The current turmoil arose from the widespread news of Lin Wanwan's bountiful rice harvest, compounded by the devastation wrought by a typhoon that affected many. Those gathering the rice were mostly elderly, and in ancient times, where filial piety governed the land, the men of Lin family village, bound by the reverence for their elders, hesitated to unleash their full strength in combat. Aside from this incident, all else proceeded smoothly. Ultimately, Lin Wanwan's late rice yielded an astonishing average of 15 stones per mu, astonishing the surrounding regions. The village chief found himself inundated with requests from various individuals seeking to barter for grain seeds. Following the abundant harvest, the scholars from the Shao family bookstore also paid a visit, entering into a contract with Lin Wanwan to publish a version of the three-character classic. Lin Wanwan inquired if they wished to include the multiplication table, only to be met with laughter from the shopkeeper, who assured her that they already possessed such a mathematical reference. It seemed she had underestimated the mathematical knowledge of Great China. Thus, upon the publication of the book, Lin Wanwan secured a steady income in the Tang Dynasty, not a fortune, but a reliable flow. Unbeknownst to her, as winter approached, the sweet potatoes were also ready for harvest. Lin Wanwan dispatched Huan Nong and Kunlun with a letter from Shao Chong, intending to inform him of her plans to begin harvesting the sweet potatoes the following day. What? A grave illness? Lin Wanwan felt as though the other shoe had finally dropped. The historical records uncovered by Lu Shiyue proved to be remarkably accurate, without a single error. During these days, Lin Wanwan prepared an array of medications to combat influenza, including ribavirin and oseltamivir, as well as remedies to alleviate cold symptoms such as Tylenol and traditional Chinese medicine like Lian Huaqingwen and Banlangen. She also gathered cough syrups and antipyretics like Malin and Tylenol, eagerly awaiting news of Shao Chong. One could only hope these medicines would aid in Shao Chong's recovery. Such a handsome county magistrate, who had personally undertaken a discreet inspection of nearly all the fields in Miao County, was indeed a promising official. Should he perish, it would be a significant loss for the people of Miao County. There is a saying, 3 years of clear governance by a county magistrate is worth 100,000 taels of silver. When faced with corrupt officials, the common folk truly suffer, utterly helpless. Little Qingyu had been entrusted to the Lin Mingbua family, and with Yun Shang's care, she was in good hands. Lin Wanwan reminded Lin Jintian not to forget the afternoon labor class for the children. With unwavering determination, she boarded the carriage with Huanong, calling out, "Kunlun, let us go." Lin Jintian watched the carriage with a twinge of worry, his heart filled with apprehension. Wan Yang was actually going to treat the county magistrate. If she succeeded, it would be a cause for celebration. But what if she failed? Wouldn't that invite considerable trouble? Why take such risks? Sometimes, it was best not to engage. They could simply enjoy their modest lives in Lin family village without provoking the nobility. One careless misstep could lead to calamity. Lin Jintian was consumed with concern for Lin Wanwan, grappling with the decision of whether to report to the clan leader, but ultimately chose to remain silent. After days of interaction and observation, Lin Jintian discerned that Lin Wanwan despised those who acted on their own accord and spoke indiscreetly. As he currently relied on Lin Wanwan for sustenance, it was imperative for him to follow her lead and refrain from voicing any dissent behind her back. The crux of the matter was that events had already transpired, even if he were to inform the clan leader. What could a mere branch leader of a rural family accomplish? Perhaps there would be some recourse if it were the direct descendants of the Lin family. In Chapter 40, the Divine Doctor returns. Neither Kunlun nor Huanong would dare to intervene in Lin Wanwan's affairs. The former possessed a straightforward mind, while the latter was timid yet earnest. Both were devoted servants who adhered unwaveringly to Lin Wanwan's commands. 2 hours later, Lin Wanwan's carriage arrived before the county office, where Kunlun disembarked to present their credentials. Although the gatekeeper found it peculiar that Kunlun had returned, the presence of a letter from the esteemed Xiao Mingfu warranted their entry. Under the guidance of Shu Qin, a close servant of Shao Chong, Lin Wanwan and Huanong proceeded to the back courtyard of the county office, making their way directly to Shao Chong's chamber. Shu Qin harbored doubts regarding Lin Wanwan's identity as a female physician, yet given Shao Chong's deteriorating condition, his high fever persisting for several days, any potential remedy was worth exploring. The physicians from the Shao family had exhausted their options, and the local apothecaries and healers had been summoned to provide consultation, yet to no avail. At this juncture, anyone claiming to possess healing abilities was granted an opportunity, albeit with the understanding of the associated risks. The gates of the office were not easily breached. Xiao Chang's affliction from the cold poison was severe, and after several days of fever, he was nearing a state of unconsciousness. In an atmosphere thick with gravity, Lin Wanwan entered Xiao Chang's bedroom. The elderly physician of the Xiao family, upon seeing Shu Qin accompanied by a young female doctor, could not help but let out a silent scoff. In the Tang Dynasty, female physicians were not a rarity. They often attended to the ailments of palace concubines with a certain level of confusion. The esteemed physician Qin Liang, recommended by the Xiao family, had studied acupuncture under the renowned Dr. Zhen Quan for a time and possessed genuine skills. Yet, even his acupuncture had proven ineffective against Xiao Chang's malady. What could a female doctor possibly accomplish? It was merely a desperate attempt to seek a remedy in a time of urgency. Despite his disdain for female doctors, Qin Liang was astute enough not to voice his objections. After all, Xiao Chong was a direct descendant of Emperor Xiao Yan of the Liang Dynasty, carrying the prestigious lineage of the Xiao family from Qi in Liang. His great-grandfather was the second emperor of the Western Liang, Emperor Liang Ming, his grandfather a high-ranking minister, his aunt the empress, and his maternal lineage traced back to the esteemed Gu family of Wu County, direct descendants of the noble Gu Yi Wang. Although the Li family had risen to power in the Tang, resulting in the purging of many aristocratic families from the centers of authority, the Xiao family's Qi and Liang branch still held considerable esteem in the eyes of Li Shimin, maintaining intricate connections with the aristocracy of Guangzhou, the old nobility of the Sui dynasty, and the gentry of Shandong and Jianan. The untimely death of Xiao Chang's younger brother last year compounded the urgency of the situation. Should this eldest son also perish, the lineage would face extinction. Qin Liang found himself in a quandary. Initially dispatched to serve as Xiao Chang's personal physician due to his exalted status, now confronted with an ailment that resisted treatment, he was at a loss on how to face the Xiao family. It would be beneficial to share the burdens of responsibility with a few more individuals. Meanwhile, upon entering the bedroom, Lin Wanwan was somewhat taken aback by the faint scent of medicine and the fragrance of suha. The handsome gentleman was indeed extraordinary. Even in such a state of illness, his chamber bore no foul odor. As a modern woman, Lin Wanwan felt no need for pretenses and instructed Hua Nong to wait outside. She gracefully passed through the screen and seated herself beside Xiao Chang's bed, feigning the act of taking his pulse while discreetly observing his condition. At that moment, Xiao Chong appeared to be in a stupor, his jade-like visage paler than usual, devoid of any color, resembling a Caucasian. His long eyelashes rested gently upon his cheeks, quivering slightly only when Lin Wanwan extended his hand to check his pulse. Yet his eyes remained closed. Lin Wanwan inquired of Shu Qi, "How many days has your master been feverish? Has he exhibited symptoms of drowsiness, chills, cough, chest pain, nausea, or diarrhea?" After a brief contemplation, she looked up at Shu Qi, who stood at the foot of the bed, and stated, "I believe I have a grasp on the situation. I wish to administer acupuncture to Lord Xiao now, and I must not be disturbed. Please guard the door." Finally, Shu Qi could no longer contain his remarks. "Lady Lin, master is a term for a father. Why do you consistently refer to my lord as such? You ought to call him Xiao Mingfu. If you are unaware of these formalities, how can you claim to be knowledgeable in medicine?" Lin Wanwan replied, "Have I been calling him father all along? I have studied much of the Tang Dynasty's history, yet I have not thoroughly researched the native terms of address during that era. How ironic it is to stumble upon such a blunder. But is now the appropriate time for such a discussion?" Lin Wanwan said with irritation. "Isn't treating the illness the most urgent matter now?" Shu Qi's lips moved slightly. Ultimately, concern for her master prevailed, and she retreated to the outer room with Hua Nong. Separated by a curtain, Lin Wanwan quickly opened the medicine cabinet and retrieved the ear thermometer from the lower shelf. To her astonishment, she found Xiao Chang's ear temperature to be a staggering 39.9 degrees. It is worth noting that such a high fever is rare in adults. Only young children typically experience such elevated temperatures. After conducting an inquiry and reviewing historical records, Lin Wanwan deduced that Xiao Chong was likely afflicted with influenza, and the situation appeared rather grim. Beneath her hood, she wore a mask, fearing contamination. To be prudent, she had received a flu vaccine last month in the modern world. Presently, there were no other effective remedies for Xiao Chong's condition. She decided to administer oseltamivir and mail-in antipyretics first, as the cold symptoms were not pronounced enough to warrant cold relief medication just yet. She would observe for a while, and if there was no improvement, she would consider switching to ribavirin and Tylenol. When she called for Shu Qi to administer the medicine to Xiao Chong, Shu Qi hesitated at the sight of the orange-red liquid in the small porcelain cup, uncertain if such a medicine existed. Lin Wanwan urged. Why are you hesitating? Am I a mere commoner, bold enough to harm your esteemed master? Shu Qi realized the truth of her words. They had thoroughly investigated Lin Wanwan's background. A few months prior, she had descended from the mountains, a descendant of the direct line of the Ho family and a branch of the Xiao clan, which made her a distant cousin of Xiao Chong. There was indeed no reason for her to cause harm. As Shu Qing assisted Xiao Chong in taking his medicine, Lin Wanwan had already prepared the oseltamiver granules, which she handed to Shu Qing for him to administer. Observing that some white granules remained undissolved in the warm water, Shu Qing steeled himself and proceeded to give it to Xiao Chong. Slow down, Madam Lin, he suggested. Please stay at the manor tonight. There are numerous vacant guest rooms in the back courtyard. You and your maid may choose one to rest in. Should there be any changes in the young lord's condition later, we shall request all the physicians to come for a consultation. After considering this, Lin Wanwan agreed. Chapter 41. The right medicine. Perhaps Lin Wanwan's journey through time had already altered history. This time, her treatment proved fortuitously accurate. Xiao Chong indeed suffered from influenza A, and the administered medication was precisely what he needed. Moreover, having practiced martial arts, he possessed a certain foundation in internal strength, which augmented his resilience. The medicine, sourced from a millennium hence, exhibited remarkably effective results. Within less than an hour, his fever subsided and his consciousness returned. Upon discovering that it was Lin Wanwan who had treated him, Xiao Chong was taken aback. In truth, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of a woman earlier, but had assumed it was merely a hallucination brought on by his critical condition, conjuring the image of his deceased mother. To his astonishment, she was also skilled in the healing arts. Xiao Chong remarked with a hint of detachment. After witnessing the rice yield per acre that day, he had conducted inquiries into Lin Wanwan, but still harbored some doubts regarding her identity. No matter how diligently he searched, he could not ascertain the whereabouts of her so-called master, nor the mountain where she supposedly resided. She seemed to have appeared out of thin air in Wahai town. Her wealth and every aspect of her existence remained shrouded in mystery, including her current medical expertise. However, the ailing Xiao Chong had no inclination to ponder further. Having narrowly escaped death, he now yearned to savor the pleasures of life. Some matters, it is rare to be muddled about. There is no need to delve too deeply. I am hungry, he commanded. Prepare a bowl of vegetable porridge. Upon witnessing her master's renewed appetite, Shu Qi beamed with delight, offering a clumsy gesture of farewell before excusing herself. When Qin Liang and the others learned that Xiao Chong's fever had subsided, attributing the miraculous effect to the female physician's medicine, they were astounded. They hurried to inquire and examine the situation before they could truly believe it. They were eager to question Lin Wanwan about her medicinal methods, yet their intentions remained unfulfilled. In ancient times, any form of knowledge came with its barriers. Without the genuine bond of master and apprentice, how could one dare to seek another's formula? Unless Lin Wanwan were to enter the imperial medical office to teach, openly sharing her expertise, they could not approach her with such inquiries. 2 hours later, Lin Wanwan arrived punctually. The study was illuminated by several palace lanterns, where Xiao Chong rested against the table, engrossed in his reading. Upon hearing Lin Wanwan's voice from outside, Xiao Chong felt a twinge of surprise. For propriety dictated a distance between the sexes, particularly at night. Yet, in the next moment, he chuckled at himself. Xiao Chong, despite your extensive reading, you have yet to encounter a woman of such fortitude. Lin Wanwan waited in the outer chamber until a resonant male voice called out, Is that you, Master Lin? Shu Qi, please admit her. The door to the chamber creaked open, and shortly thereafter, Lin Wanwan gracefully stepped through the screen, kneeling properly before Xiao Chong's, feigning the act of taking his pulse with utmost seriousness. In the stillness of the night, Lin Wanwan donned a veil, beneath which a pristine medical mask had been replaced with a new one. Through the veil, others could not discern what obscured her lips. Lin Wanwan observed the picturesque, languid figure of the handsome man beneath the light and realized that the treatment had proven effective. She exhaled softly and remarked, Xiaoda, Mingfu, you appear to be in much better spirits. Are you still experiencing a fever? Xiao Chong set aside his book and replied, The fever has subsided. I had a bowl of porridge this evening, and my strength has returned somewhat. Thank you, Lin Fuzi. Lin Wanwan nodded and retrieved a small porcelain cup filled with the prescribed medicine from her medical box. Then you need not take the antipyretic any longer. Simply consume this medication. By the way, do you have any headache symptoms? She picked up her portable thermos and prepared the medicine for Xiao Chong, presenting it to him. Xiao Mingfu, please take your medicine. This should be administered twice daily for 5 consecutive days, and you should be well on your way to recovery. Shu Qi stepped forward to accept the small porcelain cup and offered it to Xiao Chong, who tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp. What is the name of this medicine? I have never encountered such a concoction before. Lin Wanwan casually responded. Consider it akin to a Dan medicine. It is all pre-prepared. She continued. Oh, and this bottle is for treating coughs. 3 times a day, half a small cup each time. Shu Qi then took the small porcelain vial containing the cough syrup along with the accompanying cup. Xiaochong nodded, his gaze shifting to the thermos beside Lin Wanwan. Curiously, he inquired, what is contained within this vessel of hot water? It appears to have a glimmering quality? Xiaochong smiled nonchalantly, expressing his gratitude as he accepted the items without hesitation. As Lin Wanwan prepared to take her leave, Xiaochong broached another topic. Lin Scholar, I have heard that your maternal lineage belongs to the illustrious Xiao family of Namlamling. Your mother is the daughter of Lord Xiaoyan? With a smile, Xiaochong continued. Indeed, it seems we are somewhat related. Henceforth, let us address each other as cousins. What do you think? Lin Wanwan raised her eyelashes in surprise. She had saved the county magistrate's life, only to exchange it for a familial title. It appeared rather delightful, and she promptly replied with a smile, how fortunate. This truly is a coincidence. But may I inquire about the age of Lord Xiaoming? I am 22 this year, widowed, and have a young daughter named Qingyu. Xiaochong responded, I am of the same age, born in the first month, and I am the eldest in my family. Due to my free-spirited nature, I detest constraints. Thus I remain unmarried. A flicker of joy surged within Lin Wanwan. It seemed he was part of an ancient clan that shunned marriage, a rarity indeed. Among the renowned figures of the Tang Dynasty known to her, both Du Fu and Bai Ji had wed only after the age of 30. So late marriages were not unheard of. She chuckled. My younger sister was born in September, so I shall rely on my cousin's guidance in the future. It is quite late now, and I shall not impose further. Please rest early, cousin, to avoid any relapse of your condition. Very well, thank you, cousin. Shu Qi. See our guest out. Yes. Xiaochong's health improved day by day. Although he occasionally experienced bouts of high fever, the antipyretics managed to subdue it, which filled Lin Wanwan with confidence. Her greatest concern had been the ineffectiveness of the fever-reducing medicine. Severe influenza could be fatal even in modern times, and antipyretics might not suffice to quell high fevers. Given Xiaochong's initially grave condition, his swift recovery could only be attributed to his robust constitution. With the aid of a millennium-old remedy that invigorated the white blood cells within him, his immune system triumphed over the influenza virus, marking a fortunate recovery. Thus, Lin Wanwan settled down with Huanong at the county office. As Huanong had not received the influenza vaccine, she harbored a considerable fear of contagion, and consequently refrained from allowing Huanong to approach Xiaochong directly. In contrast, Lin Wanwan exhibited a greater degree of courage, equipped with both a veil and a mask. Along with having received the influenza vaccine, she interacted with Xiaochong without any psychological burden. She also advised the servants, including Shu Qi, who were closely attending to Xiaochong, to cover their faces with a cloth when in his presence. The people of the Tang Dynasty possessed a rudimentary understanding of infectious diseases, and they readily accepted Lin Wanwan's suggestion. Chapter 42. High mountains and flowing water. Aside from tending to his ailments, Xiaochong had been offering Lin Wanwan a rather unique experience over the past few days. He was a resilient patient, unwilling to recline in bed at the slightest opportunity, and his casual performances on the guqin were truly exceptional. To be honest, sharing the same roof, gazing at the tranquil courtyard, and listening to each other play ancient melodies was particularly delightful. Lin Wanwan herself had dabbled in guqin playing, though she had not achieved mastery. After hearing Xiaochong perform several pieces, she felt a stirring desire to purchase a guqin for her own enjoyment once he recovered. Upon learning of her intention, Xiaochong gifted her a guqin the very same day as a gesture of gratitude. Lin Wanwan casually played a piece and was astonished by the enchanting sound, which was incomparably superior to the introductory instrument she had purchased for 5,000 in the modern era. After finishing, she noticed someone outside and called out. Who was out there? Xiaochong entered upon hearing the sound, saying, It is I. I apologize for interrupting my cousin's artistic spirit. Lin Wanwan was acutely aware of her limited skills. Performing before such a master of the guqin would undoubtedly provoke his amusement. She playfully admonished, Cousin, eavesdropping is hardly the behavior of a gentleman. Xiaochong chuckled heartily, responding nonchalantly, Regardless of whether you believe me, I assure you it was unintentional. Lin Wanwan's eyes sparkled with mischief as she proposed, Since you have graced us with your presence, why not teach me the piece you played yesterday? Xiaochong paused, seemingly taken aback by her request, but soon smiled gently, saying, However, I am still an invalid. I fear I might pass my illness on to you. Perhaps you should don a protective veil? Lin Wanwan waved her hand dismissively. No need. You have already recovered. Very well, Xiao Chong acquiesced. Lin Wanwan rose to make room. And without hesitation, Xiao Chong seated himself gracefully at the guqin, extending his long fingers to caress the strings. Lin Wanwan mused inwardly. If these hands were in modern times, they would surely be models. Indeed, beauty in all its forms is a delight to behold. As he began, Xiao Chong's fingers danced upon the strings, producing ethereal harmonics that transported Lin Wanwan to a realm of shimmering azure waves and misty clouds. The music evolved into a rich, layered melody, akin to rushing streams and rolling white clouds, exuberant and fervent. The piece transitioned through wide-ranging high and low pitches, with a masterful blend of notes, harmonics, and scattered tones, painting a vivid scene of resplendent light and swirling multicolored clouds. As the final notes faded, the celestial sounds lingered in the air, leaving one speechless for a long time. After a considerable time, Lin Wanwan finally regained her senses and murmured, "This piece must be called High Mountains and Flowing Water. But what is it really?" Xiao Chong chuckled. "Didn't you just mention the name of the piece, dear cousin?" Lin Wanwan was astonished. "Is it truly High Mountains and Flowing Water?" With her mouth slightly agape, she suddenly became overwhelmed with emotion. During her studies of the guqin, she had learned the amalgamated pieces of High Mountains and Flowing Water, yet the authentic High Mountains and Flowing Water had long been lost to the river of time. Xiao Chong was not at all perturbed by Lin Wanwan's momentary lapse. It was indeed rare for anyone to remain composed in the presence of his enchanting melodies. Subsequently, Lin Wanwan began to inquire about the composition, and Xiao Chong, with unwavering patience, diligently corrected and guided her despite her limited skill. As the night unfolded, with flowers surrounding the courtyard and the moonlight illuminating the space, they lost track of time. Eventually, both were startled back to reality, gazing at the moonlight, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. How could so much time have passed so swiftly? The attendant, Huanong, was nearly as sleepy as a woodpecker, almost pecking a hole into the pillar. Later that night, as Lin Wanwan lay in bed, excitement prevented her from sleeping. Her heart brimmed with countless joys, reigniting her passion for the guqin. Her initial fascination had begun when she heard a part-time musician play while she was serving as a ceremonial host for Madame Fang's event. After saving diligently from her job, she had finally purchased her own entry-level guqin. However, as the pressures of survival mounted, she gradually lost the interest to play, and it had been nearly a year since she last touched the instrument. Life and mere existence are indeed two distinct realms. In the present moment, Lin Wanwan is finally able to live well, and naturally, she must reclaim the beauty she once lost. Xiao Chong has also been contemplating this matter, and after a moment of reflection, he declared, "This is of great importance. I must witness it with my own eyes. Shu Qi, prepare yourself. We shall depart alongside our cousin." Shu Qi hesitated for a moment, saying, "My lord, your health." Xiao Chong replied nonchalantly, "It matters not. Having restrained myself for so long, it is precisely time to stretch my limbs." Shu Qi understood her lord's resolute nature and refrained from further persuasion, anxiously proceeding with her preparations, mentally reprimanding Lin Wanwan for her insistence on harvesting sweet potatoes. Upon learning that Xiao Chong intended to go, Lin Wanwan did not dissuade him, but instead took her zither and boarded her carriage. From a distance at the entrance, she could see the little jade girl, Xiao Qingyu, sitting on the steps of the western side, her head cradled in her hands. The little one pouted, looking quite forlorn. As the sound of the carriage wheels approached, Xiao Qingyu suddenly perked up, standing with wide eyes fixed on the carriage. However, she stood with her hands clasped behind her back, puffing out her little belly. Her head bowed as she occasionally glanced at Lin Wanwan, remaining silent. Lin Wanwan hurriedly embraced the little one as she entered the courtyard, offering endless comfort, while unceremoniously leaving Xiao Chong outside. Amused, Xiao Chong dismounted and followed her through the side entrance. Chapter 43. Harvesting sweet potatoes. The residents of Lin's village observed curiously from the sidelines, hesitant to approach, having already recognized Xiao Chong's identity. A person of such talent and beauty, once seen, could never be forgotten, and the villagers of Lin's family were no exception. Some who had not had the opportunity to meet Xiao Mingfu during their last outing inquired about him from others. The notion of the best seemed rather broad. Yet upon their first glimpse of Xiao Chong, they realized what true excellence entailed, without the need for embellishment. Entering the courtyard, Lin Wanwan comforted the little Qingyu for quite some time until the child finally ceased her tears, resting her head on Lin Wanwan's shoulder. clinging tightly to her neck in fear of being abandoned again, hiccuping and murmuring, "Mother, you must not leave again." The sight of this poor little creature tugged at Lin Wanwan's heartstrings. Once Qingyu's emotions had stabilized, Lin Wanwan remembered to attend to Xiao Chong, offering him an apologetic smile. "Cousin, please forgive me. Have some water first." Xiao Chong humbly replied, "This is my fault. Had it not been for my matters, my dear niece would not have had to remain alone at the manor, living in fear." After speaking, he gestured to Shuqi, who immediately presented a small jade box. Xiao Chong handed the box to Xiao Qingyu with a smile, saying, "Little Yuer, I am your uncle. Here, play with this. It contains sweets." However, little Qingyu turned her head away, completely ignoring him, displaying her haughty demeanor. It was the first time for the ever-charming Xiao Chong to receive 2 taps on the back of his head from the same young lady, which elicited a wry smile from him. Lin Wanwan gazed at the exquisite jade box and could not help but exclaim, "What a large piece of jade. The color is truly beautiful. Such a priceless jade. How could it be hollowed out to make a box? What a waste," Xiao Chong casually remarked. Though the hollow design diminishes its value, it is both practical and aesthetically pleasing. Let this serve as a gift for little Yuer. Do you refer to it as jadeite? Its hue indeed resembles that of the kingfisher, making it quite fitting. Lin Wanwan pondered, could it be that the Tang Dynasty did not call it jadeite? Never mind, she thought, as she readily accepted the gift with a smile, saying, "Then I shall express my gratitude on behalf of little Yuer to my esteemed uncle." Indeed, among the noble families, wealth was evident. Such a splendid piece of jadeite was merely a casual gift. Was Xiao Chong, the county magistrate, merely jesting? After all, how much could a county magistrate in the Tang Dynasty earn? But that is not the point. Regardless of the earnings, power holds greater sway. The pursuit of wealth and authority, perhaps, is the true aspiration of these noble families. However, these illustrious lineages, passed down through the ages, cannot hold on to their riches for too long. Once the daughter-in-law of Li Shimin ascends, they shall be offered as sacrifices to the imperial authority of the Tang. After a brief exchange, the group arrived at the fields. Harvesting sweet potatoes, in truth, requires a certain skill. If done improperly, one might damage the tubers. Lin Wanwan, eager to showcase her abilities today, had watched numerous sweet potato harvesting videos in modern times, and now it was time for practical application. She placed the small green jade aside, instructing her to play at a distance. Having been held by Lin Wanwan for so long, any little grievances had been soothed. And now the young girl returned to her usual affectionate demeanor, watching her mother with adoring eyes. Surrounding Lin Wanwan were many individuals, including Kunlun, Xiao Chong, and members of the Lin family. She began to explain, when harvesting sweet potatoes, one must first clear the vines to the side, then gently excavate the surface soil, taking care not to injure the tubers. Just as she was speaking, Lin Wanwan accidentally pierced a sweet potato in front of everyone. Lin Wanwan felt a wave of embarrassment, particularly upon meeting the glimmer of amusement in Xiao Chong's eyes. How could she continue her boast when the task was still unfinished? Instead of elaborating further, she focused intently on excavating the soil. After several attempts, she finally unearthed the entire sweet potato plant, which bore several substantial oval-shaped, purplish-red tubers, likely weighing 3 to 4 gene, with 1 gene in the Tang Dynasty equating to 16 taels. If one plant yielded so much, what might the entire field contain? The crowd erupted in excitement, heralding yet another bountiful treasure. The clan leader, overwhelmed with emotion, fell to his knees, weeping, "Heaven bless our Lin family. Ancestors, behold. This is yet another precious gift brought by our Lin family's Wan Yang, a means to sustain our lives." The members of the Lin clan, consumed by fervor, pushed Lin Wanwan aside and took it upon themselves to dig, wary of letting the pampered Wan Yang handle this precious find, especially after witnessing her clumsy attempts that resulted in several injuries. Xiao Chong, observing the scene, couldn't suppress his laughter while feeling a twinge of sympathy, murmuring softly, "The plight of the common folk remains too arduous." Lin Wanwan shrugged in agreement. Indeed, that evening, she prepared a large pot of sweet potatoes, distributing them to each household for sampling, with Xiao Chong receiving his fair share as well. How sweet. These sweet potatoes are exceptionally sugary," he remarked, though he lamented their unsuitability as a staple food. After tasting, he offered his critique. Lin Wanwan replied, "They serve well as a side dish. Certainly preferable to an empty stomach. However, we've only planted 1 mu this year, and counting my cousin Mengbo's plot, it totals merely 2 mu, primarily for seed. Come next year, when we have more, I plan to teach everyone how to make sweet potato noodles." I assure you, they are utterly delicious, far superior to rice noodles. After swallowing the food in his mouth, Xiao Chong remarked, "You and Master have extensively researched the culinary arts." Lin Wanwan chuckled. "Isn't eating one of the most significant aspects of life? Naturally, it deserves thorough exploration. Cousin, you have just recovered from your illness. Indulging in rich meats isn't advisable. In a few days, come visit my home, and I shall prepare a feast of exquisite delicacies you have never tasted before." Stretching lazily, Xiao Chong replied, "Then it is settled. I eagerly await your gourmet offerings." For Xiao Chong and Lin Wanwan, sweet potatoes were too saccharine to serve as a staple food. Yet for the Lin clan, who seldom enjoyed sugar throughout the year, sweet potatoes were an exquisite delight. The notion that consuming too much sweetness is detrimental was foreign to them. After all, they hardly had the opportunity to indulge in sweet treats. With these 2 sweet potatoes, the entire family had to share, barely enough for a single bite. In hindsight, Lin Mingbua appeared the wisest, inciting envy among his kin. This year, the Mingbua household thrived solely on sweet potatoes, prompting Xiao Mingfu to consider purchasing from them to promote throughout the county. However, in this world, there are many who possess the wisdom of hindsight, yet few who can foresee or remedy their missteps. No matter how envious they felt, they could only watch helplessly. That night, Xiao Chong stayed overnight at the front courtyard academy. For the following day, he needed to transport rice seeds and sweet potatoes to the county office. Traveling at night with provisions posed considerable risks. By the next day, the rice seeds, which Lin Wanwan had discreetly replaced with newly acquired modern rice seeds, and sweet potatoes were loaded onto 3 carts, 2 for cargo and the smallest one for passengers. Chapter 44. Appraising the guqin. Lin Wanwan felt that the guqin in her hands was extraordinary. However, her discerning eye could not ascertain its true value. Reluctant to inquire directly from Xiao Chong, she resolved to seek the opinion of Lu Shouyue. After several attempts to engage him, she decided to present him with a pair of Hetian jade paperweights as a token of appreciation. These exquisite paperweights were procured from the renowned Jinbao building in Xiaoxi town, where they were touted as masterpieces. The craftsmanship was indeed impressive, and she had spent a few taels of pepper to acquire them. As artifacts from the Tang Dynasty, they carried a certain prestige, which made Lin Wanwan feel proud to offer them as a gift. As the sun approached the horizon near 6 o'clock, she took a taxi, guqin in tow, directly to Lu Shouyue's antique shop, where he happened to be present that day. "Teacher Lu, as a cultured individual, this item is perfectly suited for you. Please accept it as a modest token of my gratitude for your assistance. I hope it meets your approval." Upon encountering Lu Shouyue, she promptly presented her gift. Today, Lu Shouyue appeared particularly vibrant, dressed in an unassuming white shirt that somehow enhanced his charm. Lin Wanwan wondered if her recent uplifting mood had tinted her perception, making everything appear more beautiful. Lu Shouyue accepted the box she offered and examined it briefly before smiling and saying, "It is merely a small gesture. You need not go to such expense. Is the guqin you hold in your embrace the one in question?" Lin Wanwan nodded and carefully extracted the guqin from its case, placing it upon the coffee table. With just a glance, Lu Shouyue exclaimed, "This is a rather aged jiaoqin." Lin Wanwan responded, "I am curious about the significance it holds within." Lu Shouyue observed attentively for quite some time before retrieving his phone to record a comprehensive video. He then inquired of Lin Wanwan, "Would you be willing to consign this guqin to our auction house?" Lin Wanwan shook her head, responding, "I do not wish to sell it. I merely seek to understand its provenance." A look of palpable disappointment crossed Lu Shouyue's face as he chuckled ruefully. "I thought a major deal was at hand. It seems I am only permitted to gaze upon it, not to touch." Lin Wanwan, bemused, replied, "Teacher Lu, I never expected you to be like this." Lu Shouyue smiled cheerfully. "What do you mean by like this?" Lin Wanwan shrugged and remarked, "Not as serious as I had imagined." At her words, Lu Shouyue erupted in laughter, and after a moment, he asked, "Do you mind if I attempt to play it?" Lin Wanwan extended her hand, saying, "Please. I am all ears." Lu Shouyue promptly turned, took a seat, and plucked the strings, producing a melody that lingered in the air. Lin Wanwan discreetly bit her lip, feeling a pang in her heart. It was one thing for the illustrious Xiao Chong of the Tang Dynasty to excel in playing. After all, they had been immersed in such arts from a young age due to societal influences. Yet how could the modern Lu Shouyue possess such remarkable skill? Wasn't he a professor of archaeology? One might mistake him for a student of a conservatory based on his talent. Truly, Teacher Lu is exceptional. "Is there anything you cannot do?" Lin Wanwan mused earnestly. Still lost in his reverie, Lu Shouyue eventually opened his eyes and turned to Lin Wanwan, saying, "The timbre of this guqin is exquisite. You genuinely refuse to sell it? To speak frankly, I am quite fond of it. For a price below 100 million. I would leave the valuation to you. Lin Wanwan gasped in astonishment. A university professor casually mentions 100 million. Surely, he must have a fortune hidden away. She was still somewhat inexperienced. However, in the next moment, she realized, this guqin must have a remarkable origin, right? Lu Shouyue gazed affectionately at the instrument and remarked, I have a rather audacious speculation. This guqin may very well be the long-lost jiaoqin from the Tang Dynasty, the one crafted by Kai Yong himself. Of course, even if I am mistaken, this instrument is still worthy of a high price for my collection. It is priceless in terms of personal affection. Lin Wanwan pondered. If this were indeed the case, then it would command a staggering price, not only in the modern era but even during the Tang Dynasty. Has Xiaocheng truly parted with his treasured guqin? Wasn't it said that this instrument had always been preserved by the royal family? What do you think, Wanwan? Will you sell it to me? You won't suffer any loss on the price. There hasn't been a guqin sold at the price I'm offering in today's market. Seeing Lin Wanwan remain silent, Lu Shouyue pressed further, already putting the guqin away to leave. He chuckled, if you're unwilling to sell, there is no need to rush off. You just gifted me such exquisite paperweights. I must reciprocate. Bestow upon me a wooden peach, and I shall repay you with a jade treasure. That is my life as principle. Come, let us go to the car dealership. You should choose a car. I see you've been relying on taxis, which is quite inconvenient. Lin Wanwan waved her hand. No, you see, I always trouble you. You have already given me enough jade treasures. Besides, taking a taxi is more convenient, and I need not worry about parking. This time, Lin Wanwan did not refuse again, smiling. All right then. Once in the car, she placed the guqin box in the back seat, securing it with 3 seat belts before taking her seat in the front passenger side. After all, it was a guqin worth nearly 100 million. It must not be allowed to suffer any scratches or dents. Before driving, Lu Shouyue asked again, by the way, I have made a reservation at Jie Yuding's restaurant for tonight. Would you care to join me? All right. The mere thought of the delectable dishes prepared by Jie Yuding made Lin Wanwan's mouth water. Why doesn't he allow takeout for his dishes? Those with a bit of talent often have such peculiarities, yet no one seems to be able to challenge him. His culinary creations are indeed extraordinary, and he is never short of patrons to indulge in his culinary delights. Lu Shouyue chuckled. Geniuses always possess a few quirks. However, consuming exquisite food on-site is essential to preserve its flavor. Why do you wish to take it away? Lin Wanwan shrugged. Even if it loses some taste, it's still infinitely better than what is served elsewhere. I want to have it as a late-night snack. Lu Shouyue replied. Isn't that simple? Just hire someone to place the order and ask him to pack it up when the time comes. If Jie Yuding decides to block you, let him be. Besides, you frequently provide him with top-notch seafood. Next time, ask him to prepare it for you. Otherwise, he might refuse to sell you the seafood, and you can turn the tables. Lin Wanwan burst into laughter. Teacher Lu, you've definitely done this before, haven't you? Lu Shouyue smiled in response. What do you think? The two soon arrived at Jie Yuding's private restaurant. Due to the difficulty of finding a parking space, Lin Wanwan alighted first while Lu Shouyue went in search of a spot. Chapter 45. The Dispute. As Lin Wanwan walked inside, a familiar voice filled with surprise called out to her, Xiaolin? Xiaolin, you're here too? What a coincidence. Who are you with? Turning her head, Lin Wanwan recognized it was her former colleague, Xiao Chun, who had interned at the same company with her. It is quite peculiar. At that time, they were rivals. And though they did not exhibit overt hostility, their interactions were rather ordinary. Why, then, this fervent greeting? Lin Wanwan politely smiled at Xiao Chun, who stood beside the Mercedes adorned with a prominent Chanel logo. In the next moment, the individual emerging from the driver's seat extinguished her smile. To her astonishment, it was Bao Junkai, a name as splendid as Jun Kai Xing Qi, yet the individual himself was rather despicable. Lin Wanwan coldly withdrew her smile and turned to leave, but Xiao Chun stepped forward, linking her arm with Bao Junkai's, and called after her, Hey, wait a moment. It's a rare encounter. Lin Wanwan offered a perfunctory smile, replying, I wouldn't want to interrupt your date. Xiao Chen leaned her impressive figure against Bao Junkai's arm, her eyes sparkling with joy as she exclaimed, Interrupt what? We can meet every day? But you, it's been ages. Where are you working now? With exaggerated astonishment, Xiao Chen added, Web literature, perhaps? The kind that earns mere pennies? A twitch of her lips followed, a fortune of billions? You truly have a knack for humor. Lin Wanwan replied with a smile, You were the one who started the jest. I thought you favored this style of banter. At that moment, Bao Junkai let out a derisive chuckle, raising an eyebrow mockingly as he said, "Little Lin, it's not for me to say, but a girl ought to seek a proper job. Consider this. You impulsively resigned. Our company is a reputable establishment, and they are currently only interviewing fresh graduates. You may have forfeited your opportunity. How foolish can one be? By the way, how did you find your way here? Don't be misled by the modest exterior. A plate of fried rice here costs nearly 300 yuan, hardly a place for someone like you. Don't make a fool of yourself." Lin Wanwan coldly remarked, The company is indeed quite good, but the atmosphere leaves much to be desired. As for whether I can afford it, what does that have to do with you?" Bao Junkai, feigning nonchalance, responded, "You, as always, with your sharp tongue, resembling a thorny rose. Come, since we happen to cross paths today, allow me to treat you to a meal, to broaden your horizons." Lin Wanwan discreetly rolled her eyes, expressing her disdain. "No, thank you. When it comes to dining, I prefer the company of pleasant individuals. Facing certain people, I fear I might struggle to swallow. No matter how exquisite the cuisine, it would be in vain. You, Lin, Junkai is kindly inviting you. What is with your attitude?" Xiao Chun had been displeased since hearing Bao Junkai's invitation to Lin Wanwan. "This is my attitude. What? Just because you wish to treat me, I must comply? We are hardly that familiar," Lin Wanwan retorted sharply. Xiao Chun, unable to boast, instead ignited a quarrel, drawing the astonished gaze of onlookers. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, "Lin, what are you pretending to be, a wealthy beauty? As if everyone isn't aware that your parents have long passed, and you grew up depending on others. Girls from poor families tend to be clever. You don't honestly think that saying this will attract Junkai's attention, do you?" Lin Wanwan's expression darkened. "Who told you I am an orphan? Have you been investigating me?" Xiao Chun scoffed. "Investigate? Am I that idle? You must be trying to seduce Junkai at the company. It's no secret that you had to resign out of embarrassment. It's just that no one has called you out on it. After your resignation, has your former good friend, Ying, reached out to you again? You should know your own standing. Ying, while they may refer to each other as good friends, their connection is superficial at best. They merely reside in the same neighborhood and happen to intern at the same company. It seems the gossip has leaked from her. This is precisely why Lin Wanwan harbors a disdain for friendships. Some individuals, who overtly seek to ingratiate themselves, incessantly gossip behind her back. From elementary school through university, she has never been devoid of such sycophants, which is utterly bewildering." Bao Junkai repeatedly urged, "Let it be, let it be. What more is there to say? We should go inside. This place is filled with the upper echelon, and we wouldn't want to embarrass ourselves." Xiao Qin cast a sidelong glance at Lin Wanwan, choosing to remain silent. However, Lin Wanwan was not inclined to let them off the hook so easily. She aimed her ire directly at Bao Junkai. "Bao Junkai, are you suggesting that I am the one seducing you? Is that how you speak of me? I have screenshots of all those WeChat messages you sent before I blocked you. Do you think I would hesitate to send them to the company email? Or do you believe such an email address is too difficult for me to remember?" A flicker of panic crossed Bao Junkai's face, quickly replaced by a sinister demeanor, yet he managed to smirk, transforming like a chameleon. "Xiaolin, what are you saying? Oh, you're young. I won't hold it against you. Xiao Chun, let us hurry inside." Lin Wanwan observed the hasty retreat of Bao Junkai as he pushed Xiao Chun along, a cold smile gracing her lips as she continued her verbal assault. "Bao Junkai, just a few months ago, there was a woman who had undergone cosmetic surgery claiming to be your wife. Yet now, you've switched partners? That was quite a swift exchange, indeed. Women are like garments. Xiao Chun, no matter what role you play in his life, there is no need for you to flaunt it here, as I have no interest." With that, she briskly opened the restaurant door, stepping inside with more alacrity than the two of them. Lu Shuyue nodded slightly and entered as well. Xiao Chun exhaled softly, feigning nonchalance as he continued to accompany Bao Junkai, pushing open the glass door and finding a seat separated from Lin Wanwan by a row of large potted plants. Xiao Chun occasionally glanced at Lin Wanwan's silhouette, muttering, "How quickly she is entangled with someone. And what a man he is. No words can adequately describe him. I find myself at a loss." Faced with the watch on Lu Shouyu's wrist, which was worth a villa, Bao Junkai felt somewhat intimidated. Anyone capable of adorning their wrist with a villa must possess a certain formidable presence. Bao Junkai was aware of the watch's value because their company's CEO, his superior, owned an identical piece. He harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of the man's watch. He simply sensed that this man was unlikely to wear a counterfeit. He himself owned a few high-end replicas, so he was acutely aware of who belonged to the genuine class. Chapter 46. Absurd rice prices during a pause in ordering. Lu Xiaoyu inquired of Lin Wanwan. What was the altercation about? Who were those two? Do you need my assistance? Lin Wanwan's mood had settled. She had suffered no real loss. Although stepping in dog excrement was rather distasteful, she couldn't dwell on it forever, as that would be even more unpleasant. Thus, she replied coolly, "It's nothing, merely a scoundrel and a vain woman draped in designer labels, seeking validation from me. I want to indulge them. I intend to enjoy a hearty meal and forget the unpleasantness. Teacher Lu, don't feel sorry. I have already placed the order." Lu Xiaoyu chuckled. Order away. As long as Jiayu Ting, our boss, is willing to provide us with ample dishes, I want to be driven to bankruptcy over a meal. For Lu Xiaoyu, who has effortlessly excelled in his studies since childhood, memorizing a string of numbers is a trivial task. A mere glance is sufficient for him to commit them to memory. Just moments ago, while in the parking lot with Lin Wanwan and two others, he noticed what he initially assumed to be a simple acquaintance, only to discover upon closer inspection that they were embroiled in a dispute. His curiosity regarding Lin Wanwan remains piqued. However, it is his principle not to pry into the affairs of his guests, for their profession is fraught with complexities, and indiscriminate investigation may lead to uncontrollable peril. Nevertheless, he feels no qualms about scrutinizing the superficial men and vain women accompanying her, as their intentions are readily discernible, even if the craftsmanship does not reach the esteemed heights of a master like Kai Yong. Any creation from a renowned artisan of the Tang Dynasty is certainly worthy of collection. It is evident that there are skilled luthiers among the prominent families. Regrettably, during the Jingguan era, the illustrious luthiers from Sichuan, such as the Lei family and the Zhang family from Jiangnan, have yet to emerge. Otherwise, simply reselling an ancient zither crafted by these legendary masters could have afforded her absolute financial freedom in the modern world. This year, after fulfilling her tax obligations, Lin Wanwan has stored the surplus of rice she harvested securely in her family's granary. In Xiaochang's view, given Lin Wanwan's land and yield, the rice she sold to him nearly depletes her resources. In reality, however, the rice she provided was all procured from modern sources. Xiaochang took the rice and departed, showing no interest in how much Lin Wanwan had left. Meanwhile, the clan leader of the Lin family remains unaware of the quantity of seeds Xiaochang acquired from Lin Wanwan. Thus, Lin Wanwan found herself with a degree of maneuverability. She proposed to the clan leader that the surplus grain be sold to the clan at a significantly lower price than the market rate, specifically at 20 coins per dough. She made it a point to clarify that this grain was unsuitable for planting, as she had already set aside the seeds, which she intended to sell to the clan during the appropriate season in the following spring. Naturally, the clan leader was overjoyed. Who wouldn't he appreciate the opportunity to purchase grain at such a low price? However, he also recognized this as Lin Wanwan's benevolence towards the clansmen and subsequently convened a meeting with all the men of the clan, decreeing that only their own members could purchase the grain, strictly prohibiting any transactions with outsiders. In determining the grain price, Lin Wanwan had conducted thorough research. Initially, she was taken aback upon discovering the grain prices from the third year of the Jingguan era in modern records. The new Book of Tang states that the grain price in Chang'an during that year was 4 to 5 coins per dough. Lin Wanwan found it hard to believe that such inexpensive grain could exist while people still appeared emaciated and malnourished. Consequently, she inquired at various grain shops in Wanhai County, only to learn that even the lowest quality rice was priced at 70 coins per dough. Meanwhile, the purchasing price offered by grain merchants in the countryside was no less than 30 coins. It is no wonder that upon hearing Lin Wanwan's offer to sell grain to the clansmen at 20 coins per dough, the members of the clan were ecstatic. Even the poorest families scraped together money to buy grain. How could the market price in Chang'an possibly be lower than the purchasing prices reported by grain merchants in the county? It is crucial to note that this year, Chang'an was beset by drought, locust plagues, and was still reeling from severe flooding. The yield from the fields was already low and likely to be even lower this year. How could they possibly meet the demand? Thus, it was evident that the rice available in the Chang'an market was being transported from distant regions through the granary transport system. In light of this, it is utterly implausible that the price of rice could be reduced to 4 or 5 coins. How could a dough of rice possibly sell for such a meager amount in the marketplace? Would grain merchants be willing to incur losses? It seems unlikely that traders possessed such elevated principles. History has long echoed the sentiment that exorbitant prices harm the populace, while excessively low prices injure farmers. When the common people suffer, societal discord ensues. When farmers are harmed, the nation languishes in poverty. If a dough of rice were indeed priced at 4 or 5 coins, how could the farmers sustain their livelihoods? Such a price is unquestionably outrageous. Consequently, Lin Wanwan was compelled to contemplate the possibility of historical revisionism. Emperor Li Shimin was known for his penchant for altering history. In his quest to establish a prosperous era, adjusting grain prices would not be an unusual endeavor. Regardless, Lin Wanwan firmly disbelieved that the current price of rice in Chang'an could be as low as 4 or 5 coins. This realization left her feeling quite exasperated. Having conducted her research, she had thought herself a prophet of the Tang Dynasty, yet this was contingent upon the accuracy of historical records. Ironically, during the Jingguan period of the Tang Dynasty, she encountered Emperor Li Shimin, a ruler who pioneered the alteration of history. Fortunately, she resided in the Jiangnan region of Meng County, far removed from Chang'an. Let Li Shimin revise history as he pleases. The overarching direction would likely remain unchanged. As for prices, there was no need to consult historical texts. A mere stroll through the market would suffice to reveal the truth. With the low-priced millet that Lin Wanwan offered, the entire Lin clan was filled with joy. Especially for those families who had previously faced starvation, smiles now graced their faces. In past years, the Lin family estate had not witnessed any deaths from hunger, and with Lin Wanwan's affordable rice this year, such misfortunes were even less likely. After the onset of winter, with each rainfall, the chill in the air grew more pronounced. Lin Wanwan has begun preparing autumn and winter scholar attire for the children. She selected a striking red and black hanfu online, featuring a round collar, a straight cut, and narrow sleeves, paired with pure white cotton linen inner garments and trousers, exuding a crisp elegance suitable for both genders. This complete set of scholar clothing for autumn and winter is thrice the price of the spring and summer collection, however. For Lin Wanwan, it is hardly a concern. The profits she earned from selling yellow croaker and fish glue, procured from her clan, to Jiayuding are sufficient to purchase numerous exquisite hanfu. The fisheries are exempt from taxation, allowing her to keep every penny earned. For these children, Lin Wanwan has prepared windproof rabbit fur cloaks, which has thrilled them immensely, igniting an unprecedented competitive spirit, with their recitations echoing wherever they go. Chapter 47. Reforming the steamed bun. As the school bell rang, the children, braving the wind, joyfully raced home, bringing a lively atmosphere to the somewhat desolate Lin family village, which had grown colder with the chill of autumn. The dilapidated small dock has been refurbished by Lin Wanwan, although the old fishing boats of the clan remain unchanged. Resting against the newly renovated dock, they seem rejuvenated. Lin Wanwan sat in the backyard, tending a fire pit, diligently preparing something in a clay pot. Little Qingyu sat at a distance on a small stool specially moved away by Lin Wanwan, resting her head in her hands, watching Lin Wanwan work. Meanwhile, Huanong, Yunshang, and Kunlun were each occupied with their own tasks. Lin Wanwan was currently making lai, as she has always found the fermentation of Tang Dynasty noodles rather poor and unpalatable. However, she had been delayed by various matters and had not found the time to create a proper leavening agent. In truth, purchasing in modern times is not entirely unfeasible. Primarily, Lin Wanwan perceives the production of alkali as an uncomplicated endeavor. She envisions transforming this technology into a familial industry, thereby providing a modest income for her kin during the winter months. The age-old adage of teaching one to fish rather than merely providing fish resonates with her aspirations. Mother, what is this? Inquired the inquisitive little Qisher, her mind brimming with questions typical of a child in the throes of linguistic development, her chatter seemingly unceasing. Regardless of her comprehension, the child's curiosity would inevitably lead to a cascade of inquiries, spiraling far beyond the initial topic. After several experiments and a multitude of processes, Lin Wanwan successfully extracted the alkali she required, including caustic soda and soda ash. Admittedly, due to her rudimentary conditions, the alkali she produced lacked purity. However, her expectations were modest. The caustic soda could be utilized for soap making, while the soda ash could be transformed into baking soda, both of which are commodities of value. The essence lies in the fact that she need not rely solely on modern conveniences. She could engage in the gratifying process of DIY. While her knowledge remained vivid and unforgotten, Lin Wanwan was determined to experiment further. As twilight descended, she finally processed the alkali and placed it into nearby small porcelain jars. These vessels now contained a collection of alkali, baking soda, and caustic soda. She meticulously stored them in the high cabinet of the kitchen, instructing the 3 servants to ensure that none would tamper with her creations. Although the alkali was not the optimal choice for making dough, as baking powder would yield superior results, Lin Wanwan regrettably found baking powder to be too challenging for her. Thus, she resolved to settle for a less ideal alternative. Certainly, when they prepare meals at home, she will undoubtedly substitute genuine leavening agents from modern sources, as neither Yunxiang nor Huanong possesses any understanding of the matter. "Mother, I'm hungry," little Yue exclaimed. The small child had long since abandoned her stool, frolicking in the yard, and upon catching the enticing aroma of Huanong's cooking, she rushed over, clutching her belly to urge Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan, having completed her preparations, smiled and said, "All right, it's time to eat. Yue, come wash your hands." "Yay, yay." Little Yue clapped her hands in delight and scampered over to wash her hands alongside Lin Wanwan. The following morning, an alluring fragrance wafted from the Lin family's kitchen. Little Yue, along with the little crab and the maidservant, paused their play and hurried to the back kitchen to investigate. Little Yue, gazing towards the steamer, inquired of Huanong, "Aunt Huanong, what are you making? It smells so good." At the stove, Huanong, while speaking, lifted the lid of the steamer, revealing 6 plump, white dumplings steaming within. Reminiscent of meat buns, an esteemed delicacy among the Tang people who often refer to steamed wheat products as steamed cakes, Huanong was taken aback. For during her training with the traveling merchants, her primary focus had been culinary skills, and she had made countless steamed cakes, yet she had never encountered such sizable ones. Today, she had employed her usual techniques, the only variation being the addition of the alkaline water crafted by her mistress. To her astonishment, the resulting dumplings had exceeded expectations, being more than twice the usual size, blooming like delicate white flowers. The craftsmanship of her mistress was truly extraordinary, akin to that of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Though she was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts, whenever she decided to prepare a meal, the results often left those around her in awe, unbeknownst to them. Many of the dishes that Lin Wanwan presented were merely smuggled delicacies from the modern world. The little crab and the big girl, both driven by hunger, were irresistibly drawn into the kitchen by the enticing aroma, peering eagerly at the steaming basket. Little Qingyu stood on a small stool, scooping water into a basin, and beckoned her companions, saying, "Come here, we must wash our hands first before we can eat." The 2 little ones hurried over, crowding around, and together they giggled as they washed their hands in the porcelain basin. After washing, the 3 of them, each holding a steaming pastry, could hardly wait. They carelessly tilted the hot food in their hands before bringing it to their mouths for a taste. At that moment, the 3 daughters of Lin Guofu, with the pretense of visiting Xiao Yu, were drawn by the delightful smell and wandered over. Still at an age of innocence and easily influenced by their unreliable elders, they had taken to frequenting Lin Wanwan's home during breakfast hours. Now, the 2 girls stood shoulder to shoulder at the kitchen entrance, watching the trio indulge in their pastries while licking their fingers, and inquired, "Xiao Yu, what are you eating? Is it delicious? What does it taste like?" Unable to contain her pride, Qingyu exclaimed, "My Aunt Wanwan's steamed buns are the best. You've surely never tasted anything like it. They are fragrant, soft, and slightly sweet." Just then, Lin Wanwan, elegantly dressed, entered the kitchen, shaking her head with a smile as she picked up 2 steamed buns from the basket, handing one to each of the little girls. Although she harbored no particular fondness for the Lin Guofu family, nor did she hold a strong affection for San Niu and Er Niu, Lin Wanwan was not overly concerned, for they were merely 2 small children, aged 6 or 7, belonging to the same clan. The 2 little ones from the Lin Guofu household were ecstatic over the steamed buns, bouncing joyfully as they raced home, showing no inclination to hide their delight. Soon, upon hearing the news, the women of Linxia village flocked over, intrigued. Before even crossing the threshold, they heard Lin Sun's exclamation, "Oh my, Lin Fuzai. How has your Huanong managed to create such magnificent steamed buns? They are truly a rarity. How could they be so large? Goodness, they are twice the size." Lin Sun, cradling her child, craned her neck towards the steamer, marveling, "Is this truly a steamed bun? In my 22 years of life, I have never encountered such an exquisite specimen." Chapter 48. Another delight unveiled not only Lin Sun, but also the other women who had previously encountered steamed buns were equally eager, their curiosity piqued. "Huanong, how did you achieve such remarkable steamed buns?" they inquired. The buns they had made in the past were dense and unappealing, with a dull, yellowish hue, far from the soft, pristine beauties held by Ernyo and Sanyo. Lin Wanwan smiled and said, "Huanong, why not bring out the remaining buns from the steamer for everyone to taste? You have come at the perfect time, as I intend to speak with the clan elders shortly regarding this matter. There is no special technique involved. I merely added a bit of the leavening agent I prepared yesterday. The women, a bit bashful, graciously accepted the offering, exclaiming with delight, Lin Fuzai, you truly possess remarkable skills. I cannot bear to consume this alone. I must share it with my family so they too may experience this wonder. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, they departed with the steamed buns in hand. Little Qingyu nibbled on her bun, tugging at Lin Wanwan's sleeve. And with her head tilted back, she exclaimed, Mother, it's delicious. I want more once I finish. Lin Wanwan chuckled and replied, You little glutton. We can have more for lunch. Now, don't linger in the kitchen. Go to the dining table in the main room. I've prepared milk powder for you to drink while you eat. Oh, wonderful. The three little ones cheered in delight. Meanwhile, at Lin Guofu's home, the family shared in the delectable meat-filled steamed buns, exclaiming how delicious they were. It was indeed the first time they had tasted such exquisite buns. Lin Mingyi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. So tasty. Truly delightful. They are soft and fragrant, not at all sour, with a hint of sweetness. Lin Mingzhong nodded in agreement, saying, Huanong is quite skilled. She has managed to make such delectable steamed buns. Using the same flour, these buns are indeed twice the size of the usual ones. The new maid truly excels. Lin Sunshire boasted about her newfound knowledge, her eyes gleaming. Huanong mentioned that she added some baking soda, a marvelous concoction devised by Lin Wanwan. Lin Guofu smacked his lips thoughtfully and instructed his wife, Lin Lushir, when your class is finished this afternoon, please take a few eggs to Wan Yang's house. And while you're there, inquire about that ingredient she used. That would be baking soda, Lin Sunshire interjected. Yes, baking soda, Lin Guofu confirmed. Ask her how she prepared it. We should learn from her. Lin Lu remarked bitterly, What eggs can we gather? Lin Wanwan is so affluent. If she would just spare a little from her abundance for us, her kin, we would have more than enough to thrive on. And there would be no need to carve into our flesh. Lin Guofu cautioned, Be careful with your words. If the clan leader hears you, it could spell trouble. Lin Lu scoffed, slamming pots and pans in frustration. It's clear the clan leader is biased. It was clearly little Yuer who gifted that to Lin Wanwan. Yet she insists on giving us a mere token. And now, look at me, a striking beauty, completely wasted on someone else, with nothing to gain. Her eldest son. Lin Mingzhong could no longer contain himself and interjected, but Lin Fuji is running the clan school, providing meals for the children and distributing splendid garments. There are benefits aplenty. Lin Lu, infuriated, retorted, You know nothing. That is common for the clan, but who else has sent away their daughter like we have? Now, she has my girl for company, laughing and chatting. Shouldn't she treat us a bit better, offer some compensation? Big girl, you are quite foolish. I urged you to go, yet you refused. That wretched girl over there is your own cousin. What are you afraid of? Lin Mingzhong and his wife had 2 daughters, the eldest being 10 and the younger 7. Years had passed, and the eldest daughter-in-law showed no signs of pregnancy, making it likely their line would end. Lin Lu had never held much affection for them. The eldest daughter, scolded by her grandmother, quickly lowered her head and shrank to the side. However, unlike her younger sisters, she would never shamelessly go to Lin Fuji's home to scrounge for food and drink. Lin Fuji treated her with exceptional kindness, even appointing her as the team leader. And she could not afford to displease him. Although the additional reward of a rabbit fur cloak was taken by her grandmother and transformed into 2 vests for her younger brothers, Lin Fuji had indeed bestowed it upon her. She was acutely aware of who truly cared for her. Even her own parents did not show her the same level of affection as Lin Fuji did. With Lin Fuji's support, she no longer had to face the world in her bare skin, which brought her immense joy. Moreover, amidst her fondness for Lin Wanwan, she harbored a slight fear of her as well. Who would willingly linger in front of the teacher after school? That would be akin to a mouse strolling before a cat, tempting fate. After all, at the age of 10, she was aware that Lin Wanwan's expectations grew stricter for older children during lessons. In the Lin Guofu family, among the 2 grandsons, one was too young for school, while the other was timid and dared not approach Lin Wanwan. Thus, only Er Nyo and San Nyo remained, frequently visiting Lin Wanwan's home in search of a meal. The lunch served at school that day consisted of soft steamed buns paired with cabbage soup, and the children ate heartily, reveling in the experience as if it were a festive occasion. How she wished her mother could also enjoy such delicious steamed buns. Several children, while eating, could not help but think of their own mothers, who rarely indulged in good food. Even when a fish was occasionally served, their mothers preferred the bones over the flesh. After class, the children scattered like birds and beasts, yet Lin Wanwan's courtyard did not fall into silence. Thanks to the enthusiastic advocacy of the children and the Lin matriarchs, the number of women visiting Lin Wanwan's home that day increased significantly. Such large and pristine steamed buns, who could resist their allure and not inquire further? During the Tang Dynasty, there existed a primitive form of the mantu, made from fermented dough, referred to in some regions as qi jiao bing or long bing. However, their quality paled in comparison to those made with lye. Some exceptionally skilled artisans could ferment the qi jiao bing to a slightly fluffier texture, making them highly sought after. Lin Wanwan, with no intention of withholding knowledge, had prepared the dish specifically to impart this skill to others. She seized the opportunity to demonstrate the process of making lye in the courtyard. To the onlookers, her actions, manipulating the stove, tending the fire, and combining various incomprehensible ingredients, seemed akin to alchemy. Even Lin's son, who had been eager to master the craft, felt daunted. It appeared beyond her capabilities. Observing the complex expressions on the faces of the crowd, Lin Wanwan pondered for a moment and then dispatched Kunlun to summon the clan leader. The leader arrived promptly, finding around 20 women from the clan gathered in the courtyard. Earlier, while Lin Wanwan had been refining the lye, Huanong had secretly added lye to create another batch of steamed buns, which were now nearing completion. Chapter 49. I am here to teach you Wanyang. I hear you have conjured something remarkable again? The clan leader inquired directly upon arrival. He felt a stir of interest, but was also apprehensive that their fishing family might transform into merchants, a notion that had never crossed generations of the Ho Tao Lin clan. He could not allow such a change to occur on his watch. Noticing the clan leader's hesitation, Lin Wanwan remained unperturbed. At this moment, the steamed buns were ready, and Lin Wanwan smiled, saying, "Come. Let everyone witness the true nature of steamed buns made with alkaline flour." A group of over 20 individuals, chattering excitedly, followed Lin Wanwan and the clan leader into the kitchen. The items within were exquisite. Not only were there porcelain bowls and basins, but a plethora of glassware as well. Everyone felt somewhat clumsy, afraid of accidentally breaking something they could not afford to replace. Seeing that everyone had entered, Huanong, at Lin Wanwan's discreet nod, lifted the lid of the bamboo steamer. A rich aroma of meat wafted through the air, instantly making the mouths of those who had long suffered from hunger water. Wow, how can they be so white and so large? I observed Huanong's work. The amount of flour he used was no more than what I had used. Yet the steamed buns he produced were twice the size of mine. Lin Wanwan picked up some chopsticks and smiled. "Come, everyone. Have a taste and see how delicious they are. Uncle Clan Leader, you go first." This steamer contained 3 tiers, yielding dozens of buns, sufficient for each person present to have one. I only needed a bite to sample. The clan leader furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "Wanwan, your family consists of just a few members. Why make so many steamed buns at once? The clan's folk are here merely to taste. A bite for each should suffice." Uncle is right. I shall not indulge next time. Lin Wanwan nodded earnestly, taking his advice to heart. Although Lin Wanwan was a time-space trader and faced no risk of food shortages, after all, she had the vast resources of China behind her. The clan leader's words held merit, and she found it unnecessary to contradict him, simply listening. After the clan leader finished speaking, Lin Wanwan smiled and gestured for Huanong to share the steamed buns. "Uncle Clan Leader, rest assured, I have taken note of everything you said. However, today, with such delightful delicacies freshly made, let us all partake and savor them. Let us see how my dough turns out." The eager crowd could hardly contain themselves, neglecting the heat as they hastily grabbed half a bun each under the watchful gaze of the clan leader. "Wow, this is delicious. It's fragrant and soft, not the slightest bit sour or hard." Lin Qinsher suddenly exclaimed, "These steamed buns are like the clouds in the sky, fluffy and white. Don't you think? Surely, only immortals could indulge in such a treat." Who could argue with that? "Wanyang, is this not akin to alchemy? Can we simple village women truly create such wonders?" Several children, drawn by the enticing aroma and lively atmosphere, gathered around. Lin Wanwan filled a plate for them, instructing Yunshang to take them to the main hall to eat. While she continued in the kitchen, addressing the others, "It is not difficult at all. If you follow my lead a few times, you will grasp it." "I doubt it. With our clumsy hands, how could we dare to attempt alchemy? We might end up causing an explosion." The group lacked confidence, viewing Lin Wanwan as almost divine. The most concerning tale among them was of a time when a Taoist priest, while practicing alchemy atop the nearby mountains, had an explosion that collapsed half of the temple, claiming his life in the process. This matter later became a topic of conversation among the villagers in the surrounding areas, who, over tea and meals, expressed their relief that they had not ventured up the mountain to burn incense that day. However, a lingering psychological shadow loomed over them concerning the alchemical practices of the Taoist priests. Ever since the elder priest in the temple had perished in an explosion while concocting elixirs, the mountain temple had remained in disrepair. The remaining young acolytes sought refuge in other sects, leaving the temple to fall into desolation. While they relished the steamed buns made from fine flour, they were hesitant to engage in the alchemical processes involving lye, suggesting it was best left to the men. Why not let the men handle it? Timidly proposed Lin Sunday. Indeed, the men cannot manage it. Lin Wanwan observed the lack of confidence among the group, reflecting that perhaps she had underestimated the situation. At that moment, the clan leader spoke. Wanyang, I believe we should abandon this endeavor. Is selling lye considered a form of trade? Uncle is uncertain of the implications. The son of a merchant cannot participate in examinations, cannot hold official positions, nor dine with gentlemen. Our clan has already established a school. It is best not to take risks. Besides, those who fish should focus on fishing, and those who farm should tend to their fields. This is the proper course of action. Engaging in these unproductive pursuits is precarious. Under the deeply entrenched mindset of the Tang Dynasty regarding the roles of scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants, fishermen envied the farmers who possessed ample land to cultivate. Although merchants might be wealthy, they were regarded as lowly. The son of a merchant was often equated with the son of a convict, and their status was scarcely better than that of servants. Even when adorned in silks and satins, they did so discreetly. They were not permitted to ride horses, but could only travel by ox cart. The authorities could penalize them at will, and regardless of their wealth, they faced disdain from society. It was not until the later period of Emperor Xuanzong that these merchants, oppressed by the ruling class of the Tang Dynasty, began to organize and resist through financial means, striving to claim their rights. The practice of buying and selling for profit, in the eyes of the majority of the common folk during the early Tang Dynasty, is deemed unworthy of their time, far less reliable than the honest toil of farming or fishing. Lin Wanwan pondered for a moment before speaking. Uncle Clan Leader, the flour cakes are merely a small creation of our own, akin to the handcrafted items sold by villagers during their leisure time, that cannot be considered as commercial trade, as they are the fruits of our diligent labor, not mere speculation. The clan leader stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied, since you put it that way, we may as well give it a try. Lin Wanwan smiled and proposed, once we have made the flour cakes, we can sell them to the various taverns and inns in Wanhai town. What do you think? Excellent. As long as you and Uncle Clan Leader agree, I shall proceed. Lin Qinsher was the first to express his support. Let Meng Li handle the arrangements. He works as a servant in the tavern and is knowledgeable. Meng Li is not suitable. He always gets taken advantage of. The fish we laboriously catch from the sea are sold at the dock for a pittance. And even in the tavern, we are cheated. In the end, after much discussion, everyone placed their trust in Lin Wanwan, believing that such an important matter required her intervention. Very well, I shall venture into town to gauge the situation. After the crowd dispersed, Lin Wanwan sat alone in the hall, deep in thought about how to navigate this venture without being labeled as a merchant. Perhaps it would suffice to sell steamed buns directly. Farmers selling food during their leisure time surely would not be considered traders. For Lin Wanwan, making money was effortless, whether it be soap, glass, cement, or sugar. Opportunities were abundant. However, the allure of substantial profits can indeed attract ravenous wolves. The current Ho family and Lin clan lack the strength to safeguard their immense wealth. In the grand tapestry of the Tang Dynasty, the upper echelons of wealth remain firmly in the hands of the aristocratic families. Without power, mere commercial success is insufficient. Merchants occupy a lowly status, akin to sheep awaiting slaughter, with the powerful elite poised to strike at their convenience. Lin Wanwan focuses on the minutiae, aiming to genuinely enhance her clan's circumstances. She cannot solely invest in her family, for it is far more beneficial to teach one to fish than to merely provide fish. Excessive generosity may lead to unreciprocated debts, potentially resulting in misfortune. Thus, she must navigate this balance with care. Today marks a day of respite for the clan's academy. And early in the morning, Lin Wanwan and her two servants set off in a horse-drawn carriage towards Wanhai town. The sky was still dim. Yet the streets were alive with a cacophony of voices, bustling with activity as numerous breakfast stalls overflowed with patrons. The inhabitants of the town differ from those in the countryside, many of whom have developed a penchant for enjoying breakfast at outdoor stalls. Wanwan, undeterred, has approached several breakfast establishments to peddle her proprietor's flour concoction, though few have shown interest and no shop is willing to procure it. The vendors dismiss Wanwan's claims of a secret recipe that could enhance the taste of their noodles, showing little curiosity. The clientele of the town's breakfast shops is largely consistent. Regardless of any improvements to the flour products, patrons will continue to frequent these establishments, rendering any effort to innovate unnecessary. Should the introduction of a secret ingredient lead to increased prices, they would likely incur the ire of their neighbors, branding them as unscrupulous. Ultimately, witnessing the futility of her endeavors, Lin Wanwan reluctantly called Wanwan back to the carriage, and the trio proceeded to Little Creek Town. Scarcity Town serves as the county seat, bustling with extraordinary vitality and experiencing a significant influx of visitors from both the south and the north, far surpassing the humble Wahai Town. On this occasion, Lin Wanwan eschewed the small shops and ventured directly to seek out a grand restaurant, accompanied by her servant, Wanwan. Regrettably, she returned empty-handed once more after being turned away by the restaurant's manager. Sitting in the carriage, she extended her legs and propped her chin in contemplation, beginning to doubt her marketing abilities. After a moment of despondency, Lin Wanwan rallied her spirits. "I am the hope of my entire family. I cannot give up. I shall attempt to persuade the next establishment." Shortly thereafter, Lin Wanwan stumbled upon a magnificent restaurant adorned with intricately carved railings and exquisite architecture. It was the most opulent establishment she had encountered on her journey, its entrance flanked by fluttering banners inscribed with the words Yubin Lu. Lin Wanwan cast a glance upward. If this restaurant also rejected her, she would have no choice but to abandon her aspirations of selling noodles. After all, accepting change is no easy feat, and she understood the cautious nature of merchants. Standing at the threshold of the restaurant, she took a deep breath and ascended the steps. Yubin Lu is renowned throughout the entire county of Liao, a chain establishment spanning Jiang'an and Ling'an, with branches in every major city. The banners at the entrance signify that patrons are free to order at their discretion, a privilege not afforded to ordinary restaurants, reflecting the confidence of a chain enterprise. Upon seeing Lin Wanwan, adorned in splendid attire and accompanied by her new servant and Kunlun slave, the restaurant attendant approached with a beaming smile, inquiring, "Madam, may I ask if you have a reservation?" Lin Wanwan spoke without unnecessary embellishments, stating calmly, "I possess a secret recipe that can eliminate the sourness of dough, rendering it fluffier and more delectable. Is the proprietor available? I wish to sell it to him." Alas, when it comes to marketing, Lin Wanwan still had much to learn. "Please inform him. Perhaps he might express interest," she added, with a glance at Huanong, who promptly rewarded the attendant with 10 copper coins that had been prepared in advance. As soon as the tip was received, the attendant's demeanor brightened, and he hurried off to find the proprietor. Unfortunately, upon hearing Lin Wanwan mention a secret recipe, the owner of the Webin building interrupted her. Even through the veil of her headpiece, Huanong could sense her displeasure. Once in the carriage, Lin Wanwan removed her headpiece and remarked, "Never mind, let it be a fruitless endeavor. I shall find Ming Li and hand over this dough alkali to him, to see if he can market it among his peers." Much of what she said was only partially comprehensible to Huanong due to the unfamiliar vocabulary. Upon returning to Wanhai Town, she located the somewhat dubious inn where Lin Mingli resided. Lin Wanwan presented him with the dough alkali she had brought, explaining the cost price and suggested selling price, leaving it to his discretion. After all, even if she were to be taken advantage of, it would not be a grave matter. It would merely serve as a lesson learned. Conducting business in the Tang Dynasty was not something that could be accomplished on a whim. Shortly after Lin Wanwan departed, Lin Mingli suddenly heard a voice behind him. Turning around, he was greeted by his good friend, Shan Xinrong, who worked as a junior chef at the Welcome Inn in Xiaoxi Town. Though he held a modest position, he harbored dreams of becoming a head chef, yet had yet to encounter someone who recognized his talent. Today he came over, initially intending to procure some marine fish from Lin Mingli. Although Lin Mingli's family, the Lin clan, is impoverished, they still managed to procure seafood that is commendable. Purchasing directly from him is considerably more economical than selecting from the market. For Lin Mingli, finding an additional outlet for the clan's catch is undoubtedly advantageous. After all, selling at the dock often means facing price reductions imposed by various trading houses, while selling directly to restaurants and vendors can lead to being taken advantage of. The two have had a long-standing trading relationship. Although Shan Xinrong cannot offer Lin Mingli a high price, he has never shortchanged him in quantity. Thus their bond has gradually strengthened. Chapter 51. A significant matter in the realm of Noodle's brother Mengli. That individual just now was your Lin clan's newly recognized fairy maiden, wasn't she? Lin Mengli nodded. Indeed. What brings you here at this time? Are you looking for seafood again? Sort of. Come, I have something to discuss with you. Shan Xinrong pulled Lin Mengli outside the inn. Let us go to the Fong family tea house for a pot of tea and to enjoy some music. Lin Mengli raised an eyebrow. Have you lost your senses? Are you burning through your money? Shan Xinrong, visibly displeased, retorted, will you go or not? Lin Mengli chuckled. It is rare for you, the proverbial miser, to loosen your purse strings. How could I possibly refuse? Let us go. Right away. It is just past noon. And there aren't many patrons in the shop, so we can have a leisurely time. The two swiftly arrived at the Fong family tea house, requesting a secluded corner and ordering the cheapest pot of tea. After sipping a couple of cups, Shan Xinrong smacked his lips and finally revealed his purpose. Old Lin, I will be frank. I overheard your conversation with that fairy maiden in the restaurant. Do you truly possess a recipe capable of eliminating the sourness from fermented dough while also rendering it more fluffy? Lin Mengli suddenly realized. Retrieving a porcelain bottle from the cloth bag given to him by Lin Wanwan and presenting it to Shan Xinrong, he remarked, your ears are quite sharp. It turns out this is what you seek. Indeed, this is what our Wanyang has mentioned, though I have yet to taste it myself. If you find it satisfactory, I can offer it to you at cost. Shan Xinrong replied, I do not require it at your cost. I just overheard your clan's divine maiden express her desire to sell this for 200 to 300 won, correct? How about you sell me a bottle for 200 won to give it a try? Consider it a favor among brothers. Earlier, Lin Wanwan had whispered to Lin Mengli that the total cost, including the porcelain bottle and raw materials, amounted to 94 won. Now, with Shan Xinrong willing to purchase it for 200 won, Lin Mengli had no objections, albeit with a twinge of guilt for profiting at his brother's expense. Such a profit margin could indeed be deemed exorbitant, and 200 won is not a trifling sum. Yet, this item is not truly his. It is merely entrusted to him by Lin Wanwan for sale, making it inappropriate to disclose the actual cost. He promptly selected the most appealing bottle, one that appeared to contain the most of the substance, and handed it to Shan Xinrong. Thus, the first transaction was successfully concluded. Did your clan's divine maiden mention how this should be utilized? Yes, he replied. At the onset of kneading the dough, one should add a small spoonful of baking soda. That will suffice. After the dough has rested, a half spoonful more is adequate. The ratio of baking soda to flour should generally be maintained at 1 to 100, ensuring the creation of fluffy dough devoid of sourness. Shan Xinrong uncorked the bottle and peered inside, discovering a white, powdery substance reminiscent of flour. A sense of uncertainty crept into his mind, prompting him to inquire, have you never tasted the steamed buns made from this ingredient? Noticing Shan Xinrong's hesitation, Lin Mengli contemplated for a moment and replied, why not give it a try? If you find it satisfactory, we can establish a long-term business together. If it proves unsatisfactory, I shall refund you half of your copper coins. What do you say? Is that not a fair deal, brother? With enthusiasm, Shan Xinrong slapped his thigh and exclaimed, excellent. Old Lin, you are indeed generous. I have been contemplating a strategy to achieve victory in this culinary competition. Lin Mengli raised his teacup, exuding confidence, and proclaimed, come, brother. Let us toast with tea in lieu of wine. Wishing you success. In the guest house, Shan Xinrong occupied the position of a mere cook, earning a modest monthly wage of 500 won, slightly better than an unpaid apprentice. Out of this, 200 won constituted his earnings from the past fortnight, which, though not substantial, he resolved to invest in this endeavor. His culinary skills were already sufficient for independent work, yet he had been stifled by the head chef, who had consistently overlooked him for promotion. Fueled by determination, he was resolved to carve out his own path. Upon returning to the clan, Lin Wanwan refrained from mentioning the sale of the alkaline flour to clan leader Lin, who also tacitly chose not to inquire. In truth, clan leader Lin harbored little enthusiasm for business ventures. His mindset favored stability, and he would rather see his kin starve than engage in trade, fearing it would bring shame to their ancestors. In the ancient world, engaging in commerce required a courageous resolve, as once one was designated as a merchant, it would have lasting repercussions for future generations. The early Tang Dynasty imposed numerous restrictions on merchants, and Li Shimin held a particular disdain for them. Given such sentiments, the status of merchants was predictably low. It is worth noting that the ancestors of the Ho and Lin families were once scholars and officials. Although their lineage has fallen into decline, they still belong to a humble yet respectable background, rather than being mere commoners. If Lin Wanwan were to engage the clan in crafting straw sandals or preparing delectable dishes for sale, it would likely be more readily accepted. Such activities are typical for farmers during the idle seasons in the Tang Dynasty, serving as a means to supplement household income. And the authorities do not consider this as engaging in commerce. Much like fishermen selling their catch, such endeavors are not classified as trade. As fishing is not a skill possessed by everyone and is vital to the livelihood of the populace, representing an essential aspect of the national economy. However, Lin Wanwan's concoction of alkaline flour resembles alchemical practices. It is unfamiliar to the populace and involves substances like natron and limestone, which are associated with Taoist practices rather than agriculture or fishing. There is genuine concern among the unworldly women of their clan about whether they should engage with such materials. Fearing the potential for an explosive mishap, the clan is already lacking in women, and losing the older matriarchs would leave behind only a pitiful assembly of widowers and bachelors. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan has abandoned her ambition of selling alkaline flour and has shifted her focus to teaching the children. In the inn of Xiaoxi town, however, a significant event is unfolding that promises to transform the realm of noodle-making in the Tang Dynasty. The new day in Xiaoxi town begins with the rhythmic sound of the morning drum. By the time the drum strikes for the third time, the kitchen of the welcoming inn is bustling with activity. Although business officially commences at noon, preparations begin well before the hour of the rabbit. Today, an announcement from the proprietor has stirred excitement. Due to the flourishing business of the inn, they are short-staffed in the kitchen and will promote one of the junior chefs to the position of head chef. Once one becomes a chef, it is imperative to stand on one's own, and a signature dish is indispensable. Today is the moment when the junior chefs showcase their culinary prowess. For this competition, in addition to the innkeeper and the head chef, 3 renowned gastronomes from the town have been invited to serve as judges. The kitchen of the welcome inn currently employs a head chef, 10 master chefs, 20 junior chefs, as well as several apprentices and assistants. Most of the 20 junior chefs are actually apprentices who have risen through the ranks to become master chefs, with one notable exception, Shan Xinrong, who entered the welcome inn thanks to his ancestral culinary skills. When Shan Xinrong first joined the welcome inn, he believed he could make a name for himself through his expertise. However, he soon discovered that he was merely assigned as an assistant to the master chefs, tasked with chopping vegetables and preparing ingredients. He has been at the welcome inn since he was 18, and now at 25. He has yet to attain the title of master chef. In contrast, his fellow apprentices who joined around the same time have already been promoted under their master's guidance, leaving him feeling stagnant and frustrated. In terms of culinary skills, Shan Xinrong is confident that he possesses the capabilities of a master chef. What he lacks is a network of connections. As a solitary fighter within the welcome inn, his path to promotion is fraught with difficulty. However, this time, Shan Xinrong is filled with absolute confidence, thanks to a secret recipe he recently acquired. He has experimented with it several times at home. The ethereal young lady from the Lin Mingli clan is indeed a celestial being. The steamed buns he prepared using this secret recipe are sure to astonish everyone. In this internal competition for chef promotion, one individual stands out with unwavering confidence. Ren Quangu, the apprentice of master chef Ren Qingxing, and also his biological son. Among the 20 young chefs, there was one named Zhang Yu, his senior, who was certain to concede defeat. His father was also present, having secured the assistance of 3 well-connected chefs on his behalf. As the others busied themselves, even Zhang Yu, who had contemplated relinquishing his competition for the title of chef, showed no signs of waning. He hoped to win and then graciously passed the opportunity to his junior, rather than simply succumbing to him in the competition. This was his final display of tenacity. Taking a deep breath, Shan Xinrong began the preparation of his signature dish, pouring flour into a bamboo basket. His ancestral specialty was roast goose, but having employed it in the previous 2 competitions without distinction, he opted this time for the seemingly mundane yet profoundly unique steamed buns. It is the ability to transform the ordinary into the extraordinary that truly captivates. He mixed the dough, added alkaline water, allowed it to rest, and prepared the steamer. After a meticulous process, he placed the 8 meticulously crafted buns into the steamer to commence cooking. The choice of 8 was inspired by a fortune his wife had sought from a Taoist temple, which indicated that 8 was his lucky number. Among the 20 young chefs, 19 had already presented their signature dishes, all remarkable creations, with Ren Quangu currently leading in scores. Zhang Yu, having been bested by his junior, maintained a stoic expression. Though his heart was heavy with disappointment, his master had always held back from imparting certain secrets, and the dish his junior had mastered was one he had never been taught. What is taking so long? What is the last chef preparing? Inquired the three invited gastronomes. Growing impatient. Steamed buns? Is he joking? Can steamed buns truly be regarded as signature dishes? Here he comes, carrying the steaming basket. My apologies for the wait, everyone. Dan Shinrong directly lifted the small steamer from the pot and placed it upon the display table in the dining hall. He unveiled the lid, revealing a series of fluffy, plump white steamed buns before the gathered crowd. 8 buns were sliced into 16 portions, with one remaining on the display and the others served to the judges one by one. A discerning food critic named Tao remarked, "These steamed buns are visually striking. Their skins are exceptionally smooth, and the rare, pristine white color gives them an appealing appearance, reminiscent of the ancient term for steamed bread, but far fluffier in texture." The head chef, taken aback by the sight, reached out to pinch one, only to find that it quickly regained its shape, showcasing remarkable fluffiness and elasticity. The previously impatient food critic could no longer resist and took a hearty bite. Instantly, a delicate scent of wheat wafted from the fine air pockets, lingering on his palate, accompanied by a hint of sweetness. It was an entirely different experience compared to the thick, tough, and slightly sour steamed buns of yore. The texture was both tender and chewy, rendering it irresistibly delicious. The critic devoured his half in mere moments and called out, "Bring me the other half over there." As an electric tension filled the air, and while two individuals exchanged incredulous glances, the remaining food critic had already scrambled from the table and dashed towards the display, shoving the last bun into his mouth in one swift motion. "Oh dear, you rascal!" Observing the remarkable behavior of the three Epicureans, the head chef and the proprietor exchanged knowing glances. Was there even a need to discuss the outcome of this competition? It was both remarkably simple and exceedingly challenging. To elevate commonplace fare into something extraordinary is truly impressive. The head chef rose, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Shan Shinrong. "Given the esteemed requests of our culinary connoisseurs, why not hasten and prepare a few more baskets?" Meanwhile, Ren Kuanggu and Ren Qingxing wore expressions of discontent, utterly unprepared for this unforeseen turn of events. "Lin Mingli, how you truly are my lucky star. If I emerge victorious as the head chef this time, I shall certainly invite you to our establishment for a grand feast." Shan Shinrong reveled in this thought, feeling an overwhelming sense of elation. The future, both promising and prosperous, appeared brilliantly illuminated. That very afternoon, the Inca Lu unveiled its new signature dish, the Baiyun steamed bun. Every individual who sampled the Baiyun steamed bun was captivated by its delectable sweetness and airy texture, rendering the previously consumed sour and hard steamed buns as mere fare for dogs. Priced modestly, patrons of Inca Lu hardly minded spending a few extra coins. Moreover, acquiring such a delicacy was no easy feat. The preparation of steamed buns required a fermentation process, and Shan Shinrong had not anticipated the sensational response that ensued. His initial batch was woefully insufficient to meet demand. Often, a basket of freshly steamed buns would vanish in an instant, whether they were plain or filled with meat, both varieties receiving enthusiastic acclaim. At the Yuebin Lu, a table poised to order had their intentions interrupted by a friend's enthusiastic call. "Today, Inca Lu offers fresh delicacies. Let us hurry and take a look, lest we miss out what is truly worthy of your astonishment. Upon your arrival, dear Lang, you shall comprehend. Let us hasten." "Ah, very well then." The staff at the Yuebing building merely watched as the guests departed. After a night, the entirety of Xiaoxi town, particularly its taverns, began to employ their various talents to uncover the secret behind the exquisite steamed cakes of the welcoming guest building. A lucrative opportunity had once presented itself, yet it was not cherished. Only upon its loss does one feel the pangs of regret. Chapter 53. Guests from afar unaware of the vibrant happenings in Xiaoxi town. Lin Wanwan, who believed herself to have failed in her inaugural venture in the Tang Dynasty, plunged headlong into the modern era. Upon returning to her quaint villa, she discovered an avalanche of messages on her phone. Qin Jinyu had summoned her several times, and she resolved to accept an invitation, having previously declined, which had made her appear overly aloof. After all, Qin Jinyu was among her few cherished friends. How delightful! She had resigned with great flair, wandering through scenic landscapes, a sight to envy. "By the way, Wanwan, let us get down to business. I have an urgent matter that requires your assistance. You must help me," Lin Wanwan inquired. "What is it? Pray tell, for I fear I may lack the capability. However, I have sent the Model S information, yet the organizers remain unsatisfied, as they are in search of a stunning model to stand alongside the top-tier star, Xiao Juning. What do you say? Will you lend me your support? The organizers are offering 1,500 for a day, and I shall take not a single cent. It will all be yours. Does Lin Wanwan currently require 1,500? Not in the slightest. Just as she hesitated, Chen Jinyu continued to persuade her with fervent enthusiasm. This is the illustrious Xiao Juning, the dashing Xiao Juning. Standing beside him would provide you ample material to boast about for an entire year. Moreover, this is the grand exhibition of Cartier jewelry. Apart from Xiao Juning, numerous celebrities are expected to attend. Please, I implore you, I cannot seem to find anyone satisfactory for the organizers. Lin Wanwan sighed in resignation. Since you have already submitted numerous model applications and faced rejections, I may not succeed either. Chen Jinyu chuckled. How could that be? I sent your application as well. And they instantly selected you. Lin Wanwan laughed lightly. You are acting without my consent. What if I am unavailable? I beg you. I truly beg you. Oh, Wanwan. Please assist me this once. This opportunity involves not just etiquette and modeling, but other collaborations as well. Most importantly, it will connect me to this influential network, which is crucial for me. It would be as if I have stepped into the entertainment industry, and the resources for future collaborations would be entirely different. Lin Wanwan exhaled deeply and replied, All right, I will assist you this time. When is it? Chen Jinyu exclaimed joyfully, Wonderful. Love you. The day after tomorrow from 3:30 in the afternoon until 10 in the evening. I will send you the address shortly. All right. After ending the call, Lin Wanwan shook her head with a smile. During their university days, Chen Jinyu had introduced Lin Wanwan to various etiquette and modeling part-time opportunities, allowing her to earn a considerable amount for her living expenses. Although their engagements were mutually beneficial for Lin Wanwan, it felt like a timely assistance. Now that finances were no longer a constraint for her, she felt compelled to lend a helping hand given the circumstances. Regardless of the circumstances, the part-time opportunities that Chen Jinyu initially provided were vastly superior to the work-study options available at school. The remuneration from the former was incomparably greater, alleviating Lin Wanwan's financial struggles. After sending her identification details to Chen Jinyu for her work badge, Lin Wanwan summoned a ride-sharing service, hauling seafood as she made her way to meet Jie Yuding. The aloof Jie Yuding, on this occasion, engaged in conversation more than usual. Could you arrange for a daily fixed delivery? The current supply is insufficient. Lin Wanwan shrugged in response. I am not a professional fisherman. I cannot guarantee daily deliveries without the necessary quantity. I merely purchase a few items occasionally from a friend's boat. It was not that Lin Wanwan was unwilling to secure a reliable sales channel for the members of the Tang clan. Rather, if the volume increased significantly, it would be challenging to do so discreetly. Should anyone discover that she was conjuring seafood out of thin air, it would lead to complications, especially in a world rife with surveillance cameras. One silver lining was that the fishing industry, being a fundamental sector of the national economy, was exempt from value-added tax and income tax, thereby evading an additional layer of scrutiny. Upon exiting Jia Yuding's private restaurant, Lin Wanwan pondered thoughtfully, contemplating the possibility of leasing a fish pond or beach for aquaculture as a cover. Alternatively, she could carry an empty box to the dock daily, perhaps paying a fee to the dock management. This way, she could at least establish a presence in the fishing industry while maintaining some level of concealment. Furthermore, the two fishing boats belonging to her clan were rather dilapidated, yielding minimal catches during each voyage, which also hindered the development of Lin Jiakin's fishing industry. Lin Wanwan had contemplated upgrading the fishing boats of her clan, yet procuring a superior vessel in the Tang Dynasty proved to be a convoluted endeavor, necessitating over 6 months for pre-ordering. Furthermore, modern fishing boats were impractical to transport. Consequently, this matter lingered unresolved. The time-space portal resembled an ordinary door in dimensions, being less than 1 meter wide and not exceeding 2.4 meters in height, rendering it incapable of accommodating larger contemporary objects. Upon her return to the Tang Dynasty, Lin Wanwan modified the schedule at the school. She initially adhered to the modern custom of having the children attend classes for 5 days, followed by 2 days of rest. Naturally, the parents yearned for their children to attend school daily, and the children themselves preferred it as well, primarily for the midday meal and the snacks before dismissal. However, Lin Wanwan required a 2-day weekend. Otherwise, she would be subjected to a grueling work schedule akin to the 007 lifestyle, rendering her existence more laborious than in the modern world. That would transform her idyllic sanctuary into a veritable hell. Having arranged the adjustments to the schedule, as the school day neared its conclusion, a dusty carriage unexpectedly arrived at the village entrance, bearing a figure who appeared to be an official of sorts. Upon sighting the newcomer, The clansfolk immediately surmised that they were seeking Lin Wanwan. Aside from her, no other affluent individual would have reason to visit Lin family village. Where do you hail from, and whom do you seek? What brings you here? Lin Mingbo was the first to step forward with inquiries. The others exchanged anxious glances, pondering whether this was the family of Wan Yang's maternal side come to retrieve her. Panic ensued, as no one wished for Wan Yang to depart. After a moment of tense silence, Lin Mingjin finally spoke up. What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim as Wan Yang's maternal kin? The gentleman chuckled. I have a jade token of identity that can attest to my lineage. Old Chin's lips twitched, and he inwardly scoffed at the notion of merely escorting a country girl, as if it were of any significance. Were it not for the fact that the legitimate branch of the Qi family had specifically sent a letter, informing them of Lin Wanwan's identity and her connection to the recently popular educational text from Jiangnan, 3-character classic, they would have been indifferent. Now, it seemed they had to pretend to be relatives. Chapter 54. Commissioned to receive the orphan girl Lin Mingbo tugged at Lin Mingjin, subtly shaking his head. They had all concluded that Lin Wanwan was the daughter of Lin Yusi, thus her maternal family must naturally be the Xiao family. There was no reason to hinder her. To do so would only invite unnecessary animosity from her relatives. What if Lin Wanwan herself wished to acknowledge her kin? After all, the Xiao family belonged to the scholarly gentry. If Lin Wanwan's relatives were alive, it would indeed be a joyous occasion for her, presenting an opportunity to ascend into high society, far preferable to remaining in their impoverished branch of the family. They could not let their selfish desires obstruct her chance for recognition. Our Wanwan is at the clan school. You may go find her yourself, they urged. The crowd parted, and old Chun nodded slightly to them as the coachman tightened the reins and continued onward. Locating the clan school was a simple task within the dilapidated village. Lin Wanwan's school stood out prominently. The coachman needed no guidance, effortlessly arriving at their destination. At that moment, the children emerged from the school, each clutching a meat bun, basking in the gentle autumn sunlight, like birds released from their cages. The spirited and mischievous Lin Taizhu quickly noticed the unfamiliar figures in the carriage, and with a mix of wariness and curiosity, he led his peers to approach, asking, "Who are you? What brings you here?" Old Shen was just accosted by a group of fierce fishermen, and then further obstructed by a band of unruly children, leaving him in a foul mood. He irritably exclaimed, "Be off, little ones. Is this a school?" Lin Taizhu, with an air of authority, boldly positioned himself in front of the cart and bellowed, "State your purpose, or you shall not advance another step. Otherwise, I shall upturn your carriage and cast it into the sea." The fierce lineage of the fishermen ran deep. Even in the 7-year-old boy, Old Shun felt his temper boiling, yet he dared not retaliate against the children, as he discerned the robust spirit of this village. The children before him were dressed well, appearing far from impoverished. Being on another's turf, he knew he had to tread lightly. Even the mightiest dragon must bow before the local snake. Lin Taizhu, suddenly enlightened, nodded sagely, and then pushed a small crab beside him, instructing, "Go tell Master Lin that an old servant from her maternal family has arrived." An old servant? Old Shin nearly choked on his indignation, after all. He was only 32 this year, in the prime of his life. What a misguided child, lacking discernment and speech. Old Shin would never concede to being aged. Only a rustic peasant or a coarse laborer would wither prematurely from toil. Unlike the steward of their Xiao family, who led an easy life, even as a servant. He had younger attendants to assist him, allowing him to live comfortably into his 50s or 60s. In the main hall, Lin Wanwan was taken aback when she heard the news from the small crab, reflecting on the slowness of travel in this era. Just a few months had passed, and her so-called maternal family had already come knocking. It was truly perplexing. Nevertheless, having arrived, one must make an appearance. Shortly thereafter, the little crab scuttled out from the western gate, waving and calling out to Lin Taizhu and the others. Lin Taizhu then directed the old cart and the driver to navigate around the school's enclosing wall and enter through the western gate of Lin Wanwan's residence. Upon stepping into the courtyard, Old Shun was taken aback by the strikingly beautiful glazed wooden door that met him head-on. As his gaze swept around, it landed on the glazed house adjacent to the fragrant pavilion in the west, leaving him utterly astonished. Could it be that a true crystal palace of the Dragon King exists in this world? The granddaughter of the old matriarch, said to be living in obscurity, resided in a small building that surpassed even that of her own master in grandeur. When Old Shin finally caught sight of Lin Wanwan, elegantly seated on a draped bed and gazing at him, he realized he could not underestimate her. The adage holds true. One must first respect the attire before honoring the individual. Lin Wanwan's aura was more commanding than that of their own master. It is worth noting that, although they too bore the name of the Shao family, they had long since been separated from its main lineage. Now, they merely relied on some ancestral properties and businesses to sustain themselves, with no particularly distinguished descendants or officials to their name. Their greatest pride lay solely in their surname. Old Qin bent at a 90-degree angle in the corridor, performing a deep bow, before presenting his business card and gifts, thereby clarifying his purpose. Lin Wanwan cast a brief glance at the hairpin contained within the gift box, her expression calm as she contemplated. Jinling Wujin? Was he that the same region as the Shao family of Shaochong? After the Lanling Shao clan migrated southward along the Yangtze River, they settled in Jinling. It seemed that news of her had indeed spread from the direction of Shaochong. Indeed, she has acknowledged her identity as a cousin, albeit one from a distant branch of the family. Nevertheless, she has recognized it, and naturally, communication with her maternal relatives is to be expected. Lin Wanwan, for her part, has chosen to remain silent regarding her own identity, allowing Tang to conduct the investigation and draw conclusions. Old Chun hastily interjected, "A misunderstanding, my lady. It is entirely my fault for not being clear. Our branch has now separated and established residence in Qiantang County, not far from here, by boat. It takes but a day to reach. The vessel from the Shao household that will receive you is currently docked at the eastern pier of Wahai Town." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Wanwan replied, "I understand. Once the children are on winter break, I shall personally visit my grandmother. Huanong. Please escort them downstairs and find a guest room for their stay tonight." Understood. Seeing this, Old Chun refrained from saying more, offering a respectful gesture before taking his leave. He discerned that this lady from the Lin family possessed a commanding presence, embodying the role of a matriarch. "Mother, are you going on a long journey?" inquired the young Qingyu, who had been playing nearby. "Indeed. Once the school breaks for winter, I shall take you to Qiantang for a visit." "How does that sound?" "It is home to the beautiful West Lake." Qingyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is it the same West Lake where the White Lady resides?" Lin Wanwan smiled. "Yes, indeed." She had long since woven the tale of the legend of the White Snake into a bedtime story for Qingyu, who harbored a greater affection for the White Lady than for Snow White. However, the Leifeng Pagoda had yet to be built by the shores of Westlake, so the little one would not be able to see it. Shortly after Old Chun was taken away, clan leader Lin received word and, accompanied by Lin Mengbua and others, paid a visit, ostensibly to gauge Lin Wanwan's sentiments. While they would not obstruct her decision, they would certainly be pleased if she chose to remain. Lin Wanwan quickly discerned their concerns and responded with a smile, "My surname is Lin. Naturally, I shall stay with the Lin family. What reason would I have to seek refuge elsewhere?" Unlike Lin Daiyu, she was not burdened with thoughts of education and marital prospects. For her, the presence of the Ho Tao Lin clan sufficed. Moreover, she was not truly the daughter of Lin Yusi and the Shao family. Her identity was merely a matter of convenience. Nevertheless, since they had come to visit, it was only fitting to accept, allowing her to experience the grandeur of a prominent Tang family and expand her knowledge. This was living history. These were the individuals she would need to navigate when she visited later, and to understand them was to approach with confidence. In addition, she sent some fruit and a letter of gratitude to Shaochong. Upon receiving the letter, Shaochong was taken aback but soon grasped the situation. Although the news was not conveyed by him, it undoubtedly leaked due to his association. The Shao family was vast, and many eyes were upon him. Shuqi was astonished, exclaiming, "My lord, this is your favorite painting." Shaochong calmly interrupted, "You are performing ever better in your duties." Shuqi promptly fell silent, bowing in apology. "I spoke out of turn. Please forgive me, my lord. Go now, and handle it personally." "Yes." After Old Qin departed, Lin Wanwan took out the guqin, teaching little Qingyu while entertaining herself with its melodies. Shaochong had transcribed the ancient score of High Mountain and Flowing Water for her, and now, whenever she had a moment to spare, she would practice it for her own enjoyment. The piece was exquisite, yet regrettably, she could not evoke the same enchanting essence that Shaochong infused into his performance. She contemplated procuring a camera the next time, to secretly record him while he played, allowing her to follow along in harmony. Lin Wanwan mused that such enchanting music would be a delightful indulgence to hear often. "Humph. You disseminate information without my consent, so I shall capture you without any qualms." The following day marked the time agreed upon with Chen Jinyu. Before dawn fully broke, Lin Wanwan boarded a lightweight carriage. Ready to depart, she instructed Huanong to summon the neighboring little crab and the big girl as soon as they awoke, so they could join little Qingyu for breakfast and play together. Little Qingyu had grown accustomed to Lin Wanwan's departures. Though reluctant, she stood on the steps, bidding her farewell. "All right," Lin Wanwan waved to little Qingyu, lowering the gauzy curtain as she stepped out. Lin Wanwan had anticipated a silent exit. But the little one proved to be quite perceptive, awakening alongside her. After the carriage traveled several miles from the village, it passed through a dense bamboo grove. Lin Wanwan patted Kunlun's shoulder, signaling him to take the mountain path. Without hesitation, Kunlun turned the horse's head and continued until they reached a point where the trail was unsuitable for the carriage. Lin Wanwan gracefully disembarked, gesturing to Kunlun to remain concealed, and then ventured alone into the woods. Kunlun watched her retreating figure with a hint of concern but ultimately respected her wishes. Returning to the modern era, Lin Wanwan glanced at her phone and discovered a multitude of messages from Chen Jinyu. She changed out of her traditional attire, removed the time travel bracelet, and securely locked it in the safe she had specifically purchased for this purpose. Then, she donned a comfortable athletic outfit and summoned a ride-hailing car to hasten towards the International Times Square in the eastern New Town. The Cartier New Product Showcase was taking place at the International Times Square, a venue renowned for its collection of luxury brands and high-end ambience. Upon Lin Wanwan's arrival, she found Chen Jinyu already waiting outside. "Wanwan, over here." Lin Wanwan smiled as she approached, raising her phone. "I'm not late." Chen Jinyu cheerfully replied, "Not at all." After giving Lin Wanwan a once-over, she playfully touched her face and grinned. "What skincare products are you using lately? Your skin looks positively radiant." Lin Wanwan shrugged. "Just a few old brands." In truth, Lin Wanwan could sense a notable improvement in her physical condition, not only in terms of strength but across various aspects. Her bones, muscles, skin, and overall vitality had all seen enhancement, perhaps a result of the changes brought about by traversing the time portal. When she arrived at the restroom in the square, she changed into the evening gown provided by Chen Jinyu and swiftly opened her makeup bag to apply her makeup in front of the mirror. Thanks to her naturally good complexion, a simple layer of foundation sufficed. There was no need for concealer or contouring. Her eyelashes were long and thick enough that a quick curl and a coat of mascara, topped off with a waterproof formula, completed her look. Chen Jinyu and several other models she had recruited were also inside, refreshing their makeup. The girls chattered excitedly, marveling at how the restroom in Times Square resembled a luxurious makeup suite, complete with a designated area for grooming and beautification, truly fit for a photo shoot. As Lin Wanwan turned around, radiant after her makeup, Chen Jinyu's eyes sparkled with astonishment, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wanwan, you are truly a natural enchantress. You make my heart flutter." The other girls cast envious glances, fully aware that tonight, Lin Wanwan was the fortunate one who would stand beside Xiao Juning, adorned with a complete set of jewelry placed on her by him. With a stroke of good fortune, riding on Xiao Juning's fame could even pave her way into the entertainment industry. Even if that did not come to pass, she could still become a minor internet celebrity, significantly elevating her market value for events. "Wanwan, be careful tonight. That gown you're wearing is a genuine SV dress provided by Cartier, designed to complement their jewelry. I heard it costs tens of thousands. Do take care not to damage it. We can't afford to replace it." Lin Wanwan smiled and replied, "I know, don't worry." There was little to discuss about the luxury exhibition. Even though it was Lin Wanwan's first time attending such a high-end showcase, she remained indifferent. Not only did she lack interest in idol worship, but she also regarded luxury goods as a tax on intelligence. Even if she could easily convert substantial cash if she wished, she had no intention of making any purchases. Lin Wanwan's presence delighted the event's organizers, for it was no simple task to find a model worthy of standing alongside Xiao Juning. One cannot simply be a professional model, otherwise their height, when adorned with high heels, would render them akin to Xiao Juning, creating a dissonance. Nor can one be a minor celebrity, as their status would not suffice, leading to an unwelcome association with fleeting popularity and scandal. It is imperative to seek an individual possessing both striking beauty and obscurity, a task most arduous. Those endowed with captivating features invariably vie for a place in the entertainment industry, and who among them does not aspire to partake in its lucrative rewards? Chapter 56. A gathering of sour lemons in the city of Yong, the cinematic atmosphere is far from vibrant, unlike the bustling metropolises teeming with entertainment companies and stars. Thus, Lin Wanwan has yet to encounter any discerning talent within the film industry. Her renown is confined to the circles of etiquette and academia in Yong. In contrast to Lin Wanwan's composure, Chen Jinyu is visibly anxious, while the remaining etiquette practitioners and models are filled with excitement. This Cartier event has managed to attract a substantial portion of the entertainment industry's most celebrated figures, with the front rows of the VIP area brimming with familiar faces from television, film, and variety shows. Accompanying these stars are their financially endowed fans, among whom Xiao Juning stands out prominently. Amidst the deafening cacophony of cheers, Lin Wanwan gracefully ascends the stage, approaching Xiao Juning to partake in the culminating performance. Xiao Juning rose to fame overnight through a popular idol drama, and this year, having taken on a historical drama, he has surged into the limelight, establishing himself as a top-tier star in Asia with unparalleled national recognition. However, his true prowess lies in stage performance. Yet, due to the underdeveloped idol market and the stagnation of the music industry in the country, it has resulted in a mass influx of talent into the film realm. In terms of acting, Xiao Juning may not be particularly noteworthy. However, when it comes to his prowess on stage and singing and dancing, he undoubtedly ranks at the top tier. Therefore, it is easy to imagine the electrifying energy of his closing performance. With both tremendous popularity and the stage skills of an idol, it would be astonishing if he were anything less than impressive. Having just completed his performance, Xiao Juning appeared slightly breathless as he accepted the exquisite jewelry set from the attendant, his eyes seemingly shrouded in a mist of emotion. Lin Wanwan quietly displayed a perfectly rehearsed smile, waiting for Xiao Juning to adorn her with the crown, necklace, and bracelet. Xiao Juning, embodying the aloof demeanor of a distinguished male artist, radiated an air of noble detachment that contrasted sharply with the surrounding clamor, endearing him even more to his fans and audience. As his gaze swept across Lin Wanwan's face, their eyes met momentarily, revealing a profound and enigmatic connection that stirred an odd sense of familiarity within her. Who is this person? Just a second later, Lin Wanwan diverted her gaze, maintaining her flawless, practiced smile, directing her attention towards the VIP seats directly below the stage. To her surprise, she spotted a familiar face, Lu Shouyue, occupying a central position. His expression was tinged with a knowing smirk, clearly indicating he had been watching her all along. Upon finally making eye contact with Lin Wanwan, he raised his hand in a gentle greeting. Meanwhile, Xiao Juning, having fastened the jewelry set onto Lin Wanwan, unexpectedly took her hand, leading her in a circle down the red carpet, eliciting a wave of screams that nearly lifted the roof off the venue. Lin Wanwan's composed smile nearly faltered as she struggled to comprehend Xiao Juning's unexpected antics. Yet she gracefully completed her walk, then slightly bowed her head and retreated backstage. Several bodyguards swiftly surrounded her, escorting her to the makeup room designated for the other models. These bodyguards were not there to protect Lin Wanwan, but rather to safeguard the exquisite jewelry she adorned, estimated to be worth several million. In the makeup room, the professional models had already finished their runway performance and were seated, resting. Upon seeing Lin Wanwan, who stood less than 7 meters tall, they cast furtive glances her way, their senses heightened with vigilance. To be frank, none of the professional models held her in high regard. Lin Wanwan was merely an inexperienced amateur model, utterly unfamiliar with the nuances of the runway, her face merely a youthful, collagen-filled visage typical of internet celebrities, lacking any sophistication. It was infuriating that she could usurp their opportunity to be the finale model for the jewelry showcase. The triumph of the unprofessional over the seasoned was truly disheartening. Oblivious to the palpable tension in the makeup room, Lin Wanwan, under the keen scrutiny of the bodyguards, slowly removed the crown, necklace, and bracelets she had just donned, placing them into the packaging held by a few of the dark-clad bodyguards. At that moment, the door to the makeup room swung open again, and in walked Yang Chaonan, the manager of Xiao Juning, someone Lin Wanwan had only met that evening. "Miss Lin, I see you are here," the other party greeted with a smile. Surveying the room and addressing everyone candidly, "I must say, Miss Lin, you possess remarkable potential. Have you ever considered entering the entertainment industry? If you are interested, I would love to discuss this further." Upon the utterance of those words, Lin Wanwan remained largely unfazed, yet the other young women seated in the dressing room perked up, their eyes widening in intrigue. "Thank you, but I am not interested," Lin Wanwan replied with a serene smile. Yang Chaonan seemed taken aback by the rejection. In her view, it was only natural that a girl chosen to model for such an event would have a keen interest in the entertainment industry. After a brief pause, she responded with a smile, "That's all right. You may reconsider. If convenient, could you share your contact information?" "There is no need for that. I genuinely have no desire to enter the entertainment industry. Here is my business card. Should you change your mind, do reach out to me." Yang Chaonan insisted on handing her a card. In truth, Lin Wanwan had already received multiple business cards from various agents that evening, yet her enthusiasm was notably lacking. Had this been a few months prior, when she was newly unemployed and facing the loss of her grandparents' quaint villa, she might have entertained the thought. However, now that she possessed the ability to traverse time and space, why would she choose to dwell in the spotlight and invite unnecessary turmoil upon herself? Nevertheless, out of courtesy, she accepted the card. If you have no intention of entering the entertainment industry, what are you doing here? A scornful voice suddenly echoed from a corner of the dressing room after Yang Chaonan departed. Having undergone an evolution through the time portal, Lin Wanwan's senses were heightened, and she immediately retorted, "That is none of your concern." Humph. Lin Wanwan chose to disregard the sour lemon, tilting her head to inquire of the elegant girl with high cheekbones seated beside her. "Excuse me, may I ask what time it is? Is it time to disperse?" Lin Wanwan nodded. "Not yet. I am merely working part-time." "Oh, your nose is beautifully refined. Where did you have it done? The surgeon's skill is remarkable." "The results are utterly seamless and natural." Lin Wanwan chuckled softly, touching her nose as she replied, "In Korea. Is that true?" A group of models chimed in, intrigued. She yearned to leave the makeup room, for the scent of the sour lemon was overwhelmingly potent, triggering her allergies. Chapter 57. The disappearance of clothes. I shall take my leave now. I apologize for the interruption. Please, carry on. With a smile, Lin Wanwan bid her farewells and opened the door to the makeup room in search of Chen Jinyu. Chen Jinyu had been waiting by the restroom entrance at Times Square for Lin Wanwan. Their group of unconventional models lacked dedicated makeup rooms in the show and had to make do with the facilities in the square. Fortunately, the restroom at Times Square was akin to that of a luxury hotel. To Lin Wanwan, the restroom's vanity was even more upscale than the makeshift makeup area set up for the models in the show, the only missing element being a mirror adorned with makeup lights. "Wanwan, you were absolutely stunning just now. Goodness, you even held hands with Xiao Juning. Was it worth the trip? I think you could forego washing your hands and go straight to bed." Indeed. How enviable. It's Xiao Juning." Chen Jinyu and the girls around her excitedly chattered. Lin Wanwan chuckled softly. "I am not a fan, so why should I be excited? I am the one at a disadvantage here. This detail is not even in the script. Please, he is Xiao Juning." Chen Jinyu replied with a smile. "By the way, Xiao Juning is also from Yong City. Wanwan, you could converse with him in dialect." Lin Wanwan shrugged. "We only exchanged glances on stage, and there was no dialogue throughout. You all saw that. All right, I need to change and leave. I am quite tired." Chen Jinyu urged. "Oh, come on. It's rare for us to gather like this. How about we girls go out for a late-night snack? It's on me. I know a newly opened quiet bar at Old Bund, and their resident singer is quite handsome. Plus, they serve grilled skewers. Enjoying skewers while admiring the night view and listening to a handsome singer is simply marvelous." Lin Wanwan, uninterested, replied, "Forget it. I am really a bit tired. You all go have fun." "Don't say that. Come along." The girls coaxed her a few times, but Lin Wanwan remained resolute. She wanted to leave after earning her money. However, while searching for her bag containing her outfit and makeup, Lin Wanwan was taken aback to find that her bag had mysteriously vanished. Clearly, all the girls' bags were placed in the same cabinet backstage, so why was hers missing? Chen Jinyu also grew anxious, as she needed Wanwan to change before returning the gown to the organizers. Could someone have taken it by mistake? You only have a set of inexpensive sportswear in there. Why would it go missing? With a furrowed brow, Chen Jinyu suggested, "How about I go to the mall and buy you a replacement?" Lin Wanwan illuminated her phone to check the time. It was 10:10. Aside from the fashion show, all the other shops had long since closed. Otherwise, I would have gone to buy it myself. No need for your assistance. Well, it seems there is no other option. Chen Jinyu truly wished to suggest that Lin Wanwan wear her dress, considering that the evening gown she donned was of little worth. Merely a few hundred yuan purchased from Taobao. Yet, faced with Lin Wanwan's radiant appearance, she hesitated to voice her thoughts, fearing it might imply a lack of trust. Just as Chen Jinyu contemplated mustering the courage to approach the manager, Lin Wanwan linked arms with her and said, "Let us go together to speak." Fine. Chen Jinyu was not opposed. Perhaps the manager would take pity on Lin Wanwan's beauty and refrain from causing any trouble. "Your phone appears to be vibrating," Chen Jinyu remarked. Lin Wanwan picked up her phone and saw it was a call from Lu Shoyue. She answered, "Teacher Lu, what a coincidence." "Indeed, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you, Wanwan, to still be modeling. Cartier must feel quite honored to have you." Lin Wanwan chuckled. "I'm merely a small model worth less than 2,000. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Shoyue inquired, It's quite late. You don't have a ride. Shall I give you a lift? Lin Wanwan did not wish to impose and casually replied, no need. I can easily call a rideshare. Lu Shouyue asserted. That may not be the case. Do you have any idea how many people are leaving the show at this hour? Many have indulged in drinks at earlier banquets and cannot drive, so they must hail a cab. Lin Wanwan considered this and smiled. All right, then I shall trouble you. Teacher Lu, let us connect in the underground parking lot shortly. After receiving the call, Chen Jinyu playfully nudged her shoulder. What is this about, Teacher Lu? Sounds intriguing. The man on the other end has such a smooth voice. He must be quite the handsome gentleman. Lin Wanwan replied, Are you Sherlock Holmes? Can you really discern handsomeness just from a voice? Besides, there is nothing going on between us. Given his education and profession, he must be quite mature. Probably around 30, much older than I am. PSH, 30 is nothing. Men only become truly captivating at that age, Chen Jinyu commented knowingly. Lin Wanwan chuckled, but chose not to respond further. Before long, they found the costume manager amidst the chaotic scene. Chen Jinyu candidly stated their purpose. I sincerely apologize, but the outfit is truly missing, and I can't change out of it, she sighed. I'm not trying to put you in a difficult position. I have an early flight tomorrow, and I need to take all my clothes with me. If you wear them now, it will be challenging for me to find you later. What about the gown you brought yourself? Let this young lady wear it. Wouldn't that suffice? Chen Jinyu glanced at Lin Wanwan, clearly in agreement. Lin Wanwan promptly responded, That's a good point. I completely forgot about the gown I had. I'll go change. Wanwan, so this is where you are. A familiar voice called from behind Lin Wanwan. It was Lu Shouyue. She turned to face him. Teacher Lu. Lu Shouyue replied. Perfect timing. No need to meet at the parking lot. Let us go down together. Oh, it's young Master Lu. Upon seeing Lu Shouyue, the person in charge immediately beamed with an exceptionally radiant smile. He navigated between Lin Wanwan and Chen Jinyu, extending his hands to greet Lu Shouyue. Lu Shouyue, equally courteous, reciprocated the handshake and inquired, What has transpired? The individual chuckled and recounted the events, then turned to Lin Wanwan, exclaiming, So you are acquainted with young Master Lu. That alleviates all concerns. With young Master Lu's influence, you may send the garments to me in a few days. I shall explain the situation to the brand. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of pride in his own judgment, reflecting on how he had discerned that such a captivating beauty was not to be underestimated, especially as she had managed to connect with the scion of the Lu family. Fortuitously, he had left himself a way out, avoiding offense. Chapter 58. Wrapping up and returning home, it was then that Lu Shouyue learned that the evening gown Lin Wanwan was wearing was borrowed. He chuckled. It is but a trivial matter. I shall make a brief introduction. However, Lin Wanwan quickly interjected, There is no need. I shall change. Lu Shouyue waved his phone, grinning. The call has already been made. With that, he nodded slightly and moved aside to converse in a few phrases of French that Lin Wanwan and the others could not comprehend. He then addressed the group. All right. I have secured this gown. Consider it a gift from me. After all, I still owe you a favor. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Wanwan replied with a smile. Very well, I shall graciously accept. At worst, when she next sold an ancient guqin to Lu Shouyue, she could charge him a lesser fee. Chen Jinyu observed Lin Wanwan's nonchalant acceptance of the handsome gentleman's offering, her expression laden with significance. You say there is nothing amiss? How could that possibly be? A gown valued at hundreds of thousands. It is certainly not a counterfeit from a marketplace. Without so much as a flutter of her eyelashes, she accepted it. It is evident that, in barely over a year since graduation, her confidence has transformed entirely. Lin Wanwan is by no means a rich second generation or a stunning heiress. This is a truth well understood by Chen Jinyu. If she were indeed a wealthy and beautiful socialite, how could she possibly endure the chill of winter? Donning a flimsy qipao to work for a mere 50 yuan in ceremonial fees? Before their reputation is established, those in the hospitality industry earn meager wages and endure arduous tasks. The university is teeming with attractive junior students willing to take on even the lowest-paying jobs. Lin Wanwan chose not to elaborate, for Chen Jinyu had mentioned their impending gathering, and thus they parted ways. As Lin Wanwan walked towards the vehicle parked in the underground garage, she suddenly recognized a familiar bag atop a nearby trash bin. What could it be? Lu Shouyue followed her gaze to the refuse. It's nothing, just wait for me, Lin Wanwan replied as she hurried to the bin. Peering inside, her mind was overwhelmed. The contents were unmistakably hers. Her athletic wear and makeup bag lay silently within the refuse. With a sardonic laugh, Lin Wanwan found herself utterly speechless. Is this your clothing? Lu Shoyue, ever astute, grasped the situation immediately. I wonder which ghost from a tale has taken a liking to your belongings, she quipped. Naturally, the makeup bag and clothing were no longer salvageable, and she promptly turned to leave. Lu Shoyue remarked. The fact that someone managed to locate your bag amidst such chaos suggests they are familiar with you. He sighed. Being a beauty is no easy feat, and even more so in the entertainment industry. Your demeanor is bound to attract envy and covetousness. Upon finding the car and settling into her seat, Lin Wanwan fastened her seatbelt and remarked, I am not a part of the entertainment industry. I merely take occasional jobs to earn some pocket money. Lu Shoyue raised an eyebrow. How could someone who could effortlessly produce 6 Tang Dynasty porcelain vases, present a piece of Hetian jade dating back to the Tang era, and possess a guqin of comparable stature to a museum's prized possession still require part-time work for trifling expenses? Was this merely a new ploy for rich second-generation individuals to experience life? As they drove towards Lin Wanwan's residential community, Lu Shoyue inquired, Have you thought about who might have discarded your clothes? Any leads? Lin Wanwan rested her hand against the window, gazing at the nightscape as she casually replied, No more than 10 people saw me in this outfit. They were all friends I had called for assistance with the event. It must have been one of them, but I have no idea who it could be. We merely gathered for the occasion, and claiming to know each other feels forced. Lu Shoyue responded, In this information-rich society, it is exceedingly difficult for wrongdoers to evade detection. I will have security review the surveillance footage, and by tomorrow, I can inform you of the culprit. Next time, you might consider being more vigilant around such individuals. Lin Wanwan replied, Wouldn't that be too much trouble? Reviewing surveillance footage can't be easy, can it? Lu Shoyue chuckled. Rest assured, it requires no personal favors. It is quite straightforward. Accessing the surveillance at his own company's plaza was indeed a simple task. Lin Wanwan tilted her head to look at Lu Shoyue. Thank you then, Teacher Lu. You truly possess remarkable abilities. You seem capable of anything. Indeed. Today you have come to view the show. I see you occupy the central position, seated alongside the foreign head of Cartier. Lu Shoyue remarked. It is merely a matter of business collaboration. He then skillfully diverted the conversation. Are you interested in entering the circle? A childhood friend of mine has recently expressed a desire to invest in the entertainment industry and has invited me to join him. If you're intrigued, why not consider joining our company? Despite our recent establishment, we possess commendable resources, particularly in the realm of fashion. Lin Wanwan smiled. You are the 7th person to extend such an invitation to me today. I feel quite honored. It seems entering the industry is not as daunting as it appears. Lu Shoyue replied with a smile, difficult for others, perhaps, but certainly not for you. Your unparalleled beauty is the key to this realm. Gazing into the night before her, Lin Wanwan responded with a gentle smile. Thank you for the compliment. However, I truly have no interest in the entertainment industry. Life under the spotlight does not suit me. As their conversation continued, Lin Wanwan's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, she saw it was Chen Jinyu. It struck her as odd, at this hour. Her friend should be enjoying the serene ambience by the riverside at the foreign concession, savoring skewers and listening to music. What could she want? Lin Wanwan wondered. Upon answering, a cacophony erupted from the other end, accompanied by the sounds of young women crying and men shouting harshly. Jinyu, what is happening over there? Lin Wanwan frowned, sensing that something was amiss. Before she could voice her concerns, Lu Shoyue inquired, What's wrong? Without further inquiry, Lu Shoyue simply stated, Understood. Silence enveloped them, as Lin Wanwan's heart was gripped by concern, extinguishing any desire for idle chatter. She repeatedly dialed Chen Jinyu's number, yet no one answered. Lu Shoyue felt uneasy allowing such a captivating beauty, adorned in an evening gown, to wander alone in the night. Peering through the window, he declared, I shall accompany you. Wait while I park the car. The Bund parking lot is just ahead. No, it's unnecessary, she replied, turning towards Old Bund and sprinting away. Her high heels not hindering her pace. Her 4 years of part-time etiquette training had honed her ability to navigate in stilettos, having spent entire days standing in them. Chapter 59. 1 against 10. The Old Bund area was predominantly filled with bars and dining establishments, characterized by pedestrian walkways, where vehicles were prohibited. Uncertain of which quiet bar Chen Jinyu and her friends had chosen, Lin Wanwan searched while running. One thing, however, was certain. The establishment they occupied was riverside, for otherwise Chen Jinyu and her companions could not enjoy the riverside view while listening to music. Thus, she focused her search on the riverside row of shops, which proved to be remarkably easy, As the unusual commotion frightened patrons from the neighboring establishments away, it was a brawl. For reasons unknown, a foreboding sensation crept over Lin Wanwan, tightening her heartstrings. As she approached, the sight that met her eyes was harrowing. A woman curled on the ground, subjected to a brutal beating by several men, none other than Chun Jinyu herself. In that moment, she appeared utterly disheveled, bruised and bloodied, tears streaming down her face. Her body soaked in crimson, with blood pooling around her. The tension in Lin Wanwan's mind snapped like a taut string, and without a moment's hesitation, she propelled her leg forward, kicking the burly, rotund man who was callously trampling on Chun Jinyu's face. With a resounding thud, the hefty figure collided with the table behind him, sending snacks and beverages cascading upon him, creating an instant scene of chaos. In an instant, Lin Wanwan had drawn the ire of all the aggressors present. "Vile woman, I shall end you," shouted a few enraged men and women, brandishing chairs and bottles as they surged toward her. The onlookers, already petrified by the ferocity of the attackers, retreated to a safe distance, unable to bear witness to Lin Wanwan's plight. Yet, not a single soul dared to intervene. Surrounded by a dozen foes, Lin Wanwan, who had diligently practiced Sanda and had undergone comprehensive enhancements through the time-space portal, possessed bone density and muscular strength far beyond that of an ordinary individual. Although her assailants were all approximately 6 feet tall, with a formidable appearance, they proved utterly incapable of withstanding even a single strike from her. The force behind Lin Wanwan's punches exceeded 1,000 pounds, and her kicks carried the same immense power. Such strength, combined with her Sanda techniques, rendered her attacks devastating, akin to a fierce tiger charging into a herd of swine. The sickening sound of bones snapping echoed through the air, and those once arrogant men now lay sprawled on the ground, their bodies broken and bloodied, howling in agony. Some exhibited unnatural bends in their arms, while others showed similar deformities in their legs, unmistakably indicating fractures. The remaining 3 tattooed women, upon seeing Lin Wanwan, draped in a black dress that made her resemble a harbinger of hell, recoiled in terror, discarding their bottles and stools, their faces pale as they stammered. "Hitting someone is against the law, is it?" Lin Wanwan retorted with a cold smile. The juxtaposition of her dark attire, the vivid red of blood, and her porcelain skin emanated a chilling radiance under the dim white lights. In that instant, an icy shiver coursed through all present. Was this woman mortal, divine, or a specter? The parking lot was full, prompting Lu Shoyue to abandon his car on the roadside. As he flung open the door and rushed out, hastily unbuttoning his shirt, he was met with the sight of Lin Wanwan decimating her foes. Truth be told, he believed he could manage a 1-against-10 scenario. After all, having narrowly escaped kidnapping in his youth, he had spent every holiday training in a military camp under his grandfather's guidance, and even studied martial arts under a master. Yet, this seemingly delicate beauty, reminiscent of a classic character like Lin Dayu, possessed such formidable combat prowess. It was utterly astonishing. In that moment, Lu Shoyue felt a genuine stirring in his heart, transcending mere physical attraction. Just then, the police arrived, bewildered by the sight of numerous men strewn across the ground and a woman weeping uncontrollably. Hadn't someone reported that a woman was being assaulted by a group of men? Why were there now more pitiful men sprawled on the ground than women? Moreover, who was the striking beauty whose clothing was torn and drenched in blood, illuminated by the light behind her? She appeared almost otherworldly, her luminous skin casting an eerie glow in this grim tableau. Lu Shoyue quickly regained his composure, promptly shedding his suit and hastily approaching, draping it over Lin Wanwan's shoulders with concern. "Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Does it hurt?" Lin Wanwan turned to glance at him, shaking her head as she replied, "I am fine." She then kicked aside the troublesome, overweight man lying on the ground, who was moaning in agony, and made her way to Chun Jinyu's side, crouching down to support her. "Jinyu, are you all right?" Chun Jinyu, still dazed from the assault, finally recognized Lin Wanwan and immediately threw herself into her arms, sobbing painfully. "Wanwan, it hurts so much." While Lin Wanwan comforted Chun Jinyu, Lu Shoyue was on the phone, speaking with the bar owner and nearby patrons who had been hiding, relaying the events that had just transpired to the police. Before long, an officer accompanied the owner inside to retrieve the surveillance footage, while someone had already called for an ambulance. The remaining 3 women were identified by the bystanders as accomplices of the assailants and were taken away by the police without resistance. Compared to the fierce Lin Wanwan, the officers were remarkably gentle. "I want to go too. I want to join." Several other girls stepped forward, and the police proceeded to escort them as well. Lin Wanwan. Meanwhile, accompanied Chen Jinyu and the others to the hospital, while Lu Shoyue handled the paperwork and payments. Lin Wanwan anxiously waited outside the emergency room. Soon, the two girls with lighter injuries emerged after their wounds were treated. Lin Wanwan approached them, inquiring about what had transpired. One of the girls, wiping away her tears, explained. It was a pursuer of Xiaowen's, who happened to be there today. He had too much to drink and insisted on forcefully kissing Xiaowen. Xiaowen, unwilling to comply, pushed him away. He retaliated by kicking Xiaowen out, hurling a torrent of vile insults. Sister Chun was the first to intervene, only to be thrown aside with considerable force by the man. The commotion attracted the attention of his companions, who swiftly joined the fray without hesitation. The five of us, mere girls, stood no chance against such brutes and suffered their blows, with the majority of the assault directed at Sister Chen and Xiaowen. The latter enduring several beer bottles hurled at her, leaving her in the most grievous state. How could they be so cruel? What gave them the right to strike us? I was utterly terrified. Chapter 60. Aftermath. Lin Wanwan was incensed by the incident. The audacity of these men to resort to violence after being spurned was beyond comprehension. Although she was not closely acquainted with Xiaowen, Chen Jinyu was among her few friends. It was appalling that a group of burly men would unleash their strength upon defenseless girls, exploiting their inherent physical disadvantage. Had it not been for Lin Wanwan's training in Sanda, coupled with the enhanced strength bestowed by the time portal, she too would have likely faced dire consequences against 8 robust men. Amidst the chaos, her arm was struck by a beer bottle, leaving a stinging sensation. While her exquisite evening gown, worth hundreds of thousands, was torn at the back, sending a chill through her whenever she moved. Lin Wanwan sat with the two girls on the plastic chairs in the hospital, offering them comfort for a while. At that moment, a young police officer approached to speak with them, taking down a brief report and advising them not to spread the incident online or cause a stir. The two girls, still shaken, had not even considered the possibility of public exposure and readily agreed, while Lin Wanwan had no intentions of making the matter public either. Lin Wanwan shook her head and glanced at the other two girls, who also responded with a shake of their heads. As they were all engaged in the profession of etiquette and modeling, their understanding of each other's family circumstances was rather limited. For instance, today was the first time Lin Wanwan had met the two girls before her. The girl who had caused the stir, Xiaowen, had merely participated in 3 events with them and had only exchanged a few fleeting glances. Lu Shoyue then sat down beside her and said, "Then I shall keep you company while we wait." Lu Shoyue smiled. "With the presence of the police, we are indeed safe. However, your skills are quite impressive. How many secrets do you hold?" Lin Wanwan, disinterested in banter, casually replied, "Nothing exceptional, really. Primarily, those ruffians are more blubber than muscle, quite superficial." Lu Shoyue chuckled softly, displaying his thoughtfulness by falling silent and simply accompanying her. Time passed without notice until a nurse emerged from the emergency room. Lin Wanwan and the others promptly stood to inquire about the situation. The nurse replied, "All 3 have sustained significant injuries and will require hospitalization for observation and treatment. But there is no immediate danger to their lives. Will you be staying overnight? I would like to arrange for a caregiver for my friend. We shall take our leave." She added, "Thank you." At that moment, Lu Shoyue rose and stated, "I have already made arrangements. Look, it should be those 3. 3 robust middle-aged women approached in the corridor, their attire indicative of caregivers, which was confirmed upon inquiry. After entrusting the injured individuals to the caregivers, Lin Wanwan and the 2 girls took their leave. Lu Shoyue gentlemanly remarked, "Allow me to be your chaperone. Please, get in my car." Lin Wanwan did not decline, responding, "Thank you, Teacher Lu." Upon exiting the hospital, Lin Wanwan discarded her mask, exhaling deeply, feeling a slight discomfort. It was already past midnight, and despite the tumultuous events of the evening, Lin Wanwan felt no fatigue, as it was essentially daytime for her. The time difference between the Tang Dynasty and modern times spanned 10 hours. However, Lu Shoyue appeared somewhat weary. His formerly smooth chin now bore the faint shadow of stubble. Upon arriving at the entrance of Lin Wanwan's neighborhood, she prepared to alight, but Lu Shoyue insisted on driving her to her doorstep, playfully assuring her, "Fear not. At this hour, I shall not intrude." He added, "It is rather late. Allow me to ensure you reach your home safely." Reluctantly, Lin Wanwan acquiesced to his kindness. As they approached the villa district, Lu Shoyue commented, "So this is where you reside. The surroundings are quite pleasant." Lin Wanwan smiled indeed. The community was established quite some time ago, lacking proper separation for vehicles and pedestrians. "Here we are. This building is my home." Before exiting, Lin Wanwan removed her suit jacket and returned it to him, noting that the back was torn, but now that she was at her doorstep, it mattered little, as it merely exposed her back. I truly appreciate your help today. Please send me the expenses you covered earlier. I will reimburse you on behalf of my friend. Thank you very much. Lu Shouyue chuckled softly. No need for such formality. A mere glance at the exterior of the villa was sufficient for him to ascertain that Lin Wanwan lived alone. Such a young girl living alone in a villa is indeed a rarity. Where are her family? Kunlun, let us depart. As the sedan chair clattered into the village entrance, it was obstructed by several horse-drawn carriages. Kunlun's expression darkened, exuding an air that suggested he would toss anyone and anything into the sea at Lin Wanwan's command. Who approaches ahead? Lin Wanwan inquired loudly. Upon seeing her sedan chair, the villagers engaged in their tasks hastily set down their work and called out in unison to greet her. What are you doing? Why are you blocking the way of Master Lin's carriage? If you do not move aside, do you believe I will smash your carriages? Lin Mingjin shouted. Taking the lead, the startled drivers of the carriages hurriedly urged their horses forward to clear the path, the occupants repeatedly exclaiming, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. I am the proprietor of the Webbing Tower. Master Lin, I am the owner of the Hospitality Inn. I am." Faced with the aggressive demeanor of the rural folk, the group quickly introduced themselves, revealing that they were all managers of various taverns. Chapter 61. Business comes knocking proprietors? What brings the proprietors to seek me? Lin Wanwan questioned, puzzled. However, once she welcomed them into her home and they stated their purpose, she quickly understood. It turned out that a few days prior, the newly appointed chef at the welcoming pavilion had unexpectedly introduced a series of exquisite noodle dishes. The fluffy and sweet assortment of steamed buns and flatbreads instantly captivated the attention of all food enthusiasts in Xiaoxi town, consequently drawing away business from everyone else. Within the inn of Wahai town, Lin Mingli, who had sold all the remaining dough to Dan Xinrong, who, on the very day of his victory, had used his entire savings to purchase the dough from Lin Mingli, was still basking in his own satisfaction. He had successfully sold every bottle of the dough entrusted to him by Lin Wanwan at the price of 200 won each. This secret recipe, capable of eliminating the sourness from the noodles and enhancing their texture, had become immensely popular, swiftly captivating the upper echelons of the entire Xiaoxi town. The affluent households were now fixated on Dan Xinrong of the Yinkalu, causing his value to soar. Only a limited quantity was available for retail, as the majority had been pre-ordered by the wealthy families, resulting in a complete imbalance of supply and demand. Dan Xinrong had transformed into a sought-after chef. Although steamed cakes were not considered a grand dish, they were undeniably fresh and delectable. Under similar circumstances with other dishes, diners naturally preferred the Yinkalu, which boasted the renowned Baiyun steamed cakes. The various shopkeepers accompanied Lin Wanwan into the courtyard. Momentarily taken aback by the glass flower house and subsequently astonished by the sandalwood pavilion, their smiles instantly warming by 3 degrees. Alongside them were several clansmen, including clan leader Lin Mingjin, and Lin Minghua. They stood resolutely behind Lin Wanwan, their imposing figures and fierce expressions serving to intimidate any who might pose a threat. Ever vigilant to ensure her safety, the Lin family, who occasionally interacted with the inn's proprietors, had often found themselves at a disadvantage and held a deep disdain for such individuals. In their view, the inn staff exploited the meager catches of impoverished fishermen, and such practices warranted severe repercussions. With a playful tilt of her head, Lin Wanwan winked at clan leader Lin in faint curiosity, inquiring, "Uncle clan leader, are they referring to the steamed cakes made by the wives and aunties in our village?" The shopkeepers exchanged glances, fully aware that they had encountered a formidable opponent. The ensuing negotiations, led by clan leader Lin, saw Lin Wanwan interjecting only occasionally with pivotal remarks concerning pricing. The shopkeepers were taken aback by the tenacity of these seemingly impoverished villagers, realizing that the presence of a descendant of an ancient sage made all the difference. Though the reclusive hermit appeared to have withdrawn into rural obscurity, they were far from being mere peasants. Rather, they belonged to the aristocratic class. Lin Wanwan, as a direct descendant of the Hotao Lin family and raised by a hidden master, was undoubtedly regarded as someone of considerable significance. Observing the Lin family's exquisite glazed flower house and windows, the shopkeepers quickly understood that they could not easily deceive these unrefined individuals. The Lin family had a resolute leader, and force was not an option. Each shopkeeper was backed by a prominent family. And had the Lin family been merely the destitute Hotao Lin clan with no secrets to offer, they would never have approached for a proper business discussion. After all, Why would a fat pig sit at the same table as a fierce tiger? The fatter the pig, the more delighted the tiger would be to feast. However, upon learning that Lin Wanwan was also connected to the esteemed Shao family of Jiangnan, the situation shifted entirely. Both belonged to the aristocracy, and collaboration for mutual benefit was certainly feasible. In the rigidly hierarchical society of the Tang Dynasty, individual strength was trivial, no matter how powerful one might be. It was deemed insignificant, and indeed, the stronger one was, the quicker they could fall. The ruling classes would inevitably conspire to suppress those who dared to rise above. What truly instilled fear was the collective power of the clan behind the individual. Initially, the shopkeepers intended to secure the Lin family's secret formula. But they were surprised to find that these rural folk were only willing to sell finished products, hesitant to resort to force. Mindful of the hidden family's influence and the Shao clan's reputation, they ultimately conceded, begrudgingly accepting the terms. Certainly, the stakes are not substantial enough. Ultimately, it all boils down to mere noodles. If today Lin Wanwan were to produce glass, alcohol, or similar commodities, even if there were some vague backing behind her, as long as the Ho family and the Lin clan themselves lack strength, these individuals would still be inclined to test the waters with blood. Here, Lin Wanwan has already engaged the clan leader, who has signed cooperation contracts with several local taverns. Although Lin Wanwan yearned for them to bid against each other to yield the highest price, she ultimately settled on a price of 3-1 for a steamed bun and 8-1 for a meat bun. Each tavern is to supply 100 steamed buns and 100 meat buns daily, with 5 taverns involved. This means the clan will need to produce 500 steamed buns and 500 meat buns each day. After bidding farewell to a few managers, the clan leader's lips curled into a satisfied smile, knowing that tonight the entire clan could enjoy a peaceful night's rest. The Lin family relies on fishing for their livelihood, facing the perils of the sea, unpredictable weather, and the threat of pirates. To survive in such an environment, they must work collectively, establishing a communal ethos akin to a large family. Labor is shared, and the clan leader allocates the fruits of their labor based on the intensity of work. The contracts signed with the 5 prominent taverns are thus in the name of the clan, representing the collective wealth of the family, which brings joy to all. Moreover, selling these agricultural and sideline products does not qualify as business in the traditional sense. Rather, it is merely a supplement to the livelihoods of farmers and fishermen, which is encouraged by the court. Although society in the Tang Dynasty is rigidly hierarchical, it is gratifying for the ruling class to witness the common folk thriving in their basic sustenance. Upon departing from Lin Wanwan's home, the clan leader promptly convened a family meeting with the elders and the young men of the Lin family to deliberate on the production of steamed buns and meat-filled buns. Such tasks were typically designated to the women of the household. However, the prevailing patriarchal norms of the Tang Dynasty rendered the gathering predominantly male. These matters were of little concern to Lin Wanwan. In truth, she was not particularly adept at business, and all participants were navigating uncharted waters. Fortunately, she retained the confidence to absorb losses. Regardless of the outcome, the recipe remained firmly in her possession, ensuring her position was unassailable. Chapter 62. A storm of blood and guts. Once the business was agreed upon and the attendees dispersed, Lin Wanwan turned to the trio of little ones, Shao Qingyu, Shao Crab, and Dia, and produced a ceramic box containing Swiss chocolate balls. Tada, little darlings, come and see what delightful treasures I have brought. Lifting the lid, Shao Qingyu clapped her hands in excitement and exclaimed, "Ah, chocolate. Did mother buy this from the market?" "Indeed, chocolate. Here, each of you may have one. And remember to brush your teeth afterward," Lin Wanwan instructed as she distributed the treats. Shao Qingyu, tilting her little head, inquired, "Mother, may I have another one tomorrow?" Lin Wanwan nodded affirmatively. "Certainly. Just remember to brush your teeth afterward. Otherwise, all that sweetness might ruin your lovely teeth." Shao Qingyu nodded earnestly. "Yes, I understand." Meanwhile, Shao Crab and Dia had never tasted chocolate before and had only seen it for the first time. Observing Shao Qingyu as she popped one into her mouth, they cautiously extended their tongues to sample, their faces lighting up with smiles as they declared, "It's sweet." Little Qingyu and the little ghost Dottie explained to them that chocolate is truly delectable, infused with milk, and possesses a delicate, silky texture. Lin Wanwan greeted Lin Qinshi with a smile. Being neighbors, they were quite familiar with each other. Hence, she did not rise to welcome her, but instead invited Lin Qinshi to join her in savoring a piece of chocolate. Naturally, Lin Qinshi was reluctant to indulge, feeling embarrassed. as the two little ones were already accustomed to being pampered by Lin Wanwan with breakfast and various fruit delicacies every day. After Lin Qingshi called away the little crab and the big girl, the west gate of Lin Wanwan's home was closed. As the time for nightly repose arrived, Lin Wanwan carried little Qingyu upstairs, cherishing their precious moments of solitude together. In ancient times, this would have been a heartwarming scene of familial bliss. While in the modern world, it was fraught with turmoil. Lin Wanwan had already ascended to 2 trending topics. The initial trend was propelled by Xiao Juning, who brought her into the spotlight, briefly reaching the 2nd position on Weibo with the topic Xiao Juning's Eyes Hold Light. This surge in popularity was primarily due to Xiao Juning's presence, which attracted substantial attention. The trending content consisted of a video lasting less than 10 seconds, capturing the moment Xiao Juning adorned Lin Wanwan with a crown, his gaze towards her radiating an indescribable depth of affection, leaving viewers to ponder. Such a trend naturally captivated onlookers with Lin Wanwan's unparalleled beauty, as she was indeed breathtakingly stunning. However, beyond the casual observers, it also incited a flurry of envious remarks, particularly from Xiao Juning's younger fans, who were numerous and fiercely protective. This woman is shamelessly seeking attention. Those fans are both trivial and formidable. Swiftly uncovering that Lin Wanwan had been forced to resign from a Fortune 500 company due to an unsuccessful attempt to seduce her superior, thereby casting a considerable shadow over her reputation. Consequently, she surged to the forefront of a trending topic. Xiao Juning's girlfriend is a habitual third party. This trending topic, combined with revelations from former colleagues and the ex-girlfriend of the implicated man, propelled Lin Wanwan's situation to new heights of scandal, effectively tarnishing her image. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan was blissfully unaware, sleeping soundly on a tranquil night in the Tang Dynasty, oblivious to the tumult of the modern world. Without delay, she summoned a ride to the hospital to visit Chen Jinyu. Chen Jinyu's condition remained quite stable, despite her harrowing appearance. With over 10 stitches on her cheek and her face bruised and swollen, fortunately, she had not sustained any serious injuries, merely superficial wounds, with the stitches being cosmetic. Another girl had sustained more severe injuries, with fractured ribs, yet her condition was still classified as minor in the judicial assessment. In stark contrast, Xiao Wen suffered far worse. 3 teeth were knocked out, multiple ribs were fractured, her arm was broken, and her nasal bridge was also fractured, with over 30 stitches from her cheek to her ear. The police had already taken statements, and the 2 girls were placed in the same hospital room. Xiao Wen, the most severely injured, was undergoing orthopedic surgery and would not share a room with them upon her return. Both girls were engulfed in despondency, psychologically traumatized, their stitched faces shadowed by the prospect of potential scarring, creating an oppressive atmosphere in the ward. Lin Wanwan's arrival did little to alleviate their distress. They were utterly bewildered at that moment, their memories clouded, and they had yet to realize that it was Lin Wanwan who had come to their rescue. Both girls were from out of town, their parents en route to the hospital. Noticing that Chen Jinyu was relatively unscathed, Lin Wanwan decided not to intrude further. She set down the fruit basket in her hands and took her leave. As she walked through the hospital, an unsettling feeling crept over her, as if the people around were surreptitiously capturing her image, causing her discomfort. Unable to bear it any longer, she approached a girl who appeared to be of similar age and coldly inquired, "Are you taking pictures of me?" The girl, startled by Lin's approach, quickly recovered, rolled her eyes, and retorted, "Homewrecker vixen." After hurling her insult, she swiftly turned and walked away, fierce in her words yet cowardly in her actions. Lin Wanwan furrowed her brow, pondering why some individuals seemed intent on labeling her a homewrecker. Must a beautiful woman endure such unwarranted malice? At that moment, her phone buzzed with a new message. Upon checking, she discovered it was from Ying, a resident of her apartment complex. "Wanwan, have you seen the trending topics? Do you really think you are Bao Junzai's mistress?" Trending topics? Bao Junzai? What could possibly connect her to such a trivial figure? Lin Wanwan was baffled. She opened her phone, downloaded a social media app, and after a brief search, stumbled upon the trending topic. The girl holding hands with Xiao Juning is a habitual mistress. How opportunistic. Seizing the wave of public attention to tarnish her reputation. It seemed she had underestimated Xiao Chen and Bao Junzai, who dared to engage her in this manner. Elder Phalia had once stated that the identity of the perpetrator behind a wrongdoing could be discerned by observing who ultimately benefited from it, who stands to gain from tarnishing her reputation. Lin Wanwan pondered for quite some time, but could not arrive at a conclusion. Regardless of who was orchestrating this behind the scenes, she resolved to clarify her own situation. Chapter 63, Clarification. Just as Lin Wanwan was about to register for a social media account to post the ambiguous and harassing screenshots sent by Bao Junkai, her phone rang unexpectedly, displaying an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, she discovered it was a media outlet seeking an interview, which she promptly declined before hanging up. However, following that solitary call, the situation escalated uncontrollably. Her phone incessantly rang, with 5 consecutive calls for requesting interviews and one outright berating her. Such a terrifying world of information leakage. Lin Wanwan had long distanced herself from public platforms. She did not possess accounts on Weibo, Douyin, or Xiaohongshu. Yet, the rapidity of the information's dissemination astonished her. Fortunately, she always had her packages delivered to a nearby parcel station, placing great emphasis on privacy. Otherwise, she feared these frenzied individuals might trace her to her residential community. Amidst the barrage of calls, Lin Wanwan swiftly registered a Weibo account and posted the previously saved screenshots along with a brief statement. Her Weibo content was straightforward. I am the woman linked to Xiao Juning, yet I am not a mistress, merely an innocent victim of workplace sexual harassment. Why is the plight of women so arduous? I even resigned to evade harassment, yet I am still not spared. The facts speak for themselves. The screenshots attest to my claims. In truth, her words were quite stirring, evoking sympathy as she deftly captured the hearts of netizens. The predicament lies in the fact that she remains rather inconspicuous in the vast expanse of the online realm. Despite her efforts to broadcast her thoughts, they quickly vanish into the abyss as her unverified account, being new, garners no attention. A lack of visibility equates to a lack of followers. In a bid to enhance her presence, Lin Wanwan promptly subscribed to a premium service for her account, finally gaining some traffic. Yet, the sheer volume of information overwhelms her, and her contributions still seem to dissolve into obscurity. Just as she contemplates the notion of purchasing artificial engagement, her account suddenly freezes. Upon forcibly exiting and re-entering, she discovers a staggering influx of messages in the bottom right corner, over 10,000 notifications. Upon inspection, she finds the majority are supportive remarks, though a few vitriolic comments berate her. Regardless, she has already clarified the situation. She certainly will not bear the stigma of being a mistress. As for those who question why her superior insists on sending her such messages, insinuating she must have given some sort of hint, she dismisses their foolishness. Choosing not to engage with the ignorant, they seem to delight in dragging you down to their intellectual level, only to defeat you with their accumulated experience. Lin Wanwan promptly closed her Weibo account, yet her phone began to ring incessantly, leaving her at a loss for words. In such a transparent world, the lack of security is truly disconcerting. Amidst the cacophony of calls, her WeChat notifications also chimed incessantly. Her WeChat contacts are few. She had not added anyone from her middle school days, having focused entirely on her studies without a mobile phone or QQ for socializing. In university, her circle consisted mainly of roommates and a few teammates from her martial arts club. Upon opening WeChat, she was met with numerous shocked emojis, leaving her utterly bewildered. It was her only friend from middle school, Gu Jingyu, who was also her deskmate, that enlightened her about the unfolding events. Gu Jingyu, Wanwan. Today I saw 3 trending topics about you, and my emotions were like a roller coaster. I never expected that your little admirer would emerge as a hero to rescue you. How bold of him to directly you on Weibo. Lin Wanwan, what do you mean? Who is this little admirer? Gu Jingyu, Xiao Juning, our school heartthrob from middle school. Don't you remember? How did you end up involved with Xiao Juning? Lin Wanwan, Xiao Juning is our alumnus? No wonder he seemed somewhat familiar the other day. It all makes sense now. Speaking of which, Xiao Juning indeed hails from Yongqing. It wouldn't be surprising if he were once a fellow student. Lin Wanwan swiftly exited WeChat and searched for information on Xiao Juning. She soon found his middle school profile. And indeed, it matched her own. Both were from the same school. Gu Jingyu, I am astounded by you. You are more out of touch with society than I am. Our alma mater boasts such a prominent star, and you don't even recall him. He even helped you today. Go check the trending topic on Weibo, you'll understand. Lin Wanwan obediently opened Weibo and glanced at the trending topics. At the top was Xiao Juning's senior is not third, and following this topic was an explosive post. Out of curiosity, Lin Wanwan clicked on it and saw that just a few minutes ago, Xiao Juning had retweeted her Weibo, writing, I believe my senior would never stoop to being third. I am not third. No wonder her Weibo post went viral. It was shared by the youngest top star in today's entertainment industry. making it truly remarkable that it did not explode in popularity. With Xiao Juning's endorsement, the traffic was undeniably immense. This year, he has soared in popularity across Asia, to the extent that in his visits to Japan and South Korea, restrictions were placed on the number of waves he could make to prevent crowd-related incidents. The Thai royal family even received him with royal protocol, and the Thai princess is among his admirers. The public's curiosity has shifted from whether Lin Wanwan played the role of a third party to whether there is any story between her and Xiao Juning. The images Lin Wanwan provided are compelling, coupled with her ethereal beauty, easily leading netizens to believe that this narrative revolves around a stunning newcomer in the workforce facing harassment from a lecherous superior, retaliating with slander instead. On the other hand, Bao Junkai, embroiled in this gossip, is utterly indifferent to the absurdities circulating online. Allegations of sexual harassment, even if substantiated, would merely tarnish his reputation or potentially lead to demotion, the worst-case scenario being resignation. However, the recent allegations against him are far graver, involving embezzlement, which carries a substantial prison sentence. Someone has hired a private investigator to scrutinize him, gathering remarkably detailed evidence, subsequently forwarding it to their overseas headquarters. It goes without saying that this investigation was conveniently conducted by Liu Shouyue, who finds it all too easy to crush someone like Bao Junkai. Chapter 64. Youthful impulsiveness in the midst of a legal battle. Bao Junkai found himself devoid of any inclination to attend to matters beyond his pressing concerns. He harbored no desire to engage with his ex-wife or various current girlfriends, feeling an almost visceral disdain towards them, wishing for their departure from his life. Lin Wanwan, on the other hand, remained blissfully indifferent to Bao Junkai's current circumstances. The screenshots she shared were entirely legitimate. She had indeed lost her job due to his actions, and now it was only fair that he bore the burden of this predicament. She was not one to turn the other cheek in submission. Rather, she believed in reciprocating kindness with kindness and confronting grievances directly. Her phone rang incessantly, with messages pouring in one after another. Lin Wanwan chose neither to answer nor to dismiss them, instead opting to set her phone aside as she perused the messages on WeChat. Shortly thereafter, a message from Liu Shouyue appeared. I just woke from a nap. How are you? Did you manage to catch up on sleep after such a late night? Lin Wanwan replied. Yes, I did. Liu Shouyue continued. This is the surveillance footage from the parking lot last night. Do you recognize this person? Should we consider reporting it? As Lin Wanwan opened the video he had sent, she caught sight of the woman who had discarded her clothes and makeup bag. This individual could be deemed a mere acquaintance, having participated in numerous activities together. Yet their relationship was devoid of any genuine camaraderie. There was no animosity to speak of. Either, despite being WeChat friends, they had never communicated. She could not fathom how she had offended this person. Lin Wanwan responded, Thank you, Teacher Liu. There is no need to report it. The clothing and nearly depleted cosmetics are hardly worth the trouble. I'll be cautious of her in the future. However, I have never offended her, and I truly do not understand why she behaves in such a self-destructive manner. Liu Shouyue remarked. Sometimes being more beautiful or stronger than others can be seen as an offense. Lin Wanwan replied, Teacher Liu, your words are profoundly insightful. I find myself unable to refute them. Is it truly my fault for being so exceptional? Liu Shouyue continued. Life is essentially a series of choices and sacrifices. Those with divergent paths should not conspire together. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Liu Shouyue, Lin Wanwan contemplated her thoughts and decided to forward the surveillance footage to Chen Jinyu. In comparison to Lin Wanwan, Chen Jinyu shared a much closer relationship with the individual in question. However, given that this person exhibited such a narrow-minded disposition, deepening their friendship seemed unwise. As a friend, it was her duty to offer a word of caution to Chen Jinyu. She left a message for her. This is the woman who discarded my clothes and cosmetics. The remaining judgments and decisions were left to Chen Jinyu's discretion. Yet, considering that Chen Jinyu had just suffered an unjust beating the previous day, she likely would not have the energy to check her phone today. After sending the message to Chen Jinyu, Lin Wanwan forwarded the video to the woman, adding a note. If you wish for your deeds to remain unknown, refrain from wrongdoing, I advise you to act wisely. Once this was accomplished, she promptly blocked the individual. Upon receiving Lin Wanwan's WeChat message and witnessing the video, the woman's complexion turned pale. She had completely forgotten about the surveillance in the underground parking garage, and of course, she could not fathom that Lin Wanwan would go to such lengths over a mere tattered tracksuit to obtain footage from Times Square. Is accessing Times Square surveillance truly so straightforward? Observing Lin Wanwan's icy demeanor, she felt compelled to offer a feeble defense. After all, Lin Wanwan shared a close bond with Chun Jinyu, and she feared it might adversely affect her own relationship with him. However, just as she sent her protest, she discovered she had been blocked. Humph. Rolling her eyes, she cursed under her breath, lamenting why Lin Wanwan, that insufferable woman, was not among those who had been reprimanded yesterday. Such frustration. Yet, despite her outward bravado, anxiety gnawed at her insides. She was convinced Lin Wanwan had shared the video with Chun Jinyu. A flicker of regret emerged regarding her actions from the previous day. Overcome by jealousy as she witnessed Lin Wanwan and Xiao Juning hand in hand on the red carpet, she had lost her composure and plotted against Lin Wanwan in a moment of impulse. In her haste, she had failed to consider the potential repercussions, and now it was too late for remorse. Truly, she embodied the adage of harming others without benefiting oneself. In the bustling metropolis of modern Shanghai, a glass slipped from Yang Chaonan's grasp, shattering upon impact and spilling water everywhere. Yet, she paid it no mind. After ending the call, she sat in stunned silence for a full 5 seconds before turning her gaze to the carefree Xiao Juning, lounging on the floor-to-ceiling glass windows sofa. Engrossed in a mobile game, a torrent of expletives surged within her, but the words that escaped her lips took on a tone of earnest concern. Ning. How could you so carelessly post such a tweet? You are only 21, at a pivotal moment in your career. Are you truly considering romance? What value does that hold? Pursuing a career is far more exhilarating. Ning, this is your time to soar. Now is not the moment for frivolous distractions. Xiao Juning casually retorted. How do you know love is meaningless? Have you ever experienced it? Yang, a 30-year-old single man, choked momentarily and retorted, in life, one's career holds greater significance. You are currently at the pinnacle of your popularity. A mere rumor could result in a loss of several million followers. Do you believe that? Xiao Juning merely chuckled. As the conversation drifted, he seemingly inquired nonchalantly, by the way, that girl, Lin Wanwan, are you truly alumni? Did you know each other previously? Upon hearing that name, Xiao Juning's previously serene expression darkened, and he replied curtly, I do not know her. Recalling how Lin Wanwan had returned to school after the high school entrance examination, and how he had mustered the courage to give her a letter proposing correspondence, only for it to vanish into silence, Xiao Juning felt a surge of frustration. He was uncertain why he had impulsively shared his support earlier. Perhaps it was merely an attempt to fulfill a youthful fantasy of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Now, he stood at a higher vantage point, beyond the confines of campus fame, where a simple gesture could indeed rescue her from peril. Why not? Not acquainted. Then why did you share that post claiming she was a senior? Is it truly worthwhile to wade through such murky waters? Yang Chaonan nearly leaped from his seat. Realizing that this single Weibo post would incur significant public relations expenses to suppress trending topics. As she continued her incessant persuasion, Xiao Juning interjected unexpectedly, with all your chatter. Doesn't your family find you bothersome? A girl ought to be more demure to be endearing. Yang Chaonan was left speechless, feeling utterly exhausted. Such a young and popular figure was indeed challenging to manage. Chapter 65. Apologizing with a painting at this moment, the little one opened his eyes and sweetly called out, Mother. The little one once again closed his eyes, clinging to her neck as he continued to sleep. Yet, just after a brief moment, he murmured, Mother, I need to urinate. Go ahead. The presence of the young Qingyu could instantly dispel the inner turmoil within Lin Wanwan, filling her with genuine joy. Often, it seemed that it was Lin Wanwan who could not bear to be without Qingyu's company, rather than the other way around. Giving, after all, is a form of receiving. A new day dawned beautifully. In Lin family village today, some of the men lingered in bed, as the days grew shorter and dawn arrived later. They found it difficult to set out to sea early. With the fields having been harvested, it was a time of leisure and thus they chose to sleep. While others assisted their mothers and wives in kneading dough for steamed buns. The flour and lamb had been delivered overnight by the restaurant, deducted from the steamed bun payments. And fortunately, the county of Meng had no city walls, rendering curfews irrelevant. Unlike the residents of large cities, who could not venture out at night due to strict curfews imposed by the Tang Dynasty, life here was more relaxed. Lin Wanwan provided only the alkaline agent, needing to do nothing else, yet she was still entitled to a share of the profits within the clan. After all, it was well understood that although her alkaline agent required only a small quantity, it was the most crucial ingredient, essential for eliminating the sourness and ensuring the fluffiness of the dough. unable to teach her kin how to produce and sell the alkaline agent. Lin Wanwan chose to take the easy route by not extracting it herself. Instead, she ordered a significant quantity of leavening agents and baking powder from the modern world, far superior to her rudimentary version of alkaline agent. When the time came to use it for her clan, they would not discern any difference. Before the dawn had fully broken, the industrious women had already prepared 500 steamed buns and 500 meat-filled buns, stacking them neatly in a large, clean vat lined with white linen and topped with a quilt for warmth. Among their kin, the two of them were considered quite formidable. Although Lin Wanwan was short in stature, his muscular physique boasted biceps nearly as large as his head, a testament to his laborious work rowing on boats. The struggles of a man are threefold: rowing boats, forging iron, and grinding tofu. It is evident how arduous and physically demanding the task of rowing is. Similarly, Lin Wanwan possessed muscles as developed as those of Lin Wanwan, yet his taller frame rendered him even more imposing. Thus, their partnership in delivering goods and collecting payment instilled a sense of confidence against potential robbers. Moreover, two sides lay on the cart for self-defense. When agricultural tools are employed in the fields, they serve as instruments of labor, but in a fight, they naturally transform into weapons. The rustic men of the countryside are quite adept at wielding such implements. After all, poverty pervades their lives, and they endure great hardships. Those who have nothing to lose are unafraid to confront others. If it weren't for the cumbersome size of the harpoons, the two cousins would have liked to carry a pair each, for with a harpoon in hand, one could face even a shark without fear of mere mortals. The atmosphere in their clan was lively, and Lin Wanwan's home was no less bustling. Accompanied by Little Yuer, Little Crab, and Daya, she was in the glass greenhouse, harvesting strawberries and tomatoes. These were seedlings that Lin Wanwan had brought from the modern world. The tomatoes and strawberries had been planted as soon as the new house was completed and were now ripe for the picking. Both of these fruits originated from the Americas. Strawberries were introduced to France before making their way to China via Russia during the Republican era, while tomatoes were brought to China in the late Ming Dynasty, during the Wanli period. Nevertheless, the present-day Tang Dynasty remains unfamiliar to most. Consequently, the entire Lin family manor is scarcely recognized, yet the little ones have grown quite accustomed to it. From the very outset of their cultivation, Lin Wanwan had engaged the children in the art of planting, treating it as a delightful pastime akin to gardening. Naturally, everyone was aware that whatever Lin Wanwan imparted, they eagerly absorbed, for children possess an extraordinary capacity for learning. This particular strawberry variety is known as cream strawberry, renowned for its fragrant sweetness and the ability to be cultivated year-round. After being washed, they were placed on a transparent glass dish, their mere appearance evoking salivation. The small tomatoes, classified as dwarf cherry tomatoes, were presented in vibrant reds and yellows. Their thin skins and juicy flesh offered a delightful balance of sweetness and tanginess. Lin Wanwan and the children devoured them in no time, scarcely blinking before they were gone. Little Qingyu looked up at Lin Wanwan and exclaimed, "Mother, this is so delicious." Lin Wanwan smiled, replying, "Let us pick some ripe ones this evening." "Oh yes, oh yes." Little Qingyu clapped her hands in delight. Lin Wanwan then cast her gaze upon the remaining 2 large tomatoes, contemplating preparing a dish of tomato and beef brisket later. After all, as long as she kept silent, who would know they were indulging in beef? The culinary offerings of the Tang Dynasty often lacked flavor. Thus, it was occasionally delightful to savor a touch of modern cuisine to indulge the palate. While lost in thought, a commotion at the side door drew her attention. As Kunlun entered with Shuqin in tow, Lin Wanwan glanced behind Shuqin, but her heart sank slightly upon not seeing the person she longed to catch a glimpse of. It wasn't that she harbored any particular feelings for Xiao Chong. Rather, who wouldn't wish to admire a poetic and picturesque gentleman? "Madam Lin, my husband has sent you a letter along with a painting," Shuqin announced. Lin Wanwan accepted the letter. Curiosity piqued. "What prompts him to send me a painting?" Lady Lin discerned the underlying implications with ease. Shuqin harbored a plethora of grievances, contemplating that the revelation of Lin Wanwan's existence to her maternal family by the Shao clan was hardly an issue. Was it not, in fact, a boon for Lin Wanwan? The distinction between a granddaughter forgotten by the Shao family and one who was acknowledged was indeed significant. Furthermore, this information was not divulged by her own husband. Yet he took it upon himself to shoulder the blame and even sent Shuqin to offer apologies. Nonetheless, Shuqin understood that her husband held a profound respect for this distant cousin who could hardly be regarded as close. Thus, as a servant, Her demeanor must reflect utmost respect. Despite the tumult of thoughts swirling within her, she would never be foolish enough to voice them. Yunshang stepped forward to accept the scroll from Shu Qing, who performed a gesture of farewell, stating, "The items have been delivered. I shall take my leave." Once the visitor departed, Lin Wanwan unsealed the letter, and upon reading it, she smiled softly, murmuring to herself, "Quite considerate. Well then, if you assert it is not you, I shall choose to believe you." After neatly folding the letter, Lin Wanwan took the scroll and entered her study, followed closely by 3 little shadows. With a smile, she said, "You may go and play. Mother must attend to some matters for a while." Little Qingyu chirped to the older girl and the small crab, "Let us go play outside. My mother is busy." "All right." The 2 little ones obediently followed little Qingyu outside. Although they were older than her, they willingly deferred to her leadership, for little Qingyu held the keys to the realm of snacks. Chapter 66. Becoming a heroine, Lin Wanwan carefully placed Xiao Chang's letter into a wooden box within her desk drawer. She then unrolled the scroll and extracted the painting, hanging it on her bookshelf for a closer examination. The artwork depicted a scene of grasshoppers, with several bees flitting around an orchid. The nectar glistened like dew, while some bees busily gathered honey and others hovered nearby, creating a vivid and lively tableau. Although Lin Wanwan lacked a profound understanding of painting techniques, the universal language of beauty resonated within her, and she found the artwork strikingly beautiful and authentic, differing from her preconceived notions of traditional Chinese paintings. Could this be classified as meticulous painting? She was uncertain, having never studied art and unaware of the artist's identity, pondering if it could possibly be Xiao Chang's own creation. After carefully storing the painting away, Lin Wanwan proceeded to attend her classes diligently. She felt a sense of disbelief and muttered softly to herself, "Is it truly so sensational to be associated with Xiao Juning?" Yet, upon casually browsing the trending topics, she was taken aback to discover that they were all centered around the altercation from the previous night. Upon logging into the social media platform, she noticed the trending topic "multiple men assaulting women countered," followed by an explosive emoji. Clicking on it, she was met with videos showcasing her fierce retaliation against those men, and the comments flooded in with enthusiastic support. "Heroine, you're incredible. As a fan of Xiao Juning, I suddenly find this senior sister not so detestable. Today's greatest twist, the courageous young lady is not the mistress. Heroine, consider live streaming. I wish to offer you rewards. Severe punishment for the assailants. Their audacity is intolerable. Had it not been for the young lady's exceptional strength, who knows what fate those girls would have met? What wrong had the girl done that she deserved to be brutally assaulted for rejecting someone?" In the store, amidst a multitude of men, not a single soul initially stepped forward to assist these girls. It was the gallant heroine in a torn evening gown who came to their aid. My attention, however, was slightly diverted. The shredded dress worn by the heroine was none other than the one she had donned while standing alongside Xiao Juning, an exquisite new release from SV this spring. Valued at 420,000. They must compensate her. Lin Wanwan observed for a moment, noting that the majority of comments were praises and support for her, with only a handful tinged with sarcasm, before she decided to disengage. She never anticipated that this incident would ascend to trending status, nor did she know from whence the video had leaked. For her, heightened attention was not particularly advantageous, as she harbored a significant secret. Contemplating this, she terminated yet another unknown call and seized the opportunity to dial Chun Jinyu's number, only to find her mother on the line. The latter had also seen the video online and expressed immense gratitude for Lin Wanwan's chivalrous assistance, repeatedly insisting on reimbursing the medical expenses Lin had incurred. Lin Wanwan merely stated that the financial matter could wait, before inquiring about Chun Jinyu's condition. With the situation now trending, it was rather sensitive. Chun Jinyu was unable to communicate with the outside world. It seemed the authorities were wary of the victims potentially exacerbating the situation with their words. Knowing from Chun Jinyu's mother that she was stabilizing was sufficient for Lin Wanwan. She changed out of her traditional attire, donned a hat and mask, then briskly exited her residential complex. She rode a shared bicycle to the nearby CR Vanguard supermarket to purchase some beef brisket, while also intending to procure a few other items. She gazed at the little one sleeping soundly on the bed, his cherubic face particularly endearing. Unable to resist, Lin Wanwan leaned down and planted a kiss on his cheek before walking over to the window. She opened the bedroom window wide and inhaled deeply the refreshing air imbued with the scent of the sea, feeling invigorated. It was indeed more comfortable here, devoid of clamor and chaos, facing the ocean where spring blossoms flourished. Wanyan, are you taking a nap? I gathered some clams from the shore for you. If we let them sit for a few days, they will purge the sand and be ready to eat. You mentioned craving them yesterday. Lin Mingbo called out as he entered through the west side door, looking up at Lin Wanwan on the second floor. Lin Wanwan felt a warm glow in her heart. The people of Lin family village always remembered her casual remarks and acted upon them without hesitation, as long as it was within their means. She smiled and leaned over the windowsill, replying to Lin Mingbo. I truly have been craving them. Thank you, cousin Mingbo. By the way, how did your morning delivery of steamed buns go? At the mention of this, Lin Mingbo's face, kissed by the sea breeze, lit up with joy. It went splendidly. I calculated that our clan made over a substantial profit from this trip. Lin Wanwan chuckled. It's all hard-earned money. She added, next time, let us not rely on those shops for white flour and lamb. I can handle it. I know a few excellent shops in Xiaoxi town that offer flour so pristine, it's almost unbelievable. That sounds wonderful. Shall I leave this in the kitchen for you? Lin Mingbo continued to speak with Lin Wanwan, who was at the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor. Lin Wanwan responded, just wait for me to come down. These clams don't need to sit for 2 days. I have a method to make them purge the sand immediately. Lin Mingbo wore an expression of skepticism as Lin Wanwan turned and descended the stairs, accepting a net full of clams from his hands. The two made their way to the kitchen, where Lin Wanwan poured the clams into a large porcelain basin, then added spring water, followed by a few drops of oil. Finally, under Lin Mingbo's astonished gaze, she poured in nearly half a jar of fine salt with a swift motion. Lin Mingbo felt as though he were suffocating, staring blankly at the pure white salt gradually dissolving in the basin, murmuring, Wanyan, is this truly your method? Oh dear, what a waste. This is salt, precious fine salt. Lin Wanwan replied with pride. Indeed, it is a clever trick. Lin Mingbo placed his hand on his forehead, offering a wry smile. Only you could do such a thing. I truly cannot fathom how you lived with that old immortal. How could you bear to squander salt in this manner? Salt costs 13 won per dough, and this is the coarsest kind. Where could one find such delicate, fine salt? The snowflake salt must be exorbitantly priced. Chapter 67. The family's strength is still insufficient. Upon hearing Lin Mingbo's words, Lin Wanwan chuckled. That is because you have not extracted the impurities from it. It is actually quite simple. I will explain to you in detail after my classes this afternoon how to extract salt from seawater. Lin Mingbo hurriedly shook his hands. No. Do not tell me. Such secrets are beyond a humble fisherman like me. After a brief pause, he could not help but ask, Wanyan, can you truly turn seawater into salt? Lin Wanwan responded, why would I deceive you? It is not boiled, it is evaporated. Upon hearing this, Lin Mingbo immediately turned and dashed outside, exclaiming as he ran, I shall seek out the clan leader. When the clan leader Lin, breathless and panting, was brought to Lin Wanwan's home by Lin Mingbo, she had already gone to the front yard to commence her afternoon lessons for the children. The clan leader's face was awash with excitement. He wished to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. He lingered at the kitchen door for quite some time before gradually calming himself. This matter was beyond the grasp of their humble Lin family. Recalling the turmoil of recent years, he felt a surge of trepidation. Salt, a commodity entwined with numerous interests, was far too perilous for mere common folk to engage with. Should it attract the covetous eyes of the powerful clans, the Ho Tao Lin family would be left utterly destitute, reduced to mere bones. The direct lineage of the Ho Tao Lin clan had perished due to an excess of wealth coupled with insufficient strength, and now their branch consisted of but 42 households. How could they dare to involve themselves in such affairs? Having regained his composure, the clan leader stood in a daze for a moment before slapping Lin Mingbo's arm with a heavy hand, gravely stating, let us go. Consider this day as if you have heard nothing. Lin Mingbo, his face flushed with urgency, exclaimed, why, clan leader? It's salt, fine salt. Wanyan is one of our own. The clan leader shook his head. You do not understand. Without power, we cannot touch this commodity. It would spell disaster for us. These words fell upon Lin Mingbo like a frigid shower, leaving him disheartened. He lowered his head and murmured, I understand, Uncle Clan Leader. As the two exited through the western gate, their postures appeared considerably stooped. Under the eaves, Yunshang, engrossed in her embroidery, cast a curious glance at the two, but refrained from uttering a word. However, Huanong quietly remarked to her, why is the clan leader Lin so elated one moment and despondent the next? Yunshang replied, do not inquire into matters that do not concern you, nor gaze upon things that do not require your attention. Let us focus on our own tasks. Huanong nodded in acknowledgement. When Lin Wanwan concluded her lessons and sought out Lin Wanwan next door, she discovered that he had already gone to the fields, leaving only Mrs. Qin busy at her loom, incessantly weaving fabric. Following the onset of winter, it was still possible to cultivate some frost-resistant vegetables, such as mustard greens, albeit with minimal yield. The Lin clan, aside from assisting Lin Wanwan in cultivating some unfamiliar crops, could not afford to overlook the mustard greens. As their harvest could be traded for some financial gain in the town during winter, Lin Wanwan had assumed that revealing the secret of salt production would elate Lin Wanwan to the point of neglecting his work. She certainly did not expect him to approach the fields with such calmness. When Lin Wanwan finally found the clan leader Lin, intending to broach the topic of salt, she was interrupted. "Wan, the profits from salt are too substantial. This is not a matter for our impoverished Ho Tao Lin clan to engage in." Lin Wanwan was taken aback by the clan leader's cautiousness. Had she spoken of soap making, glass production, or similar ventures, it would surely have instilled fear. Yet, upon reflection, she acknowledged the wisdom in his words. After all, Lin Wanwan was a product of modernity, untouched by the harrowing experiences of true warfare, pillage, and the despair of seeking aid in a world where officials protected one another, devoid of any trepidation towards the powerful. The clan leader of the Lin family, having guided his kin through tumultuous times, undoubtedly possesses a certain sagacity in navigating the complexities of life, not to mention his own experiences in battle. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, it was not feasible for the impoverished to engage in warfare without first acquiring their own weaponry. Hence, even at the twilight of the Sui dynasty, the Lin clan, albeit a branch, was not as destitute as one might presume today. However, a single war had rendered the Ho Tao Lin family increasingly impoverished. Suddenly, Lin Wanwan pondered a different perspective. Perhaps the initial reason for the division of the Lin clan was to avoid putting all their eggs in one basket. After all, how could the legitimate branch willingly relinquish their ancestral home? They must have understood that as the affluent faction, they would find it even more challenging to evade the ravages of war. She smiled and remarked, "Uncle Clan Leader, I comprehend now. After we produce salt, we shall keep it for ourselves and refrain from selling it illicitly. How does that sound?" "Ah, Wan Yang, this is something you should either conceal entirely or ensure it remains secure from theft. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. Our Ho Tao Lin family lacks the confidence for such ventures," he responded. Lin Wanwan fell silent, contemplating whether she should cultivate some forces of her own. While modern weaponry was out of reach, the formula for black powder was easily accessible. "Do not worry, clan leader. I will devise a solution," she assured him. Observing her expression, the clan leader mused, "You are indeed exceptional, well-read and skilled in many areas. Yet, you must remain aware of the treachery that resides in human hearts." After bidding farewell to the clan leader, Lin Wanwan had already formed a plan in her mind. Since the Ho Tao Lin family could not engage with this matter, they would seek allies who could. In terms of public matters, the Xiao family of Lanling, to which Xiao Chong belongs, holds a prestigious standing, akin to a sturdy pillar alongside the rise and fall of the Tang Dynasty. On a personal note, Lin Wanwan has rendered a life-saving favor to Xiao Chong, who generously bestowed upon her a guqin and a piece of jade, and now another painting. In return, she has reciprocated with her expertise in salt production, a gesture of considerable significance. Despite being distant cousins, their shared interests render any potential estrangement unlikely. Lin Wanwan sketched a design with a pencil and subsequently approached her third uncle to commission several rectangular wooden boards with sealed edges. Her third uncle's family felt immense gratitude for her hospitality during a tempest and the subsequent assistance in building a shelter. Thus, when Lin Wanwan sought his help, he readily acquiesced, prioritizing her request above all else. Her third uncle's father-in-law was once a public carpenter, a tradesman by profession, and having only one daughter. He imparted some carpentry skills to his son-in-law. In this vicinity, impoverished individuals often sought assistance from the third uncle for furniture making, typically offering food or essentials in lieu of payment. In his youth, the third uncle primarily made a living through fishing. But as he aged and could no longer contend with the vast ocean's bounties, he turned to carpentry to supplement his household income. However, to avoid the degradation associated with being a mere tradesman, he never sought to expand his business and approached carpentry with a lackadaisical attitude, merely engaging in small-scale endeavors within the region. In Lin Wanwan's eyes, had her third uncle embraced the craft with greater ambition, he could have thrived and provided a better life for his family, perhaps even constructing a sturdy abode of oyster shell and stone. Alas, in this wretched feudal society, the status of craftsmen remains woefully low, relegated beneath that of farmers. If my great-uncle truly made such a choice, he would have likely been expelled from the clan long ago. One must understand that once one becomes a craftsman, it is a fate sealed for generations. The descendants are bound to the craft, and the rigidity of social classes is utterly relentless. The only escape would be to cease the lineage altogether. Much like my great-uncle's father-in-law. Chapter 68. Thoughts on the upcoming release tomorrow marks the debut of my work, and I find myself filled with a mix of trepidation and excitement. The desire to write this book has lingered within me for quite some time. Several years ago, I purchased a number of historical texts concerning the Tang Dynasty, occasionally perusing them, captivated by the resplendent culture and the grandeur of nations paying tribute to the Tang. This growing fascination ultimately compelled me to embark on this literary endeavor. I am acutely aware that readers who enjoy historical narratives are often well-versed in the subject matter, possessing a profound knowledge of history, distinct from the casual reader. Thus, I harbor a genuine fear of poor execution and potential criticism. Prior to commencing my writing, I revisited the books I had previously acquired about the Tang Dynasty and prepared an abundance of reference materials. While I cannot claim to achieve absolute historical accuracy, I strive to avoid fabricating events entirely. Interestingly, within a week of launching this new narrative, my older work in the fantasy genre unexpectedly gained traction, advancing significantly in its performance. I pondered for an extended period whether to continue both works or to conclude the older piece. Ultimately, I made the painful decision to forsake the sudden success of my previous writing, choosing instead to dedicate myself to this new endeavor. It would be a disservice to the historical resources I have studied over the years if I were to neglect the crafting of a compelling tale set in the Tang Dynasty. I aspire to create a warm and idyllic farming narrative akin to those found in the tales of Peach Blossom Spring. Thus, this book will feature less intense conflict and only a few extraordinary characters. My sole intention is for readers to find solace and relaxation within the pages of my work after a long day. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed readers who diligently follow my work, leave comments, cast votes, and offer their generous support daily. Tomorrow, I shall unveil a new chapter, and for now, I shall treat you to 5 updates. Should the response be favorable, I shall consider providing additional updates. Lastly, I kindly request your support in the form of various recommendation votes, monthly votes, and most importantly, subscriptions. The amount spent on a legitimate monthly subscription barely equates to the price of a cup of milk tea. Yet it serves as an immense source of encouragement and motivation for me to continue writing. I sincerely hope for your support of legitimate subscriptions. Thank you. Chapter 69. Tomato braised beef. Today is a day of rest. Lin Wanwan and the little girl, Xiaoyu, are seated comfortably at the dining table, each indulging in a bowl of tomato braised beef. Ever since the tomatoes reached maturity, Lin Wanwan has miraculously procured ample beef from the small creek town, storing it in the cold cellar below. Furthermore, she has imparted her culinary skills to Wano, transforming him into a master in the art of cooking tomato braised beef. Wano's culinary prowess has undeniably surpassed his predecessors. The dish he prepares now, while perhaps not eclipsing that of Jia Yuding, certainly exceeds that of an ordinary chef. And Lin Wanwan is truly unparalleled in this regard. In matters of sustenance, Lin Wanwan has always been generous, whatever they consume. The 3 servants in the household partake in as well. The security guard, Lin Jintian, at the school is no exception, though they do not dine together. As they relish their meal in comfort, a commotion arises from the west side door. Kunlun, who had been squatting at the door enjoying his tomato beef dumplings, immediately stands up, fixating on the pebble path before the entrance. During this period of rest, the doors connecting to the front courtyard of the school are typically locked. However, the west side door remains largely unlatched for the convenience of family visits. Moments later, a composed figure emerges, his lips curled into a mysterious, gentle smile, facing the northern wind, as his snow-white cloak billowed gracefully, embodying an ineffable elegance and nonchalance. The warm sun pierced through the thick clouds, casting a soft halo around him, as if enveloping him in a tender glow. In the eyes of Lin Wanwan, who was accustomed to a plethora of handsome men and beautiful women across the internet in the fantastical realm of the second dimension, she could not help but feel a sense of awe. His presence was always so ethereal, seemingly unfit for the mundane world. This breath-stealing allure. It was akin to casting a massive stone upon a tranquil surface, stirring ripples that spread far and wide. Lin Wanwan stared in a daze until the newcomer reached the corridor, finally awakening from her reverie, and said, "Cousin, your esteemed arrival is a matter of great honor. I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. I have been waiting since I received your visiting card the other day." Xiao Cheng's lips bore a hint of amusement as he replied, "Our servants have brought the first batch of New Year goods, and there is something quite novel among them. I thought to bring it to you when I found a moment, so you could partake as well." No sooner had he spoken than Shu Qi emerged from behind him, presenting a small bamboo basket to Yunxiang. She gently accepted it and placed it before Lin Wanwan, revealing a plate of cherries, glistening and ruby red. Do not be deceived by their modest size. In the Tang Dynasty, such cherries were indeed a luxury, unattainable for the average well-to-do household, monopolized by the aristocracy. Only in Chang'an, where merchants from all corners of the realm converged, could they be found in the market, granting common folk a rare opportunity to indulge. She smiled, recalling a poem by Du Mu, and spontaneously recited, "Endure the cooking of tender cheese," only to play with the jade plate. If the years could be suspended, why bother with the 9-flower pill? Cherries paired with steamed custard. I must give it a try. Xiao Chang's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Lin Wanwan, exclaiming, "What a splendid line, if time could be halted. Why bother with the 9-hued Dan? My dear cousin is truly talented." "Oh, not at all," Lin Wanwan replied, inwardly delighted. This was a poem by Du Mu. Had it not been for the formidable prowess of Du Fu, he would not have been dubbed Little Du Yunxiang. "Please fetch a pair of chopsticks and bowls for my cousin and Shu Qi." "Certainly." Shu Qi, taken aback by the unexpected invitation, stammered, No, it's not necessary." Lin Wanwan chuckled, "We're all dining together. It would be quite inappropriate for you to merely observe." Xiao Cheng gracefully removed his cloak and handed it to Shu Qi to hang on the coat rack by the door. "I must say, dear cousin, the dishes on your table appear rather extraordinary. What is this vibrant red delicacy?" Lin Wanwan replied, "It resembles sweet potatoes, another delightful treasure from the Americas. Once you sit down, you shall surely discover its charm." Without hesitation, Xiao Cheng knelt beside Lin Wanwan, who sat to her left. Xiao Qingyu, peering up from the bowl, cast him a discontented glance, feeling as though he were vying for his mother's affection. Since his arrival, mother had yet to acknowledge him. Unbeknownst to Xiao Cheng, he reached out to pat the little one's head. Xiao Qingyu instinctively leaned back to evade his hand, rolling his eyes dramatically, prompting Lin Wanwan to burst into laughter. "Cousin, it seems you've always been the center of attention. Have you truly never encountered such indifference before?" "Ha." Xiao Qingyu turned his head defiantly. "Humph." Xiao Cheng remarked, "It seems you are a little piglet who knows how to grunt." Xiao Qingyu, infuriated, rose to her feet and exclaimed, "You are the pig. You are the pig. Xiao Yuer is certainly not a pig." Xiao Cheng, with a smile, continued to tease, "Oh, so you can speak? Then you are not a little pig." At that moment, a bowl of tomato beef brisket was presented, the aroma wafting enticingly. In the Tang Dynasty, it was customary for nobles to partake in separate dining, a practice Xiao Cheng was well accustomed to. He picked up a piece of the vibrant red tomato, examined it for a moment, and then placed it in his mouth, where a burst of sweet and sour flavor erupted on his palate, rich and delectable. He proceeded to savor a second, then a third, and until the 5th piece, before finally selecting a piece of meat to taste. The beef had absorbed the broth, devoid of any unpleasant odor, tender and savory, a delicacy unlike any he had ever experienced. Once he swallowed his mouthful, Xiao Cheng remarked thoughtfully, "This is indeed beef." With a radiant smile, he added, "This beef is fresh and tender, absolutely not tough." Lin Wanwan casually commented, "It's because it has labored all its life. The meat is firm. Besides, how would cousin know if it is tough? Have you perhaps tasted veal?" Xiao Cheng sighed softly. "Every year, a few cattle die at home." Lin Wanwan chuckled, realizing the truth. "Do you keep these vegetable seeds? Sell me some. They are certainly worth promoting." Xiao Cheng took such matters of national and public interest to heart, for he was, after all, a county magistrate, never forgetting his concern for the people. As the year drew to a close, the magistrate found himself overwhelmed with work, attending to every detail and overseeing all matters. In principle, he was tasked with recording the number of individuals in each household, their appearances, and their wealth, ensuring familiarity with the populace. Even with the assistance of county magistrate and others, the workload remains exceedingly burdensome. Were it not for Xiao Cheng's remarkable efficiency, one might very well succumb to exhaustion on the job. Today, however, is a rare opportunity to take a breather. Thus, I extend my gratitude to my cousin on behalf of the people of Miao County and my esteemed elder. I comprehend the gratitude towards the common folk. But why extend thanks to your father? This stems from the incident where the gentleman became the subject of ridicule. Lin Wanwan subsequently delved into research regarding the titles of the Tang Dynasty and discovered that in the vernacular of the Great Tang, one would refer to their father as Ye. Chapter 70. A willing bait. In response to Lin Wanwan's inquiry, Xiao Chong elucidated with a smile. My father serves as the assistant minister of the imperial department, overseeing the streets and alleys of the capital, the gardens, the mountains and fields, as well as matters pertaining to official supplies, foreign produce, firewood, and hunting. The emergence of these novel seeds for vegetables is indeed fortuitous for him, as such offerings were traditionally only available during foreign tributes in previous years. Having Lin Wanwan under his governance is undoubtedly a blessing for Xiao Chong. Oh, I see. Lin Wanwan replied, how courteous of you. Meanwhile, as Lin Wanwan and the others indulged, Shu Qi was in a corner of the hall, sweating profusely while enjoying the meal. Delicious, absolutely delightful. How is this made? Did you add pepper? Not far from him, Kunlun was busy with his own meal, paying him no mind, while Wano softly interjected. Indeed, not only did she add pepper, but also star anise, scallions, garlic, cooking wine, and sugar. Wow, your wife is quite generous, Shu Qi remarked, turning to her. Did you prepare this? Wano proudly nodded. My wife enjoys the dishes I make. Shu Qi sighed in admiration. It is said that Silla maids are exceptional. And it proves to be true. The subsequent individuals lapsed into silence, relishing the exquisite flavors, with Shu Qi even savoring every drop of soup. Such delectable fare was an unparalleled delight for him, rendering his previous meals akin to mere dog food. Observing that the three at the main table had set down their chopsticks, Yunshang promptly stepped forward to clear the dishes. Shortly after, she returned with several elegantly sliced pieces of cold melon, placing them on the dining table. Xiao Chong remained composed, but Shu Qi's eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment. Cold melon. Such a splendid cold melon. Lin Wanwan smiled and said, Cousin, do try a piece. After the meal, one slice is quite refreshing. This is a variety of cold melon that my master has improved. She then turned to Yunshang, instructing, you all should go and eat as well. No need to wait on us. Please take a few pieces to the two little ones next door. Understood. Shu Qi followed Hua Nong and Yunshang along with Kunlun as they made their way to the kitchen. Yunshang picked up 4 pieces of cold melon and placed them on a plate, heading outside, saying, you all enjoy first. Save my piece for me. Rest assured. Sister Yunshang, I will not take any more than my share. I will keep a close eye on Kunlun. And I will also ensure that the piece meant for Lord Jin Tian is preserved, Hua Nong assured her eagerly. Once Yunshang departed, Shu Qi watched as Hua Nong and Kunlun unhesitatingly picked up a slice of cold melon and took a bite, leaving him utterly stunned. You are really eating? He exclaimed. Hua Nong replied, the cold melon is quite delicious. Won't you have some? Shu Qi hesitated, no. However, as soon as he uttered his refusal, Kunlun reached out to seize the slice that was meant for him. This simple negation was perfectly comprehensible to Kunlun, who thought to himself, if you won't eat it, I shall help you with it. Shu Qi swiftly executed a move reminiscent of a monkey plucking peaches, snatching the item with indignation, exclaiming, that Kunlun's servant truly lacks understanding. This is my share. Once he secured it in his possession, he felt at ease to continue his inquiry. Do you know the worth of this cold melon? Hua Nong nodded, acknowledging, I am aware, in Chang'an, only nobles and royals can partake. Shu Qi, upon observing his somewhat naive demeanor, remarked, you indeed possess a modicum of discernment. Yet, knowing the value of the cold melon, how do you dare to consume it? Hua Nong, puzzled, responded, it is delicious. Why should I not eat it? It was given by the master. Were Yunshang present? She might grasp Shu Qi's perspective. However, the two before him appeared rather simple-minded. Whatever the master provides is, of course, to be taken without much contemplation. Shu Qi rubbed his forehead, realizing that among the 3 servants in the room, 2 were rather dense. His opinion of Lin Wanwan elevated further. Such a precious cold melon given as a casual reward to her servants revealed her considerable generosity. The Xiao family, once prominent, was now in decline, and Lin Wanwan's maternal lineage, having been dispersed, was even less noteworthy. It seemed that Lin Wanwan's confidence stemmed from her paternal family. This also suggested that the Lin clan's legitimate branch had once been of immense prestige, explaining their subsequent downfall. Moreover, there remained the possibility that the mysterious recluse who had taken Lin Wanwan and held significant influence. As Shu Qi savored the cold melon, he scrutinized the items in the kitchen, growing increasingly astonished. Not only were glass vessels ubiquitous, but spices such as pepper were boldly displayed on shelves, surpassing even the opulence of the Xiao household. In the main hall, after enjoying the chilled melon, Lin Wanwan took Xiao Chong to visit her glass greenhouse, explaining the appearance of the tomatoes they had just consumed. It was Xiao Chong's first time entering Lin Wanwan's greenhouse, and he was taken aback by the myriad of flowers within. "Your cousin has quite the expertise in botany," he remarked. Lin Wanwan, of course, would not divulge that most of these plants were directly purchased from modern nurseries and transplanted. When they withered, she simply replaced them with ready-made specimens from contemporary florists. The Tang Dynasty did have greenhouses, primarily to ensure that the nobility could enjoy fresh vegetables in winter. Yet the yield from such facilities was exceedingly low, and their produce exorbitantly priced, unattainable for the common folk who were largely excluded from this luxury. Lin Wanwan's glass greenhouse, while serving a similar purpose, was far more resplendent in appearance and yielded superior results. After exploring strawberries and various sizes of tomatoes alongside Lin Wanwan, Xiao Chong mused, "What kind of land is America, to possess such abundant blessings? Surely, the people there must be free from famine." Lin Wanwan replied, "Not necessarily. The indigenous peoples of America are not as clever as we Han, remaining quite primitive. By the way, I heard from my senior brother that some of the natives resemble us quite closely. One wonders if they migrated across the ocean from our lands in ancient times." "Curious." Xiao Chong inquired, "Where is your senior brother currently?" "Such a well-traveled and knowledgeable wanderer. I yearn to meet him. Could you possibly introduce us?" Lin Wanwan casually responded, "Ah, that would be unfeasible. He comes and goes like a shadow, a solitary figure with a boat and a sword, relishing his freedom as a wayfaring adventurer. Every time he seeks me out, I can never find him." Xiao Chong, deep in contemplation, sighed. It is truly a pity to miss the opportunity to encounter such a legendary wanderer. As he pondered this, his gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of white in the corner of the glass greenhouse. He paused for a moment, then looked again, discovering several rectangular wooden boards neatly arranged, covered with a layer of something white. What could this be? Lin Wanwan had brought him to the glass greenhouse primarily for this purpose, and upon realizing he had finally noticed, she smiled and said, "Oh, that? It's sea salt." "Salt!" Xiao Chong exclaimed, his voice slightly elevated in surprise. He hurried over to the wooden boards, crouched down to pinch a handful, and inhaled deeply. Indeed, it was salt, remarkably pure and fine. It is no wonder it is so refined. Lin Wanwan had purchased this exquisite salt from the modern world, unwrapped it, and spread it on the boards, intending to astound and lure the fish with its allure. Chapter 71. A gamble feigning indifference, Lin Wanwan remarked, "Isn't it quite normal for those living by the sea, with such vast waters, to acquire some sea salt? Why should you find it strange, cousin?" Xiao Chong stood up, remaining silent for a moment before replying. "If I understand correctly, cousin, you extracted the sea salt yourself? Why is it left to dry here?" Lin Wanwan replied, "Indeed, it was my doing. This is bore-dried salt, which is far less labor-intensive than the traditional method of boiling seawater. Besides bore drying, there are even simpler methods such as flat drying." Xiao Chong gazed at her intently for a while before suddenly laughing. "Do you realize that my dynasty has inherited the salt system from the previous Sui dynasty, implementing a tax-free policy? The ability to extract such exquisite salt from the sea harbors immense benefits. Is this method not also imparted by your esteemed master?" "Indeed. In our secluded mountain abode, we must be self-sufficient in all aspects. Our revered mentor possessed knowledge of both the past 5 centuries and the future, encompassing celestial and terrestrial matters. His wisdom was boundless. The technique of salt evaporation is but a trivial matter in comparison." Lin Wanwan, eager to showcase her treasures, naturally seeks to embellish her narrative, portraying her so-called master as an omniscient sage of noble lineage, which would undoubtedly favor her future endeavors. In her pursuit of salt, she has also perused the records from the early Tang Dynasty regarding salt administration. To rejuvenate the populace, the Tang Dynasty not only implemented a land equalization policy, but also adopted a notably lenient approach towards salt regulation. Not only was there no special tax imposed, but there also existed no official monopoly on salt sales. It was only after the Inshur Rebellion that the Tang Dynasty began to levy salt taxes, gradually establishing a state-controlled salt monopoly. In contemporary times, should one possess sufficient power to engage in salt trading, the potential for considerable profit is undeniable. As for the salt guilds at Mouse Inn, Lin Wanwan could not ascertain their precise nature. However, She was certain that behind these guilds lay the influence of prominent aristocratic families. Although the Shao family is not native to Jiangnan, they have firmly established their position, now regarded as one of the foremost noble lineages. A smile graced Xiao Chong's lips as he emerged from the glass conservatory, and he inquired gently, "Which mountain did my cousin once inhabit?" "It is truly a pity that such a remarkable figure as your master has left no name behind. Should the opportunity arise, I would wish to erect a shrine in his former hermitage to honor his memory." Lin Wanwan's vigilance surged as she assumed a theatrical demeanor, her face adorned with an expression of sorrow. She lamented, "In the nameless mountains, a heavy rainstorm, followed by a landslide, has buried everything. As the saying goes, after long confinement in a cage, one yearns to return to nature. My esteemed mentor, weary of the tumult of the mundane world, has sought refuge in the mountains. Why should I disturb the tranquility he cherishes?" She acknowledged her cousin's goodwill with gratitude, yet insisted it was unnecessary. "Cousin, after my observations over the past few months, I have noted that salt prices in the market of Now County are quite steep. Given our coastal location, it is unreasonable for the common folk to struggle to afford salt. What do you think of my proposal to present the method of extracting salt from seawater to the authorities?" Lin Wanwan endeavored to radiate an aura of benevolence. Xiao Chong halted in his tracks, turning to her with a measured tone. "If cousin is willing to forsake personal gain in this noble endeavor, the court shall surely bestow rewards upon you. However, you must understand that the salt extraction method you speak of harbors significant profits, perhaps far exceeding any rewards the court could offer. Do you not have second thoughts? The Shao family undoubtedly ranks among the prominent aristocracy of Jiangnan, yet even Xiao Chong, a direct descendant of the family, had never encountered the pure white salt found within Lin Wanwan's glass greenhouse. While there was an abundance of the more common blue salt, it was costly and beyond the reach of ordinary citizens. The two exchanged knowing smiles. The specific formula is clearly documented within this scroll. Cousin, you may experiment with it at your discretion. Xiao Chong took the scroll and quickly skimmed its contents, exclaiming, "So it can be done this way. Your master is indeed extraordinarily talented. Not being able to meet him is truly one of life's great regrets." Lin Wanwan smiled silently in response. Undoubtedly, there exists the possibility that she may attract the attention of the affluent, yet it is said that fortune favors the bold. Thus, this risk is indeed worth undertaking. This time, regarding the salt production method, Xiao Chong intends to convey the message through internal family channels. This approach not only expedites the process but also safeguards against opportunists who might seek to exploit the situation. Furthermore, it serves as a measure of protection for Lin Wanwan. This illustrates the advantage of having connections in the court. For an ordinary county magistrate to present a memorial to the emperor is an impossibility. Only civil officials of the third rank or higher are permitted to do so. A common county magistrate must relay messages to the state officials step by step, and naturally, the rewards will be gradually diminished at each level, leaving little for the common folk, with the potential risk of eliminating those who initiated the proposals entirely. However, Xiao Chong, as a direct descendant of the Shao family's Qi Liang branch, can afford to occasionally flout the conventions of officialdom without significant repercussions. While this may certainly affect him, his superiors cannot take substantial action against him. The thought of Lin Wanwan's radiant smile compels Xiao Chong to be even more protective. He has already submitted the previous bountiful harvest through the state officials as a gesture of goodwill towards his superiors. Now, regarding the method of salt production, he opts to navigate through familial channels, rendering it difficult for others, despite their intentions, to raise objections. With a rich ancestral heritage and numerous retainers, the Shao family, particularly the Qi Liang branch, is not intimidated by others, especially as they are held in high regard by Li Shimin. Moreover, the Shao family is not merely an isolated entity. They are interconnected with the Du Gu, the Tang Li, and the Gu family of Jiangnan through matrimonial ties, creating a network of mutual prosperity. Chapter 72. The Salt Field. Although Xiao Chong had only assumed his position in Miao County midway through this year, he was fortunate to encounter the auspicious high yield brought forth by Lin Wanwan, which set the tone for his first year's performance evaluation. Those lacking a solid foundation might find themselves at the mercy of their superiors, yet he had no need to be overly concerned about such matters. By leveraging family connections to commend Lin Wanwan, Xiao Chong reciprocated her efforts. In truth, had Xiao Chong chosen a more unscrupulous path, he could have easily appropriated all of Lin Wanwan's achievements, leaving her helpless and without recourse. The stark reality is that higher officials often wield considerable power over their subordinates. and the struggle between the common folk and the officials is fraught with challenges. Who dares to accuse this official in court? Such scenarios evoke a darkly humorous sentiment. The high-yield grain certainly warranted promotion throughout the county and even nationwide. However, in the political landscape of the Tang Dynasty, Xiao Chong could choose to operate independently in the salt production business, potentially amassing vast wealth for his family. During the early Tang period, private salt had yet to be subjected to regulation and taxation, presenting significant opportunities. This was not merely a trifling gain, but rather a massive profit that could incite contention. Nevertheless, Xiao Chong was disinterested in such pursuits. Having inherited a substantial fortune from his mother, the fluctuations of wealth hardly stirred his inner sentiments. A particular saying from the renowned scholar Zhang Zai aptly encapsulates his aspirations: to establish a heart for heaven and earth, to uphold the destiny of the people, and to continue the profound teachings of the ancients. Life is fleeting, and as a local magistrate, his true aim was to ensure that the people under his governance were well-fed, warmly clothed, adequately supported in their youth, and cared for in their old age. To accomplish tangible benefits for his constituents was his ultimate pursuit. When the first batch of sea salt was produced, Xiao Chong visited the salt field to witness the results, remaining silent for a considerable time. In contrast to his composure, his aide Xiao Su, along with the district magistrate and the 2 county lieutenants responsible for the collection of taxes and rents, as well as the chief clerk overseeing the documentation, were all agitated and incoherent. Xiao Mingfu, does such a salt field truly belong to the county office? Xiao Chong replied calmly. Let this salt field be named Wanhai Salt Field. The profits from the salt trade will be contributed to the public treasury, allowing us to provide annual gifts for the widowed, the elderly, and the lonely, ensuring that everyone can celebrate a joyous new year. Xiao Mingfu, such righteousness. The previous county magistrate of Xian County had faced severe repercussions for favoritism and negligence, leading to the downfall of both him and the recommending official from the Ministry of Personnel. Naturally, those under the magistrate's authority did not fare well either. Yet, Xiao Chong had been in Xian County for less than half a year, and already, good fortune seemed to befall them repeatedly. It was hard to believe that he lacked a certain aura of destiny. Officials, though well-versed in the classics from a young age and outwardly dismissive of superstition, often harbored deep-seated beliefs. Some would even consult a geomancer before undertaking any endeavor. This formidable figure had certainly established his dominance over the local powers of Xing County. Since gaining attention on social media, Lin Wanwan had become a notable figure in her community. Fortunately, as she resided in a villa district with fewer residents, separated from the high-rises by gates and a small river, her fame was manageable. Lin Wanwan glanced at the messages from Qin Jinyu on her phone, most of which were expressions of gratitude, along with news of her severing ties with the girl who had thrown her clothes. Lin Wanwan called Qin Jinyu, but the latter's mood remained dismal, clearly still grappling with the aftermath of a recent trauma. However, she was profoundly grateful for Lin Wanwan's valiant assistance that day. Wanwan, I cannot thank you enough. I never imagined you were skilled in martial arts. If it weren't for your timely intervention, who knows how badly we would have fared. Qin Jinyu expressed her gratitude repeatedly. It's nothing. How is your recovery progressing? Lin Wanwan inquired. All is well, thank you. I will focus on recuperating, Qin Jinyu replied. Why dwell on this? The most important thing is that you are safe. I must be on my way now. Please take care of yourself. All right, goodbye, Qin Jinyu responded. Lin Wanwan then perused Lu Shouyue's messages, the most recent one dating back to half a month ago, inviting her to meet and view some paintings. Since then, there had been no further communication, likely due to his own busy schedule. Never mind, the painting is still here, and I don't urgently need the money. So I shall take my time, she thought. She planned to venture out to procure some items before heading to the courier station to collect her package, which had been sitting there for half a month. Hopefully, it was still intact. The reason she sought a purchasing agent for a single pot was that the brand had been registered by others in the country, making it not a genuine product from an old Hong Kong store. The online market was rife with counterfeits, making it difficult for her to discern authenticity. Thus, she preferred to spend a little more for peace of mind, especially since it was intended for use in the Tang Dynasty. The pots of the Tang Dynasty differed significantly from modern ones, typically featuring a cylindrical shape rather than the wide-mouthed design we are familiar with today. Since stir-frying was not a culinary method employed during the Tang era, the pots were naturally not designed for that purpose. Nevertheless, the Tang Dynasty did have pots that were somewhat similar in shape to modern cooking vessels, such as the double-handled silver pot. However, This item is not intended for cooking. Rather, it is meant for alchemy, tea brewing, and herbal concoction. As she completed her purchases and dragged a multitude of delivery boxes home, her phone rang, an incoming call from Lu Shoyue. Indeed, it was about the painting. Lin Wanwan chuckled. Are you at the antique shop? If so, I shall come over. No need. I can conveniently take a taxi myself. Just send me your location. That works. After ending the call, Lu Shoyue promptly sent his location via WeChat. Lin Wanwan placed all her items in her small villa, ensuring that perishables were stored in the refrigerator. Once everything was organized, she cradled the painting and set out in a taxi. Chapter 73. Painting Appraisal. Yongqing University is in close proximity to the residential area where Lin Wanwan lives. Only a few minutes by car. However, traversing from the main entrance to the library took some time, as the campus is quite expansive. Lu Shoyue had arrived early, waiting at the library entrance. Though he wore a mask and his attire was not as polished as usual, giving him a somewhat travel-worn appearance, he was anything but disheveled. In fact, he stood out even more, attracting the attention of students coming and going. A few audacious girls even dared to sneakily photograph him while whispering amongst themselves. Is he from our school? He is so tall, and even with a mask, he looks handsome. Go ask for his WeChat. You go, I'm too shy. Then shall we go together? After much hesitation, the girls finally mustered the courage to approach him, only to find Lu Shoyue looking in their direction, waving his hand with a gentle smile illuminating his eyes. He actually greeted us first. Even the air seemed to grow thin, prompting someone to take a step forward, ready to speak. However, Lu Shoyue bypassed the group of women, making his way directly behind them. His arrival was swift. His voice, soft and melodic, flowed like a gentle stream, yet it was not directed at them. Indeed, handsome men are often surrounded by beautiful women. The ladies, adorned with masks, revealed only their captivating brows and eyes, which conveyed their beauty quite distinctly. The skin exposed on their foreheads radiated a luminous whiteness, while their eyes sparkled like stars in a clear sky. Lin Wanwan, accustomed to being the center of attention since childhood, paid no heed to the gazes of others. She smiled as she walked alongside Lu Shoyue into the library, quickly vanishing from the view of the crowd. Ah, what a visually enchanting pair. Alas, such prize flowers are already taken. As Lin Wanwan followed Lu Shoyue into the library, she whispered, Do you intend to evaluate the painting in the library? Lu Shoyue chuckled. No, it wouldn't be an evaluation, merely an appreciation. There's something I must inform you beforehand. This painting may have some significance. If it is genuine, you might find yourself troubled for a while. Is the origin of the painting traceable? Lin Wanwan responded, It is certainly not an illicit acquisition. Lu Shoyue laughed softly. That is not what I meant. Let us proceed directly to the office on the 5th floor, where several experts are already awaiting us. Do you have any reservations? Lin Wanwan smiled. That sounds fine. I know little about art, and I could certainly use the experts' insights. The office within the library was quite spacious, approximately 40 square meters, filled with bookshelves and volumes, imbued with the rich aroma of literature. In front of the desk, a small parlor was delineated, adorned with an antique wooden sofa set and a tea table. 3 elderly gentlemen were seated, with the one in the center preparing tea. The scene evoked the essence of the great poet by Zhi, with the room suffused with the fragrant aroma of medicine and the warm, roasted scent of tea. Has the young lady arrived? One inquired. Indeed, she has. You have yet to savor your tea. We have been waiting for you, came the reply. Upon the entrance of the two, the 3 elders turned their gazes towards them. Lu Shoyue and Lin Wanwan simultaneously removed their masks. Lu Shoyue provided a brief introduction, while Lin Wanwan greeted the 3 esteemed professors with a smile. One of them, Professor Chao Yong, had previously met her when she was selling Qingci, while the other 2 were prominent figures from the Academy of Fine Arts. Professor Chao, recalling their past encounter, chuckled. Ah, it is you, young lady. He turned to his fellow professors and remarked, Recently, Xiao Lu acquired a few pieces of Qingci from her, which you have all seen. They are indeed genuine. Come, come. Young ones, have a cup of tea first, and then we shall thoroughly examine the paintings, suggested the elderly professor gesturing towards the freshly brewed tea. Lu Shoyue whispered. This tea has a remarkable provenance. It is a treasure just obtained by the elder. You should savor it well. Lin Wanwan smiled wryly. I fear I can only chew it like a cow chewing peony. After finishing their tea, Professor He could hardly contain his excitement. Shaolin, where are the paintings? Come, lay them out on the table for us to admire. Obediently, Lin Wanwan retrieved the paintings and spread them across the expansive solid wood desk. Three elderly gentlemen, accompanied by Lu Shouyue, donned white gloves and employed antioxidants, engaging in a flurry of dazzling operations. Soon, their heads were huddled before the painting, whispering softly as they pulled out magnifying glasses to scrutinize every inch. Is it genuine? It appears quite authentic. The paper bears the marks of age. Yet the exact date remains elusive. Remarkably preserved, this paper undoubtedly predates Tang paper. The texture and craftsmanship are simply not characteristic of modern creations. However, the absence of endorsements from later renowned figures poses a dilemma. She was reminded of the tea brewing techniques of the Tang Dynasty, realizing that even someone as ethereal and captivating as Xiaochong could brew a tea that was utterly unpalatable. She could not fathom the Tang people's palate. A concoction infused with salt, green onions, ginger, Sichuan pepper, jujubes, cinnamon, orange peel, and mint completely overshadowed the essence of the tea itself. What could possibly be enjoyable about it? Nevertheless, one must concede that Xiaochong's tea brewing technique was undeniably pleasing to the eye. The entire process, marked by its elegance and refinement, provided a visual feast, which undoubtedly appealed to the literati of the Tang Dynasty. The art of tea brewing in the Tang Dynasty emphasized the source of water, selecting it from mountain springs, river streams, or well water. Currently, the water consumed by Lin Wanwan in the Tang Dynasty is fetched daily by her relatives, who volunteered to carry it from a waterfall pool halfway up the mountain. The well they previously dug now serves merely for washing. In terms of water quality, Lin Wanwan is confident that her supply surpasses the meticulous standards of Xiaochong, who, living in a small creek town, lacks the opportunity to fetch water from the mountains daily. As she pondered, a voice resonated beside her. Wanwanu? Lin Wanwan looked up at Lu Shouyue, inquiring, have you seen enough? What do you think of this painting? Is there some significance to it? Lu Shouyue, feigning nonchalance, remarked, you appear quite enraptured, lost in thought. Is it about a boyfriend? No, Lin Wanwan hurriedly refuted. What about the painting? Chapter 74. The painting of great significance. Lu Shouyue cast a glance at the three elderly professors who were still engrossed in their study of the painting. He removed his white gloves and seated himself beside Lin Wanwan, smiling as he said, the painting is quite remarkable. If you intend to sell it, you'll need to articulate its provenance well. If this piece were to be auctioned, it would certainly create quite a stir. Lin Wanwan shrugged. I have no intention of selling it. Lu Shouyue chuckled, really not selling? It could be worth several hundred million. Lin Wanwan gasped inwardly, several hundred million. What kind of painting is this? If it were worth such a fortune, selling it would be out of the question. A few 100,000 or even millions might go unnoticed, but something valued in the hundreds of millions would undoubtedly attract major media attention, possibly even from international outlets. The origins of such a piece could not withstand the scrutiny of prying eyes. Perhaps it's best to let it be. After all, money is sufficient for now. However, from Lu Shouyue's implication, this painting likely does not belong to Xiaochong. Historically, Xiaochong passed away prematurely, leaving little trace. Hence his works could not possibly bear such value. Then, whose painting is this? What is its story? I acquired it from a descendant of the Xiao family. The Xiao family, the descendants of Xiao Tong you asked me to investigate recently? Lin Wanwan never expected that he still remembered. She replied vaguely, yes, more or less. You haven't mentioned the significance of this painting yet. Lu Shouyue, not one to keep secrets, replied softly. This painting is a meticulous depiction of insects, with brushwork that is both vigorous and captivating, infused with a natural charm as if the creatures were alive. Every stroke and hue belongs to a master artisan, showcasing an exceptionally strong artistic effect. Furthermore, it bears an inscription, which is particularly rare. In the realm of calligraphy and painting, eminent figures prior to the Tang Dynasty seldom inscribed their works, rendering the authentication of such ancient pieces quite troublesome. Even the works left by the sage of calligraphy are sometimes deemed forgeries in archaeological circles due to the absence of inscriptions. Lin Wanwan pondered aloud. Yi Wang, Shi Feng. Xiaochong. Ah, is it Gu Yiwang? She recalled that the information Lu Shouyue had previously provided indicated that Xiaochong's maternal lineage was indeed the Gu family of Wu County. With that thought, Lin Wanwan took out her phone, opened the previously saved document, and swiftly navigated to the section regarding Xiaochong's maternal clan, soon spotting the name Gu Yiwang. Indeed, his mother was a descendant of Gu Yiwang. Is this painting possibly an authentic work of Gu Yiwang? Lin Wanwan gasped in astonishment. Although she was no connoisseur of art, She had certainly heard of such a distinguished figure. Historical records depict Gu Yiwang as a polymath, a remarkable individual from the southern dynasties, known for his extensive knowledge and achievements as an official, a literary figure, a historian, a calligrapher, and a painter. Among other accolades, a true Renaissance man. Lu Shouyue smiled and said, "There is a possibility, and a significant one at that. Very few authentic works by the modern Gu Yiwang remain. His original text, Yu Pian, was taken by the island nation and is now housed in a museum there. If this painting can indeed be verified as the authentic work of Gu Yiwang, its value would be unimaginable. Once it enters the auction house, you could command any price you desire." Alas, Lin Wanwan sighed. The enormity of its worth was precisely why she felt troubled, hesitant to present it. Lu Shouyue, noticing her despondency akin to a frostbitten eggplant, couldn't help but chuckle. "You possess such an invaluable treasure, and yet you sigh? I find myself envious of your fortune." Lin Wanwan managed a bitter smile. "What if the state requires me to donate it due to its immense value?" Lu Shouyue laughed heartily. "That is unlikely, truly unlikely." In her heart, Lin Wanwan had already concluded that this was indeed Gu Yiwang's genuine work, regardless of what conclusions the experts might reach. How could something bestowed by Xiao Chong, a scion of the Xiao family, possibly be a counterfeit? Moreover, the Wu County Gu clan was his maternal lineage. Xiao Chong was quite extravagant, gifting her not one but two priceless treasures. What opulence! The true works of Gu Yiwang from the Tang Dynasty would undoubtedly be worth their weight in gold, and in modern times, they are indeed priceless gems. After a moment of quiet contemplation between Lin Wanwan and Lu Shouyue, the three esteemed professors finally concluded their examination, standing in a daze as they stared at the painting, each furrowing their brows in silence. Lu Shouyue smiled gently, turning slightly to Lin Wanwan. "It seems your painting has posed quite a conundrum for these distinguished scholars. How about bringing it to my family's auction house? I shall assist you in its handling, ensuring impeccable service without burdening you." Understanding the underlying intent, Lin Wanwan realized that regardless of the painting's origins, Lu Shouyue had the means to ensure its legitimate display. Yet, Lin Wanwan remained reluctant to take any risks, gently shaking her head and stating, "I have already said I won't sell it." Lu Shouyue feigned a wounded expression, cradling his heart, and remarked, once again, "You tempt me with your treasures. Are the exquisite items in your possession merely meant to tantalize my senses? Alas, if that is the case, may I at least take a photograph to relish the memory?" "Of course," she replied. As the two engaged in their conversation, the three experts nearby finally spoke up. "This painting is likely the authentic work of Gu Yiwang, depicting insects, and it is astonishingly well preserved." Old Wang, who uttered these words, expressed deep envy and affection in his eyes. "Xiao Lu, have you taken the photo? Please send me a copy." Lu Shouyue glanced at Lin Wanwan, who gave a slight nod in response, prompting him to smile and say, "All right, no problem." They both stood up and walked towards the painting. Lu Shouyue gently took the artwork and hung it on the white wall opposite. Then, as if performing a magic trick, he retrieved two whiteboards and a tripod from beside the cabinet. Once everything was set, he positioned himself behind the DSLR camera, adjusting the tripod to find the perfect angle. After half an hour of meticulous shooting, he finally put away the camera and cheerfully announced to Lin Wanwan, "All done." Lin Wanwan carefully and delicately packed away the painting, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you very much, professors, for your appraisal today." "Appraisal is too grand a term," he loud chuckled. "Old Wang and I teach art. We are not experts in artifact authentication. We merely seize the opportunity to appreciate a fine piece. Regardless of whether this painting is a relic, its artistic merit is undoubtedly sublime." Professor Wang nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same sentiment. Chao Yong inquired of Lin Wanwan, "Little Lin, do you intend to sell this painting?" The others tacitly refrained from questioning its provenance. In the realm of antiques, inquiring about the origin of another's possessions is somewhat taboo. Such inquiries are typically reserved for buyers seeking to ascertain the legitimacy of an item's source. Clearly, the three elder professors lacked the financial means to acquire the painting. The genuine works of Gu Yiwang could easily fetch the price of several modest aspirations. Lin Wanwan shook her head. "No, I wish to keep it for my own enjoyment." Oldie murmured, "Self-enjoyment is splendid. The brushwork in this painting is of masterful caliber." A rare sight indeed. Amidst the reluctant gazes of the elder gentleman, Lin Wanwan cradled the painting as she departed with Lu Shouyue. Chapter 75, The First Snow. Dining on hot pot upon reaching the library's entrance, Lin Wanwan paused and remarked, "Thank you, Teacher Lu, but you need not see me off. Please tend to your own affairs. Lu Shoyue's eyes crinkled in a smile as he replied, I have no pressing matters at the moment. It is a perfect opportunity to unwind. Furthermore, I am merely a guest lecturer, hardly a true teacher. How could an archaeology instructor engage with antiques? I feel somewhat embarrassed that you continue to refer to me as a teacher. Even as a guest professor, you are still a professor, Lin Wanwan replied, her curiosity piqued. But why is it that archaeologists cannot engage with antiques? Lu Shoyue shrugged, explaining, to avoid conflicts of interest, those in the field of archaeology are often too sensitive. Having handled numerous antiquities, if one were to also collect antiques, it could easily lead to complications, and one might find oneself partaking in complimentary tea behind bars. Lin Wanwan was hearing of such matters for the first time and expressed her astonishment. But I remember the staff at your shop introduced you as a scholar of archaeology. Lu Shoyue self-deprecatingly remarked, studying archaeology does not necessarily make one an archaeologist. I am not a scholar. At my core, I am merely a businessman. A fleeting glimmer of despondency passed through his eyes, prompting Lin Wanwan to pause momentarily before replying with a smile. Some people strive relentlessly to reach Rome. Yet you were born in the very heart of the city, and still find yourself lamenting here? Haha, it seems I was mistaken. Lu Shoyue chuckled and shifted the topic, suggesting, shall we dine together? I have made a reservation at Ju Yuding. After pondering for a moment, Lin Wanwan shook her head and replied, perhaps another day. Then allow me to escort you, he offered. There is no need to trouble yourself. I have already arranged for a ride, she insisted. Lu Shoyue, not wishing to press the matter, smiled and said, very well then, take care on your journey. Farewell. On her way home, Lin Wanwan transferred 4,000 as an appraisal fee to Lu Shoyue. For experts, she knew she could not summon them herself. The pricing for appraisals in the antique market is notoriously chaotic. She had merely gone with the offered rates. There are those who charge 300 for a quick, definitive judgment, while others demand 30,000 and provide a certificate. As for the ultimate reliability of the results, it depends on whether a buyer is willing to take over. Lu Shoyue sent a message. This does not count as an appraisal. Lin Wanwan was taken aback. How could this not be considered an appraisal? Upon arriving home, she carefully wrapped the painting in white velvet, then gingerly removed the central partition of her safe to place the painting inside. Such a precious artwork surely deserves the security of a safe. After securing the painting, she surveyed the room and mused to herself. I ought to install a surveillance system at home. Prompted by her thoughts, she sent a message to Gu Jingyu. If I recall correctly, your cousin's husband owns a computer shop, does he not? Lin Wanwan. No, I would like to install a surveillance camera at home. I wonder if your cousin's husband has any. Gu Jingyu. I will inquire for you. Moments later, Gu Jingyu forwarded her cousin's WeChat information, adding, they happen to have a business in surveillance installation. You can contact my cousin directly. Lin Wanwan promptly reached out to Gu Jingyu's cousin, who was remarkably efficient, scheduling a visit for the following day to set up the cameras. To their surprise, snow began to fall, heralding the early arrival of the first snowfall in the Tang Dynasty. Historically, the Han and Tang dynasties were considered periods of warmth. In the evening, seated on the second-floor terrace adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows, Lin Wanwan, along with Xiao Qingyu and the Lin Mingbo family, gathered around a hot pot for dinner. Enjoying the snowy scenery while relishing the hot pot, their lives felt almost ethereal. The tradition of eating hot pot has a long history in China, with records dating back to the Three Kingdoms period. The people of the Tang Dynasty also cherished the warmth of hot pot during winter, referring to it as a warm stove. Bajuri even penned a poem about enjoying hot pot in winter. Green ants, new brewed wine, red clay stove. As evening approaches, snow is imminent. Can we share a drink? In the depths of winter, coming together for a cozy hot pot and sipping a bit of wine is a comforting thought. Today's spread was particularly lavish, featuring beef rolls and lamb rolls purchased by Lin Wanwan, alongside tofu, frozen tofu, quail eggs, and more. There were also duck feet and duck blood from wild ducks that feast on insects rather than feed, as well as chicken feet and wings. Additionally, they prepared shrimp paste, shrimp balls, and shrimp dumplings from the wild giant prawns caught by the Lin family, along with the rare delicacy of deer meat, which is not easily found in modern times. How delightful it is, the flavor of the hot pot made from my base ingredients. Lin Wanwan inquired with a smile towards Lin Qinshi. Indeed, it is truly delectable. Wanyang, your culinary skills are remarkable, Lin Qinshi sincerely praised. For her, even the simplest broth cooked with the food before her was a delicacy she had never experienced, especially during the festive season, while seafood like shrimp and crab was commonplace. The beef and venison were luxuries she had never savored in her 20-plus years of life. As she indulged in the meal, tears threatened to spill. What extraordinary fortune she had stumbled upon, to live next to a disciple of an immortal. She felt as though she had been blessed beyond measure. For Lin Wanwan, the first snowfall demanded a gathering around a hot pot to capture the festive spirit. In her solitude, she craved the warmth of lively company. The three little ones chatted animatedly, sipping freshly squeezed juice that Lin Wanwan had brought from the modern world, their joy reminiscent of larks, brightening the mood of those around them. Lin Wanwan had invited Huanong, Yunxiang, and Kunlun to join the table, but the trio was too apprehensive to accept. In the Tang Dynasty, merchants were not permitted to dine with gentlemen. As mere servants, they felt they could not presume to share a meal with the noble families. This deep-seated notion of hierarchy, ingrained through their upbringing, held them back from overstepping their bounds. Observing their reluctance, Lin Wanwan instructed the three to prepare their own pot instead. Although Yunxiang wished to assist her, Lin Wanwan insisted she could manage alone. After all, everything was already prepared. There was no need for servitude. As a person of the modern era, Lin Wanwan had yet to succumb to such antiquated notions. Lin Wanwan greeted Lin Jintian eagerly, urging him to join the meal. "Come over and eat with us, Yunxiang. Bring an extra pair of chopsticks." Lin Jintian quickly waved his hands in protest. No, Mr. Lin. I merely came to report a few matters concerning the estate. There's no rush. We can talk while we eat," she replied with a smile. Lin Wanwan glanced at Lin Mengbua, who immediately stood up and pulled Lin Jintian over to kneel at the round table. "Since the lady has called you, what are you hesitating for? With so much meat, don't you want to eat? Hurry up and enjoy." Feeling somewhat awkward, Lin Jintian rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "I'm just worried that if I leave, the tenants will cause a ruckus." Lin Wanwan reassured him, "Rest easy, they won't misbehave in your absence. They wouldn't dare." Upon hearing Lin Wanwan's words, Lin Jintian decided to stay and enjoy the hot pot. Just the sight of the abundant meat made his mouth water. In truth, he had come at this hour hoping to share a meal with Kunlun and the others. Ever since he began working with Lin Wanwan, his life had visibly improved. After taking charge of the tenants, Lin Jintian, like Kunlun and the others, received his winter work attire. The finest clothes he had ever worn were the uniforms given to him by Lin Wanwan. Lin Wanwan had constructed several brick dormitories on the barren land adjacent to her Yongya fields, providing shelter for many homeless mountain dwellers and farmers who had lost their land. This group of individuals became her tenants, assisting her in farming, and for the most part, they were under Lin Jintian's supervision. Due to the language barrier, Kunlun occasionally represented Lin Wanwan to observe the fields. In winter, the land offered little to others, yet for Lin Wanwan, there remained a multitude of seeds to sow. The cultivation of Chinese cabbage was a given, as it was a common crop, but Lin Wanwan also procured winter wheat, radishes, leeks, peas, and, of course, the high-yield potatoes essential for any time traveler. Not only did she allow the tenant farmers in her own fields to plant these crops, but she also distributed seeds to her clansmen, encouraging them to cultivate as well. Upon harvest, they were to return an equal share to her, akin to an interest-free loan. The Liu family farm and the Dafeng farm, being part of the same administrative division as the Lin family farm, fell under the jurisdiction of the Lin clan leader, who was responsible for the area. Consequently, Lin Wanwan provided a considerable amount of seeds to the clan leader for him to manage. The clan leader, eager to assist his fellow villagers, found that many were resistant to change. Farmers are often wary of altering their usual practices, no matter the quantity. Familiar crops guarantee a harvest, while sudden shifts in cultivation yield unpredictable results. The community was impoverished, unable to withstand even minor upheavals. They too aspired to prosperity. Yet they sought wealth devoid of risk, too fearful to take any chances. The slightest deviation from their expectations could lead to starvation or even death. Yet, in this world, there is no one to guarantee your sustenance. If such a provision existed, it would not be bestowed upon them. On the contrary, Xiao Cheng frequently ventured to Lin Wanwan's fields for inspections, seizing every opportunity to uncover valuable resources. Lin Wanwan, however, hesitated to offer him too much, fearing it would raise suspicions. In fact, even in the current circumstances, she sensed that Xiao Cheng harbored doubts about her. However, since the other party tacitly refrained from asking any questions, she naturally played the role of the naive. In the Tang Dynasty, even officials of rank often received meager salaries. Yet, as a form of compensation, they possessed their own official lands and were allotted public guards, whose costs were largely borne by the local populace's labor. Xiaochong, as the magistrate of the prominent county of Miao, held a sixth-rank position. He received his monthly stipend, which consisted of various necessities not exceeding a value of 2.5 guan, and an annual salary after the autumn harvest, primarily comprising millet, grains, or other cereals, totaling 95 shi each year. In addition to this, he managed an official estate of 500 mil. It was impossible for him to cultivate all this land himself. Thus, the magistrate essentially acted as a landlord, leasing out his official lands to collect rent. The Tang Dynasty stipulated that the annual rent for official land should not exceed 6 do of millet per mu. However, Xiaochong's situation was unique. As a direct descendant of the Xiao family, he arrived well-equipped with personnel. His entourage included aides, guards, servants, and physicians, along with numerous tenants who were dependent on the Xiao family for agricultural work. Due to the previous magistrate's unscrupulous conduct, the tenants had been left fractured and destitute. Many were reluctant to lease lands from the new magistrate, fearing they might encounter another exploitative official, which inadvertently cleared the path for Xiaochong's takeover. Ultimately, half of Xiaochong's official estate was leased to the mountain dwellers and landless farmers who had pledged allegiance to him, while the other half was tended to by his own tenants, allowing him the freedom to experiment with cultivation. Lin Wanwan primarily sold potatoes to Xiaochong, as they were highly productive, while other produce was sold in only minimal quantities. In the present day, the gentry of Xiaoxi town have all heard of the illustrious name of Ho Taolin and Lin Wanwan, along with the legend of their rice yield of 15 stones per mu, which has spread throughout the surrounding villages. However, most of the gentry remain skeptical, believing this to be a fabrication orchestrated by Xiaochong for the sake of political achievements. The audacity of man often correlates with the bounty of the land. The highest authority in the Great Tang, who committed fratricide and usurped power through nefarious means, faced divine retribution in the form of locust plagues. To sway public opinion, they surely need to fabricate auspicious tales to set an example. Such sordid affairs have been witnessed by the gentry countless times. Only the foolish and ignorant commoners would take them at face value. The gentry of Miao County are well aware that Xiaochong's official fields are sown with many seeds purchased from Lin Wanwan, and now they watch with bated breath for the outcome, anticipating a farcical result. What vegetables can possibly be harvested in winter? It is but a futile endeavor. Cold-resistant seeds such as cabbage and radish, when sown, yield scarcely a stone per mu. What else could one expect? It is likely that in the end, the Xiao family will have to cover up this false prosperity. Local gentry regard Xiaochong with a mix of respect and trepidation. After all, he is merely a young man in his 20s, elevated to his position through familial influence. Being a member of the Xiao family does not elevate him in their eyes. They observe with a detached demeanor as Xiaochong toils over high-yield rice varieties and sweet potatoes, not offering their cooperation. Fortunately, Xiaochong has no intention of sharing the high-yield seeds with them, as they are already scarce, and his priority lies with the self-sustaining farmers. Following the first snowfall, the weather has grown increasingly frigid. In the Great Tang, winter is far more arduous than summer, for the common people lack sufficient means to keep warm. The revered poet Du Fu once penned, "The quilt is cold as iron after many years, while the proud sun sleeps poorly, treading upon the cracks." The eaves of the bedchamber leak without respite, and the rain falls incessantly like a torrent. This conveys the plight of clothes and blankets rendered as cold as iron, with water leaking into the dwelling, vividly illustrating the profound misery experienced. The great poet Du Fu, despite being of the gentry, found himself in such dire straits. One can only imagine the suffering of the common folk. In the present era of the Jingguan reign under Li Shimin, while conditions may not be as dire as during the latter years of Emperor Xuanzong's reign, they are hardly favorable. This year, the Guangdong region faces severe drought, not to mention the recent floods, resulting in a harvest that is painfully meager, relying heavily on transportation support from various locales. In such challenging circumstances, Li Shimin appointed Li Jing, Li Jiqi, Chai Xiao, and Li Daozong as military commanders in August to lead an expedition against the Eastern Turks. The adage "the troops have yet to move, but provisions must precede" holds true. Warfare is not solely a matter of military might, but also of national strength, with expenditures on provisions being substantial. Under the butterfly effect, this autumn, the fishing tax in Linjiazhuang has increased by 20% compared to the previous year. Were it not for the subsidies on low-priced rice from Lin Wanwan this year, the people of Linjiazhuang would find it exceedingly difficult to endure the winter. Li Shimin's military endeavors, which command respect across the realm, necessitate that the common citizens of the Tang Dynasty collectively tighten their belts in support. The affluent and powerful families continue to indulge in extravagance, while it is the ordinary populace that bears the brunt of such pressures. Society is inherently inequitable, a truth that has persisted throughout history. Chapter 77. The Bright Moon of the Tang Dynasty on the Luminous Nights under the Tang Moon. Lin Wanwan often hears the sound of her kin striking clothes with sticks. This is not for laundering, but rather for beating winter garments. The cold clothing worn by the people of Linjiazhuang is made from rami, filled not with cotton or sponge, but with willow catkins and tangled fibers. The garments crafted from rami fibers are inherently rigid, and when the addition of willow fluff is introduced during winter, the chill of frost renders them even stiffer. Thus, it becomes imperative to use a pestle to beat the fabric, rendering it softer and more conducive to warmth. Lin Wanwan has come to grasp the hardships of life faced by the common folk in ancient times. This is indeed the illustrious Tang Dynasty, the foremost power among the myriad nations. One can only imagine the dismal existence of the commoners in the remote and lesser states. Meanwhile, Europe languished in the incessant turmoil of the early medieval period, where most regions were undergoing Christianization, remaining in a state of barbarism and profound backwardness. In stark contrast, the Tang Dynasty exuded a remarkable stability and harmony. Occasionally, Lin Wanwan found herself entertaining the whimsical notion of traversing through time and space to Europe via modern aviation, seeking to witness its historical tapestry firsthand. After all, viewed through the lens of contemporary history, Europe appears to possess little in the way of a genuine past. They often resort to texts like the Bible to glean historical context. Furthermore, the West has long sought to belittle the rich heritage of the Huaxia civilization, dismissing a few fantastical accounts of emperors in the records of the grand historian as mere mythological tales akin to European folklore, thus attempting to undermine their credibility. Lin Wanwan contemplated that if she were to make a mark in the field of archaeology, challenging the narratives propagated by the West, as well as by Japan and Korea, she would indeed possess unparalleled advantages as one who holds the key to the temporal gateway. Yet, she found herself uncertain whether this was merely a matter of parallel dimensions or something else entirely. Fortunately, her fleeting ambition to advocate for the Huaxia civilization waned upon realizing the formidable challenges it entailed, leading her to abandon such pursuits. The excavation and preservation of Huaxia civilization are best entrusted to the expertise of professional archaeologists, rather than stirring up modern controversies. It would be more prudent to focus on ameliorating the impoverished conditions of the Lin clan and the Tang Dynasty. The profits from selling steamed buns provide the Lin family with a consistent daily income, which they have deposited into the communal account of the clan. They have yet to distribute dividends, waiting for the winter solstice festival for that occasion. Despite the frigid weather and their meager clothing, the people of Linjia village are filled with hope this year. As the winter solstice draws nearer, the prospect of receiving their share of the wealth brings a glimmer of joy to their faces. The men of the clan ventured out to sea a few days ago. As the local catch had dwindled, this time they sailed further afield, and they are expected to return just around the winter solstice. Those remaining onshore gaze out at the sea daily, yearning for the safe return of their family members. In Lin Wanwan's classroom, aside from herself, an old scholar from the town, who had failed the imperial examinations multiple times and lacked the competence to teach, has been invited to instruct the older children in the classic of filial piety and the analects, as well as the principles of etiquette. These two subjects are essential for students of the Tang Dynasty, and although Lin Wanwan cannot claim to fully comprehend them herself, she has entrusted this task to the new teacher. For the children of Linjia village, who have just begun their education this year, these lessons may seem distant. However, even a haphazard recitation is not entirely without merit. The old scholar, surnamed Chun and given the name Yang with the courtesy name Wenjan, has dedicated his life to study and possesses considerable knowledge. Initially, he looked down upon Lin Wanwan, viewing her as an inconsequential female, believing that she squandered her time due to her family's wealth, lacking both the skills to brew tea and the ability to appreciate literature. However, when Lin Wanwan casually solved a mathematical conundrum that had confounded Mr. Chun for 6 months, he was left utterly astounded. Subsequently, Lin Wanwan presented another poem by Li Bai for his critique, which left him utterly demoralized. He considered himself a lifelong scholar and poet, yet he found none of his works could rival the depth of the piece Lin Wanwan had brought forth. In the presence of Lin Wanwan, the esteemed head of the academy, Chen Yang dared not underestimate her. A true recluse, She was indeed extraordinary. Even as a woman, her intellect was unfathomable. After navigating the proud yet impoverished new teacher, Lin Wanwan returned to her leisurely and languid routine. Like many women in her clan, she spent her days gazing out at the sea, awaiting the return of her kin from their fishing ventures. With a significant portion of the labor force absent from Lin family village, she found it difficult to sleep soundly at night. In these times, there were still many unscrupulous characters roaming about. Lin Wanwan's grand and opulent residence, nestled by the coast, was known to many in the neighboring villages. Fortunately, her own strength was formidable, and with a stun baton for protection, she felt confident in facing any potential threats. She had considered hiring guards but ultimately decided against it, fearing that too many servants would create chaos, and managing a larger household posed its own challenges. The current household size provided her with a sense of comfort. Thus, she chose to refrain from taking action. One morning, Yinshang presented Lin Wanwan with 2 sets of garments, one large and one small. "Madam, I have crafted these 2 winter outfits from fine silk for you. Do let me know if they please you," she said. "Are these for me and little Yue?" Lin Wanwan inquired, surprised that Yinshang had taken the initiative to create clothing for them without a word. "Yes, madam. Please see if you are satisfied." Although she had purchased several bolts of brocade for her 2 maidservants in the town, she had not commanded Yinshang to create garments for her. The fabrics she provided were intended for the maids to fashion their own attire, serving as supplementary work garments for the close attendants. As for her own and Xiao Qingyu's hanfu, they were purportedly acquired from a ready-to-wear shop in the quaint town of Xiaoxi, though in truth they had been procured in the modern era. The convenience of acquiring finished garments from contemporary sources was undeniable, especially with the current fervor for hanfu, which has led to numerous online boutiques specializing in these traditional outfits. As Lin Wanwan unfurled the garments, she was instantly captivated. Not only were the designs resplendent, but the intricate hand embroidery was nothing short of breathtaking, resembling exquisite works of art rather than mere clothing. It must be said, the 3 servants she had procured in the Tang Dynasty were unparalleled in their loyalty, each possessing their own merits. "Yinshang, your craftsmanship is remarkable. Thank you. I truly adore it," Lin Wanwan sincerely praised, draping the attire over herself to assess the fit. It was impeccably tailored, a testament to Yinshang's genuine effort. In response to the compliment, Yinshang endeavored to suppress the smile that threatened to break forth, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue as she shyly replied, "This is what a servant ought to do. You flatter me, my lady. The matching parent-child outfit is my favorite. You have truly put thought into this. Please fetch Xiao Yue, so I may see how it fits her as well." Lin Wanwan eagerly lifted the smaller dress, admiring it from various angles with satisfaction. "Yes, my lady," Yinshang replied with a respectful gesture, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gracefully retreated. "My lady, the young lady has been brought over." Lin Wanwan finally lifted her gaze from the exquisite embroidery of the garment, beckoning to the little girl, saying, "Darling, come and see the attire your Aunt Yinshang has crafted for you. Do you like it?" Little Yue exclaimed joyfully as she rushed forward, her smile radiant as a blossoming flower, exclaiming, "It's so beautiful. I love it. I want to wear it." It was at this moment that Lin Wanwan noticed how the embroidery on the hem and bodice displayed different colors depending on the angle. "Goodness, this embroidery changes with the light. Yinshang, your skills are remarkably deft. Is this embroidery technique taught by the Yaxiang?" Yinshang replied shyly, "It's not taught by the Yaxiang. It is something I learned from an embroiderer during my childhood in Shu." "So, this is Shu embroidery? No wonder it is so impressive." Lin Wanwan marveled, realizing that had Yinshang not been in the Tang Dynasty, she would surely be a master of intangible cultural heritage in modern times. Lin Wanwan felt a twinge of guilt wearing such a garment. It truly deserved to be preserved as a collectible. Yinshang spoke softly, "Though garments purchased from the tailor shop are fine, I find them overly laden with the craftsman's essence. Considering that my lady will visit relatives during the new year, I thought it prudent to make 2 sets in my spare time." Lin Wanwan reflected that the hanfu she had bought online cost around 700 to 800, all machine embroidered and devoid of much spirit. How could they possibly compare to Yinshang's handcrafted embroidery? Little Yue, having donned her new attire, refused to take it off. She lingered beside Lin Wanwan for a moment before flitting out of the room like a lark, chattering excitedly as she headed towards her companions. Lin Wanwan chuckled softly and shook her head, thinking to herself how much she adored vanity, undoubtedly a reflection of her own nature. The desire for beauty is a universal trait. Raised by her grandparents during her childhood, she was never deprived of food or drink, However, when it came to aesthetics, there existed a considerable generational gap between her ancestors and the youth. Having lived frugally throughout their lives, her grandparents were reluctant to purchase new clothes. Believing that children grow quickly, they often opted for oversized, unfashionable garments that she could wear for several years. Consequently, she frequently faced disdain at school due to her attire. Eventually, she resolved to wear her school uniform daily. Now, as a mother herself, she takes great pleasure in selecting various well-fitting outfits for her daughter, Qingyu. Dressing Qingyu feels akin to adorning her younger self, a means of compensating for the regrets of her own childhood. Standing by the window, observing her joyful daughter at play, a smile of contentment unconsciously graced Lin Wanwan's face. Life, indeed, is beautiful. This recent voyage had been quite fruitful. They had surprisingly caught a bluefin tuna. Such a fish hails from the depths of the Pacific Ocean, and it was astonishing how they managed to catch it with such rudimentary fishing equipment. Without delay, Lin Wanwan placed the fish in a large wooden crate and transported it to the modern era. A fish of this caliber could fetch tens of thousands per pound at an auction in the island nation. Thus, upon her arrival in the modern world, she promptly reached out to Yuting. However, while arranging for transportation of the fish, she encountered some difficulties. The ride-hailing driver was unwilling to carry the cargo, fearing lingering odors in his vehicle. Ultimately, she had to call a freight service to resolve the matter. Perhaps it is time for me to consider obtaining a driver's license and purchasing a vehicle. Lin Wanwan first entertained the idea of purchasing a vehicle. Upon delivering goods to Xie Yuting's private restaurant, he was already waiting at the entrance. Lin Wanwan had not supplied him with seafood for 2 consecutive weeks, causing him to grow somewhat anxious. After all, the seafood she provided was always of exceptional quality, consisting entirely of top-tier wild catches, paired with Xie Yuting's culinary skills. It was a surefire success, drawing diners regardless of the price. Soon, the seafood Lin Wanwan brought was transported to the kitchen, and upon seeing the sizable bluefin tuna in the large wooden crate, a fleeting smile crossed Xie Yuting's face as he nodded, remarking, "This fish looks splendid." With pride, Lin Wanwan replied, "Indeed, all the goods I present are purely wild and free from pollution, devoid of any microplastics." She lamented the current state of the oceans, which have been ravaged by plastic pollution. Each year, humanity discharges nearly 10 million tons of plastic waste into the seas, resulting in detectable microplastics within the flesh of many fish. This is a far cry from the pristine waters of the Tang Dynasty, which remain largely untapped. Furthermore, there are nations that, lacking in ethical conduct, clandestinely discharge nuclear waste into the oceans. Xie Yuting did not engage with Lin Wanwan's commentary, but instead swiftly proceeded to slice a piece of bluefin tuna, examining it before placing it under a testing device. He was a man of few words, preferring efficiency over trivial pleasantries, and once he completed his assessment, he turned directly to Lin Wanwan and stated, "The quality is top-tier grade A, totaling 299 kilograms. I can offer you a price of 500 yuan per kilogram. Do we have a deal?" Appreciating his straightforward manner, Lin Wanwan smiled and promptly agreed, "It's a deal. However, I shall not sell everything. Please assist me in preserving a portion by freezing it. I will store it here, and when I wish to indulge, I shall need your assistance in slicing it. What do you say?" "Very well." Xie Yuting had no objections. From this single fish, Lin Wanwan earned 140,000 yuan, and with the additional assortment of seafood, she garnered nearly 160,000 yuan from Xie Yuting. If these were to be sold at the docks of the Tang Dynasty, they would fetch little more than 10 guan, unless one could transport them directly to Chang'an to sell to the nobility. However, ordinary fishermen are not permitted the same liberty as merchants to roam freely across the Tang territory. Each step requires an official permit. The majority of common fishermen in Maoxian are confined in their activities to the sea and their respective towns. Chapter 79. Visiting relatives at the county office after selling the seafood, Lin Wanwan proceeded to the agricultural market, where she purchased 2 freshly slaughtered sheep, intending to treat her family with one of them. In the slow-paced Tang Dynasty, transportation relied primarily on foot, and communication was largely conducted through loud calls. Lin Wanwan, accustomed to the modern world, maneuvered through these activities without raising any suspicions, for the Tang was not as convenient for relaying messages as the present day. Exiting the courtyard of Xiaoxi town, Lin Wanwan gestured towards the direction of the county office. Kunlun understood instantly. He tugged on the horse's reins, and the heavily draped carriage rumbled toward the county office. Upon arriving at the side door of the office, Kunlun presented Lin Wanwan's visiting card. Before long, Shu Qi appeared at the entrance to welcome Lin Wanwan inside. "Ah, take your time. Allow your husband to come at his own pace." Lin Wanwan had spent several days at the county office while treating Xiao Chong, and now she was quite familiar with the surroundings. Upon entering the main hall, Shu Qi intended to prepare tea for Lin Wanwan, but she declined his offer. With a gesture, she signaled Kunlun to set down a large porcelain basin covered with a lid, from which she retrieved a warming pot. She poured in the freshly transferred spring water from a jar and added a carefully blended assortment of hot pot broth ingredients. Igniting the charcoal and waiting for the water to come to a boil, Lin Wanwan glanced at Shu Qi and said, "You may leave. I can wait here by myself." "Understood." Shu Qi bowed, retreating with a peculiar expression. Truth be told, he had never encountered a noblewoman like Lin Wanwan, whose manners and conduct were entirely unique. He could not help but wonder if she harbored any particular feelings towards their family's young master. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan's thoughts were rather straightforward. She sought to cultivate a closer relationship with Xiao Chong. Having already shared the method of salt extraction from tidal flats, it seemed only sensible to maintain a cordial rapport. After all, Xiao Chong was a significant ally in the Tang Dynasty, and the auspicious rewards had yet to materialize. They were still awaiting his notification. Given the rare opportunity to present such exquisite bluefin tuna today, it was only fitting to offer it personally. Kinship, after all, flourishes through frequent interactions. Additionally, the hot pot was one of the delicacies Lin Wanwan had promised to prepare for Xiao Chong, and thus it was duly arranged for today. As the water began to bubble vigorously, Xiao Chong appeared before Lin Wanwan like an ethereal being emerging from a dream, his presence accentuated by the mist rising from the boiling pot. Following him was a young man with a mustache, whom Lin Wanwan recognized as Xiao Su, Xiao Chong's elder cousin and aide. Both men bore traces of fatigue upon their faces, yet their eyes remained clear and perceptive. Listening to the conversation, it was revealed that my cousin was preparing a feast. Therefore, I hastily accompanied brother Shi Hung to join her. "Is this all the ingredients for the hot pot?" After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Wanwan, the two of us took our seats around the dining table. Xiaosu was quite astonished by the beef and lamb rolls nestled in the small dishes beside him. It was his first encounter with such delicacies. "What kind of frozen meat is this?" he inquired. Lin Wanwan replied, "Brother Shi Hung will know once he tastes it. However, today's hot pot is merely a side dish. The true centerpiece is this." With that, Lin Wanwan leaned forward and lifted the lid, unveiling the exquisite presentation beneath. This bowl of chilled bluefin tuna sashimi was prepared by Jie Yuding himself. The slicing technique was remarkable, with each piece of fish as thin as gossamer, and the arrangement was meticulously crafted. The fish was artistically arranged in the shape of a dragon, the empty spaces elegantly adorned with slices of lemon and cucumber, along with intricate carvings. Chinese cuisine emphasizes a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor, and this dish achieved an extraordinary visual appeal. Xiao Chong turned to Xiao Su and remarked, "What do you think, Brother Shi Hung? I was right to summon you here, wasn't I?" "Absolutely," Xiao Su replied with a smile. "With such aesthetic allure, I find it hard to bring myself to take a bite." Xiao Chong then addressed Lin Wanwan, "Cousin, did you prepare this yourself? Your knife skills are impressive." Lin Wanwan deftly sidestepped the question, urging, "Hurry and eat. This is bluefin tuna from the deep sea, freshly caught by our clan. I made sure to bring it to you right away." In the culinary traditions of the Tang Dynasty, one of the most beloved dishes was fish sashimi, a practice that the islands adopted from the Tang's gastronomy, particularly cherished by the people of Chang'an. Without further ado, the three began to indulge in the delicacies, savoring the fish sashimi accompanied by fermented black bean mustard. Each bite revealed the firm yet tender and refreshing texture of the fish. After swallowing the morsels, Xiao Chong remarked, "The chilled fish in winter possesses an extraordinary flavor. I had no idea sashimi could be enjoyed in such a manner. Thanks to my cousin, I have gained newfound knowledge today." Lin Wanwan, her eyes sparkling with delight, suggested, "Do not merely indulge in the sashimi, do try the shrimp paste as well. It is also a delicacy that our family catches and prepares ourselves. Brothers, please partake." Xiao Su responded, "I have never heard of shrimp paste before. I must savor it thoroughly." Acting as a server, Lin Wanwan skillfully used serving chopsticks to portion the shrimp paste into the bubbling broth while explaining, "Once the shrimp paste rise to the surface, they will be ready to eat." "Ah, this shrimp paste is quite delightful," Xiao Su exclaimed after tasting it, admiring the multitude of spices in the hot pot. "Surely, there is more than just pepper?" Lin Wanwan affirmed, indeed, that is essential for flavor. Shrimp paste pairs perfectly with hot pot. If you find it to your liking, do send someone to our village to inform us in advance whenever you wish to indulge again. We will ensure the freshest supply reaches you. Ideally, it would be splendid to serve it during a banquet. Our Lin family's shrimp paste could effortlessly secure a place on the tables of the upper echelon in Miao County. This was the second thoughtful intention behind Lin Wanwan's visit to deliver these delicacies today. Xiaochong gazed at her, his eyes twinkling with mirth, and said, in that case, I shall not hold back. As his gaze swept over Lin Wanwan, she suddenly felt as though he could see through her, stirring an inexplicable sense of unease within her. The other party possessed a pair of eyes as deep and elusive as gems, rendering it utterly impossible to entertain any deceitful thoughts under his gaze. After observing Xiaochong for a while, she turned her attention to Xiao Su and Xiao Xiang, who both exuded an air of confidence and composure. She silently reminded herself not to underestimate these ancient figures from a millennium ago, for they were undoubtedly far more astute than she. Those who could navigate the intricacies of the political arena while maintaining authority over local gentry must possess a multitude of cunning insights. In Chapter 80, titled Feasting on Roast Lamb, it was indeed a fortunate coincidence that the slaughterhouse in the western market of Xiaoxi town was bustling with farmers bringing in sheep for sale. As the new year approached, these farmers, having raised their sheep for half a year, brought them to town to exchange for money to celebrate the festivities. Lin Wanwan seized the opportunity to purchase 9 sheep in one go, ensuring that her family would indulge in a hearty feast. She had only spent 11 coins on bluefin tuna, and despite her desire to offer more, she was firmly rebuffed by the clan leader, who insisted on adhering to tradition. What was due was due. Even the other seafood was calculated at a discounted rate, with no extra charge allowed. According to the clan leader, it would be unacceptable to sell to one's own kin at a higher price than to outsiders at the docks. Otherwise, what would become of the Lin family's reputation? Thus, Lin Wanwan had no choice but to relent and not offer any additional payment. However, when she resold the fish and seafood to Jie Yuding for a sum of 160,000, she resolved to treat her entire clan to a sumptuous meal in celebration of the impending winter solstice. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sound of crashing waves filled the air, and wisps of smoke rose gently from cooking fires, painting a picturesque scene of warmth and hospitality typical of a fishing village. Lin Wanwan pulled aside the curtain of the carriage window and, noticing Lin Mingjin conversing outside, smiled and said, it's Cousin Jean. What brings you to the village entrance? Lin Mengli gazed curiously at the donkey cart covered with oilcloth, laden with an abundance of goods. Wanyang, what have you purchased? So much. Lin Wanwan smiled and replied, this is the feast for our Lin family village tonight. I procured freshly slaughtered sheep from the town, 1 for the clan to preserve for meat-filled pastries, and the remaining 10 sheep are for treating the entire clan to roasted lamb. A few individuals could not contain their excitement as they gathered around the donkey cart, exclaiming, you're treating us to roasted lamb? Lin Wanwan affirmed, indeed. I invite all of you. Please bring your bowls and chopsticks to the schoolyard tonight for the feast. Instantly, Lin Mingjin and the others erupted in joyous chatter. Are you truly inviting the whole clan? 10 sheep, such a bounty. We can feast to our heart's content. Oh mother, we can't even enjoy this much meat during the new year. Wanyang, you are really treating us all to lamb tonight. But winter solstice is tomorrow. We get to feast today? Lin Wanwan gestured for Lin Mingjin to lift the oilcloth, saying, absolutely. Tonight, everyone shall indulge in roasted lamb. Just take a look. The cart is piled high. Oh, so much lamb. Oh mother. The crowd's eyes widened, and saliva began to trickle. For they were all starved for meat, more excited than a cat spotting fish. Observing from the fields, a relative tending to the newly planted crops called out, what are you all doing? What's all this commotion? Lin Mingjin shouted in exhilaration, Lin Fuzai is treating us all to roasted lamb. 10 whole sheep. She bought them from the creek town. A throng of villagers encircled Lin Wanwan's carriage, their clamorous voices echoing from the village entrance to the schoolhouse, quickly making the news known to all. Those working in the fields hastily ascended the ridges, while the women weaving cloth set aside their spindles, rushing out to inquire about the prospect of feasting on mutton. Consuming meat was an event more joyous than the new year. The entire clan bustled around Lin Wanwan's carriage, akin to fervent fans surrounding a superstar as they jostled their way into the schoolyard. Within the ancestral hall, Lin Clan's patriarch and several of the more composed young men were engaged in tidying up when they were startled by the commotion. They set down their cloths and stepped outside one after another. The hall was situated on elevated ground, allowing the patriarch to survey the bustling scene at the schoolhouse from the open space before it. He soon discerned the excitement and murmured, "What could this be about? Wanwan's loose hand must be taking advantage of someone again. Patriarch, we've nearly finished here. Shall we go take a look and gather some information for you?" One of the young men suggested. With a sigh, the patriarch replied, "Very well, let us go see." As soon as he finished speaking, the group of carefully selected young men dashed away like the wind, scattering a few dry leaves that danced in the air before settling back at the patriarch's feet. "Oh, these little rascals," he chuckled, shaking his head as he turned to secure the ancestral hall's door before heading towards the schoolhouse. By the time the patriarch ascended the steps of the school, it was already teeming with people. 10 roasting pits were set up on the playground, with 10 sheep skewered on wooden sticks, sizzling over the flames, filling the air with an intoxicating aroma of roasted meat. Lin Wanwan held a glass jar filled with cumin powder, bustling about the scene, sparingly sprinkling just a pinch onto the lamb. Had it not been for Lin Wanwan's instruction, he would have found it difficult to part with such delicacies. In the humble Lin family village, consisting of mere farmers and fishmongers, who were they to indulge in such fine fare? This spice was as precious as gold. It was indeed a testament to Master Lin's generosity to treat everyone with such exquisite offerings. It truly felt like a family gathering. Even the clan leader, Lin, was taken aback by Lin Wanwan's grand gesture. He recalled that the last time he brought wine for her, it had not been this extravagant. With over 400 mouths to feed, it would be a blessing if each person could savor even a morsel, let alone expect to be satiated. Was lamb truly a meal for mere farmers? Were such thoughts even conceivable? Alas, Lin, the clan leader, felt a sudden headache coming on as he gazed at the radiant Lin Wanwan, who smiled brightly at him, leaving him at a loss for words. Finally, he pulled her aside and asked, "What are you doing? Why are you spending money so recklessly? I've told you not to keep indulging them." Lin Wanwan replied with a smile, "It's nothing, Uncle Clan Leader. The bluefin tuna I caught from the ocean was well received by the gentry of Creek Town, and I sold it for a handsome price. In good spirits, I thought it fitting to treat everyone to a meal. Besides, tomorrow marks the winter solstice, a time to enjoy some fine food and celebrate." The clan leader Lin shook his head, saying, "If your sales are thriving, it is solely your merit. Your status and knowledge allow you to engage in transactions with those in higher circles. It has no bearing on our clan. If it were left to those individuals, they would scarcely fetch a decent price. This is all your own accomplishment, so why should you share it with them? Furthermore, you possess 10 sheep. That large fish cannot possibly be exchanged for such a quantity of sheep. Enough of this. I shall not dwell further. The meat has already been roasted to this extent. It would be unwise to let it linger. Go on, make your arrangements, off you go." Chapter 81. Ancestor Worship. Upon concluding his remarks, the clan leader Lin turned to leave, hands clasped behind his back. Lin Wanwan hurriedly grasped him, saying, "Uncle Clan Leader, where are you off to? Join us for a meal." The clan leader waved his hand dismissively. "I do not partake in such fare. Consuming meat in the evening disrupts my sleep." Lin Wanwan, holding onto the clan leader's arm, along with Lin Mengbo, playfully urged him inside, exclaiming, "No, tonight, not a single person shall be absent. Everyone must partake." The whole roasted lamb had yet to be fully cooked, yet the surrounding crowd had already begun their revelry, laughter echoing into the distance. The children were in their element, while the adults were equally spirited. The gathering transcended age and gender, with singing, stomping, and twirling transforming the chilly winter night into a vibrant celebration. Lin Wanwan had long heard tales of the exuberant Tang people and their love for dance. At feasts, games involving drinking and dancing were indispensable. The poet Li Bai had once penned a verse for his devoted admirer Wang Lun. Li Bai, about to set sail, suddenly hears the song upon the shore. The waters of Peach Blossom Lake are 1,000 feet deep, yet they cannot compare to Wang Luan's affection for me. Songs are sung in greeting and again in farewell. This time, Lin Wanwan finally witnessed that as long as the common folk of the Tang Dynasty held even the slightest glimmer of hope in their lives, they could exuberantly sing and dance, casting aside their troubles. Drink today, for tomorrow brings its own worries. After being pulled into 3 rounds of dancing, Lin Wanwan hastily retreated to the balcony on the 2nd floor of the school. She observed her lively and jubilant kin below, finding their raucous celebration not at all bothersome, but rather a source of inner tranquility. That night, as she prepared for slumber, little Qingyu, still brimming with excitement, flailed her arms in her dreams, occasionally erupting into infectious giggles. Unable to resist, Lin Wanwan leaned down to kiss her, tucking her in after she had kicked off the covers, and gazed out at the bright moon for a long while, unable to fall asleep. This was the life she yearned for, surrounded by family, devoid of worries, with time flowing gently. As dawn broke the following day, Lin Wanwan was roused by Huanong and Yunshang. The ancestral rites coincided with the rising tide, and it was time for her to rise and head to the ancestral hall. Outside the west gate, Lin Mengbua was already waiting for her. Since little Qingyu was still too young to be included in the family lineage, she naturally could not enter the ancestral hall. Lin Wanwan instructed Yunshang to look after her, then quietly donned her clothes with Huanong's assistance, descended the stairs, refreshed herself briefly, and stepped out wrapped in a cloak. The sun still lingered behind the clouds, and the cold wind felt particularly biting. Lin Wanwan glanced at Lin Mengbua, who was clad in thin linen, and softly remarked, "Cousin Mengbua, why aren't you wearing that rabbit fur cloak? It's so cold." Lin Mengbua sniffled and dismissively replied, "It's nothing. I'm used to the chill. Such a fine cloak is best saved for visiting relatives. Today, I must offer incense, and heaven forbid I accidentally burn a hole in it." Lin Wanwan extended the hand warmer she held towards him, saying, "You may use this to keep warm. By the way, where is sister-in-law? Is she not coming?" Although the Ho family held traditional views favoring sons over daughters, there was no rule prohibiting women from entering the ancestral hall. In fact, regardless of gender, all members of the Lin family were required to pay their respects to their ancestors. For women who married into the Lin family, they were considered part of the Lin family in life and in death, treated with equal reverence. The more individuals who offered incense, the more robust the lineage appeared, which naturally delighted the ancestors. This was a shared sentiment among all Lin clan members. Thus, when Lin Wanwan ascended the steep slope leading to the ancestral hall, she found the grounds already filled with men and women. Except for those caring for young children or elderly relatives, everyone else had arrived. Lin Wanwan was among the last to arrive, and upon her entrance, the crowd parted, greeting her warmly and ushering her to the front. "Master Lin, you have come. Please, step inside. The clan leader is waiting for you. Go to the innermost area. The clan leader has decreed that you shall offer the first incense today." Lin Wanwan was taken aback. While it was not unusual for women to enter the ancestral hall, being chosen to offer the first incense was indeed a significant honor. As she approached the clan leader, he nodded at her and gestured for her to stand behind him, before commencing the lengthy ritual. When it came time to present the incense, the first stick, already ignited, was handed to her by the clan leader. Gazing at the kind smile of the clan leader, Lin Wanwan, in a moment of reverie, saw a reflection of her late grandfather in his face. "Am I truly the first?" Lin Wanwan whispered softly. The clan leader Lin remarked, "Of course, it is you. You are a divine blessing sent to us, bringing prosperity to our Lin family with abundant rice seeds and sweet potatoes. You should be the first to offer incense, allowing our ancestors to be aware of your contributions." Lin Wanwan felt a surge of emotion, smiling as she accepted the incense from the clan leader's hands, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Kneeling on the prayer mat, she bowed 3 times and placed the incense into the incense burner. From that moment onward, Lin Wanwan was officially embraced by the clan. Within the entirety of Lin family village, aside from the school built by Lin Wanwan, the most magnificent structure was the expansive ancestral hall. Inside, there were tablets honoring both the branch and direct ancestors. Lin Wanwan even spotted the tablets of Lin Yusi and the Shao lineage. This ancestral hall was indeed a time-honored sanctuary. The ancestral rites were not particularly complicated, as it was not a grand aristocratic family with numerous regulations. The ceremony concluded when the sun ascended in the east. In the afternoon, the distribution of funds would occur, and the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The crowd dispersed in small groups, and Lin Wanwan noticed several clan members with mud smeared on their feet and clothes, resembling those who had fallen. It was expected that everyone would arrive in clean attire for the ancestral rites. Observing Lin Mengjin, whose foot was caked in mud, she inquired with curiosity, "Cousin Mengjin, what happened to you?" Lin Mengjin sheepishly rubbed the back of his head and replied, "I couldn't see the path clearly when the tide came in during the dark." Lin Wanwan asked, "Did you not bring a lantern?" Standing nearby, Lin Mengli explained to Lin Wanwan, "When it gets dark, everyone is nearly blind. Whether one has a lantern or not, it makes little difference." Lin Wanwan suddenly realized that this must be night blindness. Indeed, among the impoverished who cannot afford meat, it is only natural that a significant number suffer from this condition. Not only in the Tang Dynasty, but even during the mid-20th century, there were still many cases of night blindness among the people of Huaxia. Chapter 82. The Meeting and the Distribution of Funds at Noon. Lin Wanwan and little Qingyu were nestled inside the glass greenhouse, cultivating mushrooms. It was a playful endeavor reminiscent of parent-child bonding. As Lin Wanwan had procured ready-made shiitake mushroom logs from a poverty-stricken county, aided by the agricultural expert introduced by Lu Shiyue. These mushroom logs had undergone professional preparation before being sold, targeting urban dwellers who yearn for a pastoral lifestyle. Once in the hands of the buyers, they only needed to follow simple instructions for cultivation. At that moment, Lin Wanwan and little Qingyu were engaged in this straightforward cultivation process, both reveling in the activity. Lin Wanwan had even commissioned a wooden rack from her uncle to hold the mushroom logs, displaying over 100 of them. All were brought directly to the Tang Dynasty after being unpacked in modern times. Every day, she would bring little Qingyu to unveil the damp cloth covering the logs. Spraying water on their surfaces with a spray bottle, both of them filled with excitement. "Mother, why haven't the mushrooms sprouted yet? When will they grow?" Little Qingyu would pose this question to Lin Wanwan every single day, practically wishing for them to yield a harvest the very next day after planting. "Oh, they grow so slowly," little Qingyu exclaimed, rubbing her fingers against the mushroom log, lamenting, if only they could sprout immediately. Lin Wanwan chuckled at her little expression. Just as the glass door swung open and Yun Shang entered. "Wife, Lady Qin has come to see you." "Indeed, I understand." Lin Wanwan set down the watering can and took Xia Qinjiu's hand as they ventured outside. A sudden chill enveloped them, prompting Xia Qinjiu to sneeze involuntarily. Lin Wanwan hurriedly accepted the cloak from Yun Shang and draped it around Xia Qinjiu. Lin Qinsher had long been waiting on the cobblestone path, and upon seeing Lin Wanwan, she smiled and said, "Wan, the clan is about to distribute funds. Let us go together." Lin Wanwan replied, "So early? Please wait for me a moment. Take your time." "There's no rush," she responded. Just then, Yun Shang tugged at Xia Qinjiu, prompting the little one to plant her tiny feet firmly on the ground. Looking up and playfully pulling at Lin Wanwan's cloak, saying, "Mother, I want to go too. Take me with you." With a gentle smile, Lin Wanwan embraced her and softly coaxed, "Mother has some matters to attend to. Why not stay at home and play with your siblings?" Lin Qinsher chimed in, Yes. Play with your siblings. Your aunt will call over Daya and Brother Crab for you." Xia Qinjiu pondered for a moment and decided it was acceptable. She promptly released Lin Wanwan's cloak and said, "All right, I will play at home then." "Mother, may I take Daya and Brother Crab to water the mushrooms?" Lin Wanwan replied, "No, dear. If you water them too much, they will drown. You can water the flowers inside instead." Xia Qinjiu sighed, displaying a precocious understanding, and said, "Oh, fine then." Curiously, Lin Qinsher inquired, "Wan, are you growing mushrooms? Can mushrooms be cultivated? Aren't they typically wild and grown naturally?" Lin Wanwan casually remarked, "Just for fun. Would you like to step inside and take a look? It's planted right there." Lin Qinsher promptly shook her head, No, I won't go in. This crystal palace is filled with treasures, and being a simple person, I prefer to stay out." "Wanyang, do you need anything else? If not, let us depart. There's money being distributed right at the entrance of the ancestral hall." Lin Wanwan replied, "Let us go. I'll just wear a cloak, nothing more, as it's quite chilly outside." Upon hearing the word cold, Lin Qinsher instinctively shivered and, with a rueful smile, remarked, "Indeed, it is cold. The sea breeze is biting. Thankfully, the mountains shield us from some of the wind, or it would be even colder." As they conversed, they made their way to the ancestral hall, encountering many spirited relatives along the route, all greeting Lin Wanwan. "Good day, Master Lin. Wanyang, you've come as well." "Master Lin, I have a bag of pomfret fish fillets for you. Just about to bring it over. Although this delicacy holds little monetary value, it is quite delectable. Perfect for a delightful chew, so do not turn your nose up at it." The speaker was Mrs. Shin, the wife of Lin Guomin and mother of Lin Mingli. Lin Wanwan, ever gracious, accepted it with a smile and expressed her gratitude, then took a piece from the oiled paper to taste. This is truly delightful. Would you care for some?" Everyone shook their heads in unison. Who would be interested in such fish fillets? Seeing Lin Wanwan enjoy the treat without hesitation brought a broad smile to Mrs. Shun's face, her joy evident. Lin Wanwan savored the fish fillets as if she had stumbled upon a fortune. In truth, Mrs. Shun was only in her early 40s. Yet years of labor had aged her, making her appear a decade older with streaks of gray at her temples. For Lin Wanwan, these pomfret fish jerky held little value. Yet for her family, they were indeed quite precious. Although they themselves did not particularly enjoy eating them, they could sell them to supplement the household income. Every coin counted. However, knowing that Lin Wanwan had a fondness for seafood, the Shun family deliberately set aside the pomfret jerky, intending to gift it to her. By the time they reached the open area of the ancestral hall, Lin Wanwan's oiled paper was already filled with an assortment of fish jerky and dried shrimp gifted by various clan members, each offering their share with heartfelt generosity. The clan leader stood atop the elevated platform, his face aglow with joy. Ever since the clan embarked on the steamed bun business, their communal funds had steadily increased. Although they had only been selling steamed buns for just over a month, the profits had already surpassed what they had earned from fishing over the past 2 months. He announced some delightful news. The earnings from selling steamed buns had reached an impressive 61 strings of cash. Moreover, the proceeds from the fish sales amounted to another 59 strings. In total, that was a remarkable sum of 120 strings. Wow, that's an astonishing amount. How much will each family receive? Exclaimed one, scratching their head in bewilderment at the calculations. Upon hearing the figures, the crowd erupted in excitement, animatedly discussing the news. Clang, clang. The crisp sound of the copper gong echoed, gradually silencing the fervent chatter below. It was Lin Mingjong, the clan's designated scribe, striking the gong as he called out. The clan leader still has more to say. Everyone, please be quiet. The clan leader, Lin, cast a satisfied glance at Lin Mingjong, pressed his hands down, and continued, Indeed, I have yet to finish my thoughts. We cannot distribute all the funds today. I believe it is time for our clan to acquire a donkey cart for our future trips to Little Stream Town. We cannot continue borrowing Wan Yang's horse-drawn carriage. That is simply impractical. Uncle Clan Leader, purchasing a donkey cart is a splendid idea. I wholeheartedly agree. A voice from the crowd chimed in, prompting others to echo their support. Brother Clan Leader, how much will this donkey cart cost? The clan leader, having conducted thorough research, confidently replied, including both the donkey and the cart, it should cost around 40 coins. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into discussion once more. Brother Clan Leader, perhaps we should consider buying a cow instead. A cow can plow the fields as well as pull the cart. That will not do. Cows are slower and would delay our deliveries. If they run slowly, we can simply set off earlier. What is there to fear? But who will see us in the pitch-black dawn? We wouldn't want to accidentally drive the cow and cart into the sea. Indeed, let us stick with the donkey. Delivering the steamed buns is of utmost importance. After much deliberation, consensus was reached. With funds available, they would indeed purchase the donkey cart. This would greatly facilitate their journeys to the town. With this matter settled, the distribution of funds commenced. After deducting the amount reserved for the donkey cart, there remained 80 coins to be shared, a substantial sum. The coins, weighing over 500 kilograms, were laid out on the ground, igniting a spark of excitement among the onlookers, for wealth was within their grasp. Lin Wanwan also had a share of the fishing earnings. She could be considered a laborer. Having repaired the docks, and from the earnings of selling steamed buns, she received a mere 10%, as all the yeast and baking soda were provided by Lin Wanwan. Although her share was the largest, most members of the clan deemed it justifiable, recognizing her significant contribution. A minority whispered in discontent, but their opinions went largely unnoticed. The Lin family had always adhered to a principle of labor distribution. Those who exerted more effort reaped greater rewards. Contributions within the clan were categorized into 3 tiers based on age and physical condition: the elderly, women and children; the frail and sickly, the young boys; the able-bodied youth; and the middle-aged, with labor and monetary distribution reflecting these classifications. The able-bodied youth endured the most arduous tasks and thus received the greatest share, followed by the middle-aged, and finally the elderly, women, and children. This method of allocation, devised by the clan leader Lin over 20 years ago, had become second nature to the members. In his early 20s, Lin ascended to leadership due to his robust physique and exceptional capabilities, guiding the Lin clan through tumultuous times, earning him unparalleled respect within the community. Under his stewardship, the distribution of funds proceeded smoothly, with individuals lining up to collect their earnings. Those who received their share departed cheerfully, while those still waiting craned their necks in anticipation, equally pleased, knowing their turn would soon arrive. Lin Wanwan held her substantial allocation of 2 guan and 3 won. Her spirits lifted. Lin Mingjin approached her side and remarked, Lin Wanwan, allow me to assist you with that. The money seems rather heavy. Lin Wanwan jested, no need. Who would complain about money being heavy? I can handle it. Despite her delicate appearance, Lin Wanwan possessed remarkable strength in her hands. A mere 2 strings of coins, weighing around 12 to 13 kilograms, posed no challenge for her. Indeed, Lin Mingjin was equally pleased not to have assisted her, as the smile on his face had not faltered. Who wouldn't be delighted when money was distributed? Lin Wanwan, along with Lin Mingjin, Lin Mengli, Lin Mengbua, and their wives, belonged to the same group. After receiving their coins, they laughed and chatted on their way home. As they walked, they encountered Huan Nong. Lin Wanwan looked at Huan Nong and asked, "What's the matter? Is there something at home? Didn't you just deliver something to me a few days ago?" Initially, she assumed it was a matter concerning Xiao Chong. Huan Nong shook his head and replied, "It's not about Lord Xiao. It's your maternal family that has sent someone." Lin Wanwan was taken aback. She then turned to her companions and said, "Everyone, there is a matter at home, so I shall take my leave." Huan Nong took the copper coins from Lin Wanwan's hands and quietly said, "Madam, let me accompany you next time. Carrying such heavy items over such a distance must have exhausted you." Lin Wanwan smiled without replying. Pulling out a piece of oil paper wrapped with various snacks from her large sleeve, she unwrapped it and took a bite of dried squid. Upon reaching the western gate, she indeed spotted a carriage waiting outside, dispatched to deliver New Year goods, and it was none other than the familiar old Chun from the previous visit. "Madam Lin, greetings. On behalf of the old lady, I have come to deliver New Year gifts to you. Here's the list of gifts for your review." Old Chin's back was bent low, and though he found Lin Wanwan mingling with a group of rustic country folk, he bore no hint of disdain. This individual, indeed, possessed considerable wealth and status. Having spent his life in servitude, Old Chin's discernment was undoubtedly keen. As Lin Wanwan perused the list of gifts, she noted its comprehensive nature, encompassing both provisions and attire. It must be acknowledged that the etiquette of ancient nobility was remarkably thorough. Now that guests had arrived, it served as a reminder of her previous promise to visit. "Please convey my regards to grandmother on my behalf. Since you are here, it would be most convenient for you to deliver the New Year gifts to her. My household is short-handed, so I shall not send anyone else. Kindly explain this to grandmother," Lin Wanwan remarked as she stepped inside, with Yunshang approaching to assist her in removing her cloak. Although he harbored some reservations, after all, gifts were not typically presented in such a manner, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. During his time in the courtyard, Old Chun had observed that no additional servants had been introduced, which was quite remarkable for a noblewoman. A matriarch typically required at least 1 wet nurse for maids, and an additional 7 or 8 servant girls for household chores and errands. Furthermore, the young lady of the house would invariably need at least 1 nurse, 2 governesses, 2 personal attendants, and 4 or 5 maidservants for more menial tasks, not to mention the designated cooks, gardeners, and caretakers for livestock, along with errand runners for the outer courtyard. In essence, a respectable noble household could never afford to be lacking in servants. Where can one find someone like Lin Wanwan, who only has 3 servants coming and going? Although the new Luo maid and the Kunlun slave are rather fashionable, it is rather unseemly to maintain such a meager household. Were it not for the Crystal Palace standing nearby, one might mistake the Lin household for a poverty-stricken abode. This lady, raised by a hermit, is truly unique. It is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Chapter 84. A visitor from outside. While Lin Wanwan was preoccupied within her chambers, a stranger, a young man, entered the courtyard. Kunlun immediately stepped forward to block his path, glaring fiercely at the intruder. Huan Nong approached and inquired, "Who are you?" The visitor quickly performed a bow, revealing a disingenuous smile as he replied, "I am Shan Xinrong from Xiaoxi town, a close brother of Lin Mengli. I have come today to pay my respects to the noble lady." Huan Nong, perplexed, asked, "You are Lord Mengli's brother. You should seek him directly. Why come to visit Our Lady? She does not entertain visitors lightly." Upon hearing this, Shan Xinrong reached into his sleeve and attempted to slip some coins into Huan Nong's hand. Huan Nong instinctively recoiled, indignantly exclaiming, "What are you doing? Leave at once." Kunlun, who had been watching intently from the side, immediately advanced, grasping Shan Xinrong by the collar and swiftly tossing him out of the courtyard. The commotion attracted the attention of Lin Minggua's family next door, who emerged with an icy glare, demanding, "Who are you? What brings you to our clan? Be gone at once." Regardless of who it might be, anyone hurled out by Kunlun certainly deserved to be expelled from the Lin family estate. Who dares to stir trouble? Oh dear. Shan Xinrong rose from the ground, neglecting to brush off the dust, faced with the burly men of the Lin family who surrounded him in an instant. He hastily exclaimed, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, Truly a misunderstanding. I am a friend of Lin Mingli, and I have come to deliver New Year's gifts. Do you know Mingli? What does that have to do with Master Lin? Why did you not go to Mingli's house and instead get thrown out by Kunlun from the courtyard? You look like a shifty-eyed crook. You're clearly up to no good. Get lost. No, that's not it. I am not a bad person. I truly am that. Shan Xinrong stammered in his desperation, his speech faltering further, inciting more blows as his guilt became apparent. Amidst the chaos of kicks and shoves, the sharp-witted Tai Zhu from the Lin Mingjin family called out to Lin Mingli. Uncle, it's that man over there. Hurry. He was thrown out by Kunlun from Master Lin's house. Shan Xinrong, feeling cornered, saw Lin Mingli's figure and let out a howl, akin to a beaten stray dog spotting its supportive master. Mingli, come quickly. Tell them I am not a bad person. Lin Mingli rushed over, indignantly asking, how did you offend our Master Lin? How dare you come to our doorstep? Shan Xinrong quickly grasped his arm, hiding behind him as he protested his innocence. I never even saw Master Lin. How could I have offended her? I merely wished to pay a visit. Lin Mingbo scolded him, you wretched scoundrel. How dare you seek to visit our Master Lin? Did you present a business card? Did you receive an invitation? You presume to intrude without permission. And it's a miracle you weren't beaten to a pulp. Dan Xinrong hastily offered his apologies, exclaiming, Yes, it is entirely my fault. However, I did not even lay eyes on Master Lin before I was cast out by Kunlun Nu. How could I have offended her? Lin Mingjin retorted coldly, Is it not an affront to enter without presenting your business card? The gates of Master Lin's courtyard are open only to our kin. You, an outsider, dare to intrude so casually. Acknowledging his folly, Dan Xinrong conceded, Indeed, I have acted rashly. You are justified in your reprimands. He dared not argue further. For the assembly before him bore expressions akin to wrathful deities, ready to strike him down at the slightest provocation. Reluctantly, he submitted to their ire. Little did he anticipate that such a place harbored a golden phoenix. He had merely regarded Lin Wanwan as a mere merchant engaged in trivial trade. After all, Lin Mingli, who shared blood with Lin Wanwan, was but a servant at the inn. Previously, when Dan Xinrong sought to purchase a batch of flour from Lin Mingli, he had exhausted his supply and wished to procure more, even offering a higher price. Yet, Lin Mingli had rebuffed him. Now, as Dan Xinrong relied on the leftover sourdough for his steamed buns, the results were far from satisfactory, igniting a genuine desire to buy more. However, since the Lin family had begun selling steamed buns themselves, Lin Wanwan would undoubtedly refrain from selling her rudimentary flour, for she lacked any financial need. Having failed to obtain the secret recipe, Dan Xinrong not only suffered a loss in his annual tribute but also endured a beating, leaving Lin's estate in a dejected state. After he departed, Lin Mingli approached Lin Wanwan's residence, feeling somewhat sheepish, and offered his apologies. Wan Yang, I am sorry for the fright you experienced today. It is entirely my fault. I had long anticipated his reckless behavior, and had I known, I would have restrained him and taken him outside. Lin Wanwan had already gleaned the ins and outs of the situation from Huanong's words and remarked with a smile, It is but a trifling matter. Brother Mingli need not be concerned. She no longer extracted these items herself. Instead, she acted as a time-traveling merchant, acquiring ready-made products from the modern era, which were of superior quality and convenience. However, today's incident prompted her to consider that these items could also serve as gifts for the new year. She promptly prepared a bottle each of yeast and alkaline flour, placing them among the offerings for the family's New Year gifts. Old Shin, who had maintained a facade of ignorance throughout, remained hidden in the side room, observing the spectacle of his master's household, a behavior unbecoming of a diligent servant. In his view, this was merely the consequence of having too few servants. With no attendant at the door and the courtyard gate left ajar, it was inevitable that outsiders might intrude. In a true noble household, would anyone allow such indiscriminate entry? Such occurrences were only to be expected in the countryside. Regardless of wealth, those raised in rural areas still lacked the refinement required in high society. Alas, the union between the Xiao and Lin families was indeed a grave misstep. The Lin family of today had transformed beyond recognition. Naturally, Lin Wanwan paid little heed to the thoughts of a mere servant. Her sole concern was her own freedom and ease of existence. The opinions of others held no significance for her. After all, the villagers of Lin family manor stood resolutely by her side. For protecting one's own is a cherished tradition of the Ho and Lin families. Disputes may arise within the clan, but they would never allow outsiders to impose upon them. Chapter 85. New Year invitation after the winter solstice, classes resumed at the academy. And Lin Wanwan issued a decree to the children to come to school the following morning on an empty stomach to partake in the delightful sugar pyramids. The children possess little understanding of the concept of deworming. They are merely delighted by the prospect of sweets. Consequently, the following day, they arrived at the school with empty stomachs. Throughout these days spent in the company of Lin Wanwan, he had observed numerous astonishing qualities within her. Indeed, she was akin to a little deity nurtured by an ancient sage, possessing an innate understanding of various matters. After distributing the treats to the children, Lin Wanwan wished to share some with her kin, yet everyone declined. What use would sweets be to adults? They were better reserved for the children. As for the notion of deworming, it fell on deaf ears. The adults, robust and vigorous, believed it inconceivable that they could harbor any worms within their bodies. This belief persisted until the moment when the children, startled by the sight of roundworms emerging during their restroom visits, cried out in horror. It became apparent that everyone indeed had worms. Drinking untreated water and neglecting hygiene could lead to such afflictions. How terrifying! The thought of such lengthy creatures residing in their intestines, gnawing at their insides, was unbearable. Oh, Teacher Lin, save us! Suddenly, the adults began to feel abdominal discomfort, rushing to Lin Wanwan's home, clamoring for the precious pagoda candy to expel the worms. Although the efficacy of the candy was not as pronounced for adults as it was for children, for the residents of the Lin family village, it was certainly better than nothing. Following this episode of deworming, the overall sanitary conditions of Lin family village saw a significant improvement. The harrowing experience of personally extracting long worms from their bodies was one they did not wish to endure again. Lin Wanwan smiled and replied, "No, I merely stepped outside. The signal is poor out there. Did Teacher Lu seek me for something?" Lu Shouyue said, "Isn't it possible to connect if nothing is happening? I thought we were friends." "Haha, that's fine, but I often find myself offline. You are truly enigmatic. Where have you been sourcing treasures again?" "Nowhere in particular, simply exploring the world. There's a grand art exhibition in Haisher next week. Wanwan, would you be interested in showcasing your painting?" "Oh, it was He Lao who asked me to inquire. He is one of the organizers of this exhibition." Lin Wanwan pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps not. I prefer to remain low-key." "You won't go? Aren't you the least bit interested?" "Not at all. In addition to paintings, numerous antiques will also be displayed. Are you really not going?" "No, I won't." Lin Wanwan had little interest in modern socializing. The weather was so cold that she had no desire to move. She simply wished to teach the children at the Tang Dynasty and play with the little jade. Seeing her resolute attitude, Lu Shouyue refrained from further persuasion. Although this was indeed an excellent opportunity to penetrate the world of collectors, he respected Lin Wanwan's disinterest. He then brought up another matter. "The friend of yours who was assaulted at the Bund has now gained some notoriety as an internet celebrity thanks to the media coverage. I heard from my sources that she signed with our company." "Are you referring to Chen Jinyu?" "Yes, that's her. Congratulations to you all for signing such a promising talent." Lin Wanwan smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries before she intended to end the call. At that moment, however, Lu Shouyue raised another question. "Will you be free during the New Year's celebration? The company has arranged for your friend to participate in the New Year's Eve gala hosted by Orange Stage in Xiongya. Would you like to accompany her to show your support?" Lin Wanwan hesitated for a moment. "Oh, really? What's the matter? It's your friend's debut performance. And you don't plan to witness it in person? Besides, I have VIP tickets. Won't you grace me with your presence?" "All right then, I shall benefit from your generosity." Upon hearing this, Lin Wanwan readily agreed. The New Year's Eve gala seemed rather enjoyable, and if it truly was Chen Jinyu's first performance, she was indeed curious to see it. I must admit, Chen Jinyu is remarkably astute, adept at seizing opportunities. In her student days, she had already become the link for various external events, showcasing her capabilities. In contrast, Lin Wanwan struggled to navigate social affairs, often waiting for Chen Jinyu to invite her to events. She sent Chen Jinyu a WeChat message. "Jinyu, how are you doing now? Is your injury better? As long as you're well, there's no rush for dinner. Opportunities will arise." "Oh, if only you had messaged me yesterday. Now it's too late. I'm already at the airport." "Where are you headed?" "Haha, I can secretly tell you, but you must promise to keep it confidential, as the official announcement hasn't been made yet." "All right. I will certainly keep it under wraps. I've signed with an entertainment company and plan to venture into the entertainment industry. I'm on my way to Xiongyan now to prepare for rehearsals. You can watch me on television during the new year." Through the screen, Lin Wanwan could sense the joy and pride radiating from Chen Jinyu, prompting her to smile. It appeared that she had indeed realized her dream. Every girl who ventures into the world of etiquette and modeling harbors aspirations of fame, does she not? Individuals like Lin Wanwan, who are compelled by life's circumstances and solely wish to be ordinary workers, are indeed rare gems. Well then, I wish you swift success. After concluding her social engagements on her phone, which served to reassure everyone of her well-being, Lin Wanwan changed out of her traditional attire into jeans and a down jacket, preparing for a shopping spree. Chapter 86. Rumors and whispers. The supermarket was relatively quiet in the morning as Lin Wanwan leisurely pushed her cart through the produce section, indulging in a substantial purchase. She ensured the inclusion of cherries, a staple for the noble families of the Tang Dynasty during the new year, promptly selecting 3 boxes. Next, she picked up the exquisite grapes favored in the Tang market, followed by some citrus fruits that her beloved little Qingyu adored. Having completed her fruit shopping, Lin Wanwan proceeded to gather ingredients for a hot pot. During winter, the craving for hot pot strikes her frequently, and she finds herself yearning for it every few days. Just as she was happily selecting her items, an unfamiliar voice interrupted her blissful reverie. "Excuse me, are you the Kung Fu girl?" Lin Wanwan glanced down at the kawaii girl, who was a good 10 centimeters shorter and adorned with a panda headband, her eyes wide with astonishment. "You must have mistaken me for someone else. Aren't you the Kung Fu girl who bravely fought the bullies at the Bund? You look just like her. May I take a photo with you?" The girl with the panda headband eagerly requested. Lin Wanwan gently shook her head, her voice distant as she declined. "I'm sorry, but I would prefer not to." The girl with the panda headband was turned down yet remained unfazed. She simply furrowed her brows adorably before walking away. Lin Wanwan was taken aback that, even after more than a month and still wearing a mask, she could be recognized by a stranger. Kung Fu girl? Was this the moniker her online followers had bestowed upon her? It was indeed amusing. After completing her purchases in the food section on the first floor, Lin Wanwan ascended to the second floor of the supermarket to buy children's moisturizer for Xiao Qingyu, only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar face she had blocked, Ying. Ying, undeterred by the fact that Lin Wanwan had severed ties, approached her with a confrontational inquiry about why she had been blocked. Attempting to grasp Lin Wanwan's hand in a familiar manner, Lin Wanwan deftly evaded her physical advance, responding coolly, "I don't think we are that close." With a blend of jest and sincerity, Ying remarked, "Wanwan, you wouldn't turn your back on old friends just because you've gained a bit of fame, would you? After all, we grew up in the same neighborhood." Unfazed, Ying continued, "By the way, Wanwan, did you hear? Bao Junkai has been arrested. Apparently, it's for embezzlement, over $1 million, and he is going to prison." "Oh, is that so? I was aware, but now that you mention it, I suppose he deserves it for getting caught after taking so much." Lin Wanwan certainly had no interest in delving into the affairs of such a despicable man. However, learning that he was facing misfortune brought her a sense of satisfaction. Such a lecherous individual, who preyed on interns, was long overdue for a reality check, tarnishing the reputation of a Fortune 500 company in the process. Ying scrutinized Lin Wanwan, her expression obscured by a mask. Yet, from the stillness of her unperturbed eyes, it seemed that the news had not stirred her in the slightest. How dull. Ying had hoped to share some gossip, revel in the excitement, and perhaps hear Lin Wanwan's critiques of Bao Junkai and her previous accusations of harassment. Alas, there was nothing to be had. "Well, you carry on. I shall venture to the first floor to purchase something." Given Lin Wanwan's indifference, Ying felt no inclination to linger. Lin Wanwan merely nodded apathetically, pushing the shopping cart away without a hint of farewell. What? Lin Wanwan has a child? She is merely an undergraduate, having graduated not long ago. And already she has become a mother? Exclaimed Ying. "Oh dear, boys in the group, Lin Wanwan has given birth. Your first love dreams have shattered. Soon." A male voice chimed in. "Is it true? The campus belle has married so young?" Another lamented, "How unfortunate. Having had a child changes everything." As Ying observed the fervent discussions unfolding in the group chat, a slight smile graced her lips. Before long, a sensational post emerged online, featuring a photograph of Lin Wanwan selecting children's goods, vividly narrating the tale of the martial arts girl who bore a child out of wedlock, lacking a stable job, yet living a life of affluence, sparking the curiosity of onlookers. Of course, Lin Wanwan remained blissfully unaware of all this. She was not an avid internet user, even after spending days in the bustling Tang Dynasty. She had only just learned of the martial arts girl moniker bestowed upon her by netizens. Naturally, she was oblivious to the online chatter surrounding her. Since her junior high school days, rumors circulated about her being involved in early romances, being fickle, and having multiple boyfriends. However, her sole focus was on studying diligently to secure a place in the high school division of the same institution, rendering her indifferent to such gossip. With a mere 50% high school graduation rate, a significant number of youth engrossed in idle chatter and frivolity would be eliminated. The trivialities of her junior high years naturally dissipated once she ascended to a more formidable high school, where she would no longer share the same social circle as those individuals. Lin Wanwan was not oblivious to her beauty. The numerous notes and inexplicable harassment she received from a young age made her acutely aware of her allure. Yet, she remained grounded, understanding that while beauty is indeed an asset, it must be complemented by knowledge, lineage, and capability to wield it effectively. Otherwise, it risks becoming a liability. Akin to a card that invites exploitation, a timeless truth. Lin Wanwan never perceived her beauty as a burden. Rather, she regarded her innate charm as a stroke of fortune. No matter how bitter life may be, a glance in the mirror could evoke a hint of sweetness. Without her looks, it is unlikely she would have easily earned her living expenses through part-time jobs during her university years. The extent to which one can endure slander often corresponds to the capacity to receive praise. To wear a crown, one must bear its weight, a fair exchange. She was not inherently aloof. Rather, she had endured much throughout her growth, and merely striving to live fully consumed her energies. Children without parental support are invariably susceptible to bullying, even though her grandparents endeavored to protect her to the best of their abilities. Their influence could not reach into the school environment. At every parent-teacher meeting, while others were represented by their youthful parents, she was always accompanied by her elderly grandparents, leading to an inevitable sense of being looked down upon. The more innocent and naive the child, the more unrestrained their mischief can be. Their notions of right and wrong are starkly defined, and they possess little understanding of restraint. It is precisely this formative experience that has led Lin Wanwan to develop her defenses, fiercely protecting herself. Without the time-space bracelet, it might have taken her a considerable duration to cultivate the ability to relax. Grateful for the time-space bracelet, she now no longer needs to struggle for survival. She can live with ease. Chapter 87. Treating night blindness. After purchasing supplies from the supermarket, Lin Wanwan proceeded to the pharmacy to procure vitamin A. There are individuals in Lin's village suffering from night blindness, and she intends to provide them with treatment. For someone like her, who can traverse between realms, this task is relatively effortless. Upon arriving at the store, she discovered that multidimensional tablets were more suitable, as capsules seemed too advanced. Tablets could easily be explained as akin to alchemical concoctions. Upon reaching the entrance of her community, the ride-hailing driver surprisingly refused to drive into the compound to drop her off at her doorstep. He insisted that the navigation address she had set was indeed at the entrance, and since he had accepted another fare, he could only let Lin Wanwan struggle to carry her things inside. This incident further solidified Lin Wanwan's resolve to obtain a driver's license and purchase a vehicle. The driving school exhibited remarkable efficiency, promptly arranging for her to undergo a medical examination. Without delay, Lin Wanwan completed her health check and secured her enrollment, now waiting the driving school to schedule her theoretical lessons. The following day, Lin Wanwan found herself disinterested in wandering through Xiaoxi town for distraction. Instead, she retrieved the multidimensional tablets from the porcelain jar and approached the clan leader, mentioning her intention to treat the clan members suffering from night blindness. The clan leader was utterly perplexed by the term night blindness, unsure of what it entailed. Lin Wanwan explained, "Clan leader, what I mean is that some clan members are unable to see at night due to an ailment, but it is indeed treatable. I have already formulated a remedy for this condition, which is why I have come to speak with you." Upon hearing this, clan leader Lin exclaimed with joy, "So it can be cured. This is wonderful news. I shall notify everyone." Lin Wanwan smiled and replied, "Thank you, clan leader. I will be waiting at home for those who are afflicted to come and collect the medicine. That is all well and good, but I cannot permit you to bear the burden of both treating the illness and covering the cost of the medicine. The expense must be accounted for," he insisted. "The last time you provided the deworming candies, it was already a considerable expense. I cannot allow you to incur further costs." Lin Wanwan pondered briefly and casually remarked, "That's fine. The medicine is quite affordable. Each person need only contribute 5 won." The clan leader rubbed his hands together, a touch embarrassed, and said, Wanwan, your aunt also suffers from this night blindness. Do you have the medicine with you now?" With a smile, Lin Wanwan replied, "Indeed, I do." She then retrieved a small porcelain vial and a piece of oiled paper from her sleeve. pouring some white multidimensional tablets onto the paper and handing it to the clan leader. Here you are, clan leader. Take 1 tablet 3 times a day after meals. After 1 course of treatment, it should be resolved. Is it 5 when for the treatment? That should suffice, correct? He inquired. Yes, that is sufficient, she confirmed. The simple little white vial of multidimensional tablets was indeed both inexpensive and effective, costing only a few dozen coins for a bottle containing 100 tablets. Lin Wanwan had procured quite a few, and her casual mention of 5 was hardly a burden. However, for the inhabitants of Lin family village, spending 5 is still a matter to ponder. Especially for those who deem their evenings devoid of activity, the prospect of spending such money becomes even less palatable. For them, retiring to bed early not only conserves energy but also allows for a reduction in food consumption. This mindset is not uncommon, after all. To see at night necessitates the use of candles, which incurs additional expense. It seems unnecessary, truly unnecessary, since no productive work can be accomplished after dusk. Lin Wanwan couldn't help but sigh, realizing that had she known better, she would have suggested a mere 2 when instead, now, retracting her statement would be rather awkward. Nonetheless, when the adults demanded payment, she directly treated the few children afflicted with night blindness. In reality, the prevalence of night blindness in Lin family village is not particularly high compared to other regions in the vast Tang Dynasty, where such conditions are more common inland. Those residing by the sea, relying on its bounty, regularly consume a variety of seafood, including fish, shrimp, clams, squid, and seaweed, which are rich in essential trace elements. For the reluctant spenders among her kin, Lin Wanwan encouraged them to increase their intake of seaweed, claiming it could similarly alleviate their condition. Upon hearing her words, some villagers who had spent 5 on medicine felt a pang of regret as they realized that consuming seaweed could have alleviated their night blindness without the expense. They consoled themselves, however, thinking that regardless, having taken the medicine, they would recover their sight swiftly, thus incurring no loss. For the people of the Tang Dynasty, the concept of New Year's Eve is virtually non-existent. On the eve of the new year, Lin Wanwan concocted an excuse to visit friends in Scarcity town. Departing from Lin family village in a carriage driven by Kunlun, little Qingyu felt a deep reluctance at the thought of Lin Wanwan leaving for 2 or 3 days. As they were about to part, the little one's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, a poignant display that nearly softened Lin Wanwan's heart and made her reconsider her departure. Ultimately, it was Yunsheng, who had been entrusted with Qingyu's care, who cleverly summoned several little friends to divert Qingyu's attention, allowing Lin Wanwan to embark on her journey. This incident revealed that he was not overly stringent regarding his image management. Lin Wanwan had witnessed Xiaocheng on several occasions extracting fruit from his sleeves, a gesture that grounded him, diminishing the ethereal aura his appearance typically exuded. Among the fruits, cherries were notably predominant. Through her observations, Lin Wanwan deduced that Xiaocheng had a particular fondness for cherries, making her choice of sending him cherries a thoughtful one. After delivering her New Year's gift to Xiaocheng, Lin Wanwan settled into the carriage, quickly vanishing amidst the bustling traffic of Scarcity town. Chapter 88. A subtle change in the time-space portal. As the dizziness subsided, Lin Wanwan rubbed her forehead and turned to gaze at the time-space portal behind her. To her astonishment, she noticed that the portal before her radiated a brilliance that seemed more intense than usual. This was certainly not a mere illusion, as she had always been keenly observant of the portal's fluctuations. Lin Wanwan stared intently at the portal, pondering for a considerable time without arriving at any conclusions, only to find that the presence of the portal drained her mental energy. With a weary sigh, she turned and collapsed onto the sofa, lazily waving her sleeve to retract the time-space portal. After a brief moment of rest, she sensed something unusual. Her sleeve felt unexpectedly heavy, as though it contained something within. It is rather peculiar. Today, she had not placed anything inside at all. Lin Wanwan raised her hand to pull back her sleeve and was astonished to find, nestled beneath the fabric, a small green turtle, slightly larger than a palm. She was already aware that the time-space portal could transport animals, as each time she delivered seafood to Jia Yuding, she encountered many living creatures. The appearance of the turtle in the modern world did not surprise her, rather, she was intrigued by the changes in the time-space portal. The only distinction today seemed to be this little turtle. Grasping the shell, she placed it on the coffee table and observed it intently for a moment. This small turtle, frequently caught by the little green jade from a shallow pool filled with seawater, had grown accustomed to the touches of both Lin Wanwan and the jade. Now, under Lin Wanwan's gaze, it remained unfazed, leisurely crawling across the table, as if surveying its newfound territory. When faced with uncertainty, one often turns to Baidu. Lin Wanwan took out her phone, opened the browser, and entered the Baidu website. She then utilized the image function to capture a photograph of the turtle. After a few scans, the information appeared. Baidu identified it as a juvenile green sea turtle, classified as endangered in and protected under CITES Level I. Listed as a first-class protected wild animal in China's National Key Protected Wildlife List. What a predicament! If anyone were to discover that she was keeping such a green turtle as a pet, she would likely be apprehended on charges of endangering precious and endangered wildlife. Lin Wanwan's lips twitched in exasperation as she gazed at the information about the green sea turtle on Baidu Encyclopedia. Memories of the moment Lin Goshen had brought it to her flooded her mind. She realized that this little green sea turtle had just emerged from its nest, making its way toward the sea when Lin Goshen had captured it. Lost in thought, an unusual sound emanated from the surveillance monitor on her desk, indicating that someone had been detected at her front door. Who could it be? Lin Wanwan gently placed the small turtle on the floor, fearing it might tumble off the coffee table, and swiftly approached the desk to peer at the monitor. On the screen, Lu Shouyue appeared, donning a black mask, looking refreshingly composed. Just then, the doorbell rang. How fortuitous. Lin Wanwan murmured to herself before turning to answer the door. As she opened it, Lu Shouyue's face lit up with surprise. Is this cosplay? Lin Wanwan looked down, suddenly realizing she was still dressed in traditional attire. However, it mattered little. Many of her peers embraced Hanfu culture, and wearing it at home was not unusual. I have a fondness for traditional culture, so I thought I'd wear it for fun. Please, come in, Teacher Lu. Lu Shouyue removed his mask, revealing an apologetic smile. I hope you don't mind my unannounced visit. I mainly came because tonight is New Year's Eve, and I couldn't reach you on your phone, which seemed to be out of service, so I thought I'd try my luck. Lin Wanwan welcomed him inside, casually responding, I'm sorry. It was my oversight for not contacting you sooner. Teacher Lu, please stop standing at the entrance and come in. Have a seat on the sofa for a while. Lu Shouyue stood at the threshold, removing his shoes. Do you have any slippers I could wear? Not one to be picky. He changed into the offered footwear and entered with an air of ease. Surveying the surroundings, he remarked with a smile, Your home has quite a vintage decor. Lin Wanwan chuckled. It has remained unchanged for over a decade. Teacher Lu, would you like something to drink? What a coincidence. I also adore the delightful fizzy drink. And there happens to be some in the fridge. The two each opened a can and took a sip, exchanging smiles. Lu Shouyue spoke first. Do girls really enjoy drinking iced cola in winter? Indeed, I'm not particularly fond of warm water. I've always preferred it cold. Haha, not very health-conscious of me. Lin Wanwan replied with a laugh. Oh, by the way, I have a delightful treat I'd like you to try. Just a moment. Suddenly recalling the cherry-steamed custard she had brought from the Tang Dynasty, a gift from Xiao Chong when she had delivered New Year's presents. She thought it perfect for entertaining a guest. At that time, Xiao Chong had been preparing such delicacies. With a visitor at home and little else to offer, she decided to present a bowl of this exquisite treat from the Tang Dynasty. Ah, cherry custard, a delicacy from the Tang people. Lu Shouyue raised an eyebrow, setting down his cola to accept the bowl with a smile. It seems you truly have an affinity for the Tang Dynasty, dressing in traditional Hanfu, indulging in Tang cuisine, and collecting antiques from that era. Teacher Lu, you have a keen eye? I've been reading about the Tang Dynasty lately, and I happen to have some cherries at home, so I made a little something for you to taste. Let us see how it fares. Without further ado, Lu Shouyue scooped up a spoonful and savored it. Chapter 89. Delivered to the police officer after finishing the cherry cheesecake, Lu Shouyue set down the bowl, praising, well done. Wanwan. There aren't many girls like you who can create such culinary delights. Lin Wanwan, however, disagreed with this assertion, who says, there are plenty of us. Just as Lu Shouyue was about to offer further compliments, he suddenly felt something crawling over the top of his foot, startling him. He looked down to find a green turtle leisurely making its way across. Curiously, he inquired, is this your pet? What species is this green turtle? Although Lu Shouyue was well versed in many subjects, he clearly lacked expertise in marine biology. He chuckled, well, it seems you have quite the luck. Casually picking up a protected species. Lin Wanwan replied cheerfully, indeed. It's a contribution to environmental protection. If I hadn't discovered this little hatchling, it might not have survived. Lu Shouyue smiled gently, saying, indeed, Wanwan, your merits are immeasurable. So, are you planning to hand it over to the police officer now? Shall we go together while it's still early? Lin Wanwan rose, exclaiming, all right. I'll just go change my clothes. Please wait for me. With that, she placed the green turtle into Lu Shoyue's hands and bounded up the stairs to her room, not allowing him a moment to respond. Lu Shoyue watched her light and graceful ascent up the wooden staircase, his gaze imbued with unexpected tenderness. Lin Wanwan changed her clothes swiftly, having long since prepared her suitcase for the trip to Cheongya. 10 minutes later, clad in a long khaki down jacket, she descended the stairs, suitcase in hand. Lu Shoyue stepped forward and took the suitcase from her grasp, remarking with surprise, "Your speed is unexpectedly swift." Lin Wanwan chuckled teasingly. "What? Do you often find yourself waiting long for girls, Mr. Lu?" Lu Shoyue replied with a gentle smile, as a lifelong single. "I have yet to have the opportunity to wait for a girl. Thank you, Wanwan, for granting me this chance for practical experience." Lin Wanwan expressed her astonishment. "Really? Someone as remarkable as you, Mr. Lu, is still single?" Lu Shoyue sighed. "Unfortunately, my schedule has been quite hectic, leaving little room for leisure. I must endeavor to adjust my work hours. Otherwise, I might be destined for a solitary existence." As they conversed, they approached the entrance to change their shoes and stepped outside. My car was parked conveniently in a nearby spot. Lu Shoyue gallantly assisted Lin Wanwan with her suitcase, and she willingly allowed him to showcase his gentlemanly demeanor, recognizing it as a form of courtesy. After placing the suitcase in the trunk, they settled into the car, fastening their seatbelts. Lu Shoyue turned to Lin Wanwan and asked, "Shall we head to the nearby police station now?" Lin Wanwan nodded. "Yes, let's go. The sooner we can dispose of this matter, the sooner I can feel at ease. This item holds significant weight." The police station was not far. It took merely 10 minutes to drive there after leaving the neighborhood. While Lu Shoyue parked the car, Lin Wanwan donned her mask, exited the vehicle, and pushed open the door to the police station while holding the green sea turtle. Seated at the front desk, the police officer, with his mask positioned beneath his nose, stood up and inquired, "What brings you here?" Lin Wanwan stepped forward, placing the green sea turtle upon the counter, and said, "Officer, I found this little turtle while playing at the beach." The young officer, evidently seasoned in his duties, was accustomed to citizens bringing in a myriad of peculiar items to the station, whether it be owls, eagles, wallets, or other oddities. Nothing fazed him. He was also familiar with being addressed as uncle by peers, and even those of older generations, a term universally used for police officers regardless of age or gender. Calmly, he accepted the green sea turtle and offered Lin Wanwan some verbal commendation. At that moment, other officers, drawn by the commotion, gathered around, engaging in spirited speculation. One among them, appearing the most senior, initiated a video call to the relevant department for assistance. Upon learning of the turtle's protected status, several officers in the station became quite animated, recognizing the situation as worthy of inviting a journalist for a report. Bright smiles illuminated their darkened faces as they exclaimed, "You have discovered a protected species. Experts from the aquarium will be arriving shortly. Why not sit here for a while? I shall pour you a cup of tea." Glancing at her phone, Lin Wanwan apologetically replied, "Officer, I must catch my flight. Since the little turtle is now in your care, I shall not wait for the experts. I trust that in your hands, it will be perfectly safe." Hearing Lin Wanwan's words, the police officers felt it inappropriate to insist on detaining her, for she was merely a conscientious citizen with a passion for environmental and animal protection, not a criminal. Thus, they replied, "Very well. You may hold the sea turtle while we take a photograph and follow the necessary procedures." Just as Lin Wanwan was being photographed and her information recorded by the officers, Lu Shoyue entered the scene, smiling as he inquired, "Wanwan, how is it going? Are we ready? Who are you? What is your purpose here?" One officer asked. "Oh, officer. He is with me," Lin Wanwan quickly interjected. Lu Shoyue responded to the crowd with a calm nod, exuding an air of tranquility. The police regarded him with a mixture of intrigue and scrutiny, akin to a pack of local mutts encountering a majestic Afghan hound intruding upon their territory, each eager to diminish the other's stature. How is it that every beautiful woman seems to be taken? A sense of melancholy washed over the single police officers present. Upon exiting the police station, Lin Wanwan sighed. Had it not been for Lu Shoyue's discovery of the green sea turtle, she might never have made the decision to turn it over to the authorities. She pondered whether the little jade would shed tears over the loss of its pet. Once in the car, Lu Shoyue glanced at his watch and addressed Lin Wanwan. "Wanwan, if there is nothing else, shall we head to the airport?" "Yes, I am ready. Let us depart." Chapter 90. Private Jet and French Cuisine. Lin Wanwan and Lu Shoyue boarded the Lu family's private jet. This was not only Lin Wanwan's inaugural experience aboard a private aircraft, but also her first time flying in general. The interior of the cabin was resplendently adorned. featuring numerous exuberant artworks that seemed somewhat incongruous with Lu Shouyue's usual demeanor. Lin Wanwan had encountered him multiple times in quaint study rooms or tea houses. And considering he was a modest proprietor of an antique auction house, she had always perceived him as an aficionado of vintage aesthetics. Noticing her expression, Lu Shouyue explained, "These are my mother's creations. This private jet is primarily for her use." "Oh, your mother must be quite remarkable," Lin Wanwan remarked politely. "Is she an artist?" With a nonchalant air, Lu Shouyue replied, "Not really, she just paints for enjoyment. If you find the artwork chaotic, feel free to avert your gaze. It's nearly lunchtime. Let us proceed to the dining area." Unfamiliar with the intricacies of the aircraft, Lin Wanwan naturally accepted his words without question, following him into the dining room. She was surprised to find a young man in a tailcoat holding a violin, and the table was adorned with rose petals arranged in the shape of flowers. Lin Wanwan felt as though she had stumbled into the wrong scene. Upon witnessing the dining room's decor, Lu Shouyue's face flushed with embarrassment. "This must have been arranged by my mother. She enjoys creating romantic atmospheres and loves surprising her friends and family. I apologize for the spectacle." Lin Wanwan, composed, replied, "Your mother must be a very elegant woman. I truly envy her ability to infuse such leisure and charm into life." With a wry smile, Lu Shouyue quietly instructed a nearby flight attendant. The exquisitely made-up attendant swiftly removed the overly romantic embellishments, leaving only a delicate crystal candlestick. After tidying up, the two took their seats. Lu Shouyue inquired, "Wanwan, would you like to eat? We have both Chinese and Western options." Lin Wanwan replied, "Can we order on the plane? I've never tried Western cuisine before. Let's go with a Western meal." Upon turning his head, the flight attendant immediately bent down. Adopting a listening posture, "Please serve us French cuisine," he requested. "Certainly, young Master Lu. Miss Lin, please hold on for a moment." The flight attendant retreated, and at that moment, a violinist in the corner began to play, the melodious strains of the violin filling the cabin. "This life is truly extravagant," Lin Wanwan remarked. Although she had never flown before, she was no stranger to the world of luxury, having seen various portrayals in television and film. She was far from ignorant of the interior of an airplane. Even in the typical idol dramas featuring domineering CEOs, the first-class experience depicted was incomparable to the lavishness of this private jet. Lu Shouyue replied nonchalantly, "Is this what you consider extravagant? As someone who appreciates Tang Dynasty culture, you must understand that compared to the nobility of that era, this is hardly remarkable." Lin Wanwan chuckled, "I must admit, I haven't delved into that. However, given the material standards of the Tang Dynasty, they didn't even have stir-frying. No matter how extravagant it was, I doubt it could compare to the comfort experienced by an ordinary person today." Upon hearing this, Lu Shouyue laughed heartily and sighed, "That may not necessarily be the case. While the Tang Dynasty lacked oil and stir-frying techniques, they certainly had their own clever culinary innovations. For instance, exquisite dishes such as the pas goat hall, Hunyuan goat, honey bear paw, xingping ji, xiaoling ji, and warm cold flour brewed donkey are not only labor-intensive but also require rare ingredients that have become protected species. Modern individuals hardly have the opportunity to savor them." Lin Wanwan inquired with curiosity, "The dishes pas goat hall and goat are indeed only affordable for the nobility. I have heard of bear paw and can imagine warm cold flour brewed donkey, but what exactly are xingping ji and xiaoling ji?" Lu Shouyue elaborated. "Xiaoling ji is crafted from the tender meat of a goat's heart and magpie tongue, prepared by royal chefs through intricate techniques. As for xingping ji, it consists of roasted goat tongue and venison tongue. Merely the rarity of these ingredients speaks volumes about their opulence. A single goat's heart yields no more than 3 or 4 tails, and the tongues of both goats and deer are even more scarce." Lin Wanwan realized. So that is the case. Indeed, such delicacies are beyond the reach of the average modern person. Just then, the flight attendant presented a French meal. It began with a cold platter of sardines, foie gras, and vegetable salad, followed by a small bowl of soup, then French baked escargot, truffle eggs, caviar, and finally, a visually stunning dessert to conclude the main course. After finishing the lavish French feast, Lin Wanwan remarked, "I cannot comment on caviar and foie gras as I have never tasted them before. However, the egg in that truffle dish is undoubtedly not from commercially raised chickens, nor is it an ordinary free-range egg. If a single egg is held in such high regard, one can only imagine the quality of the other ingredients. I truly envy your lifestyle. I dare say the culinary skills of the chefs aboard your aircraft are likely on par with those of Jie Yuding." Lu Shouyue, with a leisurely demeanor, remarked, "You have yet to experience the exquisite French cuisine crafted by Xie Yuding. When you have the chance to indulge, you will understand how vastly different they are." Lin Wanwan, somewhat incredulous, believed that the dishes they had enjoyed today were already delectable enough. What more could be conjured? Yet, recalling that the other party was capable of elevating even fried rice to a new realm, a spark of anticipation ignited within her. "I must certainly arrange for that next time, though it's a pity he only allows ordering from the day's menu. Who knows when he will prepare French cuisine?" Lu Shouyue, brimming with confidence, replied, "If you desire to taste it, consider it my responsibility." Lin Wanwan laughed. "Do you truly think you can persuade that aloof individual to alter the menu? I fear it would be a challenge, even with a generous offer." Lu Shouyue chuckled heartily. "Rest assured, I possess my own clever strategies." "Very well, I shall await the opportunity to bask in your glory." Lin Wanwan exclaimed, "Oh, Xiao Juning is also one of the leading actors. I never anticipated he would be willing to sacrifice his image to portray a street urchin." Lu Shouyue, unfamiliar with Xiao Juning, casually commented, "His acting skills are lacking. It is primarily due to the influence of Emperor Huang. Nevertheless, one can see his efforts. Far superior to the other young stars who merely seek trending topics from minor incidents." Lin Wanwan countered, "Isn't he nominated for Best Newcomer? If his acting is subpar." "I confess I have not been following closely, as I do not watch much television or film." Lu Shouyue glanced at her, his mood suddenly uplifted. "That is merely the machinations of capital, coupled with the guidance of renowned directors. Are you not familiar with him? The last time, you both made quite a splash on social media, being alumni of the same school." Lin Wanwan shrugged, "I am not familiar with him. I only learned that we are alumni from trending searches. However, he is quite forthright in expressing his opinions. The distance from Yongqing to Qiangya is nearly 2,000 kilometers. And even by plane, it takes over 2 hours. If one were to endure the cramped confines of an economy-class seat, those 2 hours could indeed become quite tiresome. Yet, reclining leisurely in a Shiva's chair, indulging in the strains of a violin, and watching a film transforms the experience into something utterly delightful, even bordering on the dreamlike." Chapter 91. Qiangzhou. A millennium ago, the flight lasted 2.5 hours, transporting them directly from winter to summer. Upon arriving in Qiangya, the coconut city, Lin Wanwan's companion, Lu Shouyue, was already waiting at the airport in a luxury vehicle. Lin Wanwan chose not to continue her journey with Lu Shouyue, as he was headed to his childhood friend's private seaside villa in the city. While she preferred the comfort of a hotel, she could pay for herself. After all, she was only acquainted with Lu Shouyue and not with his friend. Despite Lu Shouyue and his friend extending another invitation to her upon arrival, she graciously declined. Consequently, he escorted her to the hotel first, making arrangements to pick her up later for the evening gala. Having never traveled beyond her province, Lin Wanwan felt a surge of excitement. With her financial situation quite stable, she had booked one of the most reputable seaside hotels in the area. After settling her luggage in the ocean view room and changing into summer attire, Lin Wanwan opened the glass door, stepped onto the balcony, and allowed the sea breeze to envelop her. Listening to the rhythmic ebb and flow of the waves, she stretched languidly, inhaled deeply, and called out to the air, "Coconut City, here I come." After meticulously inspecting the room and confirming that there were no anomalies, Lin Wanwan sent a WeChat message to Lu Shouyue, "I will take a nap. If you need anything, please leave a message." This was a precautionary measure to prevent Lu Shouyue from calling around to find her during her absence. After all, they had ventured out together, so the likelihood of being missed was quite high. It was prudent to send a message in advance. Lin Wanwan then spritzed herself with insect repellent, slung her newly purchased backpack filled with an entire set of outdoor gear over her shoulders, and opened the time portal within her room, transporting herself to the era of the Tang Dynasty in the ancient city of Coconut City, a millennium ago. Although Qiangzhou was predominantly inhabited by minority ethnic groups during the Tang Dynasty and considered a remote region, the Tang court did not grant it the autonomy typical of other border territories. Instead, it opted for direct governance, highlighting its significance. Upon stepping through the time portal, Lin Wanwan found herself, as anticipated, in a lush coastal forest rather than the room from which she had departed. It seemed that as long as the distance was sufficiently vast, the location upon emerging from the time portal would align with the new geographical setting. Elated by this revelation, which confirmed her previous conjecture, Lin Wanwan surveyed her surroundings, noting the towering tropical trees and the absence of human presence. She extracted her trekking pole to clear the path ahead, eager to embark on her exploration. However, she soon became aware of a tremor beneath her feet. prompting her to halt her advance into the ancient primordial forest. Gazing up at the towering trees, she contemplated whether to climb should danger arise, when suddenly she noticed a serpent of considerable girth, thicker than her arm, coiling on a branch above. Startled, she stumbled back and retreated a considerable distance. At that moment, the tremors beneath her feet became increasingly pronounced, accompanied by the resounding trumpeting sounds of elephants passing by. The presence of these magnificent creatures, the largest terrestrial animals, is undeniably awe-inspiring. Standing atop the food chain, they have no natural predators. While humans may pose the greatest threat to elephants, it is typically those armed with rifles and tranquilizers, not a mere hiker like Lin Wanwan, who carries only a walking stick. Thus, upon encountering the herd, Lin Wanwan could only remain motionless, fixated on the elephants, ready to escape through a time portal at a moment's notice. Fortunately, when not in estrus, elephants tend to be rather docile, displaying minimal aggression towards a diminutive human like Lin Wanwan, whom they regard with indifference. Once the herd had meandered away, Lin Wanwan exhaled in relief, retrieving her compass and casually glancing at its direction before proceeding forward. She was uncertain how far she would need to travel to encounter other humans, a prospect that remained unpredictable. After all, a millennium separates the modern era from the Tang Dynasty, making precise calculations impossible despite extensive research. Nevertheless, she knew that Xiongzhou Baisha port was a significant harbor during the Tang Dynasty, serving as a pivotal stop on the maritime Silk Road, corresponding to the modern-day region of Coconut City. As long as she could navigate out of the mountainous terrain, she should be able to find signs of civilization. She chose to walk in the opposite direction of the path trodden by the elephants, and the journey proved relatively uneventful. The sheer presence of such colossal beings instills a formidable sense of deterrence, causing the surrounding fauna to retreat. After a brief while, however, Lin Wanwan was again greeted by the familiar trumpeting sounds. Following the noise for approximately a kilometer, she discovered a small elephant, stranded in a muddy pit, abandoned by the herd. If no one comes to the rescue, it seems I shall perish here. Upon seeing Lin Wanwan, the little elephant's eyes sparkled with a human-like glimmer of hope, and it trumpeted even louder, clearly pleading for her assistance. Lin Wanwan surveyed her surroundings carefully. Cautiously approaching the edge of the muddy pit, she knelt down and extended her hand towards the little elephant. The elephant, in turn, cooperatively stretched out its front leg, desperately digging at the mud, striving to reach Lin Wanwan's hand. Confident in her own strength, Lin Wanwan assessed the small creature, which stood just over 1 meter tall and weighed no more than 200 kilograms. With the enhanced strength she had acquired from traversing the time portal, she felt capable of attempting a rescue. However, her hands were not long enough. Without the ability to grasp the elephant, no amount of strength would suffice. After struggling for some time and realizing she could not reach it, Lin Wanwan sat down on the ground, disregarding the dirt, and pondered how to effect a rescue. Her backpack contained a rope, but it was of little use, as the elephant could not possibly secure it around itself. Moreover, she could not risk jumping into the muddy pit. What if she became trapped and unable to return to safety? In modern times, one could simply call an excavator operator to extract the elephant effortlessly. Yet, in the resource-scarce Tang Dynasty, finding a solution was indeed a perplexing challenge. What to do? Lin Wanwan rose to her feet, looking around for materials to fashion an appropriate tool. Chapter 92. Digging to save the elephant. Lin Wanwan opened her backpack, which held a complete set of outdoor emergency supplies, including a multifunctional axe hammer, a 20-meter rescue rope, and a multifunctional loyang shovel. These 3 items were undoubtedly the most useful tools at her disposal. Lin Wanwan first secured one end of the rescue rope to a nearby tropical tree and tied the other end around her waist, allowing her to leap down and test the waters. However, as she approached the muddy pit, she soon realized that her plan was unfeasible. The rope was just a tad too short. Well, it seemed she would have to resort to the laborious method of digging, retrieving the rescue rope. Lin Wanwan approached the edge of the mire and extracted a multifunctional loyang shovel from her backpack, preparing to excavate. If she could lower the ground level, the little elephant would naturally be able to escape, albeit at the cost of considerable time and effort. The sun hung high in the eastern sky, its scorching rays filtering through the leaves and casting patterns on the ground. Donning a sun hat and a pair of slip-resistant protective gloves, Lin Wanwan gripped the multifunctional loyang shovel firmly and began to dig vertically into the earth. The sharp blade penetrated the soil effortlessly, and with a slight twist and pull, she unearthed a cylindrical clod of earth. The loyang shovel, originally devised by grave robbers for tomb raiding, had since gained favor in the field of archaeology for its exceptional probing capabilities. For both grave robbers and archaeologists, mastering the use of the luoyang shovel to discern soil textures had become fundamental. In modern times, many well diggers have also taken a liking to the luoyang shovel, including electric variants specifically designed for subterranean excavation, proving far superior to traditional spades. For Lin Wanwan, this tool was extraordinarily convenient. Its prowess in digging and trenching was unmatched. Once she began, she knew success was within reach. Thus, she continued to shovel with steady determination, each scoop of earth yielding to her efforts. Typically, even the sturdiest of young men would find themselves breathless after over 20 digs with a luoyang shovel. Whether in tomb raiding or archaeology, it was undeniably a labor-intensive endeavor. In most instances, the deeper one excavates, the denser the soil becomes, making the task increasingly laborious. Fortunately, Lin Wanwan's physique had been transformed by the time portal, rendering her abilities beyond the conventional. Thus, such vigorous digging proved to be rather effortless for her. After several shovelfuls, the ground had been excavated to a depth exceeding 1 meter. With a simple lift of its leg, Lin Wanwan gently pulled the young elephant into the newly created pit. Standing within the pit, she gazed upwards, utilizing the luoyang spade as a climbing aid. She deftly inserted it into the upper edge of the pit wall and propelled herself upward. The young elephant, driven by a strong instinct for survival, lifted its front hoof, attempting to climb out independently. At this height, given sufficient time, the elephant could indeed wriggle its way out. However, Lin Wanwan was reluctant to linger any longer. The sun rose higher in the sky, intensifying the heat, and she had already delayed for quite a while. Waiting was no longer an option. Thus, Lin Wanwan extended her hand once more, grasping the elephant's front hoof and pulling it up with determination. Once freed from the pit, the young elephant excitedly circled around her, its long trunk gently brushing against her hand, as if to convey its gratitude. "Do not follow me. Seek your herd along this elephant path, and you shall soon reunite with them." Lin Wanwan urged the young elephant forward, yet whether it was due to a lack of understanding or a desire to stay, it stubbornly refused to depart. A glance at her mechanical wristwatch revealed that over an hour had already elapsed. Let it be. If this little elephant wishes to follow, so be it. After all, elephants are herbivorous creatures, and she need not worry about facing the unfortunate fate akin to that of the farmer and the snake. Thus, one person and one elephant set forth on their journey, traversing lush green grass, shrouded in mist, surrounded by wild fruits and herds of beasts. Lin Wanwan, however, harbored no interest in the mountains, waters, or wildlife. Her sole desire was to swiftly find signs of human habitation. After approximately half an hour's walk, Lin Wanwan and the little elephant finally emerged from the forest, arriving at the banks of a stream. There, she beheld a group of young women from an ancient ethnic minority, washing clothes by the water's edge, alongside rows of bamboo houses on the opposite bank. The unmistakable attire of the individuals before her confirmed their identity as members of a minority group. In contrast to the Han women of the Tang Dynasty, who often exposed their arms and chests, so much so that Emperor Li Ji had to issue a decree against such indecency, albeit to little effect. As his wife also favored revealing garments, the minority women displayed a different style. The reason why Southerners were referred to as Southern savages by those from the Central Plains was partly due to their more revealing clothing. However, it was simply a matter of practicality. Those who resided in a region characterized by heat and humidity throughout the year could ill afford to overdress, lest they succumb to heat stroke. This was a reflection of the geographical environment influencing local customs. After a mutual appraisal, both sides began to tentatively engage in communication. As Lin Wanwan had anticipated, they found themselves speaking in tongues, unable to understand one another. Fortunately, Lin Wanwan stood tall among the group of young women, who were all around 5 feet tall, making her presence particularly striking and formidable. Additionally, the little elephant at her side further deterred the minority girls from taking any undue liberties with this strangely attired woman. The woman by the stream raised her voice, calling out to the cluster of bamboo houses behind the creek. Her melodious tones resonated beautifully, yet Lin Wanwan could not comprehend her words. During this temporal journey, Lin Wanwan deliberately chose not to don traditional attire, believing that in Xiangzhou, the influence of Han culture might be minimal, with everyone adorned in their respective ethnic garments. She felt that her modern attire would not attract undue attention amidst the crowd. Of course, the primary reason for her choice lay in the impracticality of traveling in Han clothing. Compared to the Han people, the ethnic minorities tended to be more insular. To them, the Han represented advancement, and Lin Wanwan, being more progressive than the Tang Dynasty Han, was indistinguishable in their eyes. To them, all were equally sophisticated and wondrous. Shortly after the woman finished her call, a throng of men, women, and children emerged from the bamboo houses. Momentarily taken aback by the sight of Lin Wanwan and her companion, a small elephant, an elderly man stepped forward from the crowd, speaking an imperfect version of Chang'an dialect in a rapid stream of words. However, despite Lin Wanwan's ability to recognize the shift in language, she remained utterly perplexed, unable to understand. Attempting to converse in the local dialect from Yongcheng, she engaged in a rather confusing exchange with the old man, but to her surprise, it yielded an unexpected result. From the back of the crowd, a woman's voice suddenly emerged, asking, "Are you from Wongshan or from Miao County?" Lin Wanwan, taken aback at hearing familiar dialect in Cheongzhou, promptly replied, "I hail from Miao County." The onlookers parted to create a path, and the speaking elder approached, her expression brimming with excitement as she gazed at Lin Wanwan, embodying the sentiment of a fellow villager meets a fellow villager, her eyes glistening with tears. Chapter 93. Upon hearing the familiar accent, I too hail from Maoxian. During the tumult of war, I accompanied my kin on a boat, drifting here for the past 15 to 16 years. The elderly woman, adorned in traditional ethnic attire, indeed bore the visage of a Han, distinct from the surrounding dark-skinned individuals. What misfortune has brought you here, young lady? Is there yet another conflict raging outside? Remember, apart from Han gentlemen, do not seek assistance from any foreign tribes. Well, I shall not detain you further. You must leave swiftly, for this is not a place meant for you. Lin Wanwan found her demeanor somewhat peculiar, prompting her to abandon the thought of exploring this tribe or engaging in deeper conversation. Though steeped in historical richness, she was not here for archaeological pursuits, so she continued toward the harbor. Unexpectedly, as she took a step forward, several short-statured men blocked her path, chattering animatedly while attempting to pull her closer. Lin Wanwan retreated a step, brandishing her trekking pole to clear the way, coldly inquiring, "What do you want?" One among them attempted to seize her pole but was swiftly met with a forceful jab, sending him tumbling to the edge of the creek, nearly toppling over. This display of strength left the onlookers astonished. They likely did not anticipate that this fair-skinned and delicate-looking Han woman possessed such vigor. Someone brought back the elderly woman who had just departed, and amidst a flurry of gestures and murmurs, she simply shook her head in silence. At that moment, a young girl of about 11 or 12, with a small green snake coiled around her wrist, approached. Lin Wanwan gazed at the girl's snake, whose head was sharp and pointed like a dagger, and extended her trekking pole to bar her from coming any closer. She could only maintain a respectful distance from a girl who played with venomous snakes. The girl lifted her face, which bore a hint of Han ethnicity, and spoke in a somewhat unrefined dialect of the local dialect. "Han sister, our tribe leader invites you to visit our village. There is no ill intent." Lin Wanwan felt her intelligence insulted. Did these indigenous people of Cheongzhou truly believe her to be so naive as to accept an invitation under such peculiar circumstances? She promptly shook her head, declining the girl's offer with a cold reply, "No need. I am in a hurry." Afterwards, Lin Wanwan disregarded them entirely and continued her journey towards the east. With each step she took, the group of natives retreated, until Lin Wanwan and the little elephant vanished from their sight. Once she had distanced herself from the crowd, Lin Wanwan decided to stow her trekking pole and simply carried her multifunctional axe hammer. Her earlier ease of passage was due to her decisive action of retrieving the axe hammer from her bag and swiftly severing a small mulberry tree by the creek. Though the language barrier was palpable, body language conveyed her intentions succinctly. There was nothing that could not be resolved with a single swing of the axe. If there were, then another swing would suffice. The little elephant swayed its tail and nodded, radiating joy, and Lin Wanwan smiled gently. Animals from a millennium ago were indeed more endearing than humans. In the next moment, Lin Wanwan opened a portal through time and space, disappearing from sight under the astonished gaze of the little elephant. Upon returning to her hotel room, Lin Wanwan immediately stepped into the bathroom to remove her mud-stained clothing, placing it into a plastic bag with the intention of discarding it later. She worried that washing the soiled garments in the hotel sink might clog the drain. After washing her hair, taking a shower, and changing into fresh attire, Lin Wanwan began to blow-dry her hair while checking her WeChat messages. Indeed, Lu Shouyue had sent her several texts, the most recent one inquiring whether she was awake, as they were supposed to depart at 6:30. Chen Jinyu messaged. When did you arrive in Coconut City? Why haven't you mentioned anything? You're keeping your lips sealed too tightly. She continued. Are you planning to stay here for a few days? Which hotel are you at? I will come to find you after my performance. I must prepare now. See you tonight. Lin Wanwan replied, see you tonight. Do your best. Setting her phone aside, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, took a moment to compose herself, and casually tied her dry hair into a high ponytail. Grabbing her dirty clothes and fully charged phone, she exited her room. With a little time to spare, she decided to head to the second-floor restaurant to grab a quick bite. The New Year's Eve Gala was indeed a vibrant affair, broadcast live, with the entire staff at the venue buzzing with excitement. The audience was a sea of faces, creating a cacophony of energy. Lin Wanwan and Lu Shouyue were seated in the back of the most frenzied VIP section, enjoying spacious seating and the presence of a row of security personnel clad in black. Although their seats were not the closest to the stage, they had an unobstructed view of the performance. Lu Shouyue leaned closer to Lin Wanwan's ear and asked, do you find it too noisy? I brought earplugs. Lin Wanwan expressed her astonishment, remarking, isn't the purpose of attending the live event to enjoy the singing? Why wear earplugs? Lu Shouyue chuckled, responding, the performance hasn't begun yet. Lin Wanwan replied cheerfully, no need for that. Such a rare opportunity to experience the live atmosphere must be savored. Lu Shouyue offered her a bottle of mineral water with a serene smile, adjusting himself to face the stage, which had commenced with the opening dance. Chapter 94. The fortunate audience experiencing the New Year's Eve Gala in person was undeniably vibrant, yet Lin Wanwan found it challenging to immerse herself in the excitement. As performers sang of love and sorrow, the audience remained unmoved. One act after another unfolded before her, but Lin Wanwan observed with a detached demeanor. After a considerable time, Chen Jinyu finally graced the stage. Her entrance was quite extraordinary. Adorned in a pristine white gown and bearing ethereal wings, she descended gracefully from a swing suspended in midair, alighting beside Xiao Juning, serving as a backdrop to his song. The stage illuminated with breathtaking visual effects, and to everyone's surprise, Xiao Juning even interacted with her, prompting frenzied cheers from the exclusive VIP section. Don't touch my brother, Xiao. Brother, look at me. This woman is so annoying. Her eyes are fixated on Juning. The chatter from the VIP section reached Lin Wanwan, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. These fans were indeed fervent, even feeling jealousy over the performance on stage. Observing Chen Jinyu, who wore a smile reminiscent of a quintessential etiquette instructor, Lin Wanwan sighed softly, realizing that sharing the stage with Xiao Juning was the reason for Chen Jinyu's previous elation. The attention is undoubtedly present. However, traffic is a double-edged sword, and one can only hope that she possesses the strength to endure it. Having already experienced the exuberance of the New Year's Eve Gala and witnessed Chen Jinyu's debut on stage, Lin Wanwan found the remaining atmosphere rather cacophonous. Lu Shouyue noticed her disinterest and leaned in closer, asking, what's wrong, Wanwan? Is it not appealing, or are you simply bored? Indeed. Lin Wanwan felt a twinge of boredom and replied, I'm just a bit tired. Lu Shouyue raised his hand to check his watch, exclaiming in surprise, you're tired quite early. It's not even 10 yet. There are still some stars yet to perform. If you wish to stay and listen, we can continue. If you're no longer interested, we can leave early without issue. Lin Wanwan tilted her head to look at him and said, with so many people here, can we really leave early? Lu Shouyue dismissively replied, there's a VIP exit available. We can leave whenever we desire. Lin Wanwan smiled shyly, asking, wouldn't he that disrupt your enjoyment? Lu Shouyue grabbed the empty water bottle and chuckled softly, of course not. I'm feeling a bit bored myself. Let us go. As the two rose from their seats, security personnel approached. Lu Shouyue whispered something to them, and the two guards guided them towards the backstage area. Just then, a beam of light suddenly followed them, illuminating Lin Wanwan and causing her to halt in her tracks, bewildered. What was happening? The host's excited voice echoed from the speakers. Wow. Congratulations to this audience member, who has been caught by our Xiao Juning spotlight, becoming the lucky viewer of the evening. Me? Lin Wanwan was left momentarily speechless. Lu Shouyue furrowed his brows, observing Lin Wanwan, who appeared utterly bewildered as she was ushered onto the stage by a staff member, standing beside Xiao Juning. The stark contrast in their heights, one at 167 meters and the other at 184 meters, along with their striking appearances, created an unexpectedly harmonious visual ensemble on screen. A chill enveloped Lu Shouyue, as a veneer of frost settled upon his indifferent countenance. It was deliberate, Xiao Juning was undoubtedly orchestrating this moment. Lu Shouyue dismissed the notion of coincidence, regarding it instead as a calculated maneuver. With this thought, a composed smile suddenly graced his lips. He pivoted with the swiftness of a whirlwind, standing resolute like a pine. Arms crossed, gazing at the stage, exuding an aura that demanded distance and respect. After all, what was Xiao Juning but a mere celebrity who dared not engage in scandalous rumors? How could he possibly feel intimidated? What a stroke of fortune it was to find our martial arts girl present today. Juning, I heard you two are alumni? The host inquired with a smile after interviewing Lin Wanwan. Xiao Juning, with a stern expression, merely acknowledged with a curt nod, his face taut, still bearing traces of youthful roundness, projecting an air of aloofness as if he had completely forgotten Lin Wanwan. Fortunately, Xiao Juning was renowned for his cool demeanor, and the audience had grown accustomed to his reticence. Lin Wanwan, unperturbed by his frosty demeanor, recalled his previous assistance and bore no ill will towards him. After a brief exchange of light banter, the host continued, "Now, let us welcome Xiao Juning to present a reward to this fortunate audience member." Lin Wanwan received a signed photo from the composed Xiao Juning, along with a tablet provided by the sponsor, which was indeed an unexpected delight. She had never anticipated that she would leave with a gift for lucky audience members. Softly, she expressed her gratitude to Xiao Juning. After stepping off the stage, Lin Wanwan felt somewhat disoriented. After scanning the crowd for a moment, she finally spotted the standout Lu Shouyue and happily waved at him. With the assistance of the staff, she made her way toward him. Lu Shouyue lowered his arms and adopted an innocuous demeanor, his face adorned with a perfectly curved smile. As Lin Wanwan approached, he joked, "This concert was certainly worthwhile. Wanwan, you possess remarkable luck." Lin Wanwan replied with delight, "Indeed, I hadn't expected this. Perhaps it was because we were moving that the beam of light happened to illuminate us. Everything feels complete now. Shall we continue?" Lu Shouyue nodded, signaling for the security personnel to lead the way. Upon exiting the bustling event venue, a car awaited them at the exit. With impeccable gentlemanly grace, Lu Shouyue opened the door for Lin Wanwan, and they both settled into the back seat. Lu Shouyue suggested, "Wanwan, would you care to join me for a late-night snack? There's a seafood restaurant on the second floor of your hotel, and the chef's skills are quite commendable." Dining beside the infinity pool while enjoying the cool breeze and listening to the waves sounds delightful. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Wanwan responded, "That sounds wonderful. I may do with my dinner today, so let us indulge in a late-night meal. This one is on me." Lu Shouyue merely smiled gently, offering no reply to her statement. Chapter 95. Live broadcast entry accompanying Lu Shouyue to the restaurant he mentioned. They found a few scattered tourists seated outdoors, primarily guests from the nearby hotel. As beautifully prepared seafood dishes were brought to their table, Lin Wanwan exclaimed in surprise, "The seafood here is remarkably fresh." Lu Shouyue nodded in agreement. Of course, being by the sea, if they couldn't serve fresh seafood, there would be no reason for this restaurant to remain open. "Wanwan, have you visited Coconut City before?" he inquired. Lin Wanwan shook her head. "This is my first time leaving the province." Lu Shouyue expressed his astonishment. "Really? Didn't you embark on a graduation trip after finishing high school?" With a sigh, Lin Wanwan replied, "What graduation trip? That's not something families like mine dare to dream of." Lu Shouyue raised an eyebrow. "Families like yours?" With a handcrafted guqin by Kai Boji in one hand and a painting by Gu Yong in the other, "Are those the families you speak of?" Lin Wanwan chose to evade the subject, laughing instead, "You're still thinking about my guqin. Speaking of which, I recently came across a well-preserved guqin at an elderly gentleman's home. It might be quite old, perhaps from the Tang Dynasty. If I manage to acquire it, would you be the first to buy it from me?" Lu Shouyue's expression softened. "A guqin from the Tang Dynasty? Are you certain?" Lin Wanwan smiled lightly. "I can't be sure, but even if it isn't from the Tang Dynasty, it is certainly a replica of that era." Lu Shouyue sighed. "I appreciate that you still remember my fondness for guqins. I shall await your good news." With that, he raised his ice-cold cola to clink glasses with Lin Wanwan, signifying their unspoken agreement. Calculating the time, if one were to traverse through time and space, it would be midday in the Grand Tang Dynasty, the hottest moment of the day, devoid of air conditioning or fans. It's rather uncomfortable to contemplate. Perhaps a brief slumber would be prudent. I wonder if that little elephant has departed. Alas, I have yet to adjust to the time difference and find myself unable to sleep. Lin Wanwan opened her phone's gallery. Locating the video she had surreptitiously captured of Shaochong performing high mountains and flowing water on her camera, she pressed play and simultaneously turned on the television. intending to cast it onto the screen. Once she comfortably leaned against the headboard, her gaze fixed on the unsuspecting Xiao Chong's performance on the LCD television. An inexplicable sense of contentment washed over her. Indeed, a melodious piece such as this never grows tiresome. It was perfectly suited to serve as my lullaby. Lin Wanwan set the song to repeat and adjusted the volume to a most agreeable level, then reclined, allowing her thoughts to drift away. Fully immersing herself in the elegant melody, gradually closing her eyes and succumbing to slumber. When Lin Wanwan was suddenly jolted awake by a series of knocks at the door, she felt somewhat disoriented. She pulled down the blanket that had unknowingly covered her face and stared at the ceiling for a moment before realizing she was indeed in the large bed of a hotel. The knocking ceased, and shortly thereafter, Chen Jinyu's voice resonated. "Wanwan, are you asleep?" Lin Wanwan grabbed her phone from the nightstand and saw that it was now 1:30 in the morning. With a wry smile, she got out of bed to open the door for Chen Jinyu. "What brings you here at this late hour? Why are you disturbing me?" Chen Jinyu, holding a selfie stick with a phone attached, replied, "It's New Year's Eve. How can you still be asleep? Come join the festivities downstairs. It's quite lively." Lin Wanwan stifled a yawn, stepping aside to allow Chen Jinyu to enter. "I lack your boundless energy. I was just about to drift off when you rudely awakened me." Chen Jinyu, with a playful insincerity, chuckled and offered an apology. "Oh dear, my apologies, Wanwan. Allow me to make amends. How about I treat you to a sumptuous seafood feast? The seafood here is truly delightful." Standing at the entrance, Chen Jinyu did not venture further inside, instead teasingly inquired, "Hey, Wanwan, I'm live streaming now. Is there anything in your room that should remain off camera? If not, I shall come in." "Live streaming?" Lin Wanwan exclaimed, her head snapping up, ready to respond when suddenly, Chen Jinyu let out a shriek, interrupting her. "Oh my goodness, Wanwan, what piece is this? It's absolutely enchanting. While I may not comprehend it fully, I am thoroughly captivated. Is that the Guqin? How exquisite it sounds. And what is this show? Who is that man? Is he a newcomer? How can there be such a handsome man in the world? My heavens, he must be the most beautiful historical figure in existence." At that moment, Chen Jinyu's live stream was flooded with enthusiastic comments. Who is this handsome man? What is his height? His weight? His measurements? Is he a rising star in the entertainment industry? Please reveal his name quickly. The viewers clamored. "Host, could you ask your friend what show this is? We are so curious." Flustered, Lin Wanwan hastily grabbed her phone and inadvertently exited the stream, her tone tinged with reproach. "Jinyu, why didn't you inform me beforehand that you would be live streaming?" Chen Jinyu was still immersed in the shock of just having met Xiao Chong, completely oblivious to Lin Wanwan's words. Instead, she pursued her with questions. "Who was that just now? What were you watching?" Lin Wanwan, momentarily at a loss for how to fabricate a story, pondered for a moment before replying. "A master of the Guqin, a folk artist, not from the entertainment industry. Please forget about what just happened." Observing the expression on Lin Wanwan's face, Chen Jinyu chose not to press further. With a playful smile, she gently poked at her waist and, in a tone of feigned remorse, said, "I'm so sorry, Wanwan. It's New Year's Eve. And I was just so excited that I wanted to tease you. I should have given you a heads up. Please don't be upset." Lin Wanwan stepped out of the range of her phone's camera, half seriously, half jokingly responding, "You should focus on your live stream instead of playing pranks on me. I don't find it amusing." Chen Jinyu addressed the audience in the live stream. "Did you see that? You all have put me in a terrible predicament. I really shouldn't have listened to your suggestion to surprise my friend." This served as both an interaction with her online viewers and a subtle explanation to Lin Wanwan. Although Lin Wanwan felt somewhat displeased about the exposure of Xiao Chong's video, she refrained from voicing her grievances in the live stream. Moreover, considering it was her first time seeing Chen Jinyu in over a month and recalling the pity of her inexplicable recent misfortune, she decided to extend her forgiveness this time. Chapter 96. The feeling of first love. When Chen Jinyu arrived at Lin Wanwan's room, the live stream was already nearing its conclusion. Noticing the time, she resolved to end the broadcast. At this moment, Chen Jinyu discovered that the popularity of her live stream had surged dramatically. The terms handsome man in ancient attire, Guqin, and barefaced beauty repeatedly filled the chat. This sudden influx of attention almost tempted her to continue streaming indefinitely. However, recalling her commitment as a formal entrant into the entertainment industry, she reminded herself that a 1-hour live session must indeed last for 1 hour, without deviation. Thus, she reluctantly disregarded the pleas of her audience and bid them farewell, choosing to defer their questions until the following day. After concluding the stream, Chen Jinyu turned to Lin Wanwan, who was adorned in a pristine white cotton puff-sleeved court nightgown, and remarked, "Wanwan, You are truly favored by the heavens. Do you realize how much my popularity surged when you appeared on screen just now? A barefaced beauty indeed. Your skin is exquisite, resembling that of a freshly shelled egg. Lin Wanwan smiled subtly, approaching to scrutinize Chen Jinyu's face. Your scar has faded to a mere whisper, she noted. Congratulations, your performance today was commendable. With a sigh, Chen Jinyu replied, it is unfortunate that I cannot debut immediately. For now, I must rely on live streaming to sustain my popularity, followed by intensive training. Oh, that sounds promising. By the way, who is that handsome man in ancient attire playing the guqin on television just now? What is his name? I wish to search for him online and follow him. Lin Wanwan shrugged. I fear that may not be possible. He is exceptionally low-key and possesses no online presence. What a pity. Such a strikingly handsome gentleman choosing not to enter the entertainment industry seems like a tremendous waste. In terms of looks, he's undoubtedly at a ceiling level. Ah, what about that video? I saw you just cast it from your phone, right? Please share it with me. That's not possible. I promised him I wouldn't share it when I filmed it, Lin Wanwan replied, declining politely. Oh, come on, it doesn't matter. If you don't say anything, he won't find out. I truly cannot. Sighing dramatically, Chen Jinyu lamented, fine, if you can't, then let me at least see it on your phone. Lin Wanwan pressed her forehead in exasperation. All right then. After saying this, she opened the video. Chen Jinyu's eyes widened in excitement as she fixated on Lin Wanwan's phone screen. The room was soon filled with the melancholic yet ethereal sounds of the guqin, drawing them into a trance as if they had stepped into a mystical realm shrouded in clouds. A vivid scene of swirling mist and colorful auspicious clouds unfolded within their minds. As the piece concluded, the lingering resonance enveloped them, leaving both in a contemplative silence. After a few minutes, Chen Jinyu finally came to her senses, murmuring, during the live broadcast, it was merely a fleeting glimpse, yet it has lingered in my mind. Now that I have listened intently, I find myself utterly captivated. My goodness, Wanwan, I am infatuated. That man is simply extraordinary. Could you introduce him to me? I am serious. I am not joking. Lin Wanwan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by Chen Jinyu's sudden infatuation based solely on a video. Unfortunately, there is a millennium between you two, destined to remain a mere fantasy. She felt compelled to interrupt her daydreams. I'm sorry, but he is already taken. You should give up. Chen Jinyu looked at Lin Wanwan with suspicion. Is that true? The person you mentioned who is already taken, could it possibly be you? Lin Wanwan retorted, you truly have a vivid imagination. Alas, it seems that even the heavens desire me to focus on my career. Just as I began to experience the flutter of first love, I found myself heartbroken. Without engaging further in that topic, Lin Wanwan inquired, how is your development in the entertainment industry? When will you be starring in television or film? Curiously, she added, doesn't this count as your debut? Chen Jinyu clarified. Not at all. At best, it merely signifies a hint of popularity. The entertainment industry is far more complex than it appears. Lin Wanwan languidly perched on the small sofa beside the bed, resting her chin on her hand as she listened intently to Chen Jinyu's animated discourse, occasionally interjecting with a word or two to encourage her to continue. After a considerable time, Lin Wanwan glanced at her phone and noted the hour 2:30. She promptly interjected. It's quite late. Shall we continue this conversation another time? Oh, indeed, it is rather late. Chen Jinyu surveyed the room and proposed, Wanwan. Why don't I sleep over tonight? Your room is far superior to the one the company provided for me. After all, I'm not alone. I share my space with a fellow trainee, and I would much prefer your company. Lin Wanwan declined with firmness. Oh, I'm sorry, Jinyu. But I struggle with sleep quality and require my own space. I hope you understand. Chen Jinyu wished to press the matter further. Yet Lin Wanwan's resolute stance left her no choice but to bid a reluctant goodnight. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for Chen Jinyu. It is her first collaboration with the renowned Xiao Juning, her first encounter with someone who makes her heart flutter from across the screen, and her first experience of listening to such enchanting guqin melodies. What? I've made it to the trending list? Chen Jinyu felt elated and promptly opened her Weibo app to check the trending topics. Soon, she discovered the ones related to her. In just a short hour, it had amassed over 5 million views. Such popularity rivals that of a minor celebrity. Regrettably, upon delving into the comments, not a single one pertained to her. Instead, inquiries about the handsome man's identity prevailed, along with praises for the goddess of natural beauty. Following the success of the Kung Fu Girl, Lin Wanwan had now earned the title of goddess of natural beauty after appearing barefaced for mere minutes. As Chen Jinyu observed the lively discussions trending, She couldn't shake the feeling that she was merely a supporting character in someone else's story. Chapter 97, Cheongjo Wharf after Qinjinyu departed. Lin Wanwan calculated the time and felt it was appropriate to traverse through the realms once more. Although she had only slept for a little over an hour, she felt remarkably revitalized, knowing she could simply catch up on sleep during the day. However, it was imperative to act quickly in the Tang Dynasty, as nighttime ventures were fraught with peril in the primal forests. After changing her attire and shouldering her hiking pack, Lin Wanwan stepped through the time portal. Arriving in the Tang Dynasty, it was long before a small elephant, which had been roaming nearby, joyfully trumpeted and dashed towards her, clutching a bunch of wild bananas. The little elephant nuzzled against Lin Wanwan affectionately before savoring the tiny wild bananas with great delight. Lin Wanwan turned her gaze towards the nearby banana trees and remarked, "If it weren't for the miasma and venomous insects, the South would indeed be a splendid place. There would hardly be anyone starving. With such an abundance of wild fruits and vegetables, I wonder why the Guangdong region, which can only yield one harvest a year, looks down upon Ling'an, where 3 crops can be cultivated annually." After her musings, she retrieved her compass and continued on her journey. Fortune favored her this time. After traveling for half an hour with the little elephant, she reached the official road and soon encountered a Han merchant caravan riding mules and pulling carts. Unfortunately, communication proved to be somewhat challenging, as the merchant spoke a dialect native to Cheongjo. Some traders attempted to converse with Lin Wanwan in Mandarin, but she found herself unable to comprehend it. Fortunately, Lin Wanwan had prepared for such an encounter. She took out a charcoal pencil and paper from her backpack and, under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, wrote, "I wish to go to the dock. Could you offer me a ride?" After the paper, containing a glass marble, circulated among the caravan, the leading middle-aged man scrutinized the peculiar woman before him, adorned with a broad hat and a strange cloth covering her mouth. He then pointed to a relatively empty mule cart behind him. Lin Wanwan performed a bow and attempted to climb onto the cart with her little elephant, only to be stopped by a nearby man. After some gestures, it became apparent that he did not wish for the little elephant to board. However, how could the elephant run faster than the mule? It was clear that it wanted to join as well. Thus, Lin Wanwan smiled and extended her hand to him. The man, with a gentle motion, lifted the sleeve of his garment, weighed the situation, and began to assist Lin Wanwan in getting her little elephant onto the mule cart. Others murmured a few words upon seeing her, yet Lin Wanwan could not comprehend their speech. Once aboard the mule cart, the pace quickened significantly. Nevertheless, Lin Wanwan remained troubled. Soon she would witness the magnificent port of Cheongjo during the Tang Dynasty, yet the language barrier posed a formidable challenge. Alas, there had been 2 compatriots in that previous tribe, but the eccentric nature of those people made it impossible to enlist anyone as her translator. Lost in these thoughts, they arrived at the dock. Lin Wanwan and the little elephant disembarked from the mule cart, bowing in gratitude to the Han merchant group before parting ways. The Southerners appeared to be rather diminutive. As she surveyed the crowd, it seemed that neither men nor women exceeded 5 feet 5 inches, with most standing even shorter. At 5 feet 6 inches, Lin Wanwan stood out like a singular blossom amidst the throng. Just as she prepared to take a step forward, 2 ragged children with broken bowls approached and obstructed her path, begging for alms. Without a second thought, Lin Wanwan retrieved a few coins from her pocket and placed them into their worn bowls. In an instant, a throng of similarly tattered children surged forth, each eager to thrust their bowls towards Lin Wanwan's face. Observing the emaciated figures of these little beggars, she sighed and glanced around until she spotted a bakery. She spent over 30 coins to purchase a dozen flatbreads, distributing them among the children. She noticed that during this act of kindness, the shopkeeper regarded her as if she were a fool. Fortunately, she also sensed a few sinister-looking men in the corner, scrutinizing her with the same gaze one might reserve for inspecting wares. Lin Wanwan's lips curled slightly, realizing that she had caught the attention of a local tyrant. Could it be that the leader of this gang of little beggars was a formidable beggar himself? While she pondered this, fear was not an option. With the strength to lift even a small elephant, it would be child's play to bring down an adult man with a single punch. When one possesses such power, why fear the petty nuisances of the world? Thus, she ambled along the dock, accompanied by a group of little beggars trailing behind her, leisurely exploring the bustling wharf. This place was a hub for laborers and merchant caravans, with countless wooden ships of varying sizes anchored at the dock ahead. As Lin Wanwan strolled, her confidence grew. Upon reaching the edge of the pier, she chanced upon a large merchant ship docking nearby. The crew members shouted in Mandarin, tinged with a dialect from the region of Miao County, addressing the laborers below. From the eager expressions on the faces of the workers, Lin Wanwan deduced that they were being summoned to unload cargo. She pulled the little elephant aside and, at a stall brimming with coconuts and coconut juice, gestured animatedly to purchase a heap of coconuts with a handful of coins. She fed one to the little elephant and shared the rest with her loyal entourage of little followers. Having made a purchase, the vendor welcomed Lin Wanwan's presence, seeing her as a valuable customer. It was rare to encounter someone so generous towards little beggars. Her attire seemed out of place, and her origins were a mystery. Yet, her lavish spending indicated she was certainly not one of the impoverished tribesfolk. Lin Wanwan gazed up at the sailboat, contemplating. This merchant vessel hailing from Yao County might provide an opportunity to find someone to act as her translator. For now, she would observe patiently, unhurried. The people around came and went, with several hands reaching towards Lin Wanwan's heavy backpack. However, Lin Wanwan, always vigilant, easily noticed their intentions. With a gentle wave of her hand, many of the scruffy, gaunt individuals recoiled, clutching their wrists in pain as they retreated. Their instantly swollen wrists clearly signified to the lurking onlookers that she was not to be trifled with. Not to be outdone, the little elephant surged through the crowd, clearing space for Lin Wanwan. The group of small beggars, who had closely followed Lin Wanwan and the little elephant, took a few steps back upon witnessing the scenes, yet hesitated to leave. After all, this peculiar individual, so different from everyone else, was exceedingly kind, providing them with cakes and coconut jelly. Despite the throngs of people and the bustling atmosphere, no one dared to approach her again. After observing for a considerable time, Lin Wanwan beckoned to one of the small beggars, a boy of about 7 or 8 years old, who appeared to possess the most courage. He came forward, chattering animatedly to Lin Wanwan. Tired of the nonsensical conversation, she placed 3 copper coins and a note into his hand, instructing him to deliver it to the coarse-clad crew member who had just disembarked from the ship. The middle-aged man who had just stepped off the merchant vessel received the pale yellow note from the small beggar with a look of suspicion. Instinctively, he grasped the boy's wrist to prevent his departure while delicately unfolding the note, revealing a peculiar drawing of a ship and a gold ingot rendered in an odd script. The painting is evidently not crafted with a brush, rather, it bears the semblance of being rendered with a quill favored by the people of the western regions. Who sent you with this? Cornered and unable to escape, the young beggar promptly raised his hand and pointed haphazardly into the crowd. Someone gave me 3-1 and asked me to deliver this note to you. Then he just walked away. I do not know who it was. The middle-aged man snorted disdainfully, twisting the boy's arm with force. You deceitful beggar. There's a throng of beggars surrounding a peculiarly dressed woman ahead. It must be her who sent you. He continued, dare you lie to me with such brazen eyes? The young beggar was turned around painfully, gasping in agony. At that moment, the middle-aged man's gaze met Lin Wanwan's in the air, and they scrutinized each other for a brief while. The man furrowed his brow, relaxed his grip, and released the young beggar, who instantly slipped away into the crowd like an eel, vanishing from sight. Lin Wanwan, with an air of nonchalance, crossed her arms and observed the middle-aged man. Her face was obscured, making it difficult for him to discern her expression. Yet, the boldness reflected in her unwavering gaze suggested she was no ordinary woman, perhaps a figure of the underworld. After a moment's contemplation, the middle-aged man approached Lin Wanwan, prompting her to turn and walk down the street. In an unspoken agreement, they navigated against the tide of the bustling crowd, one following the other. Accompanying Lin Wanwan was not only a small elephant but also several hesitant young beggars. After walking over 100 paces, Lin Wanwan entered a tea house, directly picking up a fruit basket placed nearby, gesturing towards a private room and then indicating the teapot. Language barriers posed no obstacle. Possessing peppercorns suffices. After bestowing 2 peppercorns upon the innkeeper, she was greeted with a courteous bow and ushered into a private room adorned with curtains. The innkeeper and his staff exhibited remarkable discretion, entirely ignoring her eccentric attire and the small elephant accompanying her. The ragged children were swiftly dismissed. Begone. This place is not for you. Move aside and do not obstruct the gentleman's business. Although the little beggars were barred from entering the tea house, they remained huddled against the wall in anticipation. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered the tea house, prompting the innkeeper to hastily approach him. Esteemed guest, what would you like to eat? The man spoke with a strong local accent, unmistakably revealing his origins as a traveling merchant from afar. I am here to find someone. Upon uttering these words, he brushed past the innkeeper and headed straight for the private room where Lin Wanwan had just entered. However, before he could enter, Lin Wanwan had already drawn back the curtain. She gestured to the innkeeper, signaling that all was well. This note was given to me by you, correct? Lin Wanwan inquired. May I ask your name? Are you from Liao County? Are you one of the Lu clan? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback by Lin Wanwan's fluent dialect from Liao County, yet he was not surprised that she recognized his affiliation with the Lu clan, for the ship had prominently displayed the Lu family flag. He scrutinized Lin Wanwan before kneeling opposite her and, switching to the dialect of Liao County, introduced himself. I am Lu Daxiang, known in the realm as Lord Lu. Lin Wanwan nodded in understanding. So, you are a merchant affiliated with the Lu family from you? Liao County belongs to you prefecture? Indeed. Are you also a merchant from you? He responded. To which merchant caravan do you belong? What do you seek from me? Lin Wanwan spoke with a tone of disdain, saying, Merchant? What aspect of me resembles the despicable traders like you? Upon hearing this, Lu Daxiang's face instantly flushed with anger, but he quickly suppressed it, coldly retorting. If you are not a merchant, why then do you engage in such sorcery and present these matters to me? He slammed the note onto the tea table, glaring at Lin Wanwan, his biceps bulging from the effort, ready to erupt into violence at any moment. At that juncture, the shopkeeper timely called from outside, esteemed guest. Shall I prepare your tea? Lin Wanwan slightly raised her chin, disregarding Lu Daxiang's menacing demeanor, and commanded him, inform him to brew the finest tea. Once we conclude our discussion, it shall be served. Lu Daxiang's hawk-like gaze remained fixed on Lin Wanwan, observing her composed and fearless demeanor. He felt a twinge of doubt, ultimately addressing the outside. Prepare the finest tea from your establishment. We shall partake once the matter is settled. Very well. The shopkeeper's footsteps retreated. Her tone and expression conveyed an air of entitlement, as if she were the one bestowing a favor upon him. This exemplifies the disdain that the aristocracy harbors towards merchants. The mere thought of it is infuriating yet utterly helpless. The Jin family? I had assumed they possessed some significant standing, yet they are merely a lowly and obscure family, daring to put on airs before me. The middle-aged man let out a cold laugh, questioning the necessity of hiring a certain individual. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Wanwan casually produced a small handful of nearly 20 peppercorns, scattering them across the tea table while defiantly gazing at him in silence. Lu Daxiang's voice noticeably diminished as his eyes fixated on the black peppercorns, yet he continued to assert, I do have serious matters to attend to. Lin Wanwan then placed another 10 or so peppercorns onto the table, causing Lu Daxiang to abruptly halt his speech, and he shifted his tone to say, Assisting you in transporting goods is not out of the question. I am, after all, the captain of our vessel. As she concluded her statement leisurely, she added, Oh, should you fail to locate Ho Tao or the Lin family, do not fret. Simply deliver my letter to County Magistrate Xiao Zifang. That would suffice as well. For he is Lin Wanwan's cousin. Upon hearing this, Lu Daxiang gasped in surprise, realizing that the individual before him was connected to the renowned Xiao family of Longling. Moreover, her audacious tone suggested an intimate familiarity with the magistrate. The Lu family of Wu County certainly bore no fear of the Xiao family. However, Lu Daxiang was merely a subordinate, not even a servant, and thus he dared not act boldly in the presence of Magistrate Xiao. In the Tang Dynasty, merchants were held in exceedingly low regard. Despite their wealth, they were considered inferior to farmers in the eyes of the affluent, receiving no respect whatsoever. The laws explicitly stated that merchants were prohibited from dining with gentlemen, enlisting in the military, holding official positions, riding horses, or wearing silks. Should a farmer find himself in distress or fall victim to the oppression of the powerful, scholars would risk their own safety to offer assistance, justifying their actions as a means to restore peace to the world and provide justice to the farmers. It is highly probable that one can attain a commendable reputation, unafraid of the powerful, which would be of infinite benefit. However, no scholar would engage in lengthy conversations with merchants, let alone offer them assistance. Merely refraining from trampling on the misfortunes of struggling traders would be regarded as an act of benevolence among the learned. Emperor Li Shimin, on the other hand, extended protection to the foreign merchants residing and conducting business in Chang'an, under the foundational policy of integration between Hu and Han. The lives of these merchants were not excessively arduous, which contributed to Chang'an's status as a hub of international trade and fostered economic prosperity. Conversely, Li Shimin held a profound disdain for native merchants, viewing commerce as a base occupation, believing that merchants engaged solely in the art of speculation, exploiting the fruits of farmers' labor, which he deemed disgraceful. Despite the evident financial strain he faced in the latter part of his reign, necessitating funds to offset the cost of prolonged warfare, He even organized various governmental offices to borrow money from the court, instituting a position known as the money collector. Each money collector was required to borrow 50,000 won from the court, repaying an interest of 48,000 won annually, with an exorbitant interest rate of 96%. In the latter years of his reign, Emperor Taizong Shimin conducted usury with such ostentation yet never contemplated extracting resources from the merchants, instead imposing no commercial taxes at all. This was nothing short of a blatant display of contempt for the merchant class. In light of the above, Lu Daxiong could not afford to disregard Lin Wanwan's words. The distinction between an ordinary wanderer and one backed by a prominent family is profound. It would be one matter if Lu Daxiong were a man of no connections, but he is not. His entire family resides in Miao County. The county magistrate is, after all, their parental authority. Ever since he heard the name Xiao Zifang, Lu Daxiong unconsciously straightened his posture. His voice and presence diminishing gradually. I will think of a way. Finding a suitable ship is quite a challenge. Lin Wanwan casually pushed the remaining pepper on the tea table towards him and remarked nonchalantly, use these as leverage. There is no ship that cannot be acquired with pepper and gold. If there is, simply add more. Do not hesitate to spend. With a glimmer of uncertainty in his eyes, Lu Daxiong clenched and relaxed his hands beneath the table, ultimately unable to restrain himself from asking, are you not afraid I might take the pepper and flee? Lin Wanwan chuckled softly, nonchalantly selecting fruits from the basket, retrieving a small saw blade from the multifunctional axe, and feeding a fragrant pear to the young elephant without even glancing at him. She lazily retorted, do you dare? I do not dare. Lu Daxiong lowered his robust head. It must be said that Lin Wanwan's composed demeanor and her lavishness indeed subdued him. Although it was evident that she could not possibly be a conventional noblewoman, her garb, a bizarre amalgamation of Han and Hu styles, was certainly not the attire of a refined lady. Yet, just by virtue of that exquisitely crafted axe, he knew she was not to be trifled with. Such craftsmanship could only originate from places like the Military Equipment Office or the Guard Commander's Bureau. It was inconceivable for such an artifact to emerge from the civilian realm. After all, as long as she compensated him adequately, what did it matter if he acted as her errand runner? Engaging in buying and selling is business, and serving the nobility is also a form of trade. After reaching an agreement, Lin Wanwan lifted the curtain and departed in a whirlwind, neglecting even a cup of tea, leaving a handful of peppercorns on the counter. Lu Dahong cast a reluctant glance at the teapot prepared by the innkeeper. Just before stepping out, he took a few sips from his cup, swallowing hastily, and hurried to catch up. This was indeed exquisite tea. It contained a variety of spices that were usually beyond his means. Zhen Yangzi, won't you indulge in some tea? Lin Wanwan replied coldly, do not call me Zhen Yangzi. You may refer to me as Madam or Zhen Xiao. I cannot abide the term Yangzi. As you wish, madam. Lu Dahong's lips twitched, puzzled over what offense the term Yangzi had caused her. With a personal translator at her side, Lin Wanwan finally felt liberated. To manage the captain, she was fully employing her acting skills. Even now, she remained on high alert, with the axe and hammer still clutched in her hand as testament to her readiness. Should anyone harbor intentions of treachery, she would not hesitate to let her weapon taste blood. Fortunately, Lu Dahong was not a reckless individual. Though both earned their living at sea, one as a fisherman and the other as a trader, the wealthier one valued his life more highly. Unlike the fishermen from Lin family village, the villagers would fiercely compete for even a meager gain or a sip of water during a drought, brandishing harpoons against others without hesitation. Yet Lu Dahong clearly lacked such audacity. He followed closely behind Lin Wanwan, diligently serving as her interpreter, witnessing her unwavering gaze as she secured an entire shipload of yellow rosewood, paying with an exquisite glass tea set and a full jar of peppercorns. After purchasing the Wangwali wood, the two parted ways, agreeing to meet at the warehouse by the dock the following day. Since the Lu family ship was stationed there, Lin Wanwan was unconcerned about her counterpart departing. She had even allowed Lu Daxiong to sign the contract with the timber merchant on her behalf during the transaction. Following this incident, Lu Daxiong no longer doubted Lin Wanwan's noble lineage. After all, who among the common folk possessed such wealth and audacity? It is worth noting that they had only just met, so what gave her the confidence to believe she could manipulate him? However, the more nonchalant Lin Wanwan appeared. As though she would not flinch even if her investments went awry, the more cautious Lu Daxiong became. He even speculated that she might be affiliated with the Xiao family, feigning a surname of Zhen. Aside from her extravagant display of wealth, when Lin Wanwan boldly approached the group of elderly beggars controlling the young urchin, she exuded an air of assuredness. Lu Daxiong, at that moment, harbored a desire to witness her embarrassment. Ultimately, despite her wealth, she remained a mere woman, accompanied only by a troublesome little elephant. Did she truly believe that the streetwise beggars would adhere to the same principles as a respectable businessman like himself, who had a family and responsibilities? Chapter 100. Purchasing a child from a beggar. Lu Daxiang initially intended to observe the spectacle, but regrettably, he found himself tasked with watching over a child instead. When Lin Wanwan expressed her desire to take the young beggar, the elderly beggars, upon hearing Lu Daxiang's translation, approached with scornful smiles, intending to teach the Navi young lady a lesson in decorum. However, instead of imparting wisdom, they found themselves seized by the throat, lifted as if they were mere playthings. He is a formidable practitioner. Everyone, flee. The onlookers exclaimed in alarm, immediately scattering like birds and beasts. Adhering to the principle of better the death of a companion than my own, not a soul dared to approach. Lu Daxiang glanced at Lin Wanwan's hand gripping the old beggar's neck, then at his own, deep in thought. A cold sweat trickled down his brow. No wonder the other party could traverse the martial world alone. They possessed formidable skills. There is a saying that rings true. The most dangerous individuals in the martial realm, apart from children, are women. Encountering those solitary tribal children by mountains and seas, they appear cheerful and innocent, yet can swiftly unleash a venomous snake upon you, endangering your life in an instant. Now, he finally witnessed the ferocity of women in the martial world. Seeing Lin Wanwan release the old beggar, she casually retrieved a peculiar glass bowl from her oddly shaped bundle and presented it to him, coldly stating, "Tell him this glass bowl buys out all the children under his command." Lu Daxiang involuntarily straightened his posture and relayed Lin Wanwan's words verbatim to the still coughing old beggar, who clutched his neck. "It's not that I wish to sell, but I cannot make the decision. The old man merely earns a living under the prince's command." "The prince?" Lu Daxiang was taken aback. "Which prince could have subordinates like you?" No, the prince's surname is Wang, not a royal prince," the old beggar hastily clarified. Lu Daxiang scoffed in annoyance. What a self-aggrandizing fool. A beggar leader calling himself prince. Yes, indeed, sir," the old beggar conceded. The old beggar, caught by the hand, wore a face of forced smiles, hesitant to retort. Lu Daxiang subsequently relayed the incident to Lin Wanwan, who lifted the glass bowl towards the sun, chuckling. "Is there a beggar in this world who remains unmoved by such a treasure?" Lu Daxiang concurred, and turning back to the old beggar, he exclaimed, "You, old fool. How can you not seize such a splendid opportunity? It is only fitting that you beg for a lifetime. Take this glass bowl to your master. I assure you, he will commend you." The old beggar squinted at the glass bowl in Lin Wanwan's hand, which sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight, and found merit in Lu Daxiang's words, thus agreeing to the transaction. Yes, I will certainly ensure it is done properly for the lady." After Lin Wanwan departed, Lu Daxiang summoned his crew and ushered the group of young beggars aboard the ship, instructing his subordinates to clean them up. He lacked the patience to engage in such tasks himself, as he had to swiftly locate the vessel favored by that formidable woman. Strolling around Cheongzhou dock, she felt quite pleased. One must admit, engaging in brazen, audacious acts and swiftly departing was far more pleasurable than adhering to rigid conventions. Previously, in Yang County, her longtime residence, she had to tread carefully, adhering to the rules of the Tang Dynasty to avoid drawing attention. However, at this bustling and intricate dock in Cheongzhou, the mere presence of violence and wealth sufficed. To her, all of this was merely a one-time transaction. By the time the local gentry and officials caught wind of her presence, she would have vanished without a trace. Upon returning to her modern hotel room, Lin Wanwan drew back the curtains to gaze outside. The dawn was just beginning to break, and the sun had yet to rise over the sea. It was still early. She removed her backpack and took a refreshing shower, having worked up quite a sweat during her escapades in the Tang Dynasty. After emerging from the bathroom, she gathered her soiled clothes into a laundry bag from the hotel wardrobe and hung it by the door. Although it was Lin Wanwan's first experience in such a luxurious star-rated hotel, she felt confident with her meticulously planned itinerary at her fingertips. Alas, transitioning from luxury to simplicity proved challenging. Ever since she had servants at home, she found it increasingly difficult to muster the motivation to do her own laundry. Glancing at the clock, she noted that less than half an hour had passed. It was only 5 in the morning. Deciding to seize the moment, she silenced her phone and nestled under the covers for a bit more sleep. When she awoke, it was nearly 11 o'clock, leaning against the headboard. She checked her phone and discovered a flurry of messages from Lu Shouyue and Chen Jinyu. Lin Wanwan politely declined their offers. No need, Teacher Liu. Enjoy your activities without concern for me. I cherish my freedom. Lu Shouyue replied, all right then, let us discuss it when you're free. Setting her phone aside, Lin Wanwan swiftly changed into her outdoor attire, freshened up, and slipped her room card onto her wrist. Armed only with her phone and a portable charger, she stepped outside. Having skipped breakfast, her stomach growled in protest. She made her way to the second floor of the hotel, where she indulged in a delightful lunch at a nearby restaurant before ordering a rideshare to embark on her grand shopping expedition in Coconut City. Chapter 101. The grand shopping spree. Chun Jinyu lay on her bed, reviewing the messages Lin Wanwan had sent her, her expression darkening slightly upon receiving the rejection. Alas, Lin Wanwan remains as aloof as ever. Whenever she entertains the thought that their relationship might deepen, she is invariably met with the other's indifferent demeanor, which extinguishes her enthusiasm. This pattern persists even during their university days, where it was predominantly Chun Jinyu who reached out to Lin Wanwan, while the latter rarely initiated contact. Nevertheless, one must concede that despite her coldness, Lin Wanwan possesses a commendable sense of loyalty. She seldom declines a request for assistance. Just the other day, when confronted by some ruffians, it was she who came to Chun Jinyu's rescue. However, Chun Jinyu mused that now, having stepped into the entertainment industry, her schedule would only grow more demanding, leaving little time for gatherings with Lin Wanwan. The agency she signed with is located in Haishur, a mere 3-hour expressway journey from Yongqing. Yet, the distance still poses a challenge for their meetings. Alas, all good things must come to an end. One must simply allow nature to take its course. Setting her phone aside, Chun Jinyu reclined on her bed, relishing this rare moment of relaxation. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan, donning a mask, was seated in a rideshare vehicle en route to the fabric market. The midday crowd at the market was sparse, and Lin Wanwan casually selected a shop, sifting through a plethora of textiles until she found a piece of off-white pure cotton fabric. Through her mask, she inquired, how much for this? I wish to purchase several yards. Could you offer me a discount? Lin Wanwan requested. The shopkeeper, taken aback, scrutinized Lin Wanwan before confirming. How many yards are you looking to buy? Oh my, we have a big customer here. The shopkeeper exclaimed with renewed enthusiasm, swiftly unveiling the white fabric. This is 100% pure cotton, soft and lightweight. It's perfect for shirts or linings, and it has a width of 1.5 meters. The price is quite reasonable. If you truly intend to purchase, I shall offer you a price of 16 yuan per meter. I have nearly 20 rolls stored in my fabric shop and warehouse. Lin Wanwan found this price agreeable and replied, very well, then bring them all to me. With a smile, she remarked, are we not heading to Yangsheng and Scarcity for our purchases? The shopkeeper, undeterred by her revelation, confidently asserted, all the local influencers come to buy from me. Let me tell you, young lady, in addition to this white fabric, I also have imported satin from Korea. Would you be interested? Lin Wanwan shook her head, stating, I only desire pure cotton. The shopkeeper rummaged through the fabric piles and swiftly produced another piece of white cloth, saying, here, this plain cotton linen blend is quite popular as well. It's currently in vogue to wear cotton linen garments. They are quite aesthetically pleasing. Would you care to take a look? After inspecting it, Lin Wanwan found it satisfactory and inquired about its price. The shopkeeper cheerfully replied, if you are sincerely purchasing, I shall offer you a genuine price. If you buy a full roll, it will be 24 yuan per meter, quite a bargain. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Wanwan, with her customary bargaining spirit, countered, could you lower it a bit more? How about 23 yuan? I am quite a straightforward person. What do you say? Very well. Then please pack this fabric for me as well. All right, please wait while I fetch it from the warehouse. The shopkeeper darted out of the shop, moving with the agility of a lively cat, her steps brisk and purposeful. It wasn't long before she returned, pulling a fully laden flatbed cart brimming with fabric. Here, I have 21 bolts of pure cotton white fabric and 7 bolts of solid color linen. Each bolt measures over 33 meters, so let us round it to 33 meters. In total, she calculated aloud while picking up the calculator resting on the fabric. Lin Wanwan, who had already done the mental arithmetic, interjected, the total is 16,401. After a brief moment, the shopkeeper confirmed the calculation on the calculator and exclaimed, oh my, what a sharp young lady. Are you a university student? You calculated faster than the calculator itself. Indeed, the total is 16,401. Let us round off the change and settle on 16,400. Does that work for you? Lin Wanwan opened her phone and inquired, how shall I make the payment? You can either scan with WeChat or Alipay. Lin Wanwan proceeded to open WeChat and scan the QR code presented by the shopkeeper. Moments later, a mechanical voice announced, 16,400 yuan has been received. That's quite a sum. Will you manage to transport it? Do you have a truck? I can help you load it. Lin Wanwan replied, that's fine. May I borrow your cart to take it out? I'll return it once I've loaded the goods. All right, young lady, let me add you on WeChat. Should you wish to purchase fabric again in the future, feel free to contact me directly. I assure you, I will offer you the best price. And I'll also send you updates on new arrivals for you to select from. Lin Wanwan shook her head. No need for that. Thank you. With that, Lin Wanwan left, pushing the cart amidst the shopkeeper's cheerful demeanor and the envious gazes of the other shop owners. The freight vehicle awaited patiently at the parking area outside the textile city. Lin Wanwan gently tapped on the window, bestowing 100 yuan as a tip to the driver. With an evident cheerfulness, he opened the door, assisting the proprietress in loading the fabrics onto the vehicle. Once he had finished and secured the cargo compartment, Lin Wanwan entered the vehicle and instructed the driver to follow the navigation. All right, fasten your seatbelt, he replied. The small warehouse had been reserved by Lin Wanwan some time ago. The convenience of the internet allowed her to arrange everything online. Although she intended to use the warehouse only once, she had rented it for a month. Besides the fabrics, there were numerous other items she needed to procure. Eventually, all these would transform into exotic treasures gifted to her by her senior, Jin Shirin, arriving splendidly at the dock of Maoxian via maritime vessels from Cheongzhou. After transferring the fabrics into the small warehouse, Lin Wanwan proceeded to a nearby Cainiao station, where several bags of cotton seeds and cotton, procured from Dajiang, awaited her. The plan to cultivate cotton in Maoxian come spring was thus secured. In addition to the cotton, Lin Wanwan had also purchased a considerable number of basic life jackets, essential for the men of Lin family village venturing out to sea. However, the fabric she had chosen was rather avant-garde, so she refrained from buying in excess, ensuring there was just enough for the villagers' use. Lastly, within the station stood an exceedingly significant retro-modified Huang Daopo spinning wheel, perfectly suited for use with the cotton. After preparing these exceptionally progressive gifts for both the men and women of Lin family village, Lin Wanwan contentedly secured the warehouse door, embarking on her gradual transition to the grandeur of the Tang Dynasty. At the dawn of the Tang Dynasty, when the world lay in hushed silence, it was the perfect moment for her clandestine endeavor. Under the gentle glow of the moonlight and the luminous shimmer of the time portal, Lin Wanwan busily transported her goods, entirely oblivious to the hidden pair of eyes lurking in this desolate corner of the world. Once the items were safely on Tang soil, with a mere flick of her wrist, the time portal vanished. She then advanced cautiously towards the shadow clinging to the wall in the darkness. How long have you been watching? What have you seen? Lin Wanwan inquired, looking down upon the figure before her. It was a frail creature, hardly standing at 5 feet tall, slightly hunched, giving it an even more diminutive appearance. The sudden emergence of Lin Wanwan from the night startled him into a straightened posture, though it was not due to any spinal ailment. Spare me, divine being. I saw nothing. I am blind at night, he stammered. A light chuckle escaped Lin Wanwan's lips. Under the moon's glow, her luminous complexion added an enchanting allure to her demeanor. Who sent you? How long have you been lurking here? She was genuinely astonished that someone had been stationed here to guard the remains. How had he found his way to this place? Before departing, she had meticulously surveyed her surroundings, ensuring that no one was present. It was essential to note that her heightened senses, enhanced by the time portal, far surpassed those of an ordinary person, making it impossible for anyone to hide without her noticing. I was just passing through, the frail figure murmured, his voice dwindling under Lin Wanwan's calm and unyielding gaze. The scene he had just witnessed had utterly shattered his expectations. In this world, there existed individuals capable of appearing out of thin air. And there was that extraordinary door, which instantly revealed its otherworldly nature. It must be the gateway to the heavens. This person must be a celestial being. No wonder her possessions were so peculiar, casually exchanging a priceless glazed bowl for a mere trinket from a beggar. She is indeed a goddess. Surely, she can conjure anything. Upon this realization, the slender monkey's knees buckled, and with a resounding thud, he knelt on the ground, weeping profusely and pleading for mercy. Please, divine being, spare my life. Release me. I have seen nothing, truly nothing at all. Within their beggar clan, there were indeed many who were blind at night. However, the slender monkey, having consumed an abundance of seafood, had not succumbed to this affliction. This was precisely why he had been dispatched by the prince to seek out individuals. Naturally, the prince, who controlled a significant portion of the beggars at the western dock and had acquired the exquisite glazed bowl, intended to orchestrate a nefarious plot of murder and theft. Aside from the task of locating a person, the slender monkey could also seize the opportunity at night to infiltrate the homes of the affluent. Yet, at this moment, he was engulfed in profound regret over his instincts. Why had he presumed that there was someone hidden in this alley? Why had he believed he could single-handedly tail someone? Why had he ventured here at all? His encounter with Lin Wanwan was merely a serendipitous twist of fate, not the result of prior knowledge of her whereabouts. Shortly after entering the alley, he beheld an ethereal green door suddenly materialize against the night sky, leaving him utterly astonished. When he witnessed a hand as pure as jade push open the door, and a celestial being emerged from within, it rendered him breathless. His mind urged him to turn and flee immediately, yet his feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, immovable. It was only when Lin Wanwan approached him that he finally summoned the strength to collapse to his knees. Lin Wanwan pondered for a considerable time, listening to his pleas for mercy, yet remained largely unresponsive, effectively tuning out his cries. To eliminate him? After all, he was merely a beggar, likely unregistered. If she were to snap his neck on this dark and windy night and cast his body into the sea by the docks, she could simply walk away, confident that no one would trace it back to her. Once one possesses an extraordinary power beyond the mundane, it becomes all too easy to lose reverence for certain things. The sixth sense of the thin monkey was exceptionally acute. Although the night in Cheong County was stiflingly warm at that moment, he felt a chill surge from his feet to the crown of his head. This enigmatic woman, whether divine or ghostly, undoubtedly harbored murderous intent. He immediately prostrated himself, longing to kiss the dirt beneath Lin Wanwan's feet. Fair deity, I implore you, spare me. I have dependents above and below. I truly cannot afford to die. I beseech you to grant me a life. In my next life, I will repay you as a diligent servant. In this life, I am willing to serve you, as long as you do not disdain me. Lin Wanwan exhaled a sigh of exasperation. Killing was beyond her moral threshold. She retrieved a box of cooling and chi-boosting pills from the side pocket of her backpack, prepared for the sweltering conditions of Cheongzhou, where cooling devices were non-existent in the Tang Dynasty. At that moment, she dispensed a few pills and coldly instructed the thin monkey, "Open your mouth." The slender monkey froze momentarily at the words, too fearful to raise his head, maintaining his prostrated position. "Do not make me repeat myself." Reluctantly, the slender monkey slowly lifted his gaze. Just as he opened his mouth, he felt several bitter pellets propelled into his throat. Is this poison? Instinctively, he swallowed, and now, the thought of retrieving it filled him with dread. Lin Wanwan spoke in a calm tone, confirming his deepest fears. This is called the life and death pill. It possesses the power to grant life or to take it away, depending solely on my whims. If you wish to survive, you must obey. I shall grant you sustenance once every 2 months, allowing you to continue living. Should you fail to comply, however, brace yourself for a gruesome demise, your insides rotting away, followed by eternal damnation, leaving you bereft of even the chance to be reborn. The slender monkey collapsed at Lin Wanwan's feet, gripping her shoe and pleading, "Goddess, have mercy. I shall burn incense for you day and night. I will obey your every command. If you bid me go east, I shall not venture west. If you instruct me to chase dogs, I shall not pursue chickens." Lin Wanwan frowned and kicked him away, but tempered her strength, ensuring he was not harmed. The sheer force of her action made the slender monkey feel as if he had been thrown by a colossal wave, tumbling thrice before coming to a halt, his fear intensifying and his imagination running wild. Could an ordinary woman possess such strength? She must indeed be a celestial being. I have no need for your offerings, however. You must heed my words, for I have appointed you as my servant. I am a deity from the white jade capital of heaven, cast down to endure trials due to my transgressions, and unfortunately, you have become an unwitting witness to my plight. Indeed, no experience in life is without purpose. All the hardships endured ultimately pave the path beneath one's feet. Thank you, divine being, for your mercy. I understand, and I shall obey, ready to heed your commands. Chapter 103. A display of loyalty enough. Cease your bowing and rise. Lin Wanwan said with a hint of impatience, I am not a statue. Thank you, divine lady, for your great kindness. Thank you. The thin monkey bowed a couple more times before propping himself against the wall to stand. It is well known that the common folk of the Tang Dynasty are inherently superstitious. The thin monkey had witnessed Lin Wanwan emerging from a radiant door in midair and conjuring an immense pile of goods from within. Thus, he had already concluded that she was no mere mortal. If she was not a deity, then she must be a specter. The thought of her being a ghost sent shivers down his spine. It was better to regard her as a goddess. At that moment, the thin monkey bowed fervently, his head spinning, praying only to preserve his life. This ragtag group clung together, barely surviving, a true gathering of misfits. Their days were spent in petty thievery and evasion of the authorities, living in constant fear of being captured and condemned to relentless labor, which would surely spell doom for them. Exile was not a concern, for Qiangzhou was notorious as a favored place of banishment by the central government of the Tang. Lin Wanwan leisurely draped a headscarf over herself and then looked at the thin monkey, asking, "Do you possess hands?" Lin Wanwan continued, "At merely 40 years of age. You are already a grandmother. How quintessentially Tang. Stand tall. How old are you this year? Where do you reside? Who else is at home? O divine lady. I live in the dilapidated shelter in the Western District. Besides myself, there is only my elderly mother and my young daughter. It is hardly a home. Merely a haphazard shelter cobbled together from felled trees atop the mountain, barely sufficient to shield one from the elements. Well, you shall bring them all to the dock tomorrow." Following my vessel came the directive. Should you choose not to come, so be it. After all, your life is of little consequence. Seeking an audience with the king of hell sooner rather than later may not be such a dire fate, for the underworld is in dire need of souls. Fear not. I shall promptly escort them to the dock, he replied. Lin Wanwan, having cunningly deceived and intimidated a lackey, now found his services fortuitously useful. She commanded, "Load these items onto the cart and take me to a warehouse near the dock." In a display of loyalty, the thin monkey quickly volunteered, "Divine lady, I am aware of an empty warehouse adjacent to dock number 11. I can unlock that door." Lin Wanwan glanced at him and remarked nonchalantly, "So? It seems your livelihood relies on your skills." The thin monkey eagerly responded, "I may not boast of many talents, but I certainly possess the ability to pick locks." A sardonic smile graced Lin Wanwan's lips as she replied, "Perhaps you should seize opportunities to hone this craft of yours." The thin monkey hastily assured her, "I would never dare. From now on, I shall heed your every command, divine lady. Anything you disallow, I shall not touch." Lin Wanwan replied coolly, "Remember your words." Soon, the fabric and cotton they had gathered were meticulously loaded onto several collapsible luggage carts, secured tightly with elastic ropes. Both the carts and the accompanying elastic bands were entirely foreign to the thin monkey, further solidifying his belief that Lin Wanwan was indeed a celestial being. On a tranquil night, the slender monkey struggled with several luggage carts, while Lin Wanwan carried the Huang Daopo spinning wheel by herself. It wasn't that she wished to appear less refined, but rather that the slender monkey was utterly inept, likely accustomed to a life of scarcity, where hunger pressed his stomach against his back, leaving him incapable of bearing the weight of the spinning wheel. In hindsight, she regretted not purchasing an additional cart. It was a miscalculation, an oversight indeed. Fortunately, it was late, and no one was around to witness their plight. The wait was trivial for Lin Wanwan, though it was somewhat undignified. The warehouse was not far. The two arrived in a quarter of an hour. The slender monkey rummaged through his belt, retrieving a piece of iron wire, which he then used to manipulate the lock on the warehouse door. Remarkably, within moments, he succeeded in unlocking the hefty padlock. "Divine presence. Here it is," he exclaimed as the door swung open, releasing a cloud of dust that enveloped them. Lin Wanwan stepped outside to fan away the dust, retrieving a self-powered flashlight from her backpack. Upon activation, the beam illuminated the entire warehouse, startling the slender monkey into a fall. As he clamped his mouth shut to stifle a cry, having already been deemed a divine being, Lin Wanwan felt no need for pretense in front of the slender monkey. "You shall move these items inside and keep watch tonight. Tomorrow, I will return with others to collect them. Do you understand what to say?" she instructed. The slender monkey nodded vigorously, assuring her that he would not speak carelessly and jeopardize the divine lady's affairs. Under the bright light, Lin Wanwan took a moment to scrutinize the slender monkey's appearance. He stood at less than 5 feet tall, his skin darkened by the sea breeze, and he was covered in grime. Once he had successfully pushed all the items into the warehouse, Lin Wanwan finally inquired, "What is your surname?" Lin Wanwan remarked, "The name Skinny Monkey is rather unappealing. I shall bestow upon you a new name. From now on, you shall be called her Po." The skinny monkey promptly prostrated, exclaiming, "Thank you, divine lady, for your gracious naming. Hee, I am now a person of renown. I shall no longer be called Skinny Monkey, but Herb Ho." Lin Wanwan replied coolly, "Do not kneel so readily. Since you have chosen to follow me, you must possess some backbone. Do not be too submissive. Furthermore, refrain from addressing me as divine lady. Such secrets must not be divulged. Simply call me master instead." Understood. I shall remember that, Sun Shuao pledged, rising to his feet. You shall stand guard outside and enter only after I count to 5. Yes. After counting, Sun Shuao called from outside. Master, may I enter? Unable to contain his excitement. Sun Shuao knelt once more, offering a few respectful bows to the heavens. In the next moment, he felt a rush of exhilaration. He was actually mingling with a divine being. Although she was a celestial being who had been banished to endure trials for her misdeeds, she was still a deity. As the saying goes, when one ascends, even the foul shall rise. If he served her well, who knows, perhaps one day he might ascend to the heavens alongside her. With this thought, he chuckled to himself, filled with renewed vigor. This evening, he would guard this place, ensuring that nothing was amiss. For all these items were of divine origin and must be treated with utmost care. Chapter 104. The ancient zither piece, trending online as evening approached and the sun's intensity waned. Lin Wanwan securely closed the door to her small storage room. Donning sunglasses and a mask, she walked while perusing the plethora of unread messages and missed calls flooding her phone. What auspicious occasion was it today that so many sought her attention? The missed calls displayed a plethora of unfamiliar numbers, all of which she chose to disregard. Among them was a call from Lu Shuyue, which she also temporarily overlooked. Shifting her attention to WeChat, she noticed messages from Lu Shuyue, Gu Jingyu, Chen Jinyu, and a few former classmates, as well as a roommate from her brief year at university. She had opted to commute during her second year to save on accommodation costs. Upon opening the messages, she discovered that a video of Xiao Chong playing the guqin had gone viral, prompting this group to inquire about him. Lin Wanwan was not particularly surprised. After all, Xiao Chong's striking looks and extraordinary musical talent certainly commanded attention in the present day. In essence, it was hard to believe that such a paragon of youthful beauty could produce such ethereal melodies. With a serene smile, Lin Wanwan wisely refrained from engaging in any futile debates. After all, Xiao Chong belonged to an era long past, shrouded in obscurity, and his fame was not necessarily a boon. She exited the trending topics and returned to her WeChat messages. Most of Chen Jinyu's were playful photographs, accompanied by inquiries about her failure to answer calls, urging her to join them for some fun. The final conversation she opened was with Lu Shuyue, who was also probing into Xiao Chong, asking if she could establish contact with him. His guqin instructor was particularly interested, and he hoped Lin Wanwan could facilitate an introduction if it were convenient. It seemed Xiao Chong had indeed attracted attention. Fortunately, with the surge in historical dramas, there were many young enthusiasts of Hanfu attire. The footage she recorded was not outrageously sensational. At worst, she could claim it was a serendipitous find from the internet. Yes, that would suffice as a response, for she too was unaware, unacquainted, and unclear about it all. Lin Wanwan glanced at the time on her phone. It was nearly 4 in the afternoon, which meant it was approximately 6 in the morning in the Tang Dynasty. Even if she were to play until 10 or 11 at night, arriving in the Tang Dynasty would only be around noon, leaving her ample time. Since the other party had expressed their intentions so clearly, Lin Wanwan naturally felt it was best to comply. She conveyed the address of a nearby building to Lu Shuyue, and after hanging up, she made her way towards it. Upon arriving at the agreed location and waiting for roughly 20 minutes, a sleek black car glided to a stop by the roadside. Curiously, Lin Wanwan glanced at the car's emblem, reminiscent of a small golden figure poised as if ready for a long jump, and thought how ostentatiously aesthetic it appeared. At that moment, the window of the passenger seat rolled down, revealing Lu Shuyue's smiling face. Wanwan, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Please, get in. Lu Shuyue assisted her in placing her removed backpack in the back seat and casually inquired, on such a hot day, why are you carrying such a large backpack? Lin Wanwan took off her sunglasses and replied, oh, I went hiking. This bag is quite convenient. It can hold a lot of things. As the car began to move slowly, Lu Shuyue continued to speak while driving. So, you went hiking today? Sounds like you had a good time. Did you gain any insights? Just broaden my horizons a bit. Lin Wanwan pondered for a moment, realizing there was no valid reason to decline. She then added, all right, but will playing music disturb your driving? Isn't that unsafe? Upon hearing this, Lu Shuyue chuckled heartily, clearly amused, and said, Wanwan, you're quite funny. Not at all. Don't worry, my skills are excellent. Lin Wanwan then opened her phone's photo gallery and selected the video featuring Xiao Chong. Just as it began to play, Lu Shuyue interjected, Wanwan, connect to the Bluetooth in the car and play it through the audio system. Oh, she replied. Once the Bluetooth was connected, the melodious strains of the guqin gently cascaded from the surround sound speakers. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Wanwan and Lu Shouyue fell into a tranquil silence, quietly savoring the cleansing embrace of the music. Lin Wanwan remarked, "Teacher Lu, you are truly remarkable. You discern so much from a single piece. Does this not signify a kindred spirit akin to high mountains and flowing water?" "This piece is indeed high mountains and flowing water." Feigning nonchalance, Lu Shouyue replied, "Did you download this piece for its beauty, or merely because the performer is aesthetically pleasing?" Lin Wanwan chuckled softly before responding, "Perhaps it is a combination of both reasons." Lu Shouyue raised an eyebrow, a hint of jealousy in his tone as he remarked, "Such videos are often dubbed in post-production. The performer likely could not achieve such mastery in reality without electronic enhancements. Furthermore, these young idols are typically well packaged." After a moment of reflection, he added, "However, the individual behind the guqin is indeed formidable, undoubtedly a master of the art." Regarding Lu Shouyue's assessment, Lin Wanwan simply smiled in silence. Chapter 105. Beer Music Festival. The piece continued to play on repeat in the car. After a period of contemplative silence, Lu Shouyue broke the quiet, saying, "Would you mind sending me the video? Listening to this piece on repeat is simply not enough." Lin Wanwan burst into laughter, realizing the irony of his words. Is this what they call being critical yet sincere? How delightful. Nevertheless, she complied with his wishes and forwarded the video to him. Half an hour later, the vehicle entered the expansive underground parking garage of a grand villa. The two ascended to the first floor via the elevator, and Lin Wanwan remarked, "Is this your friend's private villa? It even has an elevator inside. How indulgent." Lu Shouyue chuckled. "The seaside villa indeed serves as a splendid retreat." He suggested, "Let us proceed to the beach ahead. The sun is about to set, and the heat is dissipating." Upon their arrival at the bustling beach, they attracted numerous curious glances. As they appraised Lin Wanwan, she too surveyed the crowd. Although the beach adjacent to the courtyard was crowded, it was remarkably orderly. The overall ambience exuded understated luxury, with several chefs clad in uniforms diligently slicing seafood, accompanied by a live band and a few DJs. At that moment, a server approached, balancing a tray, and Lu Shouyue took 2 glasses of beer from it, handing one to Lin Wanwan with a smile. "Would you care for a drink?" Lin Wanwan graciously accepted, casting her eyes over the baskets of seafood, and softly remarked, "Beer is fine, and seafood is also delightful. However, pairing beer with seafood might not be advisable, as it could lead to gout." Lu Shouyue laughed, "Indulging occasionally won't be detrimental." They clinked their glasses and took a casual sip. Just then, the host of the gathering, Lu Shouyue's childhood friend Wang Buqing, was alerted by those around him and spotted Lu Shouyue. He shuffled over in flip-flops, a beer in hand, making his way towards the two. Wang Buqing, with an air of casual bravado, jested at Lin Wanwan, "Hello, beautiful. Finally gracing us with your presence, are you? Look at how eagerly Lu Xiao has been waiting. He has spent the entire day glued to his phone." Upon hearing his words, Lin Wanwan found herself momentarily at a loss, responding only with a polite smile. Lu Shouyue, blushing slightly, stepped forward and playfully wrapped an arm around Wang Buqing's neck. Smirking ominously, "Wang Xiao, why are you here disturbing us? Shouldn't you be attending to your admirers?" Wang Buqing brushed aside his hand and retreated a couple of steps, retorting, "Old Lu, how many times must I tell you not to stand so close to me? I merely noticed you two had arrived and thought it polite to greet a lovely lady visiting for the first time. Surely, I cannot neglect such an occasion." Lu Shouyue scoffed, "Much appreciated. Now, why don't you return to your horde of girlfriends?" With that, he playfully aimed a kick at Wang Buqing, who nimbly dodged while laughing. All right. I shall not intrude upon your romantic interlude. And just to clarify, Lu Xiao, do not wrongfully accuse me. I am currently single, merely friends, I assure you. Farewell." "Beautiful. Enjoy your time with Lu." As Wang Buqing's figure receded, Lu Shouyue shook his head in resignation and turned to Lin Wanwan, saying, "Please do not take offense. This fellow is a bit of a character, flamboyant and lacking decorum, yet he means no harm." Lin Wanwan replied with a smile, "Not at all. Just a harmless jest. Why would I be bothered by such trivialities? It's evident that you share a good rapport." Lu Shouyue remarked, "My maternal grandparents and their family share a large courtyard. Before I began elementary school, I lived with my grandparents, and I spent most of my winter and summer vacations in the capital." Lin Wanwan responded with delight. "What a coincidence. I was raised by my grandparents as well." She turned, leaning against the open-air bar, gazing at the crowd on the beach, and softly mused. To be awaited by someone is a truly fortunate thing. Lin Wanwan shook her head, saying, "It's all right, Teacher Lu, you needn't constantly apologize to me." As they conversed, a voice filled with surprise called out, Wanwan. I didn't know you were here. It was Chun Jinyu, clad in a halter-neck dress, approaching them with a beer in hand. After greeting Lin Wanwan, her gaze shifted to Lu Shouyue, and she beamed. Lu Xiao, you're here too? Are you acquainted with Wanwan? Lu Shouyue nodded with a faint smile, presenting the same polished yet distant courtesy that Lin Wanwan had observed when she first met him. Hello, it's a pleasure. Chun Jinyu naturally leaned beside Lin Wanwan, engaging Lu Shouyue in a friendly manner. Her affable and sociable nature, combined with her eloquence and capacity for drinking, made her adept at mingling. Lin Wanwan felt somewhat superfluous position between them and, unable to interject, seized the opportunity to step away to fetch some fruit, allowing them space to converse. Choosing some fruits for herself, Lin Wanwan reclined on an empty beach chair, savoring the gentle sea breeze, listening to the band's raucous melodies while enjoying her fruit and observing the vibrant atmosphere around her. Her attire, consisting of a plain white t-shirt paired with camouflage pants, appeared somewhat incongruous amidst the elegantly dressed ladies present. However, her snow-white skin and striking beauty prevented her from being mistaken for a misplaced service staff. The moment she stepped away, Lu Shouyue turned to Chun Jinyu with a faint smile, abruptly shifting the conversation. It has been a pleasure conversing with you, Miss Chun. Let us talk again when time permits. With that, he made his way towards Lin Wanwan. Chapter 106, Beer Music Festival 2. Seated on a nearby sofa, a young man sprang to his feet as Lu Shouyue approached, grinning as he remarked, I'm going to play some beach volleyball, young Master Lu. Please take a seat. Lu Shouyue nodded in gratitude. Thank you. Chun Jinyu watched as Lu Shouyue engaged in cheerful conversation with Lin Wanwan for a moment before reclining on the sofa beside her, her expression shifting subtly, feeling an inexplicable pang of envy. The complexity of her feelings towards Lin Wanwan was profound. Since childhood, she had been both beautiful and well-liked. Always the center of attention, not merely for her looks, but for her vivacious personality and exceptional emotional intelligence. She could silence others with her sharp retorts when displeased, yet swiftly switch to a charming demeanor to make amends, exhibiting remarkable adaptability. Few could resist the allure of a captivating beauty's charm and apologies. This was the added value that beauty bestowed. However, ever since encountering Lin Wanwan, her charm seemed to fluctuate unpredictably, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented. Although Chun Jinyu's beauty is not insignificant, complemented by subtle enhancements, she would still stand a chance in the entertainment industry. However, when placed alongside the nearly flawless Lin Wanwan, she inevitably appears somewhat overshadowed. This has been the case since their university days. Everyone around them is invariably drawn to Lin Wanwan, who possesses an effortless charm that renders those nearby rather lackluster in comparison. At this moment, a rumored ultra-wealthy heir, Lu Xiao, who is said to be on par with Wang Xiaoping, or even more affluent, flits around Lin Wanwan like a peacock displaying its plumage, eager to win her favor. Of course, Lin Wanwan likely remains oblivious to this attention. After all, one who waits passively for fortune to present itself often fails to grasp the rarity of such occurrences. Chun Jinyu took a hearty gulp of beer, adjusted her expression slightly, and made her way toward Lin Wanwan. Just then, a blonde girl approached, feigning indifference as she bumped into Chun Jinyu's arm, causing beer to spill. Fortunately, Chun Jinyu's halter-neck dress, which ended at her knees, spared her from a soaking. Oh dear. Chun, how clumsy of you. Why are you blocking the way? The blonde girl chided, flanked by two inseparable companions. Chun Jinyu, suppressing her indignation, forced a smile and replied, My apologies. I'll be more careful next time. The blonde girl rolled her eyes at Chun Jinyu before striding away with her entourage. Chun Jinyu exhaled sharply, muttering to herself, I shall endure. The blonde girl, named Yu Qing, had two sycophantic companions by her side. All four of them were trainees at the same company. However, Chun Jinyu had secured her position through an unexpected surge of online popularity, while Yu Qing and her peers had been diligently training within the company for an extended period. Chun Jinyu had caught wind of Yu Qing's influential background and was aware that after 3 months of intensive training, Yu Qing would undoubtedly be arranged to debut. Since Chun Jinyu had obtained the sole opportunity to perform alongside Xiao Juning, Yu Qing had been subtly mocking her for nearly 2 weeks. Following the New Year's performance, where Chun Jinyu capitalized on Xiao Juning's fame and the exposure from her Guqin performance during the live stream, and Yu Qing's displeasure towards her intensified. Yet, due to her concern over Yu Qing's connections, Chun Jinyu felt compelled to endure the situation silently. She vowed within herself that one day, she would rise to prominence and overshadow this group, rendering them unworthy of even gazing upon her. Meanwhile, Lu Shouyue retrieved a pair of sunglasses from his floral shirt and placed them over his eyes, casually inquiring, "Wanwan, can you swim?" Lin Wanwan, donning her own pair of sunglasses and gazing skyward, replied with a smile, "Yes, it's a requirement for our entrance exams. Physical education marks are the easiest to obtain. I can't afford to lose even a single point." Lu Shouyue laughed heartily. Indeed, indeed. At that moment, Chun Jinyu approached, squeezing onto Lin Wanwan's beach chair, and cheerfully asked, "What are you two chatting about? You seem so happy." Chun Jinyu added, "We don't have to take the exam. Although my hometown is not far from Yong City, it still counts as being out of province." Lu Shouyue smiled gently and said, "Wanwan, since we both achieved full marks in the swimming portion of the high school entrance examination, why not take a dip in the water? The villa has a changing room stocked with numerous freshly washed and dried swimsuits to choose from. Would you like to join in the fun?" At that moment, the setting sun hung low over the western sea, and the swimming pool was no longer bathed in sunlight. Many had already begun to change into their swimsuits to frolic in the water. Lin Wanwan pondered for a moment before shaking her head and replying, "Perhaps not." Just then, Chun Jinyu chimed in playfully, "Oh, come on, Wanwan, if you don't splash around while in Qianjai, did you even come here? Come on, let us all go together." Lin Wanwan was still inclined to refuse, but Chun Jinyu was already reaching out to tickle her, compelling her to block the other's hand and quickly concede, "All right, let us have a little fun." Chun Jinyu then turned to Lu Shouyue with a bright smile. "Lu, do you happen to know where the swimsuits are kept?" Lu Shouyue stood up and replied, "Allow me to escort the two lovely ladies." The changing room for the villa was located in the basement dressing area. Although it was underground, the spacious outdoor courtyard in front of the house ensured that the air was far from oppressive and that light flooded in abundantly. The three of them entered their respective changing rooms to select their swimsuits. Chun Jinyu, proud of her alluring hourglass figure and ample bosom, naturally opted for a striking bikini. In contrast, while Lin Wanwan was not exactly an A-cup, she was certainly not endowed in a grand manner either. Coupled with her modest and reserved nature, she chose a more conservative, skirted, burgundy two-piece swimsuit reminiscent of a studentess attire. As the two individuals emerged after changing into their attire, they exchanged a brief glance. Chun Jinyu boldly placed her hand on Lin Wanwan's waist, exclaiming, "This is what one calls a true porcelain skin. My heavens, how can one be so fair? Even Caucasians cannot match your pallor." Lin Wanwan retorted, "Are you not equally fair? Are we not of the same ilk?" Chun Jinyu feigned a sigh, replying, "I have undergone whitening injections and hydrating treatments to maintain this complexion and skin texture. It cannot be compared to your naturally fair skin." "Oh, Wanwan, I am truly envious of you." Lin Wanwan smiled. "You should be envious of your own stunning figure. In that daring bikini, you will undoubtedly be the most radiant beauty here." While jesting, they made their way from the basement to the backyard. Chapter 107, A Dispute. Indeed, as Chun Jinyu's alluring figure made its debut, it drew considerable attention. Although many beautiful women adorned in bikinis and sheer wraps were present, few possessed such a captivating physique. Ignoring the gazes directed at them, the two approached the edge of the pool and began their warm-up exercises. Lu Shouyue had already completed a lap and was surrounded by several girls. Upon noticing their arrival, he dove into the water, breaking through the circle of girls, and swam towards Lin Wanwan, surfacing to say, "The water temperature is just perfect. That is splendid." Lin Wanwan completed her warm-up, adjusted her goggles over her eyes, and plunged into the water. She held her breath and swam several meters before resurfacing. Just then, a sudden splash echoed from the side of the pool. Lin Wanwan turned her gaze and happened to witness the scene where Chun Jinyu was maliciously pushed into the water by a girl with dyed golden hair. Observing the startled Chun Jinyu struggling awkwardly in the water, the blonde girl at the poolside, along with her two followers, who clearly idolized her, erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, she looks just like a dog falling into the water, and she is actually swimming in a dog paddle style. How amusing," they exclaimed. "Hey Xiaochun, we were just joking, you're not upset, are you?" As soon as Chun Jinyu hit the water, she instinctively resorted to the dog paddle she had learned while swimming in the river near her rural home. Grasping the edge of the pool, she finally comprehended her embarrassment. She felt utterly speechless. Ever since she had been ridiculed for her dog paddle technique at the university pool, she had made an effort to charm the senior members of the swimming team into teaching her the butterfly stroke. Since then, she had never resorted to the dog paddle again, and now, to her dismay, she had suffered this humiliation. It was utterly infuriating. Wiping the water from her face, Chun Jinyu glared at the carefree golden-haired girl, and Yu Qing, who had just finished laughing and was now leisurely entering the water, along with her two sycophantic companions. Aren't you being a bit excessive? I've tolerated you for long enough. Do you think I truly have no temper? Sitting at the pool's edge, and Yu Qing kicked the water to acclimate to the temperature and, upon hearing Chun Jinyu, cast a sidelong glance at her and scoffed. Oh, so you do have a bit of a temper, huh? Hee hee. The two beside her joined in the laughter, with one remarking, what can you do about it? Ha ha. Chun Jinyu gazed directly at Yu Qing and proposed, how about we have a little competition to see who can swim faster? The loser must keep their distance from the winner in the future. And Yu Qing replied coldly, why should I compete with you? At that moment, Lin Wanwan noticed the commotion and swam over to Chun Jinyu, also supporting herself against the pool wall, and softly inquired, what is going on? Chun Jinyu tilted her head and whispered back, it's nothing. She then turned her gaze back to Yu Qing, her eyes filled with a hint of disdain as she remarked, are you afraid of losing, hence your reluctance to compete? If that is the case, let us forget it. Before Yu Qing could respond, a girl beside her, whose double eyelids were distinctly shaped in an exaggerated European style, spoke up. Do you know what an NS nickname is? She is known as the mermaid. Do you think you're worthy to compete with her in swimming? Chun Jinyu smiled, continuing to provoke. I see you all can't handle the prospect of defeat. Truly, you are unsophisticated and unaware of your limitations. And Yu Qing let out a cold snort. Lu Shoyue had also sensed the situation, but, being a man amidst a gathering of girls, felt it inappropriate to intervene. Instead, he leaned lazily against the opposite side of the pool, directing most of his attention towards Lin Wanwan. He presumed Lin Wanwan would don a bikini, as nearly all the girls present who were swimming were in bikinis. However, he was taken aback to see that Lin Wanwan had chosen such a modest swimsuit. However, upon further reflection, if Lin Wanwan were to don a bikini, it seemed he might not be particularly pleased, considering the presence of so many ravenous wolves in the vicinity. It is rather shameful to admit that in his 29 years of existence, he has never experienced the tender pangs of love nor mastered the art of pursuing a woman. Though he has come to acknowledge his feelings for Lin Wanwan, he remains at a loss as to how to take a step closer. Alas, he resolves to let nature take its course. Meanwhile, Lu Shoyue is deeply engrossed in his thoughts of unrequited love, while Yu Qing casts a sidelong glance at Lin Wanwan, igniting a competitive spirit directed towards her. If you wish to compete, very well, let it be a pair against a pair. However, let us alter the stakes. The loser shall serve as the winner's foot servant for the evening. You. Chun Jinyu gritted her teeth, exclaiming, do not corner me. I believe I have not offended you. And Yu Qing executed a flamboyant aquatic maneuver, then provocatively echoed Chun Jinyu's earlier words. Are you afraid of losing, hence hesitant to compete? Chun Jinyu's expression fluctuated momentarily before she turned to Lin Wanwan with a pleading gaze. Since Lin Wanwan had just swum over, she had no intention of remaining uninvolved, and thus she nodded lightly in acknowledgement. Chun Jinyu had long anticipated Lin Wanwan's agreement. Although Lin Wanwan tended to be aloof, she was, in truth, quite loyal. Having known each other since their university days and having worked together for many years, Chun Jinyu had come to understand Lin Wanwan's boundaries well. Perhaps they would never become the closest of confidants, but she knew that if she required assistance from Lin Wanwan, the latter would not refuse, provided it was within her capacity. All right, let the competition begin. Which one of you will join? And Yu Qing chuckled, who said I was teaming up with them. With that, she cupped her hands around her mouth, resembling a loudspeaker, and called out, Chun Ling Shuang, come over here. It's time for a contest. Upon hearing her call, Chun Ling Shuang, who had been playing volleyball on the beach, paused her activity and turned to inquire, what kind of competition? A swimming race. Come help me. Hurry over. All right. Just give me a moment, Chun Ling Shuang replied. Clearly, she and Yu Qing shared a close bond. Upon hearing her request, she exchanged a few words with those nearby before swiftly making her way over. First, she rinsed off the sand from her body at the poolside shower, then approached to ask, who are we competing against? And Yu Qing gestured toward Chun Jinyu and Lin Wanwan, saying, those two right there. The losers will serve as foot bath attendants for the winners today.